In a world of transcendent cultivation, Xu Yuan, an ordinary individual lacking both background and innate talent, has painstakingly practiced for decades, yet remains at the bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. Just as Xu Yuan is on the verge of abandoning the path of immortality and marrying a wife, he unexpectedly discovers on his wedding night that his cultivation level, aptitude, comprehension, and fortune have all surged. It is then that Xu Yuan realizes he had previously approached the world of cultivation incorrectly. Thus, Xu Yuan embarks on a unique path toward immortality. As the winds of change blow and eras shift, unbeknownst to him, the Xu family has already become a hidden immortal clan, and with a single command, all must comply. Acceptance of fate. In the kingdom of Yue, within the Tianyuan mountain range. Although this place lacks the presence of any cultivation sects and does not possess spiritual veins, the aura here is far denser than that of the mundane world, making it a paradise for solitary cultivators. On a sheer cliff in the mountains, there exists a cave entrance concealed by foliage, difficult for ordinary people to discover. Xu Yuan sits cross-legged within the cave, adopting the posture of 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, eyes closed in meditation. Surrounding him are over 100 low-grade spirit stones. As his cultivation technique operates, the spiritual energy within the stones is continuously absorbed, shrouding the entire cave in mist. At this moment, he is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. When all the spiritual energy from the stones has been exhausted and reduced to a pile of stone fragments, Xu Yuan slowly opens his eyes, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Despite having meticulously prepared for 3 years, his breakthrough ultimately ended in failure. Sigh, my spiritual root aptitude is too poor, lacking a complete cultivation technique and sufficient resources. Breaking through to the 4th level is indeed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xu Yuan sighs lightly, his tone filled with helplessness and reluctance. The path of cultivation requires wealth, companions, techniques, and territory. None can be lacking. Xu Yuan's aptitude is mediocre, possessing a pseudo-spiritual root with 5 attributes, and his sensitivity is below 10 points, rated as low-grade aptitude, failing to pass even the first stage of the sex assessment. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter with a fragmentary cultivation method, he fears he would not even have the chance to become a solitary cultivator. Without a sect to provide techniques and training grounds, and without a master to guide him, Xu Yuan can only rely on himself, facing repeated setbacks on his path to immortality. Now at the age of understanding destiny, he has devoted 30 years to arduous training, yet remains stuck at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, having failed twice in his attempts to break through. This latest attempt has consumed all the spirit stones he painstakingly accumulated over the years, signifying that all his efforts have gone to waste. Without a golden finger, one cannot defy fate. As a time traveler, Xu Yuan once harbored lofty aspirations. Yet reality has dealt him a harsh blow, causing him to waver in his resolve regarding the path of cultivation for the first time. He was acutely aware that, given his innate talents, the prospect of establishing a foundation in this lifetime was utterly hopeless. Enough, let it be, Xu Yuan murmured, shaking his head with a hint of despondency, as the last flicker of hope within him shattered, extinguishing any thoughts of continuing his cultivation, and he lay down to drift off to sleep. After 3 years of seclusion and relentless toil, Xu Yuan had become utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. At this moment, free from pressure, he allowed himself to relax, and as soon as his eyes closed, he succumbed to a profound slumber. He slept for an entire 3 days, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Upon awakening, Xu Yuan utilized his mystical arts to cleanse himself and donned a fresh long robe before stepping out of the cave. The mountains were lush and verdant, the air crisp and invigorating, accompanied by the echoes of waterfalls and the continuous symphony of chirping insects and singing birds, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. Life is so beautiful. Why burden oneself with such entanglements? Gazing at the picturesque scenery, Xu Yuan inhaled deeply, feeling a significant lift in his spirits. He had come to a realization. Since eternal life was beyond his reach, he might as well savor the joys of life while he still could, ensuring that his journey through this world was not in vain. If he could not thrive in the realm of cultivation, He would embrace the mundane, choosing to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of Phoenix, find a place, and marry a lovely wife to enjoy the rest of his days. Perhaps, by fathering a few offspring with spiritual roots, he might even bask in some glory. With this decision firmly in his heart, Su Yuan resolved to depart from this place. Su Daoyu, it has been a long time. Have you succeeded in your breakthrough? Along the way, many wandering cultivators, upon seeing Su Yuan, inquired with curiosity. When they saw Su Yuan shake his head, the crowd feigned disappointment, yet internally reveled in his failure, as if witnessing another setback brought them more joy than their own successes. Su Yuan shared only a nodding acquaintance with these individuals. While they occasionally engaged in transactions, their bond was not profound, and he simply continued on his way. Su Daoyu, you have finally emerged, a middle-aged man called out to him from a distance. Gua Daoyu. Su Yuan recognized the newcomer as one of the few genuine friends he had among the scattered cultivators and promptly halted. The gathering of wandering cultivators was not merely due to the relatively abundant spiritual energy in this area, but also for the convenience of exchanging insights on cultivation and conducting trades. After all, without a sect or mentor, even with cultivation techniques, one could easily encounter issues if practicing in isolation without interaction. Su Yuan had witnessed many wandering cultivators perish due to missteps in their practice. His modest aptitude and comprehension meant that the achievements he had garnered over the years were significantly influenced by the exchanges with fellow practitioners. Moreover, banding together for support ensured they would not be oppressed as a vulnerable group. Su Yuan regarded these individuals as his friends. So how did it go? Did you manage to break through? Guozhan approached Su Yuan with genuine concern, to which Su Yuan shook his head, replying, "It was a near miss." Guozhan's expression reflected genuine regret. What a pity, alas. His sigh resonated with heartfelt sincerity. Xu Yuan smiled, appearing to have come to terms with the situation. You seem to be handling this well, as if the breakthrough failure has had no impact on you. Are you trying to deceive me? Guozhan was somewhat taken aback by Xu Yuan's reaction. Not dwelling on the matter, Xu Yuan inquired, "Where is Zheng Daoyu? Does he not often accompany you?" Guozhan shook his head and sighed. Alas, Zheng Daoyu has perished. What happened? Xu Yuan was astonished. Zhengli was a member of their small group, known for his integrity, and had provided him considerable assistance, serving as a half-guide on his cultivation journey. His strength was not weak. Having already entered the fourth layer of qi refinement, logically speaking, he should have at least 60 more years of life. How could he have fallen? 2 years ago, he fortuitously obtained a spirit herb and was targeted by someone with formidable strength. Neither of us could stand against them, even when we joined forces. In the end, Zheng Daoyu fought valiantly to carve out a bloody path for me to survive, and it took me a long time to heal before I recovered. If only you had been there at that time, Guozhan lamented. With Xu Yuan's caution, many troubles could have been avoided, and perhaps these events would not have transpired. He had realized this long ago. After listening to Guozhan's account, Xu Yuan fell into silence. The world of cultivation was inherently one of the survival of the fittest, where life and death were unpredictable and merciless. Much has transpired during your 3 years of seclusion. Guozhan then began to recount past acquaintances and recent significant events in the cultivation realm. So-and-so has fallen. So-and-so has broken through. So-and-so has encountered opportunities and taken flight. Or perhaps in the cultivation world, there were sightings of demonic beasts, appearances of evil cultivators, discoveries of treasures, and so forth. In the past, Xu Yuan might have found these matters intriguing, but now they seemed utterly mundane, and he merely listened quietly. What is the matter, Xu Daoyu? You appear to be. Guozhan noticed Xu Yuan's unusual demeanor and asked. Xu Yuan contemplated for a moment and said, Gua Daoyu, I must take my leave. Where to? To the secular world. What? Guozhan exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend. However, seeing that Xu Yuan was not joking, his expression grew more serious. To venture into the secular world meant abandoning the path of immortality. After a long pause, he sighed. Have you come to this conclusion? Indeed, Xu Yuan nodded. It is truly hard to fathom that the once spirited you would make such a decision. Guozhan also felt a sense of melancholy. The companions with whom he had once cultivated and sought knowledge had now all departed, leaving him with a mix of emotions that were hard to articulate. Very well, Returning to the secular world is better than living in constant trepidation in the realm of cultivation, striving for breakthroughs. Patting Xu Yuan on the shoulder, Guozhen produced 5 spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to Xu Yuan. Take these. Xu Yuan did not accept them. There is no need for this, Daoyou. Guozhen smiled. The secular world, like the cultivation realm, has its own expenses. Moreover, should you descend the mountain, you will need to establish a new residence, perhaps marry several beautiful wives. And what if you have offspring? Don't be modest with me. Consider this a wedding gift from me, old Guo. Xu Yuan remained silent, fully aware that Guozhen understood his recent failed breakthrough and that his resources had been entirely depleted. Quickly take it. With our relationship, why be polite? Guozhen pressed the spirit stones into Xu Yuan's chest, smiling as he said, I don't know how much longer I can hang on. Perhaps I too will return to the secular world in time. With you paving the way ahead, it will be good for you to guide me then. Haha. Thank you, Guo Daoxiong. Xu Yuan no longer hesitated and silently remembered Guozhen's kindness. I do not know when we shall meet again after this parting. It truly tugs at my heart, Guozhen sighed. If there is a chance, we shall meet again. Take care, fellow cultivator. Xu Yuan patted his companion on the shoulder, choosing not to say more as he walked down the mountain without looking back. Guozhen stood there, gazing at Xu Yuan's retreating figure, lost in silence for a long while. At the foot of Tianyuan Mountain, there lay a market established by wandering cultivators, bustling with a considerable number of practitioners coming and going. Xu Yuan arrived at the market and exchanged his spirit stones for common gold and silver before purchasing a horse-drawn carriage and departing. As he cast a final glance at the mountains he had lived by for many years, gradually fading from view, Xu Yuan's expression grew complex, feeling a sense of emptiness within. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy, the realm of cultivation generally distances itself from the mundane world. The nearest secular city, Tianyuan Mountain, lies a staggering 10,000 miles away, with the path lined with deep mountains and desolate lands, scarcely populated. The carriage moved at a decent pace, and with the journey being smooth, it took around 10 days to reach a city named Futile. Futile sprawled widely, bustling with activity and a large population. Yet the spiritual energy here was almost non-existent. As Xu Yuan was all alone and had no fixed abode, he simply settled here without much fuss. Spending a bit of silver, Xu Yuan acquired a spacious courtyard within the city, hiring numerous guards and maidservants, and also engaged a matchmaker to arrange a marriage for him. Upon meeting Xu Yuan, the matchmaker first inquired about his family background. Upon learning that he had no relatives, she initially looked down upon him. But when she heard he owned a large courtyard in the city, her demeanor immediately shifted, laced with flattery and charm. Of course, this was under the condition that she was unaware of Xu Yuan's identity as a cultivator. Otherwise, she would likely have knelt before him. In the secular world, even a wandering cultivator is perceived as a lofty immortal among these mortals, a being of an entirely different caliber from the skilled practitioners of the Jianghu. Xu Yuan refrained from revealing his identity simply because he felt it unnecessary. After all, the identity of an immortal would attract much attention in the mundane world, and Xu Yuan wished to engage with his future wife as equals. If the other party were to discover he was a cultivator, they would likely regard him with reverence, which was not what Xu Yuan desired. Although he was no longer young and did not yearn for sweet romance, he at least hoped their relationship would not be too distant. After all, this was someone who would accompany him for a lifetime. Understanding Xu Yuan's family situation, the matchmaker realized he was either wealthy or noble and immediately guaranteed that she would arrange the marriage splendidly, assuring him that the bride would be of good quality. Without making Xu Yuan wait long, the matchmaker returned in just 3 days, bringing with her images of several young women. This young lady is from the Li family in the west of the city, age 16. Though she lacks martial and literary skills, she is exceptionally lovely, sensible, and capable. This one is the legitimate daughter of the Fong family in the East, age 17, proficient in both letters and martial arts, renowned for her beauty as the 3rd most beautiful woman in Futile. However, she has one condition. She seeks a husband. This young lady, Miao, hails from the east of the city, orphaned and from a farming background. Although her origins are humble, she possesses an exquisite appearance and is quite sought after. Listening to the matchmaker's vivid introduction, Xu Yuan's gaze swept over the portraits one by one. In the past, no matter how beautiful these maidens appeared, Xu Yuan would have scarcely cast them a glance, let alone entertain any thoughts regarding them. After all, they were merely mortals. Whether as a time traveler or a cultivator, Xu Yuan's perspective was far from lowly. Initially, Xu Yuan held the expectation that his partner, in terms of beauty, talent, and status, should not be of lesser quality. However, after enduring numerous experiences, his mindset has shifted somewhat. With no hope for foundation establishment, his life seems destined to remain as it is. He could scarcely aspire to find a partner with high beauty, talent, or status. Even among fellow cultivators, those women might not look favorably upon him. This world is indeed so realistic. As for talent, status, and cultivating partners, Xu Yuan no longer insists upon them. The only criterion he can presently demand is beauty, though it must be acknowledged that mortals' lifespans are finite and their looks will inevitably fade. No one can remain 18 forever, yet there are many at that age. However, upon closer inspection, Xu Yuan feels quite disheartened. The portraits are too crude to discern any specifics, he inquired. Aside from those willing to marry in, who among them is the most beautiful and capable? As she spoke, she tossed a silver ingot, and a matchmaker cheerfully accepted it, quickly responding, "If we're to speak solely of beauty, then the legitimate daughter of the Su family, Su Li Wei, is indeed quite remarkable. Many young masters from prominent families in the city wish to take her as a concubine. What do you think, young master?" Xu Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Could I request a meeting with her? I shall inquire." Although the Su family has fallen into decline, they still hold some influence in Fushui City. However, if you are willing to take her as your primary wife, I believe she would be quite agreeable. After all, in terms of wealth and appearance, you are not inferior to those young masters in the city, which gives you a considerable advantage. You may first inquire, and we shall discuss the rest later. Xu Yuan did not rush to agree. "Very well, young master, please wait." The next day, the matchmaker brought a young girl to Xu Yuan's residence. In the ceremonial hall, Su Yuan sat at the head, his gaze scrutinizing the slightly apprehensive Su Liwei seated before him. Clad in a flowing white gown, with delicate brows and a refined nose, her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were exquisitely defined, complemented by a graceful figure and alluring curves. Though still young, she possessed an unparalleled beauty that rivaled the finest female cultivator Su Yuan had previously encountered. Under Su Yuan's attentive gaze, Su Liwei felt a surge of unease, her cheeks flushing crimson. Prior to this meeting, she had heard of Su Yuan's accomplishments and was captivated by the aura he exuded. As a cultivator, despite being merely at the third level of qi cultivation, the refinement that came from his arduous training, combined with his handsome visage, rendered him a paragon of elegance, a true gem in a world rife with mediocrity. For a naive girl like Su Liwei, his presence was undeniably captivating. "Young master, what do you think?" The matchmaker, experienced in matters of the heart, immediately discerned the mutual attraction between the two and inquired eagerly. Su Yuan nodded and took the initiative to speak. "Miss Su, do you believe this marriage is?" Before he could finish, Su Liwei instinctively blurted out, "I am willing." The moment she realized her eagerness, embarrassment flooded her face, turning it a deep shade of red as she scolded herself internally for her lack of composure. Su Yuan chuckled softly, "Then let us choose an auspicious date." "All right," Su Liwei murmured, her voice barely audible. "Congratulations, young Master Su. Congratulations, Miss Su." The matchmaker beamed with joy. With all arrangements in place, Su Yuan began preparations for the wedding. This was his first grand marriage in 2 lifetimes, and he could not afford to be careless. Lacking friends and family, he could only invite some prominent families in the city and nearby neighbors, preparing a banquet with 100 tables. After all, since Floating Water City was his new abode, it was prudent to cultivate good relations, as the adage goes. The more friends, the more paths. The recipients of the invitations were taken aback, for they did not know Su Yuan and had never heard his name. However, upon learning that he had recently purchased a villa in Floating Water City at great expense and was preparing such a grand wedding to marry the legitimate daughter of the Su family, they began to suspect that Su Yuan's background was far from ordinary and treated him with utmost respect. Secretly, many families dispatched individuals to investigate Su Yuan's origins. Before long, the wedding day arrived. All invitees donned their finest attire and brought generous gifts, demonstrating their respect. Even the city lord of Floating Water City and the heads of various prominent families attended personally, highlighting their regard for Su Yuan. This was not due to their awareness of Su Yuan's identity as a cultivator, but rather because they were entirely unaware of his background. Su Yuan's mysterious nature instilled a deep sense of caution within them, preventing any negligence. The members of the Su family, who had initially harbored reservations about the marriage, were left stunned upon receiving this news. Dressed in wedding garments, Su Yuan carried Su Liwei into the door in a grand palanquin and personally welcomed the guests at the entrance. This day marked the happiest moment for Su Yuan. Amidst the clinking of glasses, he briefly acquainted himself with the city lord and the heads of various families. Su Yuan's demeanor and the calm confidence he exuded left an indelible impression on everyone present. They unanimously concluded that Su Yuan possessed an extraordinary background, making them hesitant to provoke him, and they were eager to forge connections, continually raising their cups in toast. After the third round of toasts, Su Yuan bid farewell to his guests and returned to the bridal chamber. Seated on the bed, Su Liwei, her hands tightly gripping her body, tensed as she heard footsteps approaching, instinctively closing her legs. Su Yuan picked up the wedding scale and lifted Su Liwei's veil. She, adorned in her bridal attire, lowered her head, resembling a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible allure. Su Yuan leaned closer, whispering gently in her ear, "My dear husband," Su Liwei replied nervously, her voice trembling. Su Yuan took her hand, reassuringly stating, "I will treat you well." Su Liwei lifted her gaze to meet Su Yuan's tender eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Su Yuan embraced her, lowering his head to capture her crimson lips. "Oh, you rogue," she breathed, as the night wind whispered through, extinguishing the candlelight. The following day, Su Yuan awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Opening his eyes, he beheld Su Liwei, her eyes closed and long hair cascading around her. Exhausted from the previous night's festivities, she slept soundly. Su Yuan took no haste to rise, instead quietly observing the woman beside him. Her long lashes, supple lips, and flawless face were breathtakingly beautiful. At such close proximity, he could feel her breath and the faint fragrance wafting from her. Perhaps this life was not so bad after all. A smile crept across Su Yuan's lips. Over the years, he had been devoted to the pursuit of the immortal path, preserving his essence and maintaining his yang body. As a man, it was impossible not to have desires. He merely repressed them for the sake of cultivation. Now, having tasted this experience, it was undeniably a unique delight. You and Su Liwei have enjoyed a moment of intimacy. Cultivation level increased by 10. Su Yuan blinked at the sudden appearance of a panel before him, momentarily stunned. What is this? Has the golden finger finally arrived? Rubbing his eyes to confirm it was not an illusion, he felt a surge of joy. Who would have thought that after 50 years, the golden finger would finally manifest? Based on this prompt, could it be that the activation condition is dual cultivation? Su Yuan pondered, his curiosity piqued. Without haste to experiment, he summoned the panel. Su Yuan, lifespan, 51,102. Realm, third level of Qi cultivation, cultivation method. Chimu Changshen Gong third layer, 309300. Spells, beginner fire spell, beginner would escape technique, beginner clarity spell. Flying leaves technique, illusory flower spirit technique. Abilities, none. Spiritual roots, gold 1, wood 5, water 2, fire 1. Earth 1, comprehension. 5, fortune. 3, charisma. 7, talent evaluation. Mediocre. Overall evaluation, apart from being handsome, utterly lacking. His talent was indeed disappointing. Glancing at his panel, Su Yuan felt no surprise, but his attention was drawn to the realm section, and he noticed a plus sign. Could it be that a breakthrough was possible? Was he able to bypass the bottleneck? Su Yuan's breath quickened. He had long reached the pinnacle of the third level of Qi cultivation, being merely a step away from the fourth level. Yet his qualifications had hindered his progress. Now, possessing the panel, he could ignore the bottleneck and break through directly. This news was nothing short of exhilarating. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yuan turned and prepared to seek a secluded place to attempt the breakthrough. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that Su Liwei's hand was still tightly grasping his. With a gentle smile, he carefully moved her hand away and placed a light kiss on her forehead before making his way to an empty room at the back of the villa. Ensuring that no one was around, Su Yuan summoned the panel and directed his thoughts toward the symbol next to the cultivation method. decisively clicking on it. In that instant, Su Yuan felt as though something within him had shattered, a warm current coursing through his meridians, flowing into his dantian, transforming into his magical power. The once fine and delicate magical power began to swell, invigorating his entire being, and the fatigue from the previous night's exertions dissipated entirely. The Qingmu Changshanggong has transformed from 3 tiers to 4. Upon achieving this breakthrough, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the changes within himself. Having reincarnated into this world, he only encountered the path of immortality at the age of 21, enduring 5 years of arduous training to reach the first tier of Qi cultivation. It took him another decade to ascend to the 2nd tier. Yet, for a full 15 years, he remained stuck at the peak of the 3rd tier, unable to progress to the 4th. To his astonishment, just when he had completely lost hope, he managed to break through, leaving his emotions in a state of profound complexity. The realization that he could unlock his potential through dual cultivation rather than sheer effort made him feel as though he had squandered 30 years of his life. Had he possessed this advantage from the very beginning, he mused, he might now be a formidable sovereign, if not immortal. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it was not too late. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan rose and directed his gaze toward the new chamber. The notification had appeared only after he and Su Liwei consummated their union, suggesting a significant connection between this panel and their dual cultivation. It was worth a try. As Su Yuan departed for the new chamber, Su Liwei, just awakening, was taken aback by the crimson stains on the sheets, recalling the passionate events of the previous night. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. To her surprise, a gentleman like Su Yuan was scarcely one to remain chaste, and her fondness for him surged. "Madam, you are awake." Su Yuan greeted as he entered the room. After their shared experience the night before, their relationship had grown considerably closer, and Su Liwei felt less restrained. "I have seen you, my husband. Allow me to prepare some snacks for you." She began to rise from the bed, but before she could stand, Su Yuan gently grasped her wrist. As Su Liwei met his gaze, her face turned crimson once more. Later that evening, Su Liwei, exhausted, succumbed to sleep. Her silky black hair dampened by perspiration, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. Su Yuan sat at the edge of the bed, patiently awaiting the appearance of the panel. "You have engaged in dual cultivation with Su Liwei, cultivation level 9. Ah, is it slightly less than before?" Su Yuan noticed a change in the notification. Previously it had been 10 points, but now it read 9. Could be due to the time spent? Compared to the previous night, this time he had lost an hour. Was 1 hour equated to a single point of cultivation? Su Yuan pondered silently. If his assumptions were correct, then this pace was indeed rapid. To advance from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier of Qi cultivation required 300 points of cultivation. 1 point corresponded to 1 hour, meaning 300 hours were necessary for a breakthrough. That equated to 25 days, less than a month, to transcend a minor realm. Realizing this, Su Yuan felt his breath quicken. He had toiled for a full 15 years without a breakthrough, although he hadn't been training incessantly during that time. The actual hours spent on cultivation certainly exceeded 10 years. Now, he merely needed 25 days to achieve what had once taken him a lifetime. This golden opportunity was truly remarkable. Dual cultivation could enhance his cultivation level. What could possibly bring more joy? The ability to revel in pleasure while advancing in strength. It was as if it understood him perfectly. Unfortunately, Li Wei was merely immortal, her body not quite capable of enduring such exertions. Casting a glance at his slumbering wife, Su Yuan suppressed his urges. He was an immortal cultivator, no longer bound by the mortal coil. Yet, Su Liwei was different. While there was no field that had been overworked, one must consider the strength of the ox. Su Yuan extended his hand, resting it upon Su Liwei's delicate back. The azure energy flowed from his fingertips into her body, nurturing her form. A warm sensation enveloped Su Liwei, eliciting a soft, comfortable sigh. The technique he practiced, Qingmu Changshanggong, endowed him with formidable healing abilities. Although it could not revitalize Su Liwei instantly, it alleviated her fatigue somewhat. After completing this, Su Yuan ventured to the kitchen, instructing the staff to prepare nourishing medicinal dishes to restore Su Liwei's vitality. These medicinal dishes were not inexpensive, being quite costly. However, Su Yuan lacked for material wealth. As an immortal cultivator, acquiring such resources was a trivial matter. With these restorative dishes, Su Liwei experienced no ailments, though her legs trembled slightly, making her unsteady on her feet. Su Yuan, being considerate, seldom allowed her to leave the bed, attending to her personally. My husband. Su Liwei felt deeply touched, tears welling in her eyes. Though she was the legitimate daughter of the Su family, that family had long since fallen from grace, and her status as a woman was not high within the household. In the eyes of her family, she was merely a pawn to be married off for the sake of the family's future, never having received genuine care. Su Yuan, lavishly spending on her medicinal dishes and providing such thoughtful care, made her feel that she had found a true partner. Su Yuan gently ruffled Su Liwei's hair. Say, Liwei, would you like to practice martial arts? In this world, to cultivate immortality, one must possess a spiritual root. However, spiritual seedlings were exceedingly rare, almost 1 in 10,000. Even the most inferior 5-element pseudo-spiritual root, like Su Yuan's, was difficult to obtain. Thus, the vast majority of mortals had no opportunity to embark on the path of immortality. Mortals, unwilling to remain idle, sought to forge their own paths, leading some prodigies to pioneer the martial arts. While martial arts could not be compared to the path of immortality and could not extend life, they offered considerable physical strength and destructive power. Even a master at the pinnacle of martial arts would crumble before an immortal cultivator's might, but martial arts could fortify the body and wield formidable physical prowess. There was even a chance of defeating an immortal cultivator when they were caught off guard. In the secular world, many chose to practice martial arts. However, the costs were considerable, and most families could not afford such expenses. Lacking a spiritual root, martial arts were Su Liwei's only option. Without practicing martial arts, her frail constitution would be a significant hindrance. Initially, Su Yuan paid little heed to this matter. But now, with the golden opportunity in hand, the dynamics had shifted. This affected the efficiency of his cultivation. Even if they engaged in dual cultivation once or twice a week, the resulting cultivation points would be minimal, wasting precious time. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, the vulnerable are trampled like ants. Only by strengthening oneself could one gain the power of self-preservation. Otherwise, in the face of danger, one would be left to fate, subject to slaughter. Su Yuan had previously chosen to abandon the path of immortality due to a lack of hope. Now that he had finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, how could he let such a hard-won opportunity slip away? To swiftly enhance his strength, this was the only way. Practice martial arts? Su Liwei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Martial arts were not accessible to just anyone, as the consumption was too great. Even some prominent families would hesitate to invest their resources in nurturing female members. Of course, there were exceptions for favored daughters in esteemed families. However, in a fallen family like the Su family, it was inconceivable to allocate resources for Su Liwei's martial training. Su Liwei's ability to read and write, as well as her proficiency in the arts of the Qin and Xiao, is already a remarkable achievement. Thus, when she heard that Su Yuan intended for her to practice martial arts, she was taken aback. Without hesitation, she shook her head, saying, "No need, my husband. As a mere woman, what use do I have for martial arts? It would be a waste." Her heart warmed further, understanding Su Yuan's intentions. He was exceedingly kind to her. Perhaps all the good fortune in her life had been spent on meeting this husband and forging a bond with him. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. It's fine. There's nothing else to do at home, and there's no harm in practicing martial arts. The resources consumed by martial practice were trivial to him, even less valuable than a low-grade spiritual stone. The benefits derived from martial arts, however, far exceeded what any low-grade spiritual stone could offer. Nevertheless, Su Liwei still felt it was a waste. No need for debate, just listen to your husband, Su Yuan interjected. Oh, Su Liwei obediently nodded but was curious. Husband, why do you want me to practice martial arts? Su Yuan replied with a smile. Look at your physique. If you don't practice martial arts, how will you serve your husband? While this statement was indeed truthful, Su Liwei did not believe it. Her face flushed, and she shot Su Yuan a playful glare before turning away, exclaiming, Husband, you're being ridiculous. Su Yuan laughed heartily, finding Su Liwei's personality delightful, perfectly in line with his desires, and he felt compelled not to neglect her. Su Liwei recalled something and said, Husband, I fear that cultivating martial arts is not so simple. I don't possess any martial arts manuals. Any martial arts manual is exceedingly precious and rarely shared. Unless one belongs to a family or faction, or has a master, it is nearly impossible to gain access. Within families, core manuals are often passed down only to males and to legitimate heirs. Do not worry, your husband has one, Su Yuan assured her with a smile, producing a blue, thread-bound book from his robe and handing it to Su Li Wei. Madam, this is the Jade Maiden Pure Heart technique, which I obtained by chance years ago. You may cultivate this. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Jade Maiden Pure Heart technique? A high-quality manual? Su Li Wei exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment as she flipped through several pages. Warriors are categorized into 9 ranks, with those above the first rank being martial masters. The 9th rank is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The first 3 ranks are considered high quality. High-quality manuals are typically possessed only by first-rate factions in the martial world. The fact that Su Yuan casually presented one startled Su Li Wei. What was her husband's true background? Although curiosity filled her heart, she refrained from probing further as Su Yuan did not volunteer any information. The mere act of entrusting such a high-quality technique to her spoke volumes of the trust he placed in her, solidifying her belief that he regarded her as kin. In that moment, Su Li Wei felt a profound warmth. Being with Su Yuan was truly a blessing she had cultivated over 3 lifetimes. She resolved that, regardless of who Su Yuan truly was or the secrets he harbored, she would stand by him through thick and thin, unwavering in her devotion. Madam, study this diligently. I will call someone to prepare what you require for martial practice. Su Yuan gently patted Su Li Wei's delicate hand and rose to leave. Husband, wait, she called out. Su Yuan turned to see Su Li Wei, lips pressed together, standing from the bed and planting a firm kiss on his cheek, followed by a radiant smile. In the following period, Su Li Wei formally began her martial arts training, with Su Yuan idly instructing her. In his youth, he had practiced martial arts and possessed a fair understanding of it. He was quite skilled. Initially, Su Yuan had intended to make a name for himself in the martial world, roaming the lands with his sword, but upon discovering this was a realm of cultivation, he resolutely departed from the mundane and embarked on the path of immortality. Since then, his comprehension of martial arts had become simpler and more profound, making it effortless for him to guide Su Li Wei. Su Li Wei, possessing considerable aptitude, grasped concepts quickly and learned at an impressive pace. Within just a month, she had officially entered the realm of martial arts, achieving the 9th rank. Su Yuan believed that had Su Li Wei possessed a spiritual root, her accomplishments would rival his own. However, due to her martial training, Su Li Wei found her time increasingly constrained. Coupled with the exhausting nature of training, Su Yuan had scarcely any opportunity to indulge in affectionate moments with Su Li Wei over the past month, resulting in minimal cultivation gains for him. Though he felt anxious, there was little he could do. All he could manage was to regulate Su Li Wei's training schedule, encouraging her to carve out some time for him. Yet each time, Su Li Wei would require 3 days of recuperation before resuming her practice, as even enjoyable activities could be taxing over time. Fortunately, Su Yuan had an abundance of restorative medicinal meals and occasional magical nourishment. Otherwise, anyone else in her position would likely be worn down. The physique of cultivators is not something ordinary individuals can withstand. Yet, under this structured regimen, Su Li Wei appeared increasingly vibrant and alluring, growing more youthful and charming by the day. Husband, what if I stop practicing martial arts? Su Li Wei approached Su Yuan with this inquiry. What is wrong? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. I hardly have time to attend to you anymore. Su Li Wei confessed, feeling guilty. During their time together, she had come to understand Su Yuan's strong desires. And as a wife, she felt remorse for not being able to fulfill them. Su Yuan smiled as he caressed Su Li Wei's fair cheek, speaking gently. What are you saying? Just be obedient. Your husband does not blame you. This only deepened Su Li Wei's sense of guilt, prompting her to lift her head and suggest, Husband, why not find me a few sisters? They could help serve you. Although Su Li Wei was reluctant to share, she recognized that in this world, it was commonplace for men to have many wives and concubines. Unless one had an exceptionally deep bond, it was nearly unavoidable. Continuing the family line was one of life's most significant endeavors. She suspected Su Yuan's urgency stemmed from a desire for children, and her lack of progress in that regard weighed heavily on her conscience. Would you really be willing? Su Yuan asked, somewhat surprised. As a normal man, he had contemplated such matters. After all, it was evident that Su Li Wei alone could not fully satisfy him. In the past month, his cultivation had increased by less than 40 points. While this pace was relatively quick compared to his usual progress, he was not content. He could have achieved more. This was not the modern world where men having multiple wives was entirely normal. Su Yuan merely felt that Su Liwei was a wonderful person and, considering her feelings, had not broached the subject. Should he take a few concubines, he would no longer need to worry about the physical limitations of mortal women. Ideally, he would seek a fellow cultivator as a partner, eliminating such concerns altogether, but he was acutely aware that he currently lacked the qualifications for that. In the secular world, he could navigate with ease, but in the realm of cultivation, he had virtually nothing. No strength, no resources, no background. Who would notice him? It seemed only ordinary women would be willing to follow him. Of course, I don't wish to, but I don't want to hold you back from important matters and become a disgrace to the Su family. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, that is enough. Su Liwei understood well that a man of Su Yuan's caliber could never escape such realities. His consideration for her feelings brought her joy. As Su Yuan's wife, she knew she must be understanding. Seeing Su Liwei so well-behaved and understanding, Su Yuan felt a profound sense of relief and agreed to her wishes. The following day, Su Yuan summoned the matchmaker once more. "Young Master Su, is there something that displeases you?" The matchmaker, seated below, appeared somewhat anxious. With just over a month since Su Yuan's wedding, she could hardly fathom that he would request her services again. The only feasible explanation was that he may not be entirely satisfied with the current match. Were it anyone else, she would dismiss it with a few sharp words without a second thought. But Su Yuan was no ordinary individual. She had witnessed the grandeur of his wedding, where even the city lord personally extended congratulations and presented generous gifts. This clearly indicated that Su Yuan's background was anything but simple, beyond the reach of a mere matchmaker like herself. Should she provoke his ire, her safety might be at stake. At present, she could only smile sweetly, pondering how to appease him. "Serve the tea." Su Yuan observed the matchmaker sweating profusely and chuckled lightly. "You need not be on edge. I summoned you for an important matter. Please, young master, speak freely." "If you're dissatisfied with the marriage," the matchmaker hastily interjected. Before she could finish, Su Yuan interrupted. "Dissatisfied? Not at all. You have done splendidly with this marriage. Su Liwei is indeed remarkable, and I hold her in high regard." "Huh?" The matchmaker was momentarily taken aback. "Then why have you called me?" "Well, I wish for you to assist me in seeking a few more marriages. I intend to take a few concubines." Su Yuan stated plainly. "Taking concubines?" The matchmaker was stunned for quite some time. "It has only been a month since your wedding. Are you truly so quickly fatigued?" Being a perceptive person, the matchmaker recognized that this matter did not concern her, and she dared not inquire further. She nodded vigorously. "No problem at all, young master. Please, do share your requirements, and I shall ensure your satisfaction." After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan spoke. "My requirements are not many. The appearance must not be lacking. Preferably someone who has practiced martial arts. And most importantly, she must be of unblemished virtue. Other than that, I have no specific demands." With the acquisition of a unique advantage, Su Yuan had developed new expectations for his wives, desiring not only beauty but also capability to maximize his cultivation. Practiced martial artists evidently possessed greater endurance than average women. "Practicing martial arts?" The matchmaker furrowed her brows, her expression growing somewhat troubled. "Is it so difficult?" "Su Juan in Guit." With a nod, she replied, "Young master may not realize, but women capable of martial arts are exceedingly rare. Most families lack such conditions. Only the prominent families in the city can afford to nurture such talent. Moreover, their social standing is not low. They are often daughters of wealthy families. Even if they remain unmarried, they are typically bound by family arrangements and seldom seek marriage outside their clan. This requires you to personally propose, which I cannot assist you with. In this world, marriage still adhered to the principle of matching social standings. Most unions were arranged between families, and romantic tales of a noble girl and a poor scholar were seldom seen." Su Yuan furrowed his brow, surprised that martial arts practitioners were such a rarity. This posed a significant challenge. Should he reveal his identity as a cultivator? He found himself in a dilemma. If he disclosed his status as a cultivator, he was certain that the difficulty of acquiring concubines would diminish considerably. These families would undoubtedly be eager to place their daughters in his bed. After all, cultivators were exceedingly rare. If fortune smiled upon them and a child with spiritual roots were born, their families would bask in glory, potentially leading to centuries of prosperity. This prospect held immense allure for any family. Despite the existence of unspoken rules within the cultivation community that forbade practitioners from interfering in worldly affairs or directly harming mortals. Having a cultivator as a backing would undoubtedly elevate a family's reputation, rendering them untouchable. In the secular world, such families were not uncommon. Many noble clans had risen in this manner, and several cultivation families had transitioned from the secular world. However, revealing his identity as a cultivator would also attract unnecessary attention. For years, Su Yuan had operated discreetly within the cultivation realm, preferring to avoid scrutiny, which had helped him survive in the harsh world of cultivation. Nonetheless, this was not the cultivation world. No one could threaten his safety here. Compared to the tangible risks of exposure, this was a minor concern, well within his capacity to endure. While there were other cultivators in the secular world, most who ventured here were akin to him, disheartened and lacking in talent, posing little threat. Furthermore, with no direct conflicts of interest, there was no need for concern. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Su Yuan resolved to no longer conceal his identity as a cultivator. His previous reluctance stemmed from a desire to maintain an equal relationship with his wife. However, now, in pursuit of strength and longevity, he could no longer afford such considerations. As for the rest, he would let fate take its course. Having reached this conclusion, Su Yuan stated, "I am well aware of this. Therefore, you shall represent me in proposing to the families of unmarried martial arts practitioners. Do not worry about the bride price. I am willing to offer double the standard amount." Although taking concubines was intended to enhance his cultivation, he did not wish to shortchange any woman willing to accompany him. Material wealth held little significance for him. "Ah, young master, I fear they may not agree." The matchmaker was taken aback. From Su Yuan's words, it was evident he sought more than one concubine. If so, the difficulty exceeded her expectations. Not to mention double the bride price. Even triple might not suffice. These martial arts practitioners were the daughters of esteemed families, excelling in both literary and martial arts, and truly embodying the essence of cultured young ladies. How could they willingly accept a position as concubines? Moreover, the prominent families were often embroiled in open and covert conflicts, and some even harbored enmities. Convincing them to share a husband was a formidable challenge. "Go ahead, they will agree. Once the matter is settled, your reward will be substantial," Su Yuan reassured her. Upon arriving at Futile City, he had already anticipated that various families would investigate him in secret. However, at that time, he had no intention of engaging with these matters, nor did he allow them to uncover anything significant. Now, he merely needed to release a hint, and those families would naturally discover his identity as a cultivator. He was confident that any rational individual would not reject his proposal once they learned this information. Seeing Su Yuan's unwavering confidence, the matchmaker began to feel uncertain. Perhaps his background was even more formidable than she had imagined. Gritting her teeth, she nodded very well. "I shall go on behalf of the young master." Futile City, located in the southwestern part of Zhenan Prefecture within the 13 prefectures of the Yu Kingdom, is a somewhat obscure locale. In the entirety of the Yu Kingdom, it remains inconspicuous. Even though it borders the cultivation realm, few cultivators choose to settle here. Most who descend to the secular world abandon their paths to immortality, seeking to indulge in the delights of life, gravitating towards more prosperous areas. Individuals like Su Yuan, who adapt contentedly to their surroundings, are indeed rare. As the prominent families learned about Su Yuan's potential identity as an immortal cultivator, they were all deeply moved. Many felt fortunate that they had not neglected to attend Su Yuan's grand wedding celebration, for otherwise, it would have left an unfavorable impression on him. Consequently, the families decided to present lavish gifts and personally visit this celestial being. At that moment, the matchmaker arrived at each family to present Su Yuan's betrothal gifts. Upon learning that this was Su Yuan's intention, the heads of the families were overjoyed, unconcerned about the fact that Su Yuan was seeking to take a concubine. They immediately acquiesced without hesitation. They were indifferent to whether it was a concubine or a wife, as simply being chosen by Su Yuan was a blessing beyond measure, and they dared not wish for more. They had been troubled about how to ingratiate themselves with Su Yuan, and his proposal was precisely what they desired, an opportunity presented on a silver platter. In fact, they even contemplated marrying off all their unmarried daughters to Su Yuan, fearing only that he might decline. With the blessings of their ancestors, They felt immensely fortunate that their daughters could attract the favor of an immortal. The heads of the families wept tears of joy in the ancestral hall. If their daughters could form a connection with an immortal, their family status would surely rise, and they might even alter the power dynamics of Futile City, becoming its rulers. This was a foreseeable outcome, and they had no doubt about it. The matchmaker, astonished by the smooth progression of events and the enthusiastic reactions of the family heads, felt as if her eyes were about to pop out in disbelief. However, upon realizing Su Yuan's identity as an immortal, she suddenly understood, her breath quickening. So, young Master Su is indeed an immortal. No wonder. I have actually met an immortal and even conversed with one. The matchmaker was overwhelmed with excitement, already imagining how she could proudly declare that she had facilitated a marriage proposal for an immortal. This was an honor beyond compare, and not just one proposal, but a total of 7. Futile City was home to 5 prominent families, each with a marriage arrangement. The Feng family even had twins. Su Yuan, unfazed by the news, selected the nearest auspicious date for the wedding and would marry 6 brides at once. Have you heard? Young Master Su is taking concubines. Young Master Su? The one who married Su Liwei? Yes, who else could it be? How soon he is taking concubines again? It is truly enviable. Ugh, what a fickle man. I truly feel sorry for Miss Su. This Su fellow clearly does not know how to cherish her. Hush, are you mad? How dare you say such things? Do you wish to court disaster? Do you know who young Master Su is? What is there to fear in speaking the truth? I do not care who he is. If he wrongs Miss Su, I will look down upon him. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Do you understand why even the 5 major families and the city lord must show him respect during his wedding? Do you know who young Master Su's concubine is going to be? Who? Ha! It is no secret. She is the daughter of the Feng family, Feng Lingqing. What? Feng Lingqing? The third beauty of Futile City? Didn't the Feng family consider her a treasure and seek a husband for her? How could she possibly become a concubine? Why? You do not know, do you? Young Master Su is an immortal. Forget Feng Lingqing. There are also the daughters of the Duan, Qin, and Xiao families, as well as the twins from the Feng family. An immortal? Is that true? Do not frighten me. Of course it is true. My cousin's uncle's son's wife's brother is a guard at the Feng family, and the news is quite reliable. It is said that the head of the Feng family laughed nonstop all day. Hey, where are you running off to? Within 2 months, when everyone learned of Su Yuan's intention to take concubines, it unsurprisingly caused a stir in Futile City. Initially, some people were puzzled that the daughters from the 5 major families would willingly become concubines, speculating about Su Yuan's background. However, the news of Su Yuan being an immortal spread swiftly, and understanding dawned upon them. Almost everyone knew that Futile City had gained an immortal. The entire city was abuzz, with throngs gathering at the Su family's doorstep to pay their respects. The presence of an immortal was a momentous boon for everyone in Futile City. Many knelt before the door, requesting to be taught. Those who originally served as guards and maids in Su Yuan's household could hardly believe their fortune upon discovering that their master was an immortal. They felt honored and walked with newfound pride, as if serving in Su Yuan's household was an immensely commendable accomplishment. Days later, the day of the grand wedding arrived. Early in the morning, the entire Futile City was alive with festivity. Drums and gongs echoed throughout the city, firecrackers exploded in unison, and dragon dances filled the streets. Such a spectacle was truly unprecedented. Almost all the citizens rallied together spontaneously to celebrate Su Yuan, with the threshold of the estate nearly worn down from the influx of visitors. Nonetheless, Su Yuan, as before, prepared 100 tables, which still proved insufficient. The vast majority were left outside the doors, crowding the ancient streets surrounding the Su family home, creating a scene of congestion. Inside the bridal chamber, Su Liwei was arranging Su Yuan's hair and attire, gazing at his handsome visage in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. My husband, you are an immortal. Why did you not tell me? She had learned of this revelation and was quite taken aback. No, I am not an immortal. I am your husband. Su Yuan grasped her delicate hand and smiled. What? If I had said from the beginning that I was an immortal, would you have refused to marry me? Su Liwei shook her head. Not at all. Regardless, you are now simply my husband, and I am your wife. There is no need to overthink it. No matter what the future holds, I will always treat you sincerely. Su Yuan spoke authentically. Is that true? Su Liwei's beautiful eyes blinked. You still do not believe me? Su Liwei pouted, yet you are still taking concubines. Wasn't it your permission? Su Yuan replied helplessly. Yes, but that does not conflict with anything. And I certainly did not agree to you taking 6. Su Liwei huffed, clearly displeased. Su Yuan chuckled. Are you feeling jealous? Not all. Su Liwei turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with Su Yuan. Rest assured, you are my first wife. I am not someone who seeks novelty nor treats people unequally. Su Yuan assured her as he held her hand. Young master, the time is drawing near. It is time to fetch the bride. Called a maid from outside. Su Yuan released Su Liwei and stood to leave. Su Liwei held on to him, carefully adjusting his attire. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. As long as you hold me in your heart, Liwei will be very happy. Fang Lingqing approached, bowing before the Immortal. Su Yuan, clad in his wedding attire, stepped out of the door and was quickly recognized. Everyone knelt in reverence, their voices resounding in admiration. They were astonished to discover that the Immortal appeared so young, seemingly no more than 20, with such striking features. Of course, he is an immortal. How could mere mortals compare? Many were seeing Su Yuan for the first time, and they were filled with awe. Some young women gazed at him with sparkling eyes, their hearts fluttering, envious of those who would form a union with Su Yuan. No need for excessive formalities. Su Yuan merely smiled faintly, mounted his horse, and led the wedding procession toward the various families. At the wedding banquet, the heads of various prominent families once again encountered Su Yuan. Compared to their first meeting, their demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, now radiating respect and deference. Even those among them who were direct elders of the bride displayed a degree of restraint and lowered their postures in Su Yuan's presence. It was evident to all that with the emergence of an immortal in Fu Shui Cheng, the true master of the city would no longer be the city lord's office, but Su Yuan himself. Everyone recognized that they must rely on Su Yuan's identity as an immortal to foster their own development. In addressing these individuals, Su Yuan did not deliberately elevate his own status. While not entirely on equal footing, he certainly did not exude the oppressive aura typically associated with immortals. This demeanor only served to deepen the respect many held for him. After the banquet, slightly inebriated, Su Yuan returned to the rear courtyard. 6 brides, 6 wedding chambers. For Su Yuan, this was not a difficult choice. Any selection would suffice. Yet he understood that his decision could potentially influence the dynamics of Fu Shui Cheng. Nevertheless, Su Yuan remained indifferent, unconcerned with the mundane struggles for power. Let those who wish to contend do so. It bore no relevance to him. He proceeded directly into the nearest wedding chamber. On the bed sat a woman clad in bridal attire. Much like Su Liwei, she appeared somewhat nervous, yet filled with anticipation. Upon hearing the door open, her heart sank. Su Yuan had chosen her. As he lifted her veil, she beheld his face and was momentarily taken aback. Coming from a prestigious family, she was well acquainted with the tales of immortals and had heard whispers of the cultivation world. She understood that those immortals who opted to return to the mundane world did so out of a desire for progeny, having lost hope for eternal life. Typically, such individuals were aged and weary, having reached the twilight of their years. Even cultivators would age and become frail, their youth slipping away. She had expected Su Yuan to resemble an elder with an ethereal presence, and thus felt a degree of reluctance regarding this marriage, compelled to comply with her family's wishes. To her surprise, however, Su Yuan was remarkably youthful, starkly contrasting her assumptions. Not only did he not appear old, but he was also extraordinarily handsome, leaving her astonished. Her heart raced, and any feelings of resistance vanished. "What is your name?" Su Yuan inquired, observing her delicate porcelain-like face. This woman was indeed striking, rivaling Su Liwei, each possessing their unique charm. If Su Liwei embodied the gentle allure of a sweet kitten, this woman exuded a more spirited elegance, her brows hinting at an innate vigor, showcasing a distinctive beauty that suggested she was not a woman accustomed to a life of seclusion. In Su Yuan's words, she was quite regal. Most notably, aside from her ample bosom, it was apparent that she had trained in martial arts. Under the scrutiny of his perceptive gaze, he could discern her vigorous vitality. She was brimming with energy. However, unlike many martial artists, her physique was not robust, but rather slender and supple, indicating that her training focused solely on inner strength. "I am Fang Lingqing. Pleased to meet you, my lord." Fang Lingqing's voice was not haughty, but rather soft and melodious, akin to a gentle breeze. "Oh, it is you," Su Yuan acknowledged with a nod. "My lord knows me?" Fong Ling-Qing responded, somewhat surprised. "I do not, but I saw your name during the matchmaking process," Su Yuan replied candidly. Fong Ling-Qing thought, wondering why she had not been his first choice. "Did she not measure up? I heard you practice martial arts?" Su Yuan inquired further. "Yes," she replied. "To what extent? I have recently entered the upper tier." "Upper tier? It seems you possess considerable talent, achieving such cultivation at a young age." Su Yuan expressed his astonishment. The upper tier represented at least the third rank. At 16 or 17, attaining such a level in the mundane martial arts world qualified one as a master. "My lord flatters me. It is nothing noteworthy," Fong Ling-Qing demurred. In the eyes of others, this was indeed a point of pride for Fong Ling-Qing. However, when compared to an immortal, it was hardly comparable. Even the most ordinary of immortals surpassed such achievements. She had once witnessed an immortal during her travels. A second-rank martial artist had been effortlessly defeated by that immortal, meeting his demise in an instant. It was then she understood the true terror of immortals. "Coincidentally, I too have practiced martial arts and wish to gauge your proficiency," Su Yuan remarked. "Ah, here? How does my lord wish to test? What do you propose?" Su Yuan smiled slightly, extending his hand to summon a gust of wind that extinguished the candlelight. In the ensuing darkness, they engaged in a flurry of techniques. It must be said that despite Su Yuan's relatively brief foray into martial arts, his foundation as an immortal rendered Fong Ling-Qing no match for him. In a short span, he overwhelmed her, leaving her in disarray, begging for mercy. Yet, at this critical moment, Su Yuan showed no mercy, maintaining his relentless assault. Fong Ling-Qing, a martial arts prodigy, despite being thoroughly subdued by Su Yuan, exhibited remarkable tenacity, managing to withstand and retaliate for hundreds of rounds. This prowess was not something Su Liwei, who had just embarked on her martial journey, could compare to. However, this encounter deeply impressed Fong Ling-Qing, leading her to recognize Su Yuan's formidable abilities, and she began to harbor a newfound admiration for him. They sparred for an entire day and night, and, ultimately, Fong Ling-Qing could no longer endure, conceding defeat. Su Yuan, too, felt the weight of fatigue. Though the physique of an immortal was superior, he remained human and could tire. You engaged in a fierce battle with Fong Ling-Qing, gaining 24 cultivation points. "Oh, such a substantial increase?" Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Noticing the significant boost, he had gained a full 24 points. 12 hours of engagement yielded double the gains compared to his time with Su Liwei. Was this disparity due to Su Liwei's superior strength? Many differences existed between the two, and Su Yuan pondered whether the cultivation gained was influenced by their respective strengths, innate talent, or perhaps his own advancement in realm. However, he was uncertain. Nonetheless, the considerable increase in cultivation excited him. His efforts throughout the night had been worthwhile. If this pace continued, he would achieve another breakthrough in less than half a month. Yet, to discern the underlying patterns, he planned to test his theory with a few more of his wives. Even after a night of exertion, Su Yuan paid little heed to rest, quickly dressing and heading straight to the next bridal chamber. As dawn broke, the Su residence was devoid of the previous day's bustle, enveloped in a tranquil stillness. In a new chamber, Duan Wenxian had just awakened. Yet, at that moment, her mood was far from pleasant. Anyone in her position on their wedding day, having not been graced by the groom's presence, would inevitably feel a tinge of displeasure. She remained unaware of Su Yuan's choice the previous night. Regardless of whom he had visited, it felt like a humiliation to her. Born into one of the 5 great families of Fu Shui Cheng, she had always had a contentious relationship with the other noble daughters, unwilling to be outdone and lose face for her family. Yet, she had faltered in the competition last night, an outcome that her proud nature found utterly unacceptable. She considers herself equal to others in terms of appearance, physique, and both literary and martial skills. So why did Su Yuan choose someone else? It is not entirely fair to blame Su Yuan. After all, he is an immortal, a being of a status far beyond her own. The mere fact that he would take an interest in a mortal like her is already remarkable. She simply feels displeased about losing to others. As Duan Wenxuan brooded over her frustrations, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," she called out, expecting it to be a maid, her tone rather indifferent. Rising from her vanity, she began to arrange her attire. The door swung open, and Su Yuan entered. approaching her from behind. As Duan Wenxuan was preoccupied with her hair, she caught a glimpse of Su Yuan in his wedding attire through the mirror. Overwhelmed with surprise, she quickly stood up and greeted him. "This humble one, Wenxuan, meets my lord." She was astonished that Su Yuan had come to see her so early in the morning. Even more surprising was his striking handsomeness, which dissipated all her previous discontent. At the very least, having such a husband was already a source of great satisfaction for her. As a woman born into a prominent family, she had never imagined she could have a say in her marriage. Who she married was not a decision she could make. She had witnessed many young ladies of her standing compromising themselves to please influential figures, some of whom were old and unappealing. Marrying such individuals would be a torment, leading to a life of solitude until death. This was something no woman wished to accept. Su Yuan was not only an immortal, but also unique in his youth and charm, surpassing her expectations for a husband. Although he had many wives and concubines, this was something she could somewhat accept. After all, he was an immortal, incomparable even to the rulers of the mortal realm. If mortal kings could have 3,000 beauties in their harems, how much more so could an immortal? What she could do was to seek his favor as much as possible, ensuring she was not neglected. The fact that Su Yuan had come to see her so early in the morning suggested that he still cared for her. This thought lifted Duan Wenxuan's spirits significantly. As for his decision not to choose her the previous night, that was merely due to his lack of understanding of her. She was confident that once Su Yuan came to know her better, he would discern who was truly superior. Unaware of Duan Wenxuan's thoughts, Su Yuan helped her up with a smile, saying, "We are all family. There is no need for such formality. My lord, we cannot abandon propriety." Duan Wenxuan replied with a slight smile. Su Yuan chuckled softly, not contradicting her. After casually asking a few questions, he finally got to the point. "Huh, now?" Duan Wenxuan was taken aback by Su Yuan's words. Could it be that Fong Lingqing had not served him well last night? Realizing this possibility, Duan Wenxuan felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Perhaps this was her chance. While she may not become the primary wife, gaining Su Yuan's affection could potentially allow her to rise to the status of a favored wife. With that thought in mind, she took the initiative and kissed him. They continued until the sun was high in the sky, before finally stopping. As Su Yuan observed the prompt indicating his progress, he felt a slight confusion, but soon abandoned the thought of continuing and fell asleep. After all, he had plenty of time in the future and need not rush. He reminded himself not to exhaust his own foundation in the process, as that would be counterproductive. For the next while, Su Yuan immersed himself in this new routine, indulging in merriment day and night. Each day, he personally guided his wives and concubines, and their relationships gradually deepened. Fortunately, with so many concubines, he had ample time to rest. Otherwise, they would have struggled to keep up with the intensity of his training. However, Su Yuan himself began to feel somewhat fatigued under the rigorous instruction, though the results were undeniably impressive. With 2 points of cultivation per hour, 6 hours a day, combined with the double cultivation benefit, he amassed nearly 400 points of cultivation in just 1 month. At last, he found himself on the brink of a breakthrough. The speed of his progress was exhilarating, and he decided to push through. Reaching the 5th layer of Qi training in just 1 month was astonishing. Even though he had the potential to reach the mid-stage of Qi training, achieving such a feat would typically require at least 20 years of diligent practice. The fact that he accomplished it so swiftly would surely astound other cultivators. Cultivation is not a simple endeavor. It demands gradual progression, requiring immense time and effort. Historically, no one had achieved a breakthrough in just a month. The fastest recorded was 6 months for the early stages, and even then, it was exceptional. Su Yuan silently reminded himself that the strength of the Qi training stage was still too weak for self-defense. He needed to remain discreet and develop quietly. This world was perilous, and being in the Qi training stage rendered one as insignificant as an ant. With no background, should he attract unwanted attention, it could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, in the mortal realm, he required no external resources for cultivation and could develop in peace without drawing attention. After a month of experimentation, Su Yuan had discerned certain patterns regarding the acquisition of cultivation. It seemed closely tied to the strength of the opponent. Previously, as an ordinary person, Su Liwei had gained 1 point of cultivation per hour. In contrast, warriors like Fong Lingqing yielded 2 points per hour. However, regardless of their rank, They seemed limited to a maximum of 2 points. Su Yuan theorized that this might be a restriction of martial arts. If he were to cultivate with someone of the same realm, the gains might be even more substantial. However, this remained unproven, as finding a cultivator to marry was no small feat even now. As he reached the 5th layer of Qi training, the challenge remained. Of course, if Su Yuan sought out those who had reached their limits and returned to the mortal realm, it might be easier. Yet, those women were often past their prime, making it unreasonable to expect him to marry them. At that moment, Su Liwei entered Su Yuan's room. "Liwei, what is it?" Su Yuan greeted her with a gentle smile. Over the past month, Su Liwei had also been diligently training and had made significant progress. However, due to her late start in martial arts, she was still lagging behind in speed. At present, I have only just attained the 8th rank, and this is under the considerable nourishment provided by numerous medicinal dishes. Without these elixirs and the profound techniques imparted by Su Yuan, achieving such progress would be akin to dreaming the impossible dream. "My dear, you must take care of your health. I have heard that you have been away from Li Wei for an entire month." These words should not be spoken, yet they stem from my concern for you. Su Liwei hesitated, her face a canvas of worry interspersed with subtle hints of reproach. Although Su Yuan is an immortal, such relentless pursuits will eventually lead to his own ruin, a fate she fervently wishes to avert. "I understand," Su Yuan nodded, recognizing Su Liwei's genuine concern and feeling no anger. Indeed, after a month of such exertion, he felt a degree of fatigue and was contemplating a period of restraint. The physical exhaustion was secondary. The more pressing concern was the weariness of the mind and spirit. Day after day, he had grown somewhat numb. If this continued, he feared he might become indifferent to the very pursuits he once cherished, a terrifying prospect. Although his efforts were for the sake of cultivation, Su Yuan was acutely aware that he must not sacrifice his lifelong prospects for fleeting gains. "It seems I must seek a dual cultivation technique," he mused silently. The essence of a cultivator's yuan yang is of paramount importance. Without such a technique, one risks the leakage of yuan yang and a depletion of vital energy. Vitality is the foundation of all. A dual cultivation method not only prevents external leakage, but also nourishes the self, benefiting both parties involved. However, such techniques are notoriously difficult to procure. Mundane methods are of no use to him, while cultivation techniques within the realm of immortality are exceedingly rare, let alone the even scarcer dual cultivation practices. Yet, regardless of the challenges, one must endeavor to seek, for it is unreasonable to expect opportunities to simply fall from the heavens. "Li Wei, I must step out for a while. During my absence, I entrust the household to you," Su Yuan gently stated after an intimate moment. Su Liwei, his first wife, was someone he trusted deeply. He felt assured leaving matters in her hands. The other concubines were also well aware of Su Yuan's sentiments toward Su Liwei and treated her with great respect. "My dear, where are you headed?" Su Liwei inquired, concern etched in her features. "I am going to the realm of immortals," Su Yuan replied. Su Liwei was taken aback, but refrained from pressing further, nodding in agreement. "Please take care and rest assured about the household affairs." The following morning, Su Yuan departed from Fu Shui City, heading directly towards Tian Yuan Mountain. His status as an immortal ensured that the Su family would be well looked after in Fu Shui City, allowing him to leave without worry. After several days of travel, the Tian Yuan mountain range gradually came into view. Observing the familiar surroundings, Su Yuan felt a surge of nostalgia. After more than 2 months, his return to the realm of immortals had transformed his outlook from despair to one filled with hope. Disembarking from the carriage, Su Yuan did not venture into the marketplace but sought out Guizhan instead. He had not planned to directly acquire a dual cultivation technique, especially since he currently possessed no spirit stones. Even if fortune smiled upon him, he would lack the means to purchase one. For now, he simply wished to ask Guizhan to keep an eye out for any leads on such techniques. As he entered the Tian Yuan mountain range, he encountered numerous wandering cultivators along the way, many of whom he recognized. After all, the Tian Yuan mountain range was not vast. All cultivators trained here, crossing paths frequently. Upon seeing Su Yuan again, some nearly failed to recognize him, needing a moment to recall who he was. "Su Yuan, is that you? What brings you back?" Someone remarked in surprise, for they all believed he had forsaken the path of immortality to return to the mundane world. His return to the realm of immortals was indeed unexpected. "I have come to visit old friends," Su Yuan replied casually, not wishing to engage in lengthy conversation. and made his way directly to Guozhen's secluded cave. Once Su Yuan had moved on, the group began to discuss among themselves. Su Yuan is intriguing, still maintaining that nonchalant facade. One might think he is some reclusive sage, one laughed. Why concern ourselves with him? From this point forward, we're no longer of the same ilk. Did you not notice how I avoided him? Another scoffed. Indeed, a waste of time. Yet, he seems somewhat different from before, one remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed Su Yuan's retreating figure with curiosity. What has changed? Another asked. I just used a clarity technique and found I could not penetrate Su Yuan's cultivation. What of it? Came a dismissive reply. Are you feigning ignorance or simply foolish? My clarity technique failing to discern his cultivation implies two possibilities. Either his cultivation surpasses mine, or he has mastered a concealment technique. If Su Yuan has returned to the mundane world, how could he still practice concealment? Besides, he never possessed such a technique before, so he must have broken through. He has now reached the 4th level of Qi training. What? Su Yuan has broken through to the 4th level of Qi training? Many faces displayed shock, disbelief evident in their expressions. It was already remarkable that he had not regressed after returning to the mundane world. How could he have possibly advanced? It is quite possible. Did you perhaps misjudge? Indeed, how could Su Yuan advance to the 4th level? Was his claim of returning to the mundane world merely a ruse? Perhaps he encountered some fortuitous event? It is plausible. No wonder he vanished for 2 months and then returned. This lad has truly exceptional luck. Yet regardless of the circumstances, he now stands at the 4th level of Qi training, a status beyond our reckoning. It would be prudent to treat him with due respect. At that moment, Su Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the discussions taking place in his absence. He now stood before Guozhen's cave, but it appeared that Guozhen was not present. Su Yuan could only patiently wait at the entrance, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation. Su Daoyu, are you seeking Daoyu? Suddenly, he heard someone calling out to him. Opening his eyes, he beheld a female cultivator clad in a flowing white silk gown, her figure graceful, her features exquisite, and her demeanor ethereal. Though she appeared youthful, Su Yuan recognized that she, like him, had surpassed 50 years of age. He recognized her as Ning Ku, often referred to as Fairy Ning by fellow cultivators. Her talent among the wandering cultivators was commendable. It was said she once aspired to join the Qing Yun Xianzong, but was regrettably eliminated during the final assessment. Now she had reached the 4th level of Qi training and was striving for the 5th, a remarkable achievement among the many wandering cultivators in the Tianyuan mountain area. Ning Ku possessed a commendable disposition, characterized by warmth and a lack of enmity, making her quite well known and admired, though her heart was not swayed by such admiration, as she had never accepted any suitors. Saidi, Ning. Su Yuan greeted with a nod and a gentle smile, appearing amiable and harmless. Guodao has gone to Yunli Marsh. He is unlikely to return in the near future, Ning Ku explained. Yunli Marsh is a haven for demonic beasts, where many cultivators venture to slay these creatures for their demon cores, exchanging them for spirit stones to meet their daily needs. However, the area is fraught with dangers. Shrouded in poisonous mists, Su Yuan himself had ventured there several times in pursuit of the spirit stones necessary for his breakthroughs. Thank you, Fairy, Su Yuan said, bowing in gratitude. Just as he turned to leave, Ning Ku spoke again. Have you broken through to the 4th level? Amidst the sound, there lies an element of surprise. She and Su Yuan are not particularly acquainted, seldom having the opportunity for solitary conversation. Yet, she is aware of Su Yuan's return to the mundane world. Today, it was only upon discovering that Su Yuan's strength had undergone a breakthrough that she took the initiative to speak. It was merely a stroke of luck that led to this advancement. Su Yuan felt a slight heaviness in his heart, sensing a tinge of helplessness. He had not practiced the technique of concealing his presence, making him too easily discernible. Silently, he summoned his spiritual energy, preparing himself for any unforeseen developments. When he departed, he had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and within a mere 2 months, he had ascended to the 4th level. This would undoubtedly arouse suspicion in anyone's eyes. They might think he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Those with greedy intentions might even resort to violence. He was uncertain whether Ning Ku was such a person. Nevertheless, he knew he could not afford to let his guard down. One should never assume that beauty and femininity equate to goodness. At times, women can be far more formidable than men. After years of navigating the trials and tribulations of the cultivation realm, Su Yuan understood this all too well. Fortunately, he had now attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. And despite being a novice in spellcasting, he felt confident in his ability to prevail against Ning Ke. Not only was Ning Ke present, but the strongest among the loose cultivators in the Tianyuan mountain range were also limited to the 5th level. In a one-on-one confrontation, Su Yuan held a considerable advantage. Were it not for this confidence, he would never have dared to come here and draw attention to himself. Congratulations, Dao friend Su. Ning Ke smiled gently, her beauty radiant as a blooming flower. I have heard rumors from the outside world that you have returned to the mundane realm. Indeed, I hear you have taken several beautiful wives. Su Yuan nodded, not concealing anything. There is no need for subterfuge. If one truly wished to know, they could easily inquire. What a delightful double blessing. Ning Ke remarked. Ah, merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. I once thought the path of immortality was beyond my reach. Yet upon returning to the mundane world, I found my previous obsessions dissipated, leading to a harmonious state of mind and an unexpected breakthrough. Su Yuan's explanation aimed to dispel any concerns others might have about him having encountered extraordinary fortune. He did not wish to attract undue attention. While he was not afraid, it would still pose a nuisance. Oh, is that so? Ning Ke's beautiful eyes blinked in astonishment. Is that even possible? She could not help but think of her own predicament. She had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 4th level of Qi refinement for quite some time, unable to break through. If what Su Yuan said were true, could she replicate his method? Ning Xianzi, I must take my leave now. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Su Yuan observed Ning Ke's skepticism and chose not to linger, intending to depart. Dao friend Su, wait a moment. Su Yuan turned back, confusion evident in his gaze. What further instructions do you have, Ning Xianzi? Have you perhaps developed feelings for the mundane? If that were the case, he would not mind adding another immortal as a wife. Engaging with an immortal might yield even greater cultivation benefits. Ning Ke, unaware of Su Yuan's thoughts, inquired, Are you returning to the mundane world? Su Yuan note that. Indeed, what else would I do? Ning Ke pondered for a moment and said, You have already broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, entering the mid-stage of Qi refinement, with the path to immortality reopening. Why would you do such a thing? Returning to the mundane world is seen as a form of self-degradation among cultivators. Ning Ke felt that Su Yuan's strength was comparable to her own and sensed that he possessed significant potential. Thus, it would be a pity to squander it. The future is uncertain, and I have come to terms with it. Rather than living in constant fear within the cultivation realm, I would prefer to enjoy the present. Having achieved the 4th level, I am already content. I dare not seek more. Su Yuan feigned a sigh. Besides, Ning Xianzi, you know well that the resources required to break through to the 5th level are beyond the means of us loose cultivators. I have no desire to return to the days of conflict. This was indeed a truthful statement. Without a fortuitous encounter, even if he were to return to the cultivation realm, his situation would remain unchanged. Very well, Ning Ke conceded. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and added, By the way, Dao friend Su, are you not of the wood attribute? I have a method that can yield a considerable amount of spirit stones. Would you care to give a try? Upon hearing about spirit stones, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Although he could currently enhance his cultivation through his fortuitous encounter, he still found himself in dire need of spirit stones. In the cultivation realm, spirit stones are the universal currency. Whether for purchasing techniques, spells, artifacts, or charms, or for future preparations to win over an immortal, spirit stones are indispensable. Without spirit stones, even if he encountered dual cultivation techniques, he could only watch helplessly. While seizing resources was common in the cultivation realm, the risks were simply too great for Su Yuan to consider. Not long ago, while I was out training, I stumbled upon a fragment of an alchemical manuscript. It contains methods for alchemy, but unfortunately, I must focus on my cultivation and cannot afford to be distracted by alchemy. How about we collaborate? I will provide you with a manuscript, and you can practice, then sell the elixirs? Ning Ke seemed to be treating him as a mere tool. Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Of course not. Ning Ke blushed slightly. I would not take advantage of you. We can share the material costs for the alchemy, and after selling the elixirs, we can divide the profits after your labor fee. How does that sound? Collaboration? At first glance, Ning Ke's proposal seemed reasonable, appearing quite equitable. She offered both the alchemical manuscript and the material costs, along with a profit share. It did not seem like an unfair arrangement. Yet, Su Yuan felt as though he would be expected to do all the work, resembling more of a laborer. Nevertheless, the alchemical manuscript indeed tempted him. Alchemy ranks highly among the myriad arts of cultivation, standing alongside talismans and formations. Attaining the status of an alchemist would elevate one's standing far above that of ordinary cultivators. It is akin to how certain physicians in the mundane world are revered wherever they go, offending none. However, alchemy is exceedingly rare, and how many ordinary loose cultivators have the opportunity to engage with it? Elixirs are essential for any cultivator. Those who can afford to buy elixirs are typically affluent cultivators. Given that elixirs are consumables, their prices, while lower than that of artifacts or formations, are sold in substantial quantities, yielding significant profits. The speed of acquiring spirit stones through this method far surpasses the time taken by loose cultivators to hunt demonic beasts or gather medicinal herbs. More importantly, it is much safer. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. After pondering for a while, Su Yuan finally spoke. Ning Xianzi, what prompted you to seek me out? Although he was intrigued, he felt compelled to remain vigilant against potential deception. You are indeed as cautious as the rumors suggest, Ning Ku chuckled. To be honest, I hadn't intended to seek you out, but upon seeing that you have broken through to the 4th level of alchemy, coupled with your wood attribute, and given your expressed desire to return to the mundane world, it is evident that you are not overly concerned with the path of immortality and are no longer deeply engrossed in cultivation. You have ample time, so tell me. If I do not seek you out, who else should I turn to? Moreover, I find you quite agreeable. You are cautious and timid, keeping many secrets to yourself, preventing unnecessary complications. Additionally, you are loyal and trustworthy, making collaboration with you most advantageous. After hearing Ning Ku's explanation, Su Yuan conceded that her reasoning was indeed valid. While the art of alchemy was promising, there were few who truly wished to dedicate their time to the myriad arts of cultivation. Every individual's lifespan is inherently limited, and the pursuit of immortality is an endeavor that demands considerable time. To squander such precious moments on trivial matters would render one almost devoid of the chance to reach the pinnacle of the Xian Dao in this lifetime. Apart from those who recognize the limits of their potential, who would willingly choose such a path. However, upon hearing Ning Ku express her fears of death, Su Yuan could not help but curl his lip in disdain. While her words rang true, being labeled as cowardly by a woman felt somewhat disconcerting and lacked courtesy. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan inquired, "How shall we divide the spoils?" "Very well, I shall provide the alchemical remnants, and we will each bear half the material costs. Should the concoction fail, the losses will be shared equally as well. As for the sale of the elixirs, you shall receive 60% while I take 40%, with the remaining 10% considered your labor fee. How does that sound?" Ning Ku appeared to have anticipated this discussion. 60-40? Su Yuan Wen, realizing that while he might profit in the short term, over a longer duration, once the earnings surpassed the value of the alchemical remnants, it would be Ning Ku who would reap the rewards effortlessly. Yet, without her presenting this opportunity, he might not earn even a single spirit stone. Agreed. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Yuan acquiesced, deeming it unnecessary to get entangled in such minutiae. Ultimately, once he secured Ning Ku's allegiance, everything would belong to him. Why split things so meticulously? It is settled then. Seeing Su Yuan's prompt agreement, Ning Ku's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. This was smoother than she had anticipated. It is settled. This is not a place for idle chatter. Follow me. With that, Ning Ku led the way deeper into the mountain range. Su Yuan also summoned his magical energy, channeling it into his legs, allowing him to move with remarkable agility, closely following her. Isn't that Ning Xianzi? Why is she with Su Yuan? How peculiar, what is going on? Wait, it seems Su Yuan has broken through. Many scattered cultivators who encountered the duo along the way expressed their astonishment and engaged in lively discussions. Several of them sensed the aura of Su Yuan's newfound strength, which only heightened their surprise. Ning Ku, however, paid little heed to their speculations. Before long, the two arrived at a sword peak within the mountain range, where a modest villa nestled halfway up the slope served as Ning Ku's residence. Unlike most cultivators who might dig a cave into the mountainside for seclusion, as a female practitioner, Ning Ku had opted for a more refined approach by establishing a villa, though small and seemingly austere. Surrounded by overgrown weeds and adorned with climbing vines, the decor within was simple, lacking even decent furniture. Dust and cobwebs covered many corners, suggesting it had been a long time since it had been maintained. I have been out honing my skills for a while, Ningku explained somewhat awkwardly. Su Yuan was not particularly concerned, understanding that a cultivator's primary duty is to focus on their practice. There's little time to fuss over appearances, especially for scattered practitioners. Pursuing a refined lifestyle is a luxury. Having a villa at all was already commendable. Ningku extended her hand, channeling her water-based magic to dissipate the dust on the cushions in the main hall. Please, Su Dao, you take a seat. Once Su Yuan was settled, she produced a somewhat yellowed tome and handed it to him. Please have a look. Su Yuan accepted it and casually flipped through a few pages. The book, though aged, was made of material far superior to ordinary paper, allowing it to endure the ravages of time. The text, while slightly faded, was still legible, though the latter half was missing. After perusing it, he carefully set it aside and said, Ning Xianzi, I shall return now. Once I thoroughly study it, I will come to find you. Return already? Ningku furrowed her brow. Of course, I have a beloved wife at home. I cannot keep her waiting. Su Yuan replied with a smile. And what if you decide to flee? How could you perceive me that way, Ning Xianzi? Su Yuan retorted. One must always guard against treachery. Who can truly be certain? Ning repliet non comitali. Since you harbor such distrust, I shall take my leave. Su Yuan returned the alchemical tome to Ningku. Understanding the art of alchemy is not something that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. I cannot linger here for too long, lest I incur a detrimental loss in cultivation. While alchemy is indeed valuable, one's cultivation remains paramount. If need be, he could always take on a few more mortal wives, which would merely consume additional time. However, if given the choice, he certainly desired to master this alchemical art. Earlier, in a fleeting glance, he noticed this tome contained numerous formulas he required, such as Longhu Dan, Buyuan Dan, and Juyan Dan, among others. Ningku did not accept the tome, pouting slightly. You have already perused it. Do you wish to backtrack? What would you have me do, Ning Xianzi? Su Yuan responded helplessly. Very well, you may depart for now, but I must warn you, do not deceive me. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I shall not let you escape. Ningku's gaze held a hint of menace as she cautioned him. Su Yuan was unperturbed by her threat and chuckled. A gentleman's word is his bond. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I assure you I will uphold my commitment. Rest easy, Ning Xianzi. I shall take my leave. With that, Su Yuan did not linger, retracing his steps and departing the Tian Yuan mountain range. Observing Su Yuan's retreating figure, Ningku's frown deepened. This man returns merely to reunite with his beloved wife. He seeks not the path of immortality, but rather indulges in base desires. How utterly superficial. After leaving the Tian Yuan mountain range, Su Yuan made his way directly to Fushui City. He initially intended to ask Ningku to keep an ear out for information regarding dual cultivation techniques. However, upon reflection, considering she was a female practitioner, he decided against it, fearing it might tarnish his image. Nonetheless, while he may not have secured the dual cultivation method, he did acquire the art of alchemy, which rendered the journey worthwhile. With the art of alchemy in hand, the difficulty of acquiring spirit stones would diminish significantly. In the future, whether it be for purchasing techniques, spells, or magical artifacts, he would no longer need to worry. In the realm of cultivation, mere power is insufficient. Spells, artifacts, and talismans significantly enhance one's combat capabilities. Although Su Yuan could elevate his cultivation, lacking these tools would place him at a disadvantage during battles. There are times when one may possess a higher realm yet, without spells, artifacts, or various means, face defeat. Such defeat could very well spell death. Thus, these tools remain of utmost importance. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan took advantage of the journey to delve into the alchemical tome. The book began with a discussion on the origins of alchemy and its evolution, as well as the sect and lineage of its author. The author, a fifth-tier alchemist, hailed from a sect known as Dan Xiaoshan in a realm of cultivation. The vastness of the cultivation world is unfathomable, with numerous dynasties and nations. Su Yuan had never heard of this particular name, but the author's self-aggrandizing claims were rather impressive. This alchemical technique was a closely guarded secret of Dan Xiaoshan, a genuine discipline of alchemy known as Danxia Liandan Shu. Compared to some rudimentary alchemical methods, its success rate is significantly higher, yielding superior quality elixirs with minimal impurities. According to the records, It was precisely this quality that attracted the envy of others, leading to the sect's downfall. In their final moments, the author penned this treatise on alchemy, desperate to prevent the technique from becoming lost to time. They hoped that a worthy individual would master it and one day restore the glory of Dan Shan and exact vengeance. Vengeance, you say? Su Yuan chuckled at this point. The cultivation path emphasizes karma. If one accepts the cause, one must also bear the consequence. Unless one refrains from studying the art of alchemy, one can avoid this cause. Yet, that is evidently an impossibility. As for vengeance, Su Yuan certainly has the capacity to seek it. However, the timing of such retribution is a matter to be considered later. Once his strength is sufficient, avenging a grievance will be a trivial matter. With this resolution, Su Yuan continued to delve into the text, which, after an introductory section, finally transitioned into the core subject, meticulously explaining the intricacies of alchemy. The principles of alchemy, the techniques involved, the mastery of fire, the selection of materials, and a plethora of complex knowledge were all thoroughly documented, spanning several dozen pages. However, Su Yuan found himself somewhat perplexed. Or rather, he comprehended the content, but failed to grasp the deeper mysteries within. This was to be expected, if one could master such an art with a single reading. The practice of alchemy would not possess its remarkable allure. Su Yuan's innate understanding was not particularly high. He had spent years studying the cultivation methods before finally embarking on the path of immortality, let alone this more intricate Danxia alchemy. Nonetheless, Su Yuan remained unhurried. He had ample time at his disposal. With no need for arduous practice at present, his time was even more abundant. If he failed to grasp the material on the first attempt, he would simply review it multiple times, examining it with increasing attention, pondering the precise meanings encapsulated within the text. Lacking a mentor's guidance, this was his only recourse. As days turned into weeks, Su Yuan returned to Fushui City. Upon his safe arrival, Su Liwei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After nearly a month of his absence, their concern had been palpable. Observing the worried expressions of his wives and concubines stirred something within Su Yuan. He momentarily set aside thoughts of alchemy and led the women back to their quarters. A month had passed without any change in his cultivation. It was high time for an enhancement. Now that he possessed the art of alchemy, future dealings with cultivators were inevitable. Although being at the 5th level of qi refinement was commendable among loose cultivators, it was still insufficient, leaving Su Yuan with a sense of insecurity. The realm of immortality operates under the unchanging principle of the survival of the fittest. Only true strength is fundamental. For the next 2 months, Su Yuan did not venture outside. He dedicated himself to diligently enhancing his cultivation. However, he exercised moderation, avoiding the entrapment of ceaseless labor. While ensuring his own well-being, he sought to accumulate as much cultivation as possible. Upon noticing any decline, he would pause to recuperate for a while, simultaneously granting others a respite. Through relentless experimentation, he discovered that a fixed routine of 4 hours each day yielded optimal results. Everyone found this arrangement agreeable. Although he only accrued 8 points of cultivation daily, the cumulative effect was significant, and the pace was not slow. However, despite Su Yuan's diligent efforts, there was still no sign of pregnancy among his wives. He understood that the constitution of cultivators differed from that of mortals, making the birth of offspring a challenging endeavor, and he did not dwell on it. After all, he now aspired to longevity. The presence of descendants was of little consequence, reflecting a shift in his mindset from before. After 2 months, Su Yuan experienced yet another breakthrough, reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. This was a speed that Su Yuan of the past could scarcely have imagined. Entering the 6th level of qi refinement placed him among the strongest of the loose cultivators in the Tianyuan mountain range. Even within certain immortal sects, most outer disciples only attained this level of strength. Naturally, this assessment was based solely on cultivation, not combat prowess. Disciples of immortal sects were not to be underestimated. Their cultivation methods were more comprehensive than those of loose cultivators, and they possessed a wider array of spells. Many could procure spirit talismans, elixirs, and a select few even owned magical artifacts, enabling them to easily confront multiple loose cultivators and even engage in battles beyond their level. In addition to enhancing his cultivation, Su Yuan devoted the remainder of his time to the newly acquired art of alchemy. When time permitted, he also offered guidance to the women in their training. although Su Yuan regarded martial arts as less significant. In a world where cultivators were rarely seen, martial arts could serve as a means of self-defense, at the very least ensuring their safety. Under Su Yuan's instruction, the women made swift progress in their martial arts, deepening their admiration and reverence for him. Unbeknownst to them, what began as an arranged marriage had gradually evolved into an emotional connection. Without the entanglements of worldly interests and with Su Yuan's impartiality, the group coexisted harmoniously. They resembled a secluded couple of deities, evoking envy in many. During this period, numerous nearby sects and merchants visited Su Yuan, hoping to marry off their daughters to him. However, he respectfully declined all proposals. With 7 wives and concubines, 1 for each day, he found this arrangement sufficient. He could not accommodate more. He would only consider additional unions if his strength surpassed the foundation establishment stage, or if the other party were cultivator. Yu and Su Liwei have cultivated together, gaining 8 in cultivation and 10 in basic fire spell experience. Oh, basic fire spell experience? Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden prompt that appeared before him. It was the first time he had seen a notification related to spell experience since marrying several months ago. Moreover, it was spell experience. This could directly enhance the level of his spells. The higher the spell level, the greater its power when cast. For cultivators, spells are of utmost importance. Spells consume one's own mana to manifest incredible abilities in various unimaginable ways. Spell levels are generally categorized as beginner, proficient, minor achievement, mastery, major achievement, and perfection. The difficulty of advancement between each level is significant. Besides mastering the spell, one must also possess an understanding of its essence. Su Yuan had practiced 5 spells, yet all remained at the beginner stage. While this was partly due to his lack of time for further training, more so, it was because enhancing spells proved even more challenging than increasing cultivation. At this moment, however, the prospect of directly acquiring spell experience filled Su Yuan with rare excitement. Importantly, the experience gained was substantial and comparable to cultivation. It did not feel superficial. His mind was enriched with profound insights related to the training, akin to the results of his own rigorous practice, without any adverse effects. In a certain sense, this was more comprehensive than Su Yuan's solitary training. Su Yuan's profile revealed lifespan 51156, realm 6th level of Qi refinement, technique, Qinmu Changshin Gong level 6, spell, basic fire spell beginner, basic wood escape spell beginner, basic clarity spell beginner, skyward leaf spell beginner, illusionary flower spirit beginner. The experience was insufficient for an upgrade. However, it was significantly faster than my own research. Nevertheless, the experience required for enhancing basic spells was merely 100, while the skyward leaf spell, inherent to the Qingmu Changshin Gong, astonishingly required 500, indicating the complexity of this technique. Glancing at the interface, Su Yuan mused. The Qingmu Changshan Gong was a technique he had acquired serendipitously. Although it was incomplete, containing only the cultivation methods for the Qi refinement stage, its effectiveness was commendable. Not only did it cultivate mana with healing properties, but every ascension in realm also significantly extended one's lifespan. Su Yuan's current lifespan had reached 156 years. Compared to the past, there has been an enhancement of over 50 years. This lifespan surpasses that of the vast majority of Qi practitioners by a significant margin. Furthermore, the 2 techniques bestowed by this cultivation method during the Qi training phase are evidently far superior to these rudimentary spells. The experience required for these Qi techniques differs by a factor of 5, which speaks volumes. Is this experience with spells merely a random occurrence? Su Yuan found himself pondering this point. Recalling their previous relationship, aside from a closer bond, there seemed to be no other alterations. In terms of cultivation, Su Liwei remains at the 7th rank, still lacking compared to Feng Lingqing and others. Yet, this does not appear sufficient to meet the conditions for the emergence of spell experience. The most significant change seems to be his recent breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi training. Could it be that as my realm ascends, spell experience manifests in tandem? Su Yuan specut internally. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. The specifics would become clear with tomorrow's experiment. If others also experience the emergence of spell knowledge, it may indeed be attributed to the elevation of their realms. Su Yuan rose, donned his attire under Su Liwei's attentive care, and returned to his study to continue his reading on alchemy. Over the past 2 months, he had devoted each day to the study of alchemy, and he had begun to grasp the general methods involved. However, without the opportunity to experiment, he could not ascertain his understanding. He planned to familiarize himself thoroughly before seeking out Ningko. The following evening, Su Yuan arrived at the room of the Feng family twins. The twins were quite young, strikingly similar in appearance, making it nearly impossible to distinguish one from the other. The only notable differences lay in their voices and manner of speaking, with their personalities being distinctly different. One was lively and spirited, while the other was serene and gentle. "Ah, finally remembered us," Feng Qingyu remarked upon seeing Su Yuan, her lips curling slightly in dissatisfaction. Of course, initially, she would not have dared to speak to Su Yuan in such a manner. Su Yuan recalled the first time he met the two girls, when the younger one had been so frightened that she hid behind her sister, scarcely daring to breathe. However, after becoming familiar with him, she discovered that Su Yuan was not intimidating, and her true nature emerged. "Qingyu," scolded her elder sister, Feng Qingyun, frowning as she rose to pour a cup of tea for Su Yuan. She was a woman of great decorum, well-versed in propriety. "It's all your husband's fault." Su Yuan was not angered. Rather, he appreciated the candidness of Feng Qingyu. Engaging in scheming with others outside was already exhausting, and returning home to a joyful family was more than enough. "Brother Yuan, please tell me more about the world of cultivation." Feng Qingyu leaned closer, resting her chin on her hands, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. She was youthful and vivacious, filled with interest in the external world, especially the mysterious realm of cultivation. At first, she had eagerly insisted that Su Yuan teach her to cultivate. However, upon learning that she lacked spiritual roots, she had been disheartened for quite some time. Su Yuan took a sip of tea, smiled, and casually recounted a few anecdotes from his youth. During his idle moments, he would often spend time nurturing his relationship with his wives, which was quite pleasant. Without emotional release, happiness would dwindle. Over time, neglecting such bonds would only lead to self-inflicted wounds. "Brother Yuan, is it truly impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots?" Feng Qingyu inquired again, her heart longing as she listened to Su Yuan's tales. Ever since she learned that Su Yuan was a cultivator, that his lifespan exceeded that of ordinary people, she had felt an inexplicable sense of impending crisis. Each time, she would inevitably think of becoming a mere skeleton after a century. In that moment, she would be unable to remain by Su Yuan's side to continue hearing his stories, which left her feeling profoundly despondent. Su Yuan paused for a moment before responding. "Indeed. However, if you dedicate yourself to martial arts, there may still be a path to longevity." This was indeed a possibility, but Su Yuan understood that the difficulty was even greater than that of cultivation. Feng Qingyu possessed decent aptitude, yet achieving this would be nearly impossible. He simply did not wish to extinguish her hopes. After all, she was his woman. Although they were merely mortals and would inevitably face separation one day, this was a reality Su Yuan could not alter. What he could do was to treat them well during their time together, fulfilling his responsibilities to them. This would allow him to act with a clear conscience and benefit his future path in cultivation, preventing the growth of inner demons. "Really?" Feng Qingyu's eyes widened in surprise. In her view, Su Yuan was a celestial being, nearly omnipotent, and his words held great credence. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. "Yay!" Feng Qingyu exclaimed joyfully, dancing with excitement as she bounded towards Su Yuan and gave him a fervent kiss, resembling an exuberant child. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyun watched this scene with a smile, remaining silent. Su Yuan embraced Feng Qingyu and approached Feng Qingyun, wrapping her in his arms. With a gentle surge of energy, the candlelight extinguished. That night, they exchanged no further words. When Su Yuan opened his eyes again, dawn had already brightened the sky. The interface reappeared. "Your cultivation with Feng Qingyun and Feng Qingyu has resulted in cultivation experience of 10, with 20 points in basic fire spell experience. 10 additional points of experience." Su Yuan gazed at the interface in surprise, his heart elated. Previously, he had only garnered 10 points of experience with Su Liwei. Now, with the Feng sisters, he had amassed 30. Was it that the more individuals involved, the greater the bonus? This thought sprang to Su Yuan's mind. He would test this hypothesis tomorrow night. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Yuan focused once more on the interface. The experience for the basic fire spell had reached 94 points, just 6 points shy of leveling up. With the prospect of imminent advancement, Su Yuan felt a surge of impatience. He rose and made his way to the spacious backyard, commencing his training. Calming his mind and concentrating, Su Yuan focused his awareness as the incantation for the basic fire spell flashed through his mind. Instantly, the mana within his dantian was drawn forth, gathering at his fingertips, and a spark ignited, rapidly expanding into a red fireball the size of a dove's egg. The moment the fireball manifested, an intense heat swept through, causing the leaves surrounding the courtyard to wither and fall, igniting spontaneously in midair, the air warping from the unbearable heat. With increased proficiency, the efficiency and success rate of his spellcasting had improved. Su Yuan felt a thrill of joy within. Previously, when he cast this basic fire spell, he could not achieve instantaneous manifestation. It required considerable time for guidance. At times, if his focus wavered, he would even fail to cast it. Yet now, with his heightened experience, he could almost conjure the fire spell with just a thought. The disparity was strikingly evident. Of course, the primary reason was that the experience he had gained had not only enhanced his proficiency, but also provided him with valuable insights regarding the basic fire spell. For Su Yuan, these insights were of utmost importance. After all, on his path of cultivation, he had no mentor to guide him. He relied solely on his own research. These spells were exceedingly esoteric and challenging to comprehend, and it had taken him considerable time to decipher them. Achieving mastery was already a remarkable feat, however. Even if he were to forcibly master it, his comprehension of this rudimentary fire spell would still remain at a superficial level. At this moment, the insights gained from his experiences have significantly enriched Su Yuan's understanding of fire magic, greatly enhancing his grasp of this arcane art. Consequently, when he casts the spell now, both its power and speed have undergone substantial improvement, reaching heights unattainable through his solitary cultivation. Su Yuan chose not to unleash the fire spell, opting instead to contain it. The sheer might of the fire magic was so formidable that, should he release it, the small courtyard would likely be reduced to ruins. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. One truly needs a golden finger. After traversing decades, Su Yuan deeply understands the difficulties of cultivating immortality. This is entirely different from merely reading novels. He couldn't even attain the most basic trait of a transmigrator, photographic memory, let alone possess the exceptional talent to quickly comprehend ancient texts and grasp their meanings. Even with an understanding of the principles and the ability to cast the spell, he still made frequent mistakes during practice. Before his transmigration, he was an ordinary person, and after crossing over, it was absurd to think that he could excel among countless prodigies merely based on what he had read online. Yet now, with the golden finger, Su Yuan finally possesses that advantage. Without further contemplation, he resumed practicing the fire spell, ensuring he would not be flustered when facing adversaries in the future. Mistakes made in those moments could cost him his life. Su Liwei and the others also noticed the commotion in the courtyard, mistakenly believing something significant had occurred, and hurried out to investigate. Upon seeing Su Yuan, they did not approach him but stood at the gate, gazing at the fireball in his hand, their faces inevitably betraying astonishment. This was their first close encounter with a cultivator. As they sensed the terrifying energy contained within the fireball, they finally understood the vast disparity between mortals and immortals. However, rather than fear, their hearts swelled with pride. This was their husband. When Su Yuan had exhausted all his magical energy, he finally ceased his practice. "Husband, have some water." Su Liwei and the others approached him with concern and admiration. "You've worked hard." Su Yuan, perceptive as he was, had long since noticed that Su Liwei and the others had been keeping watch nearby, sitting on a stone bench. He smiled as he accepted the water, taking a sip before calling forth the panel. However, when he saw that the values for the fire spell had not changed at all, he was left in a state of bemusement. Nearly 2 hours of practice had yielded no experience points. It seemed that the enhancement of experience was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Thankfully, he now did not need to rely solely on arduous practice to achieve growth. Subsequently, Su Yuan refrained from further practice and spent time with the women in the back garden, enjoying flowers, feeding fish, playing the lute, singing, composing poetry, and painting, all in a leisurely manner, occasionally punctuated by the sound of their laughter. Su Yuan began to understand why so many emperors became enamored with their harem, neglecting their governance. This life was indeed delightful. Such a celestial existence was truly wonderful, provided it could continue indefinitely. Su Yuan knew that such days could not last forever, and the day of parting would eventually come. What he could do was to ensure that they lived a little longer. If given the opportunity, I could concoct a few elixirs to extend their lifespans, Su Yuan mused quietly. Though he was a cultivator, he remained fundamentally human, incapable of being devoid of emotions and desires. Moreover, they were his wives and concubines. Though mortals, in his eyes, they were no different from immortals, merely living shorter lives. A mortal may live for a century, while a cultivator could span hundreds or thousands of years. Without achieving immortality, they would all ultimately become bones. What difference is there between 100 years and 1,000? The notion that cultivators are free from worldly emotions is merely an excuse. Without experiencing the myriad aspects of life, how could one comprehend the truths of the Great Way? Those who seek to be desireless and unattached may find that living a mundane 100 years is far more vibrant than a stagnant, immortal existence. The immortality he sought was one of carefree joy, freedom, and unrestrained expression, unbound and at ease. That evening, after dinner, Su Yuan called upon the women. "Tonight, all of you come to my room." Upon hearing this, the women exchanged glances, noting the blush on each other's faces. Nevertheless, they obediently nodded in agreement. As the candlelight dimmed, another beautiful moonlit night awaited. The following day, when Su Yuan awoke, a notification appeared on the panel. "You have enjoyed intimate moments with your wives." Cultivation level increased by 20, fire spell experience increased by 40. Each had only increased by 10 points. This change dispelled Su Yuan's previous speculation. Clearly, the increase was not determined by the number of participants. Otherwise, the experience for the fire spell would have been much higher. However, the increase in cultivation experience was substantial, exceeding previous gains. Regrettably, it could not be sustained for long. If it wasn't the number of participants, then what was it? Su Yuan found himself at a loss regarding this pattern. There was no change in his cultivation level. It remained the same. The only difference was the increase in participants and perhaps a deeper emotional involvement, making the experience more exquisite. Was that the reason? Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, he recalled that the experiences with Feng Qingyu and her sister felt distinctly different from before. He strongly suspected that this was indeed the cause. After coming to this realization, Su Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Who could maintain the state of a groom every night? Without further thought, he turned his attention back to the fire spell. Beginner fire spell, 134100. He focused his intent on the number and gently tapped it. Instantly, the panel changed. Intermediate fire spell, 34500, with a rise of 16 levels. As the fire spell reached the proficient stage, a wealth of insights and details regarding the fire spell flooded Su Yuan's mind. If he were to cast it again now, the success rate would be nearly 100%. The potency of this fire spell was now incomparable to before, with its destructive power significantly amplified. Opponents of the same realm would find it impossible to counter unless they possessed equally formidable defensive spells. However, acquiring defensive spells is generally more challenging than offensive ones. Most Qi refinement stage cultivators lack the energy to practice multiple spells. Mastering even a single offensive spell to proficiency is already a remarkable feat. The vast majority of cultivators only manage to grasp defensive spells at a beginner level. This implies that as long as Su Yuan seizes the initiative in battle, unleashing the fire spell, his opponents would be utterly defenseless. Once they are injured, Su Yuan's chances of victory would increase dramatically. Of course, actual combat is far more complex than it appears. It often requires considerable psychological maneuvering. Yet, why had there been no experience gained in other spells? Su Yuan pondered this mystery. During this period, all the spell experience he had acquired was solely for the fire spell. He could understand the complexities of the flying leaves and the floral illusions, as they were relatively advanced. However, the absence of experience for other spells, such as the wood escape technique and the eye-clearing spell, left him perplexed. Nevertheless, Su Yuan knew that he could not control this and could only accept it as fate. As the prowess of the Huaozhi technique has risen, he is increasingly eager to enhance his Mudu technique. After all, Mudu is a divine art of escape. As long as there exists a place imbued with wood attributes, one can invoke it. It enables a swift retreat of 10 miles in the blink of an eye. Countless times, when Su Yuan found himself in peril, he relied on this technique to elude danger. It can be said that Su Yuan owes his life to the Mudu technique. Since then, he has come to regard such life-preserving skills with the utmost reverence. In his heart, he prioritizes these skills above offensive techniques. However, spells like Mudu are exceedingly rare. Even though it belongs to the realm of elementary spells, its scarcity surpasses that of many foundational period techniques. Some Xianmen may not even possess it. When Su Yuan initially acquired the Mudu technique, he faced numerous challenges, ultimately seizing this opportunity. Reflecting on those days, Su Yuan feels a deep sense of nostalgia. In his earlier days, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he treaded cautiously for decades, tirelessly striving to enhance his cultivation level. Comparatively, he finds himself in a vastly different situation now. Yet, this is merely the beginning of his journey. There remains a long road ahead. The grand and tumultuous realm of cultivation is but the tip of the iceberg he has encountered. Nevertheless, these decades spent in the lower echelons of cultivation have not only enriched Su Yuan's experience, but have also profoundly transformed his temperament. This change is, aside from his extraordinary abilities, the most invaluable treasure he possesses. Regaining his focus, Su Yuan returned to his study to continue his research on alchemy. Mastering this art would provide him with an additional means of support as he navigates the world of cultivation in the future. Over the ensuing days, Su Yuan dedicated his days to studying alchemy and his nights to gaining cultivation experience. After several days, he finally confirmed his hypothesis. The experience gained from spells correlates with a mutual enjoyment shared during intimate encounters. Enhancing this aspect relies heavily on the state of their relationship and their emotional condition. Fortunately, Su Yuan has not merely treated them as tools and has maintained moderation, yielding satisfactory results thus far. This revelation led Su Yuan to marvel at the remarkable efficacy of his extraordinary abilities. In addition, Su Yuan has made other gains over these days, acquiring experience in spells beyond the realm of fire techniques, specifically the Mingmu technique. Mingmu is also an auxiliary spell, primarily used to discern the abundance of spiritual energy, assess one's own state, and gauge the opponent's cultivation level. While it proves useful, its utility is somewhat limited, making it the least significant spell among those Su Yuan practices. Nevertheless, he does not disdain it, as even a little is better than nothing. Through tireless effort, Su Yuan has mastered the basics of the Mingmu technique. Now, he can see through cultivators of a lower realm than his own and even perceive those 3 minor levels above him. Cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement will find themselves utterly exposed before him, provided they have not practiced the concealment technique. Once someone has mastered concealment, the levels they can reveal will be greatly skewed. One can only see the realm they wish to display. Yet, the principle remains. Few in the Qi refinement stage can practice concealment. Either they lack intelligence or possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, who has time to cultivate such spells? With the mastery of the Mingmu technique, Su Yuan can now easily discern the strength of others, thus avoiding numerous troubles. Spotting a powerful opponent, he can keep his distance without issue. Apart from Mingmu, Su Yuan's progress in alchemy has also reached a significant milestone. He has perused the entire tome no less than 100 times, committing its contents to memory and developing his own understanding. What remains is merely practical application. However, Su Yuan does not rush to seek out Ningku. Instead, he lingers at home for a few more days. He wishes to observe whether the upgrade of Mingmu will signal the time for Mudu to follow suit. Indeed, as Su Yuan surmised, upon the advancement of the Mingmu technique, the spell experience that manifested was indeed Mudu. This brought immense joy to Su Yuan. If Mudu can surpass its current mastery, the time required to invoke this technique will be significantly reduced, and the distance of escape will extend to 50 miles. This greatly enhances Su Yuan's safety. Even when faced with danger, a single invocation of Mudu will suffice for escape. 50 miles is no trivial distance. Even the lightest-footed cultivators would require 1 to 2 hours to traverse it. In that time, a considerable gap can be established. Even foundational cultivators with flying swords may not be able to pursue effectively. However, this does not imply that Su Yuan is unafraid of foundational cultivators. Their spiritual sense and tracking capabilities are formidable. One may escape for a moment, but not for eternity. Capture is inevitable. After spending several more days, Su Yuan's Muda technique finally reached mastery. Although his cultivation remains at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his combat prowess has dramatically improved. Su Yuan estimates that, provided he has sufficient spiritual energy, he could easily defeat the previous 3 versions of himself. This realization instills great confidence within him. After a day of rest, having regained peak vitality, Su Yuan set forth once more towards the Tianyuan mountain range. For safety reasons, he chose not to utilize spiritual energy for travel. Instead, he rode a horse. The spiritual energy of those in the Qi refinement stage is too feeble to sustain prolonged journeys. A cultivator devoid of spiritual energy is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, without any means of resistance. Nevertheless, Su Yuan has trained in martial arts. As long as he does not encounter other cultivators, he retains some capacity to resist. After a fortnight, Su Yuan arrived at the Tianyuan mountain range, heading straight for Ning Ke's abode. Noticing the commotion outside during her secluded training, Ning Ke paused her cultivation and stepped out to find Su Yuan, visibly astonished. "Ah, Su Dao, you've come. I thought you had fled." "Fled?" Upon hearing Ning Ke's words, Su Yuan found himself both amused and bemused. Did she truly think him so untrustworthy? I apologize for making Ning Xinzi wait. However, Su Yuan felt no anger. It appeared that Ning Ke was straightforward and forthright, expressing whatever was on her mind. Such individuals, provided they are not feigning, typically possess little cunning and are relatively easy to get along with. Collaborating with someone like her is not necessarily a disadvantage. Yet, Su Yuan remained vigilant. As a female cultivator who has thrived in the cultivation world for many years, she is undoubtedly no ordinary person. Underestimating her could lead to significant repercussions. "Is it true that you have already mastered it?" Ning Ke inquired, having spent her time in seclusion and thus unaware of how much time had passed. However, judging by her own cultivation progress, it had only been a few months. Ning Ke was unaware of whether this pace was quick or slow, but was certainly faster than she had anticipated. After all, alchemy is considerably more intricate and challenging than ordinary spells, and the learning curve should not be underestimated. She had prepared herself for a wait of 1 to 2 years. It now seemed that Su Yuan possessed quite the aptitude for alchemy. She had indeed found the right person. Su Yuan replied, to spare Ning Xinzi from waiting any longer. "I immerse myself in study day and night, yielding some results, though I cannot guarantee success in the crafting." "You've certainly become more articulate after your sojourn in the mundane world." Ning Ke's enchanting eyes glimmered playfully as she jested, then promptly adopted a serious tone, saying, "Why don't you give it a try first? I recall there being a formula here. Let us start by refining a basic elixir to warm up." She had perused the art of alchemy and possessed a certain familiarity with its principles. Su Yuan nodded, having contemplated this matter prior to his arrival. "As for the alchemical materials, we could just purchase them, right? Didn't we agree to split the costs? I wonder if the market at Tianyuan Mountain has what we need." Ning Ke replied nonchalantly. Su Yuan's expression turned sheepish as he coughed slightly. "At present, I don't have any spirit stones on me. Could you perhaps cover the expenses for now, Ning Fairy? You have no spirit stones? Not even a single one?" Ning Ke's delicate brows furrowed in surprise as she regarded Su Yuan. "I depleted my resources during my recent breakthrough." Even Su Yuan, known for his thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment. This was indeed a matter of pride. Ning Ke appeared conflicted, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally biting her lip and conceding, "Fine. In light of your swift learning, I shall cover the cost for now, considering it an investment. However, once we acquire spirit stones, you must repay me without delay." "Of course," Su Yuan replied with a smile. "Well then, let us proceed to the market." With that, Ning Ke led the way towards the bustling bazaar. Observing her slender silhouette, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile and followed suit. The Tianyuan Bazaar was merely a trading hub established by wandering cultivators, devoid of any involvement from established cultivation families or sections. This was primarily due to their disdain for the meager wares available, which are the most common and rudimentary items in the cultivation realm, largely useful only to itinerant cultivators, yielding minimal profits and thus not warranting the investment of their efforts. Even should a treasure surface, wandering cultivators typically opted to sell such items in the markets of Xian City or at auction houses, where prices were higher, safety was assured, and they could realize their desired valuations. Though referred to as a bazaar, it was merely a rudimentary expanse of land. Most vendors simply set up stalls, displaying their goods and waiting for inquiries. A few more meticulous sellers erected wooden shacks for shelter from the elements. In terms of presentation, It paled in comparison to mundane marketplaces, as cultivators primarily focused on their training, racing against time, and thus indifferent to such trifling matters that consume time. As Su Yuan and Ning Ku arrived at the market, they attracted considerable attention and curiosity. What had transpired between them recently? Why were they now venturing out together? Could it be that they had developed feelings for each other? The mere thought of this possibility caused many hearts to ache with envy. Ning Ku was well known in Tianyuan Mountain, possessing exceptional beauty and talent, making her the ideal choice for many as a companion. Regrettably, she had always been solitary, showing no interest in others. Who would have imagined that Su Yuan had captured her favor? This revelation incited a blend of envy and admiration among the onlookers. Ning Fai, Su Dao Yi. Numerous individuals greeted them with bright smiles, exuding warmth. The news of Su Yuan's recent breakthrough to the 4th tier had spread like wildfire, and nearly everyone in the Tianyuan Mountains was aware. This level of prowess distinguished him among wandering cultivators, marking him as an exceptional figure within their ranks. In this meritocratic world of cultivation, strength commanded respect. Thus, the scenario of being ridiculed by passers-by was nearly non-existent. To mock someone weaker was tantamount to courting disaster. While such individuals might exist, those who survived to this day were undoubtedly shrewd. The basics of human interactions were well understood. Therefore, even with their jealousy of Su Yuan, they could only suppress their feelings, unwilling to express them openly. This marked the first occasion Su Yuan experienced the respect of others in the cultivation realm, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed. Ning Ku, however, remained quite indifferent, occasionally smiling and nodding, presenting an amiable facade. Yet, to Su Yuan, her smile seemed somewhat forced, lacking sincerity, unable to conceal the weariness and detachment lurking in her eyes. Su Yuan sighed softly, realizing that cultivation was not merely about battles. It was also deeply entrenched in the intricacies of human relationships. You should seek out the necessary herbs, Ning Ku suggested, feeling uncomfortable with the attention akin to being in the limelight. Su Yuan perceived her intent and promptly made his way toward the stall displaying medicinal herbs. The crowd parted before them. Aside from a few lingering gazes directed at the pair, most resumed their own affairs. The stall was quite rudimentary, with a cloth weighed down by stones, atop which lay an assortment of herbs emanating a faint medicinal aroma. Although the herbs available were common in the cultivation world, they could still be classified as spiritual herbs, possessing a trace of spiritual energy. These herbs could be used for alchemy, or, if one was aware of their effects, consumed directly. However, the results of direct consumption paled in comparison to that of refined elixirs, leading to significant loss of potency and incomplete absorption. Some spiritual herbs could even yield adverse effects. Su Daoist, feel free to browse as you wish. An elderly man with snow-white hair and a frail appearance greeted them from behind stall. His essence was nearly depleted, and unless he achieved a breakthrough, he had little time left. Su Yuan nodded, crouching to examine a herb still caked in soil, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The alchemical techniques he had studied, though not exhaustive, contained explanations for the herbs required for each formula, teaching him to recognize them. Otherwise, he might not have identified the herbs he needed. Observing Su Yuan's interest, the elderly man began to elaborate. This is Qi Jing Chao, aged 30 years. It should not be consumed directly, but can be used for alchemy. Su Yuan recognized the Qi Jing Chao and was well aware of its properties. The elderly man's proactive sharing caught him off guard. Typically, sellers would be eager to sell their goods as quickly as possible, regardless of the means. If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated to purchase upon hearing it was only suitable for alchemical use, considering that within the Tianyuan Mountains, there was not a single alchemist among the myriad wandering cultivators. For cultivators, these alchemical materials were often seen as superfluous, unless something unprecedented occurred. It was unlikely that a single herb would sell within the Tianyuan Bazaar. Only at the market in Xian City would there be a chance for a sale. However, the value of these herbs was not particularly high. The spirit stones gained from their sale would scarcely cover the costs required to enter the Xian City market and the accompanying sales commission. Unless the item was exceptionally valuable, most individuals would not consider selling at the Xian City market. The elderly man's willingness to inform Su Yuan of this was commendable, indicating his good nature. Of course, this was also influenced by Su Yuan's recent breakthrough to the 4th tier. The old man was wary of offending him and likely sought to curry favor. Su Yuan placed the Qi Jing Chao down and picked up another herb. This is Huang Jing, aged 40 years. This is Di Huashan. The elderly man continued to describe without weariness. Nearly every detail he provided aligned with Su Yuan's understanding from his studies in alchemy, which puzzled him. His ability to identify these herbs stemmed from the descriptions in the alchemical formulas. For an ordinary cultivator, discerning these herbs was no simple feat. It required considerable experience and insight. Some medicinal herbs may appear indistinguishable, yet they are entirely different varieties, each possessing unique properties. The age of certain herbs can often be nearly impossible to discern. However, this elderly man seems to possess an extraordinary knowledge of them, suggesting he is no ordinary practitioner. Could he be a reclusive sage? Su Yuan could not help but entertain this notion. In the novels he read, such figures typically appeared in similar scenarios, often embodying an elderly visage and possessing remarkable backgrounds, eventually guiding the protagonist on their journey. Could this elderly gentleman before him be one such individual? Upon scrutinizing the old man, Su Yuan observed his ordinary demeanor, noting that his aura only reached the third layer of Qi cultivation, devoid of any semblance of a transcendent being. Perhaps the more unassuming one appears, the more formidable they truly are? Su Yuan pondered silently, then inquired, "Friend, how did you come to know so much about these herbs? Is there a particular secret to it?" Aspiring to become an alchemist, he recognized the necessity of diligently understanding herb identification. The selection of materials for alchemy is paramount. Choosing wisely can lead to great success, whereas erroneous choices can result in utter failure. The old man chuckled softly. There is no secret, simply a matter of having read more books. He candidly admitted to Su Yuan, "In my youth, I fortuitously acquired a book on herb identification, which is why I can recognize so many." He showed no hesitation in revealing this, as he regarded such literature as neither a spell nor a cultivation technique, thus not particularly precious. Nor did he fear Su Yuan coveting it. "It has consumed a considerable amount of my time, and alas, as my time draws near, I have yet to advance further." He lamented, regret etched across his face. A book on herb identification? Su Yuan was struck with a sudden realization, reflecting on his earlier naive thoughts, feeling rather foolish for having considered himself the protagonist in this tale. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate to have encountered this man. Since his marriage, a series of fortunate events had unfolded. Collaborating with Ning Ku to acquire alchemical skills, purchasing herbs, and now encountering a book on herb identification. Could it be that his wives possess a fortune that enhances his luck? With this thought, Su Yuan concluded that marrying was perhaps the most prudent decision of his life. "How about these herbs? Are they useful?" Ning Ku interjected, snapping Su Yuan from his reverie. He nodded in affirmation, then turned to the old man. "I will take all these herbs. Please name your price." "All of them?" The old man was taken aback, recognizing that many of these herbs were indeed used for alchemy. Had Su Yuan misunderstood? Just as he prepared to reiterate, he saw Su Yuan nodding. "I understand. I will take them all." Many of the herbs were common and not particularly rare, yet essential for crafting numerous lower-tier elixirs. He had yet to begin his alchemical journey, and the likelihood of failure was high, making these materials ideal for practice. The more herbs he procured, the better. "Are all these herbs useful? Let us avoid purchasing those that are not," Ning Ku remarked, her brow furrowing at the thought of the expenses involved. "How many spirit stones would this cost?" Su Yuan seemed utterly oblivious to the need for frugality. Their family did not possess a spirit stone mine, although her modest treasury still held some reserves. They were hard-earned and not meant for such lavish spending. "I know. Do not worry," Su Yuan reassured her with a comforting glance. Why did she appear so much like a miser? "Ahem, very well. There are 56 herbs in total. I will charge you 2 low-grade spirit stones for the Qi Jing grass and Huang Jing Di Huashan." The old man was almost coughing with excitement. Su Yuan was indeed generous. This transaction would clear the old man's stock accumulated over years of effort. "In total, I will charge you 30 low-grade spirit stones." 30? Ning Ku's brows nearly knitted together, her hand trembling at her belt. This was the amount she had painstakingly gathered over a year, meant for her own cultivation. She hesitated, as she had barely been willing to use spirit stones even for her training, saving them for a breakthrough. Parting with such a sum was painful. Su Yuan be met, glancing at Ning Ku and giving a playful wink, Ning Xianzi. Ning Ku appeared conflicted, biting her lower lip as she quietly asked Su Yuan, "Do you truly have confidence in your ability to refine the elixir? This is my entire year's income. If you cannot succeed, my progress to the 5th layer of qi will be delayed." Not entirely certain, Su Yuan admitted candidly. Ning felt a surge of frustration. However, in business, one must accept risks. He assured her, "I will do my utmost." Taking a deep breath, Ning Ku's chest rose and fell. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." She understood the potential profits from alchemical endeavors, provided Su Yuan could become a proficient alchemist. As Su Yuan noticed Ning Ku's gaze upon him, he quickly averted his eyes elsewhere. Oblivious to Su Yuan's subtle movements, Ning Ku reluctantly retrieved 30 low-grade spirit stones from her belt and handed them to him. "Here." Su Yuan accepted them and handed them to the old man, ensuring the herbs were carefully packaged before addressing him. "Friend, may I ask your name?" The old man quickly clasped his hands together. "Su Daoyu, I am surnamed Yu." "You Daoyu, may I trouble you with a request?" "Please, Su Daoyu, speak freely. I will require a significant quantity of herbs in the future. Since you are familiar with this area, could you assist me in acquiring some from other practitioners? I will come to you periodically to purchase them, and I shall provide you with a little extra for your efforts." Purchasing from various locations proved cumbersome. This elder Yu seemed amiable, offering fair prices. Establishing a long-term arrangement with him would alleviate many of Su Yuan's troubles. Yet, Su Yuan harbored a deeper intention, to offer him a small incentive to gain access to that invaluable book on herb identification. Directly requesting it felt inappropriate. However, if he were to provide a benefit, the chances of success would greatly increase. "Su Daoyu intends to sell in Xiancheng?" Elder Yu appeared puzzled by Su Yuan's approach. Given that the herbs were not particularly expensive, he could not fathom any other purpose for Su Yuan's acquisition aside from selling them in Xiancheng. The notion of Su Yuan being an alchemist had not crossed his mind. Alchemists were exceedingly rare, revered figures even in Xiancheng. How could Su Yuan possibly be one? While selling in Xiancheng was feasible, it also relied on luck. One could either profit handsomely or end up with nothing. Nevertheless, Su Yuan's request presented a rare opportunity for Elder Yu to securely earn spirit stones, and he promptly agreed. "Rest assured, Su Daoyu, I will handle it." "Su Yuan, Smai, thank you for your assistance. Additionally, regarding that book on herb identification, would it be possible for me to borrow it for a brief period? Alternatively, if you wish to sell it, I am willing to pay." "You're also interested in this?" Elder Yu was somewhat taken aback. After a moment's thought, he smiled and nodded. "It is not a particularly valuable item. I initially thought I had found a treasure to sell in Xiancheng, but no one showed any interest. Since you are in need, I shall not withhold it. However, it is currently at my home, and you'll need to wait a few days." This item is indeed of little worth, and he does not take it to heart. Moreover, he has recently accumulated a considerable amount of lingshur, making him reluctant to spend more. However, do not take offense, my friend Su, for cultivating one's skills is the true path. I too was once lost in this regard, and now I reflect upon it as a regrettable misstep. Your words, my friend, resonate deeply. I am grateful for your counsel. Su Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude and proceeded to the next stall. "Hey, where are you going?" Ning Ku inquired in a hushed voice. "I am off to procure medicinal herbs," Su Yuan replied. "Are you still buying?" Ning Ku's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. With such a meager amount of herbs, you won't even have enough for a few Dan sessions. As Su Yuan turned to face her, he noticed her reluctant expression and chuckled. "Fear not. I shall strive to minimize any failures." Ning Ku bit her lip. "I too have little lingshur remaining. You had better ensure that the materials you purchase can yield sellable dunyao, or else it would be a waste, and I might not even recoup my investment." "I am aware," Su Yuan assured her. The two continued to wander through the market, acquiring a plethora of low-grade herbs, expending quite a sum of lingshur. Ning Ku's expression gradually darkened, her mood as gloomy as if her heart were bleeding. Others, upon witnessing her dismal countenance, dared not approach, keeping their distance. "All right, this should suffice. Let us return," Su Yuan said, satisfied as he hefted the bundles of herbs and smiled at Ning Ku. Indeed, spending can bring joy, especially when one is the buyer and the woman is the one paying. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Ning Ku's anxious heart finally eased. She had feared he would purchase more, as she had nearly depleted her lingshur throughout this journey. Those savings were intended for her breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement. To claim that she felt no pang of regret would be disingenuous. Yet, when she considered the potential benefits, should Su Yuan truly become an alchemist, she felt a slight relief. She had placed all her hopes upon him and could only hope that he was not deceiving her and would succeed in his alchemical endeavors. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Ningke suddenly asked, her gaze intense. Su Yuan smiled. How could I? How could I bear to deceive you? Ningke scoffed. Ugh, how cheesy. Then she adopted a serious demeanor. You had better not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. She punctuated her threat by gesturing with her fists. Her intent clear. However, to Su Yuan, her demeanor appeared rather endearing. After purchasing the herbs, they hastened back to Ning Ku's small courtyard. Let us begin. As soon as they arrived, Ning Ku urged impatiently. Now, Su Yuan was taken aback. Of course, we cannot waste time, Ning Ku replied matter-of-factly. The sooner we refine, the sooner we recoup our investment. Su Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Fairy, do you think Landon is as simple as declare and start? Isn't it? Ninke blinket inocently. Certainly not. Landon requires ample energy and spirit, and certain Yao also depend on favorable timing and location. While low-grade Yao may not require timing, a suitable environment is essential. As he surveyed the courtyard, Su Yuan remarked, the success rate here will be quite low. Is my courtyard unsuitable? Ning Kun noticed his disdainful expression and discreetly pouted. Then where would be the most suitable place? Su Yuan replied, according to texts, it is best to find a location with abundant Diaoa and rich spiritual energy. Such a place sounds incredibly rare. Isn't there none in the Tianyuan mountain range? Ning Ku furrowed her brow. Indeed, such locations are seldom available to us rogue cultivators. They're typically claimed by various sects and families. What should we do then? Ning Ku appeared anxious. If she could not now, all her efforts would be in vain, a reality she could not accept. She cast a reproachful glance at Su Yuan. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You didn't ask. You. Ning Ku was at a loss for words. What shall we do now? After purchasing so many herbs, will it not be a waste? Hand them over. I shall return them. She reached for the herbs in Su Yuan's hands. Though returning herbs was not a feasible option, she felt she had no other choice. Noticing her distressed expression, Su Yuan chuckled. Do not fret. There are still options available. As cultivators, we cannot shrink away from challenges. Quit being cryptic and just say it. Ning Ku was nearly frantic, as this concerned her Ling Shi. Su Yuan ceased his teasing and said, we must go to Xiancheng. There are designated Landon facilities there, eliminating the need for these considerations. But we have no Ling Shi for Xiancheng. Ning Ku immediately dismissed the idea without a second thought. Xiancheng is indeed a splendid place, but it requires significant expenditure to establish oneself there. Such locales are not luxuries for rogue cultivators. Let alone Xiancheng. Even the surrounding areas are far from affordable. To reside there and utilize Rendon facilities would cost multiple times the investment. Such places are reserved for the affluent. Ningke certainly wished to go to Xiancheng. In fact, her greatest aspirations, apart from establishing her foundation, were to possess a modest courtyard within Xiancheng. Yet, after years of toil, she could scarcely afford even a humble abode there. Thus, this suggestion evidently failed to resolve their predicament. Is there truly no other alternative besides Xiancheng? Ningke inquired. Su Yuan pondered for a considerable time before responding. Well, I do know of another place. It is quite decent, albeit the success rate for Landon will be significantly lower and guarantees cannot be made. Oh, now I understand. At this point, Ningke suddenly grasped his intent, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yuan. So all your previous remarks were merely to prepare me for the likelihood of failure in your Landon, ensuring I am psychologically ready to absolve you of responsibility? Seeing through his thoughts, Su Yuan felt no embarrassment. Not at all. It is merely that the failure rate is indeed high. It is not due to my inadequacy, but rather the unsuitable environment. Therefore, the herbs consumed should not be attributed to my shortcomings. Furthermore, we cannot afford a banu, which will heighten the difficulty of Landon. You must understand this, right? Though Ningke was not well-versed in Landon, this point was undeniable. Danlu is exorbitantly priced, even more so than certain magical artifacts. She could not afford one, even if she emptied her savings. She was taken aback by how arduous the path of Landon truly was. It was no wonder that alchemists were seldom found among rogue cultivators. Ningke felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped that mastering alchemy would herald a change, paving a smoother path on her journey to immortality. With the profits from selling Danyao, she had even envisioned a chance to establish her foundation. Yet, it now seemed like nothing more than a daydream. Observing Ning Ku's disheartened demeanor, Su Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, reminiscent of his own past. He softened his tone. Do not be dismayed. It is merely a lower probability of success. It does not mean failure is inevitable. I will give my utmost effort. I cannot let you bear unnecessary costs, can I? Ningka lifted her gaze to meet Su Yuan's. What is your level of confidence? Su Yuan contemplated for a moment, perhaps 40% or 30%. It is difficult to gauge. With practice, one becomes adept, and the success rate will improve. But I do not possess enough Ling Shi, Ningka replied, her small face filled with distress. Su Yuan remained speechless, pondering the woman's excessively pessimistic demeanor. She was a quintessential example of a melancholic soul. Yet, considering her circumstances as someone entrenched in the lower echelons of the cultivation world, it was hardly surprising that optimism eluded her. In his earlier days as a transcender, he had been filled with vigor and ambition, only to have the harshness of reality gradually dull his edges. He contemplated and then inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" Su Yuan himself was uncertain about the likelihood of his success in alchemy. However, he sensed that the chances of failure were significantly high. It was entirely possible that he could exhaust all his medicinal materials without achieving a successful concoction. After all, his conditions for refining pills were quite poor. Being merely a novice, failure would equate to a complete loss of investment. For Su Yuan, he still had an escape route. He could accept either success or failure. Worst case, he could return to the mundane world, continuing his life with his wives while gradually enhancing his cultivation. Though it would take longer, there was a glimmer of hope. In contrast, for Ning Ku, failure could spell the end of her path to immortality. Despite this, Su Yuan considered that he might seize the opportunity to win her over, but he was disinclined to pursue such a course. Although their time together had been brief, he found her quite admirable. He did not wish to witness her reach a dead end, forced into a desperate choice. When a person loses hope, it is akin to losing their very soul. Without a soul, what difference is there between them and a mere shell? That version of Ning Ku was not the one he cherished in his heart. Shall we proceed? Ning Ku remained silent, deep in thought. This decision held significant implications for her future, warranting careful consideration. However, Su Yuan's willingness to entrust her with the choice was unexpectedly gratifying. She was certain that had it been anyone else, they would have fervently urged her to take chance. Yet Su Yuan offered her sufficient leeway. Gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, Ningka lifted her gaze to Su Yuan, revealing a faint smile. Let me think about it first. You must be hungry, right? I'll prepare something to eat. After all, you've traveled a long way and are a guest. Generally, cultivators seldom practiced the technique of fasting and still required sustenance to restore their energy and vitality. More importantly, they needed to satisfy their appetites. That would be appreciated. Su Yuan, note that. Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall return shortly. With that, Ning Ku turned and entered the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yuan found his thoughts wandering. Not only was Ning Ku beautiful, but she also possessed commendable domesticity. If he were to marry her, it would be quite favorable. The key was her understanding of frugality. Yet, Su Yuan was aware that one must not act hastily. An astute hunter often appears in the guise of its prey. Once intentions are revealed, it becomes exceedingly easy to be outmaneuvered. Before long, Ning Ku returned, carrying 2 steaming bowls of food. Please sit, she said, placing the dishes on the table. There was a pot of rice, several plates of vegetables, and a bowl of seaweed soup. Su Yuan was taken aback. A prominent cultivator consuming such fare? How frugal could one be? Ning Ku explained, please don't mind. I plan to practice fasting eventually, so I prefer lighter meals. Moreover, consuming too much greasy food isn't beneficial for cultivation. Oh, I thought perhaps you were reluctant to indulge, Su Yuan remarked, nodding in understanding. Do you think I'm stingy? Ning Ku's chopsticks hovered in midair, her brow arching as she regarded him. It's not entirely unfounded. I am indeed somewhat frugal. After all, as a woman in the cultivation world with no support, what will happen if I squander my resources? As a fellow loose cultivator, she understood the challenges involved. Breakthroughs could only be achieved through careful savings, or else one risks stagnation for a lifetime. Take you, for instance. You are a grown man, yet possess not even a single spirit stone. What would happen if you encountered difficulties? Ning Ku continued, her monologue on frugality seemingly unending. When the topic turned to him, Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Was this woman deliberately provoking him? Or did she simply lack social awareness? Or perhaps she was expressing dissatisfaction with him. Unfazed, Ninka asked, by the way, how old are you this year? Su Yuan cleared his throat. 50. Indeed, 50, and yet without a single spirit stone. If we were to go shopping together, I would be the one footing the bill. Have you noticed the stares from people at the market today? They likely think you are merely living off my charity. Ninka spoke candidly. I do not concern myself with the opinions of others, Su Yuan finally interjected. Ning Ku, while eating, pouted, I do care. After all, I'm a woman. A respectable one at that. Hey, what do you mean by that expression? Am I not a woman? Have I aged? No, that's not it. It's best to keep it that way. Continue, for I, too, shall marry one day. Reputation is important. I'm just too lazy to fuss over it. Otherwise, oh? You wish to marry? Su Yuan seized upon this significant information. Ninka shot a glance. What else should I do? Am I to remain alone forever? I understand that as a loose cultivator, I will likely only reach the foundation stage in this lifetime, and I have never aspired to immortality. My greatest goal is to find a suitable partner after reaching the foundation stage. Do you know why I aim for that? Because I do not wish to be seen as someone who clings to the powerful for personal gain. If I reach the foundation stage, I can choose freely. Does that make sense? Hey, don't look so smitten. I would never fall for someone weaker than myself. Do not develop feelings for me. Su Yuan could only respond with silence, finding her rare and intriguing. Ninka seemed to have opened up, speaking without pause. Unbeknownst to them, a large spread of food had been devoured by her. Satisfied, she patted her belly and turned to Su Yuan. So, I've made up my mind. Let's continue our collaboration. Failure is not the end. Worst case, I will simply find a well-off suitor in Xiancheng and avoid enduring hardships here. I still possess some charm, and I have no shortage of admirers. Of course, if we succeed, that would be ideal. If you truly become an alchemist, perhaps I could regard you with newfound respect. In the future, I might even boast that your success as an alchemist is largely due to me. Ning Ku. She smiled brightly, as if envisioning a promising future. But soon, as if recalling something, she hastily retrieved a small booklet from her waist, took out a pen, and began to ponder deeply. Moments later, she started scribbling vigorously in the booklet. Su Yuan sat on the mat, silent. Ning Ku's words sounded carefree and liberated. However, Su Yuan could sense that she was far from as untroubled as she appeared. Her decision was made with considerable resolve, perhaps even gambling with her future. While this may not seem significant, it was a rare action for Ning Ku, who had always managed her life with care. Su Yuan could not fathom why she would take such a risk. In truth, it was not just Su Yuan. Even Ning Ku herself struggled to understand the reasoning behind her decision. If one must say, it is as if, in the depths of her heart, a voice whispered to her that this was a rare opportunity not to be missed, prompting her agreement. She felt uncertain whether her decision was right or wrong. Even as the words left her lips, a twinge of regret washed over her. Yet, she did not waver. She was willing to stake everything on this chance, hoping that Su Yuan would not let her down. Please, leave your fingerprint here. At that moment, Ning Ku finished writing, picked up the booklet, and approached Su Yuan. Curious about her actions, he inquired, what is this? The spirit stones you owe me are all noted here. Hurry up and leave your fingerprint. Do not think of evading your debt, Ning Ku explained. Su Yuan was at a loss for words and complied. Well, that's acceptable, Ning Ku remarked, satisfied as she glanced at the contents of the booklet, visibly relieved. She then tucked the booklet back into her waistband and asked, where's that place you mentioned? When shall we go? We will rest for a day and set off tomorrow. Will it take long? The journey is not far. We shall arrive in half a day. However, I cannot say how long the alchemy will take, so it's best to bring some provisions. All right, I will go and cultivate first. You should rest well. Oh, by the way, I only have one bed here. Would you mind being a bit uncomfortable and meditating here? The next day, time to get up. Early in the morning, Ning Ku was the first to awaken, urging Su Yuan with impatience. Still lost in pleasant dreams, Su Yuan was somewhat displeased at being disturbed. He had been toiling day and night and had not truly rested in quite a while. Now that he had the rare chance to relax, his peace was shattered, and his mood soured. Nevertheless, respecting Ning Ku as the benefactor, he said nothing and silently led the way, a hint of eagerness in his heart to discover whether he could indeed succeed in alchemy. The two departed the small courtyard, heading deep into the Tianyuan mountain range. The Tianyuan mountain range sprawls across a vast expanse, stretching over 1,000,000 zhang, its undulating peaks resembling a colossal dragon lying across the borders of the Yu Kingdom. The terrain is treacherous, with towering mountains housing numerous ferocious beasts and demons, as well as many mystical creatures that feast on the mists and dew of the mountains. For mortals, this place is akin to a primal forest, a forbidden zone of life where none dare to tread. However, at this moment, Su Yuan and Ning could traverse through the mountains as though walking on level ground. Not only did ferocious beasts avoid them, but even those demons and mystical beings that had begun to gain intelligence retreated far at the mere hint of their presence, unwilling to provoke them. After approximately half a day, they arrived at their destination. It was a volcanic crater, and upon entering the vicinity, they could feel the temperature around them was significantly higher than in other areas. Those with keen hearing could even detect a subtle rumbling from below, the sound of magma flowing beneath the surface. Although the spiritual energy here was not particularly dense, it would enhance the cultivation efficiency for practitioners of fire-based techniques. Su Yuan had visited this place before and had some recollection. Is this the spot? Will it work? Ning could survey her surroundings, feeling somewhat unsure. This is the best I could find, Su Yuan replied, lacking a better alternative. He then released his spiritual sense to assess the area. No one is cultivating here. Follow me. After confirming the absence of others, Su Yuan leapt into the air, soaring towards the summit of the volcano. Ningke hesitated briefly before quickly following. Su Yuan paused near the crater at the top of the solitary mountain, where the temperature was even higher. For an ordinary person, it would be unbearable. Yet Su Yuan felt no discomfort. Cultivators are impervious to the elements. Common temperatures hold little effect. Finding a suitable spot, Su Yuan instructed Ningke. This will be our location. Keep watch and ensure no one disturbs us. Distractions are the bane of alchemy. A single mistake can lead to failure. Understood, Ningke noted. Clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, Su Yuan selected a smooth, large stone, categorizing all the herbs upon it before sitting down to meditate and restore his energy. Ningke stood by, her gaze fixed on Su Yuan, her heart filled with unease. Despite having ventured into danger and battle before, she had never felt this anxious. Would Su Yuan be able to succeed under such difficult circumstances? After a stick of incense had burned, Su Yuan opened his eyes, his aura now reaching a perfect state. Without uttering a word, he began to manipulate his spiritual sense, channeling his magical power to commence his first attempt at alchemy. Alchemy is no easy feat. One's aptitude and comprehension are significant thresholds. There are also high demands regarding the strength of one's magical power and spiritual sense. Su Yuan's aptitude for alchemy could be deemed satisfactory, and his understanding of the craft was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to grasp the nuances of the Danxia alchemy technique in such a short span. Though he was merely at the entry level, his speed surpassed that of many alchemists, placing him above half of his peers, a fact perhaps even he did not anticipate. Furthermore, due to his reincarnation, Su Yuan's spiritual sense was not weak. It was innately superior, allowing him to stand out even among alchemists. When he learned of his spiritual roots and participated in the Immortal sex assessment, his strong spiritual sense had caught the attention of the elders. One elder remarked that Su Yuan was an excellent candidate for an alchemist. Unfortunately, Su Yuan's spiritual root quality was too poor, merely a low-grade root among the 5 attributes. Even with standards lowered specifically for him, he still failed to pass the assessment. Otherwise, he would have already become an accomplished alchemist by now. Fortunately, Su Yuan now possessed a unique advantage that allowed him to transcend the limitations of his spiritual root quality, rendering any bottleneck insignificant. This enabled him to showcase his innate talent in alchemy. During his inaugural attempt at alchemy, Su Yuan was exceedingly cautious and focused, determined to avoid any mistakes. Each ingredient was crucial. If he used even one less, he had to succeed in concocting a pill before exhausting his materials. Otherwise, Ningke would not be willing to continue providing spirit stones for him to procure more ingredients for alchemy. Yet, reality often diverges from idealism. The more Su Yuan concentrated, the more tense he became, leading to greater errors. Before he even began the refining process, he faltered during the condensation stage, resulting in failure. The first ingredient was utterly destroyed by his overwhelming magical power, scattered across the ground as remnants. Ning Ku, observing from the side, felt a pang of anxiety, her small hands tightly gripping her garment. However, she remained silent, choosing to watch. She understood that now was not the time to add pressure to Su Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan exhaled, attempting to alleviate his tension. He did not rush to continue, but instead closed his eyes, reflecting on the reasons behind his failure in the condensation process. This stage is the simplest step in alchemy, where all herbs must be condensed into a medicinal liquid using magical power, eliminating impurities to retain only the purest potency before proceeding to the actual alchemy. Although alchemical texts provide clear guidelines on how to condense and to what extent, comprehension and execution are two different matters. This requires a high level of control over one's magical power, and often, this step halts many aspiring alchemists in their tracks. The wood attribute cultivation method I practice encounters considerable difficulty when converting fire attribute mana. Su Yuan reflected upon the critical reasons for his previous failures. The destructive force of the mana was too potent, rendering ordinary medicinal herbs incapable of withstanding it. One careless moment could lead to the complete ruin of the herbs and a loss of their efficacy. This process necessitated a continual cycle of trial and error to attain proficiency. Having learned from his initial failure, Su Yuan grasped another herb and commenced the second attempt at refinement. Unfortunately, he met with failure once again. The series of unsuccessful attempts began to fray his nerves. The protagonists in novels always succeed on their first try, achieving exceptional results. Why was his experience so drastically different? Fortunately, with each failure, Su Yuan retained the sensation of his previous missteps, allowing him to make corrections and improvements. Meanwhile, Ning Ku, observing from the sidelines, felt her heart bleed at the sight of her precious spirit stones being squandered. How could one be so foolish? Stifling her urge to scold him, she managed a faint smile of encouragement, saying, "It's all right, Su Yuan, take your time. I believe in you." Su Yuan, undeterred, focused intently on the herbs before him. His string of failures ignited a stubborn determination within him. He refused to be defeated. After 3 arduous days and the expenditure of 6 herbs, Su Yuan finally succeeded in refining his first vial of potion, placing it into a prepared jade cup. Had he truly succeeded? Ning Ku, momentarily taken aback, only reacted once she confirmed the success, rushing to Su Yuan's side and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "See? I told you could do it. Well done." Su Yuan, somewhat speechless, chose to ignore her, closing his eyes to recuperate. The previous efforts had drained a considerable amount of his mana and energy, leaving him fatigued. Continuing in such a state would only result in further waste of materials. Observing Su Yuan's closed eyes, Ning could discreetly step aside to wait patiently. Yet her face radiated excitement that was impossible to conceal. Sitting on a nearby stone, she envisioned a bright future, her lips curving into a smile that revealed 2 dimples. Her eyes crescent-shaped like a moon. This demeanor was quite charming. After a brief period of rest, Su Yuan resumed the next phase of potion refinement. Armed with past experiences, his confidence surged. He began to understand the sensations described in the texts, gaining new insights into the control of his mana and the application of his spiritual awareness. However, having switched to a different herb, his initial attempt at refinement came perilously close to success, only to falter at a critical moment. Fortunately, he succeeded after just 1 failure. With the third herb, he achieved success on the first attempt. At last, he had accomplished his goal. Glancing at the 3 vials of potion before him, Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief. With these potions in hand, he could proceed to alchemy. He aimed to concoct a basic first-grade replenishing elixir, requiring just 3 types of herbs. This was considered the easiest introductory potion as per the alchemical texts. "Impressive. I never expected you to have such a talent for alchemy. I truly did not misjudge you." Ning Ku could not help but praise him, adding a compliment to herself as well. "Should you become an alchemist in the future, do not forget me. I've been somewhat of a guide to you, after all." "Of course, I could never forget you," Su Yuan replied with a smile. Ning Ku felt a hint of ambiguity in Su Yuan's words, causing her cheeks to flush, yet she refrained from contesting his statement. If Su Yuan were to truly become an alchemist, it would not be an unwelcome prospect. After all, the status of an alchemist far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator, promising a bright future ahead. Her initial disdain for Su Yuan stemmed from his self-destructive tendencies, perceiving him as not being on her level. However, her recent experiences suggested that Su Yuan was far more capable than she had initially thought, proving to be more than just a failure. Moreover, he was quite handsome, surpassing most cultivators, with an aura that was particularly appealing. Perhaps having such a person as a partner would be quite delightful? What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Su Yuan, feeling the weight of Ning Ke's gaze, curiously touched his face. Ning Ke snapped back to reality, hastily diverting her eyes. Oh, it's nothing. I was just a bit surprised. She quickly shifted the topic. By the way, the elixir should not be finished yet, right? What do we do next? Having spent countless days in close proximity to Su Liwei and the other women, Su Yuan was no longer the naive youth he once was. His perceptiveness had sharpened, and he sensed Ning Ke's intentions. This woman clearly harbored some feelings. It seemed that with a little more effort, he could win her over. Choosing not to expose her feelings, he replied, "Yes, the next step is to form the elixir. Let's rest for the night. I'm both exhausted and hungry. Why not prepare something delicious to reward me?" The following day dawned with the sun rising over the mountains, shrouded in thick mist, where the distant echoes of beastly roars could be heard. Upon waking, Su Yuan spotted Ning Ke seated before the large stone that held the potion, her gaze fixed intently on the jade cup, her silhouette appearing somewhat fragile. Turning at the sound of his awakening, Ning Ke exclaimed, "You finally woke up. How did you sleep?" "Quite well. And you?" Su Yuan queried, wondering if she had stayed awake all night. "I couldn't sleep with the potion here. What if some wild creature comes in the middle of the night?" "I couldn't shake off my worries," Ning Ke explained, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Su Yuan. "Isn't it time to check? Will the potion lose efficacy if left here?" Hearing the urgency in her words, Su Yuan glanced at the sky and smiled. "Just wait a moment longer." "All right," Ning Ke nodded in agreement. Su Yuan approached the stone platform to examine the potion. Once he confirmed its condition, he settled down beside it to wait. Silence enveloped them for a while, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ning Ke hesitated several times, wanting to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. Her expression grew increasingly anxious. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Su Yuan finally opened his eyes. The sun was now bright, the mist dissipating, and the horizon was tinged with purple hues. "It's time," Su Yuan silently declared and stood up. Seeing this, Ning Ke quickly stepped back. Su Yuan focused on the 3 drops of refined potion in the jade cup, channeling his mana into a spark at his fingertip, raising the temperature significantly. With his spiritual awareness guiding the mana, he merged the 3 drops, causing them to swirl and blend in midair, without an alchemical furnace. The potion's exposure to the elements could easily disrupt the fusion process, significantly increasing the risk of failure. Su Yuan relied solely on the enhancement of his spiritual awareness and control over the past few days, meticulously observing every change in the potion as it merged, adjusting the mana and fusion process accordingly. Fortunately, the alchemical methods recorded in the Dansha alchemy technique were more intricate than typical methods. Otherwise, he would have failed at the outset. However, this process required considerable time and consumed vast amounts of mana and spiritual awareness. Thankfully, Su Yuan had advanced to the 6th level of qi refining. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sustain the effort for so long. How can Su Yuan's mana be so profound? Isn't he at the 4th level of qi refining? He must be at the 5th level. Ning Ke stood at a distance, her gaze fixated on the unfolding scene, her heart stirred with unease. Ever since Su Yuan broke through to the 4th level, she could no longer discern his true realm, unable to penetrate the depths of his cultivation. Initially, she had presumed Su Yuan to be at the same level as herself, merely a practitioner of the 4th layer. However, the formidable power he displayed at this moment was far beyond that of the 4th layer. This prompted her to wonder when Su Yuan had transcended to the 5th layer. Had he been concealing his strength all along? Ning Ke found herself perplexed. She certainly could not believe that Su Yuan had achieved 2 breakthroughs within just a few months, especially in the mundane world. The only plausible explanation was that he had mastered the art of concealing his presence and had only now fully revealed his capabilities. But why had he returned to the mortal realm to wed a commoner? Was it merely a matter of carnal desire? Ning Ke could not fathom this point. Despite her confusion, she made no move to inquire. Everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep hidden. Yet, she harbored concerns about Su Yuan's formidable strength. What if he changed his mind later? Against his prowess, she would be utterly defenseless. No, if he intended to retract his commitment, he would have done so long ago. Why would he bring her here? Ningke felt a slight sense of relief. The fact that Su Yuan had not resorted to violence to eliminate her or seize her spirit stones indicated that he was not the type to disregard all moral bounds. On the contrary, she felt somewhat fortunate. If Su Yuan's strength were greater, the success rate of his alchemy would surely improve, further validating her choice in seeking his assistance. As time passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed. The alchemical process continued, yet Su Yuan's magical energy was nearly depleted, beads of sweat forming on his brow, signaling his exertion. The elixir had begun to take shape, swirling with fragrant aromas, and success appeared imminent. Ningke remained vigilantly by his side, concern etched on her delicate features. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. The elixir before Su Yuan detonated, rendering all efforts futile. The abrupt noise startled Ningke, causing her to flinch. Su Yuan gazed at the scattered remnants of the elixir, feeling a pang of frustration. Just as success seemed within reach, the excessive drain on his spiritual awareness had hindered his ability to concentrate on the finer details, leading to a critical misstep that culminated in failure. The sensation was profoundly disheartening. It failed. Su Yuan turned to Ningke, expressing his resignation. Ningke's expression mirrored disappointment as she shook her head. It's all right. This is just the beginning. Failure is commonplace. Let us take a moment to rest. Wait, something feels different about you, Su Yuan remarked, sensing a shift in her demeanor. Nothing's wrong, Ningke quickly denied. Did I say something amiss? No, it just seems your reaction is somewhat unusual, Su Yuan observed her with suspicion. Ningke averted her gaze, denying any change. What do you mean? How should my reaction be? Su Yuan pondered before replying. Given your frugal nature, with so many materials wasted, you should at least display some annoyance, if not outright chastise me for my incompetence. So in your eyes, I am merely frugal. Ningke rolled her eyes in exasperation. Under normal circumstances, that would be true. However, since discovering Su Yuan was at the 5th level, she had grown cautious about offending him, reluctant to express her thoughts too overtly. The hearts of those in the cultivation world are inscrutable, and her relationship with Su Yuan was merely one of collaboration. Previously, she could speak freely because they were both at the 4th level. Now, she did not feel their bond was strong enough to withstand any potential offense. Su Yuan contemplated briefly and grasped the situation's nuances with clarity. It was natural for Ningke to have uncovered his true cultivation during the alchemical process, as he could not conceal his prowess. Since you are already aware, I shall not hide it further. However, I must say, I found your previous self more intriguing. Rest assured, I, Su Yuan, am not the type to bully the weak. Your collaboration with me and your provision of alchemical knowledge have granted me a modicum of favor. I am not so petty. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Ningke turned to him, her eyes wide with surprise. Really? Of course, Su Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Ningke felt a silent relief wash over her. Her earlier fears of exposing Su Yuan's secret dissipated, and she marveled at how deeply he had concealed his abilities. She had intended to ask why someone of his talent would venture into the mundane world, but she ultimately refrained from voicing it. Su Yuan smiled enigmatically, offering no explanation, but teasingly remarked, "Am I not stronger than you now? Is it not permissible for me to have affections for you? What do you think? Shall we consider becoming partners?" Despite understanding that Su Yuan was jesting about her earlier comment regarding her aversion to those weaker than herself, Ningke's cheeks flushed crimson, and though reluctant to yield, she defiantly replied, "Absolutely not." With that, she hastily departed from the scene. Su Yuan watched her retreating figure with a faint smile, contemplating that the day he would marry a celestial maiden was drawing near. However, the thought of being utterly destitute and wishing to wed a celestial maiden reminded him that he needed resources. Observing the remnants of herbs scattered on the ground, Su Yuan settled onto the earth, closing his eyes to recuperate. Only by becoming a proficient alchemist could he amass more spirit stones and pursue more celestial maidens. After all, one must have aspirations in life, mustn't one? In the following days, Su Yuan immersed himself once more in the art of alchemy, beginning anew the process of refining medicinal liquids. Drawing from his previous experiences, his speed and success rate in this endeavor had significantly improved, although he encountered occasional failures. They paled in comparison to his initial attempts. In no time, he successfully refined 3 batches of medicinal liquid. Once his spirit was restored, he proceeded directly to the alchemical process. Su Yuan may not have possessed extraordinary talents in other areas, but his ability to discern patterns from failures and improve upon them was remarkable. This was evident from his early days on the path of cultivation, when he diligently explored the techniques of cultivation alone, learning through trial and error. In those years, he had navigated many detours, gleaning wisdom from his setbacks, ultimately leading him to the coveted path of immortality. Even after many years, Su Yuan remained unchanged in his approach. For him, failure was not a source of fear. The true dread lay in losing the courage to forge ahead after encountering setbacks. Su Yuan did not lack such courage and faced failures with equanimity. The initial failure in alchemy had left no significant impact on his mindset. Rather, it had illuminated his shortcomings. Armed with the lessons of past failures, he approached this round of alchemy with renewed confidence. Steadily and methodically, he executed the Danxia alchemical techniques, channeling his spiritual awareness to manipulate his magical energy step by step. Ning Ke sat nearby, observing Su Yuan's earnest profile, momentarily lost in thought. Since Su Yuan's playful remarks during their last encounter, her heart had become restless. His words echoed in her mind, rendering her unable to discern the line between jest and sincerity. Ever since, she had consciously paid more attention to him, her gaze lingering longer than before. In that moment, she found herself thinking that Su Yuan possessed a certain charm she had previously overlooked. What am I even thinking? She scolded herself inwardly. He merely jested with you. How could you take it hard? Yet, he does not seem to be joking, and he has the ability to marry a mortal. Could he truly look down upon me? Am I not comparable to a mere mortal? What difference does it make if I am comparable to mortals? Would you take the initiative to express your desire for him to marry you? Moreover, are you not aiming to establish your foundation? How can you afford to be distracted by this? I wish to establish my foundation, but my ambition is merely to secure a better future for myself. I find Su Yuan rather commendable. Since we have crossed paths, what necessity is there for me to worry about establishing my foundation? Alas, if you do not believe me, you can inquire yourself. If he has no interest in you, speaking up will only make a fool of yourself. And then I wonder how you will retain your dignity before him. You previously claimed to look down on him, yet now that you discover he possesses formidable strength and the potential to become an alchemist, such contradictions, if known to him, would likely further diminish his regard for you. Ning Ke felt a tumult of emotions as numerous voices echoed in her mind. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply, dismissing Su Yuan's words as mere jest, refusing to let them weigh upon her heart. Amidst Ning Ke's tumultuous thoughts, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, it was the crucial moment for pill formation. Su Yuan closed his eyes, wholly absorbed in the art of pill refining, as all the medicinal liquids amalgamated. A pill the size of a pigeon's egg emerged, suspended in midair, spinning incessantly. Its velocity was such that it seemed to warp the very fabric of space. The surrounding spiritual energy was even drawn towards it, continuously absorbed and gradually amplifying. Success! At that moment, Su Yuan exclaimed in a low voice, his hand gestures shifting rapidly. This was the pill collection technique recorded in Danxia's alchemy art, which could significantly increase the quantity of pills produced. As the gestures reached their finale, Su Yuan interlocked his fingers with his thumbs pointed skyward, and the pill before him shattered, transforming into numerous pills imbued with abundant medicinal power. Su Yuan grasped the pills in his hand, examining them closely. After several days of alchemy, he had produced 5 pills. 4 of them were of commendable quality, presenting a splendid appearance, while 1 was damaged, with a significant loss of medicinal potency. 5 pills? Su Yuan was somewhat astonished. Each batch of medicinal materials has a limit on the quantity of pills it can yield. This is not merely a matter of an alchemist's rank, but rather pertains to the experience and techniques employed. Even the most exceptional alchemists can typically produce a maximum of 10 pills. However, 10 pills are exceedingly rare, and it is not guaranteed that every attempt will yield that number. One must be in optimal condition without a single flaw for such success to be possible. The vast majority of alchemists produce around 2 to 3 pills per attempt. Even among 3rd and 4th tier alchemists in the Immortal City, the number of pills produced typically falls within this range. Yet Su Yuan, on his first attempt, had managed to produce 5. This was undeniably impressive, equivalent to yielding the results of 2 batches from a single set of materials. It seemed that the credit lay primarily with the Danxia alchemy technique. Su Yuan comprehended that this was related to the pill collection method he employed. His experience with alchemy was quite ordinary. The only plausible explanation for such a yield was this technique. He began to understand why Danxia Mountain had been destroyed. This alchemical art was so formidable that who wouldn't covet it? The secret of this alchemical technique must not be divulged. Otherwise, should it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, I would surely be in peril. Su Yuan mused silently, then promptly consumed the damaged pill. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, gradually replenishing his vitality. The effect was quite satisfactory. Su Yuan nodded, pleased with his handiwork. Even the most rudimentary pills held considerable value. A first-tier recovery pill, meant to restore expended vitality, while not comparable to a mana recovery pill, is worth several spirit stones each. Naturally, prices fluctuate based on the quality of the pills and the market conditions. Generally, scattered cultivators are reluctant to purchase and consume them unless in critical situations, much like how farmers only indulge in meat during festive seasons. Have you succeeded? Ninke approached. Gazing at the pills in Su Yuan's hand, her heart brimming with joy. She had already prepared herself for Su Yuan to face several failures before achieving success. Unexpectedly, he triumphed on his second attempt. This saved a considerable amount of materials. This also meant that from this moment forth, Su Yuan was a genuine alchemist. If he so desired, he could visit many cultivation families and be treated as an esteemed guest, receiving due respect. Su Yuan nodded and handed the pills to Ning Ku. Living up to expectations, Ning Ku accepted them, bringing them to her nose for a delicate sniff, her eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of pills are these? The medicinal potency is remarkably rich. The quality appears to be exceptional. I sense it must be a medium grade. You achieved such a level on your first attempt? Moreover, you have 4 pills. In addition to the grading from 1 to 9, there are further classifications for pill quality: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. The higher the quality of the pill, the purer the medicinal potency, the fewer impurities present, and consequently, the greater the value. Sometimes, a high-quality pill can be worth several times that of an ordinary one. It was truly unexpected for Su Yuan to produce medium-grade pills on his first attempt, prompting Ning Ku to regard him with renewed interest. Initially, her desire to collaborate with Su Yuan stemmed from his apparent disinterest in the cultivation world, allowing him time for alchemy. Little did she realize that not only had he succeeded in learning, but his aptitude for alchemy was also remarkably high. It appears fortune has favored me, as I have discovered a gem. In the ensuing days, Su Yuan and Ning Ku spent their time in the depths of the mountains. Su Yuan refined pills while Ning Ku provided protection. With newfound experience in alchemy, Su Yuan's pace had quickened compared to his first attempt, and his success rate had also improved. During the process of refining the medicinal liquids, failures occurred infrequently. However, the actual formation of pills still encountered occasional setbacks. Nevertheless, thanks to the Danxia alchemy technique, the quantity of successful pills produced remained substantial. From a batch of materials, he could yield at least 3 to 5 pills. Having initially purchased over 50 medicinal plants, this amounted to 17 batches. Excluding the destroyed materials, Su Yuan now possessed over 20 first-tier pills. These pills typically held a market value ranging from 3 to 5 spirit stones each. However, given the high quality of Su Yuan's pills, the least of which were medium grade and some even superior, their value could potentially double. With such a bounty of pills, he could finally recoup his investment. Ning Ku held a jade vial brimming with pills, her heart filled with elation. This time, she had made the right bet. She looked at Su Yuan, her expression beaming with joy. Su Yuan, you have truly worked hard during this time. As they spent time together, the two often conversed, drawing their relationship closer. She no longer referred to him as fellow cultivator, but rather called him by his name in a more familiar manner. It has indeed been somewhat arduous, so I will leave the sales to you. I must take a proper rest for a while, if that is agreeable. Su Yuan replied with a smile. No problem. Leave it to me. Ning Ku assured him. Her greatest delight lay in acquiring spirit stones. Though she had never sold pills, she had dealt in other goods before. However, it is worth noting that with so many pills suddenly on hand, one could easily attract unwanted attention, so we must exercise caution. It is best not to reveal that you can refine pills, Su Yuan advised. The esteemed status of a Liandan Shi is undeniable. However, one, such as Su Yuan, born from humble origins, without any influential background or support, is often more vulnerable to the schemes of those with ulterior motives. Su Yuan had heard whispers that some powerful cultivators would capture Liandan Shi to incessantly have them concoct elixirs for their own gain. I understand your caution indeed. Ningke had also heard of this, and after pondering for a moment, hesitantly inquired, however, now that you have become of an Shi, have you considered developing your skills in Xiansheng? Should Alang Dunshu venture to Xiansheng, joining a cultivation clan or force could provide protection, decent remuneration, and the respect one deserves. A far cry from the solitary life of a scattered cultivator. This is the aspiration of many Liandan Shi. Of course, I have thought about it, Su Yuan affirmed with a nod. Ningke's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this. She had merely intended to test the waters and did not expect Su Yuan to genuinely contemplate such a move. If he were to truly depart for Xiansheng, she would be unable to dissuade him, and their previous collaboration would come to an abrupt halt. After all, Su Yuan's current strength surpassed her own. Nonetheless, she understood the natural inclination of individuals to seek greater heights. Yet compared to serving others, I cherish my freedom more. Thus, I shall not go to Xiansheng, nor will I join those forces, Su Yuan continued. Moreover, my ability to become a Liandan Shi is largely due to your efforts. Do we not agree to collaborate? How could I abandon you? I, Su Yuan, am not a person who breaks promises. Is that truly so? Ningke's gaze brigretenet. Su Yuan was willing to forsake a promising future to uphold his prior commitment. This revelation astonished her. She knew that Su Yuan had no obligation to adhere to such a promise. Once in Xiansheng, opportunities would abound, with resources that could facilitate his breakthrough to the foundational stage. What, do you doubt me so? Su Yuan feigned a sorrowful expression. How disappointing. I have placed my trust in you all this time. Ningke's face flushed with embarrassment. No, I trust you. It's just. Enough, I understand, Su Yuan acknowledged. He recognized that as a female cultivator navigating the treacherous realms of cultivation, Ningke rarely entrusted anyone without reservations. This was merely her manifestation of insecurity. He shifted the topic. Let us discuss the matter of selling elixirs next. What do you plan to sell them? Upon addressing the matter at hand, Ningke's demeanor grew serious. I have contemplated this for some time. If we venture to Xiansheng to sell, though safe, we would incur hefty fees and spirit stones, yielding minimal profit. Yet, in the vicinity, few can afford elixirs, and selling them would likely be a lengthy endeavor. I currently have two ideas. One is to sell in Xiansheng, earning less but quickly recouping costs to purchase more materials for further Liandan. However, this would impose considerable inconvenience on you. The other is to lower prices and sell among scattered cultivators, avoiding spirit stone fees and potentially earning somewhat more, albeit with certain risks. While in the Tianyuan mountain region, we need not worry much as threats are scarce. The risk is manageable. The only concern is explaining the sudden influx of elixirs, which could easily reveal your identity as a Liandan Shi. After speaking, Ningke glanced at Su Yuan for his opinion. Which option do you consider more favorable? Su Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Xiansheng was quite distant, and unforeseen incidents could arise along the way. Given our limited stock of elixirs, the risk hardly seemed worthwhile. Let us first test the waters near Tianyuan Mountain. If that fails, we can reassess. As for revealing your identity, fret not. If you alter your appearance, they may not recognize you, and among scattered cultivators, it is unlikely anyone would dare to provoke a Liandan Shi. Even if our identities were exposed, we could offer them inexpensive elixirs. With that incentive, they would hardly be inclined to spread the word, risking our capture. That would be counterproductive. Tianyuan Mountain is relatively secluded, so news is not likely to spread. We need not worry. If worst comes to worst, we can simply flee. That makes sense, Ningke nodded appreciatively. She had not anticipated Su Yuan's meticulousness. Then we shall proceed as you suggest. With a decision made, the two set off on their return journey. Half a day later, they arrived back at Ningke's residence. Now that I have no further business here, I shall take my leave. Do take care, Su Yuan said as he paused at the entrance. Where will you go? Ningke asked. I intend to return to the secular world. I have been away for so long without checking in, Su Yuan replied candidly. You're going back to the secular world? Upon hearing those words, Ningke's brows furrowed. This fellow, having reached the fifth layer of Qi cultivation, still clung to the trivialities of the mundane world. For some reason, this stirred an unpleasant feeling within her. Su Daoyu, are you not concerned that worldly matters will hinder your cultivation? We cultivators must sever our ties to worldly thoughts. Are you advising me, or just feeling jealous? Su Yuan Dize? Ning Ke's heart raced, and she retorted indignantly, jealous of what? Su Yuan Sai de Damatikas, Alat? What can I do? I lack the ability to find a celestial partner, so I must endure this. Ning Ke rolled her eyes. Could he not focus on something of substance? Go on, go on. I shall be here, so worry not. When will you return? When the dog finishes the flour and the chicken finishes the rice, I shall be back. Su Yuan chuckled heartily, just as he was about to depart when a clear, melodic voice interrupted him. Excuse me, is this Su Daoyu? Upon hearing this unexpected voice, both Su Yuan and Ning Ke turned in unison to see a young woman approaching. She was petite, clad in a water-green dress that perfectly accentuated her delicate figure, revealing an alluring silhouette. With fine brows and almond-shaped eyes, her hair was tied back into a high ponytail, exuding a lively and ethereal presence, brimming with youthful vigor. Her appearance and demeanor were remarkable, standing on par with Ning Ke, albeit they belonged to different categories of women, each possessing her own unique charm. What drew attention even more was the palpable aura of spiritual energy radiating from her. She was at the third layer of Qi cultivation. In Su Yuan's mind, the phrase youthful visage, ample bosom echoed. Noticing Su Yuan's gaze lingering on the young woman's chest, Ning Ke lowered her head to compare herself, scoffing internally and choosing not to engage in conversation. But Su Daoyu? Sensing Su Yuan's unabashed gaze, the young woman's expression soured, and her tone became noticeably cooler. Although this was a point of pride for her, she was equally weary of lecherous individuals. Clearly, Su Yuan fit that description. Regaining his composure, Su Yuan reluctantly averted his gaze and replied earnestly, Ahem, that would be me. May I ask who you are? You need not inquire about my identity. I bear a message from my father, the young woman stated coolly, producing a book from her waist and tossing it directly to Su Yuan. A storage artifact? Su Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed this young woman held a remarkable background. Yet, how did she know him? She mentioned her father. Who could that be? Su Yuan pondered, his connections within the cultivation world being few and far between. The only names that surfaced in his mind, aside from Guizhen and Ning Ke, were a handful of acquaintances he had made when he first embarked on his path of cultivation. Some became acquainted during the assessment of the Xianmen, while others met through their trials. Their previous camaraderie was significant, and they often kept in touch. However, as time passed, each pursued their own paths, gradually losing contact, leaving them uncertain of whether their friends had prospered or fallen. Could this young lady be the daughter of an old friend? Has she grown so much? With a heart full of questions, Su Yuan took the book in his hands and quickly began to peruse its contents. The book did not record any techniques or spells, but merely contained methods for identifying medicinal herbs. So it was her. Su Yuan suddenly realized the identity of the young woman before him. She was indeed the daughter of the venerable elder with the surname Yu. However, Su Yuan had not anticipated that the elder Yu would be so fortunate to have such an exceptional descendant. A cultivator of the third layer of Qi refining at such a young age, possessing a storage artifact, she must be a disciple of some Xianmen. No wonder she did not seem to covet trivial gains. It was clear she was here to experience life. Su Yuan momentarily fell silent. He closed the book, clasped his fists in gratitude, and said, Please convey my thanks to Taoist Yu. No need for thanks. It is not a valuable thing. Farewell. The young lady huffed lightly and, disinterested, turned to leave. Once she had walked far away, Ning Ke scoffed and remarked, What a haughty demeanor. Look at her. She harbored a strong dislike for such self-important individuals. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief, realizing that Su Yuan was not well acquainted with the young woman. With this thought, she cast a teasing glance at Su Yuan. Have you just been snubbed? Women like her look down on cultivators like us. Su Yuan remained unfazed, indifferent to her regard. I enjoyed the view. That is all that matters. Ning Ke found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat indignant. Is having a large chest such a remarkable thing? It's just vulgar. Enough. Take care of yourself. If trouble arises, don't be stubborn. Just run. Su Yuan added. Are you concerned for me? Ning Ke's lips curled upward slightly. Consider it so. After all, the elixirs are in your hands, and we still need you to procure the herbs. Hurry along. I do not wish to see you, Ningku exclaimed in exasperation. Upon returning to the floating water city, Su Yuan was eager to seek ways to enhance the cultivation of his wives and concubines. After more than a month without engaging in any activities, having spent all his time in solitude with the women, he felt a bit restless. You and your wives and concubines cultivate together. Cultivation experience 60. Man Tian Fei Yi experience 20. Alchemy experience 10. Alchemy experience? Seeing this prompt, Su Yuan's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly opened the panel. Su Yuan, lifespan, 51,156. Realm, Qi refining 6th layer. Technique, Qing Mu Chang, Shang Gong 6th layer. 23600. Spells, proficient in beginner fire charm, 34,500. Proficient in beginner wood escape technique, 67500. Proficient in beginner eye enhancing technique, 21500. Entry level man Tian Fei Yi, 84,500. Entry level Huan Hua Pe, 43500. Ability, first rank alchemist, 12100. After nearly a month of alchemy, I have only gained 2 points. Yet a single session of dual cultivation yielded 10 points of experience. Su Yuan was astounded. The capabilities of this golden finger were truly formidable. At this rate, it would not be long before he became a second-rank alchemist, capable of refining second-rank elixirs. Second-rank elixirs are worth 10 times that of first-rank ones. Moreover, second-rank alchemists are highly sought after by major cultivation families, often revered as esteemed elders. Husband, what is the matter? Su Liwei was the first to awaken. Glancing at the other slumbering women beside her, she embraced Su Yuan's arm and inquired softly. It's nothing. I have neglected you all during this time. You do not hold it against me, do you? Su Yuan shook his head, gently caressing Su Liwei's hair while speaking tenderly. Su Liwei smiled faintly. What are you saying? How can we blame you? We merely worry about you while you are away. By the way, husband, our household has incurred quite a few expenses lately. A few of my sisters and I have discussed it and decided to acquire a few shops in the city for income to meet our daily needs. They also mentioned that their families plan to allocate part of their assets for us to manage. What do you think? Su Yuan replied with a smile. You may take the lead on these matters. If you lack funds, feel free to speak. I will ensure you have whatever you desire. It is not that we lack money. Ever since we learned that you are an immortal, many visitors have come, almost wearing down our doorstep with their frequency. They have brought many generous gifts, including some high-ranking officials and princes from a court, as well as leaders from prominent martial arts sections. I dare not accept them indiscriminately for fear of incurring debts that may complicate matters for you in the future, Su Liwei explained. She added that her desire to acquire shops was also to keep herself occupied and to have meaningful endeavors. Very well, you may take charge of this, Su Yuan replied, not wishing to involve himself in mundane affairs that would be laborious and taxing. Su Liwei and the others had good intentions in their considerations, and the initiative was commendable. After all, the Su household had taken on many maidservants and guards, and their daily provisions were relatively luxurious, resulting in significant expenses. If they continued to consume without producing, they would eventually exhaust their resources. Su Liwei and the others were thinking of the future of the Su household. Once they had offspring, they could not afford to remain idle. Such responsibilities could not fall solely upon Su Yuan. As a cultivator, he had grander matters to attend to and could not be preoccupied with these trivialities. With so many wives and concubines, it was only a matter of time before they would bear children. The affairs of the mundane world were secondary, but resources for cultivation were indispensable. Although he might not need them, his descendants would. They would not possess golden fingers. If a descendant with spiritual roots were to emerge, the resources required for their cultivation would be substantial. Proper techniques, spells, and spiritual stone resources aside, a suitable place for cultivation would be essential. Should the optimal cultivation age be squandered, they might repeat his own missteps and achieve little in their lives. He did not wish for his children to endure the same struggles he had faced in his early years. Even if they were to be sent to a sect, they would require certain connections and sufficient strength to ensure their safety. Otherwise, they would be unable to resolve any issues should they be bullied within the sect. He felt compelled to prepare in advance, accumulating enough foundational resources to pave the way for their future. Fortunately, Su Yuan had become an alchemist, allowing him to acquire spiritual stones more easily than before, thereby amassing sufficient resources and connections. He did not need to endure the various life and death trials that other loose cultivators faced, allowing him to develop steadily and discreetly. His next plan was to secure his place in the Xiancheng before bringing his wives to the realm of cultivation. Although they were mere mortals, constant exposure to the abundant spiritual energy of the cultivation world would surely enhance their health and longevity. This would also facilitate his own cultivation, eliminating the need for incessant travel. More importantly, within the cultivation realm, he could encounter more celestial maidens. Despite already having several wives, as his cultivation level rose, the experiences he required would increase, which mortals could not satisfy. To break through to higher realms and seek longevity, he needed to find celestial maidens with greater strength and talent. The cost of marrying a celestial maiden was far from simple, especially for those of noble status. In any case, Su Yuan had to strive diligently. Upon reflecting on this, Su Yuan glanced at the somewhat fatigued Su Liwei, suppressing his impulse. Yet Su Liwei, perceptive as ever, discerned his thoughts from his gaze and smiled affectionately, gently lifting the covers and leaning down. During this time, she had not been without growth, having learned much useful knowledge from Su Yuan. For the next period, Su Yuan exerted himself to enhance his strength, maximizing his time management. After nearly 2 months, he finally broke through to the 7th level of qi refining. This level of power was quite distinguished among some outer disciples of various sects and placed him as a pillar within cultivation families. It could be said that he now possessed a measure of confidence to establish himself in the cultivation world. Furthermore, his proficiency in the flying leaves technique had reached a level of mastery. This wood-based offensive spell was quite destructive, far surpassing ordinary qi refining spells, and was one of Su Yuan's trump cards. Its only drawback was the significant mana consumption required for its casting. Previously, each time he used this technique, his mana would be instantly depleted. However, with his recent cultivation advancements, his mana had multiplied several times, making its use much less taxing than before. Moreover, Su Yuan had officially advanced to the rank of second-grade alchemist. A second-grade alchemist could concoct the second-grade elixirs required for foundation-building cultivators, which were quite rare within both sects and families. If he possessed the formula and materials for a foundation-building pill, he could create the immensely valuable and hard-to-obtain elixir. This was a critical asset for most loose cultivators, underscoring its rarity. In addition, there was wonderful news. Su Liwei was pregnant. Su Yuan was initially taken aback by this revelation, followed swiftly by overwhelming joy. Once a cultivator embarked on the path of immortality, their essence would be greatly refined, making procreation exceedingly difficult. Many ancestors of cultivation families, despite living for hundreds of years with numerous wives, often had only 1 or 2 offspring after relentless efforts. This illustrated the considerable challenge involved. Su Yuan had thought it would take a long time, yet had occurred so easily. Having lived nearly 80 years across 2 lifetimes, he naturally yearned for his own descendants. Such is the nature of humanity. Initially intending to journey to the Tianyuan Mountains to find Ning Ku, upon hearing this news, Su Yuan immediately decided to postpone his trip. He wanted to safeguard the arrival of his child and ensure that no mishaps occurred. Days passed. Apart from gaining fixed cultivation levels at night, Su Yuan spent his time accompanying Su Liwei, leading a simple yet fulfilling life. Such a tranquil existence could indeed be likened to that of immortals. As October swiftly passed, under Su Yuan's attentive care, Su Liwei finally reached her day of labor. With a resounding cry, their first child was born. "Congratulations, master. Mother and child are safe, and the young master is healthy." The midwife emerged holding a plump, white baby and presented him to Su Yuan. He had no time to notice the prompt that appeared, his gaze wholly focused on his child. This little one bore some resemblance to him, crying lustily. Su Yuan was overcome with joy and used a sliver of his mana to inspect the child. Unfortunately, there was no spiritual root. Su Yuan shook his head, not overly concerned. After all, he was still his child, and whether or not he had a spiritual root was of little consequence. A life lived was not solely defined by the path of cultivation. "Can our child cultivate?" Su Liwei asked expectantly from her bed. Having been by Su Yuan's side, she naturally understood some aspects of the cultivation world and was quite invested in this matter. If their child possessed a spiritual root, he would undoubtedly be favored by Su Yuan, and she would share in that affection. As a mortal, She was acutely aware of the divide between immortals and mortals, leading her to fear Su Yuan's potential disdain. Su Yuan shook his head, asserting that whether or not their child could cultivate was not important and advised her not to dwell on it, instead focusing on her recovery. Though Su Liwei felt a tinge of disappointment, she managed to smile. "My dear, let's name the child." After some contemplation, Su Yuan suggested, "Let us call him Su Fan. Having a name befitting a protagonist may attract fortune and alter destiny." "Su Fan," Su Liwei mused for a moment. "Does my husband wish him to be content as a mere mortal?" "No, my son Su Fan is destined for greatness." After visiting Su Liwei and ensuring everything was in order, Su Yuan returned to his room to examine the attribute points he had just received. Spiritual Root, Goal 1, Wood 5, Water 2, Fire 1, Earth 1, Comprehension 5, Fortune 3, Charm 7. Available attribute points 1 in the attribute panel. Each category now bore an additional number. The Spiritual Roots section was straightforward, representing cultivation efficiency. Comprehension simply referred to understanding ability. Fortune was more enigmatic. Every being possesses fortune, but paths diverge. Those with high fortune exhibit conspicuous traits, akin to characters in novels who are destined for extraordinary achievements. Charm was more easily comprehensible, relating to appearance. A higher attractiveness naturally made one more agreeable to others, albeit somewhat trivial. What should he allocate the point to? Su Yuan felt somewhat conflicted. His cultivation acquisition did not necessitate personal training, and the utility of spiritual root quality seemed limited. Yet he was uncertain if dual cultivation gains would correlate with individual talent. Since there was no loss, he decided it was worth a try. With this thought, Su Yuan allocated the point to the wood attribute spiritual root. After all, comprehension and fortune were not immediately applicable, and a slight enhancement seemed negligible. However, should the spiritual root quality influence the benefits derived from dual cultivation, it would be a significant gain. After making the allocation, Su Yuan promptly sought out Fong Lingqing to conduct an experiment. Fong Lingqing was initially taken aback, but soon elated. Upon witnessing Su Liwei give birth, the other women could not pretend to be indifferent. They understood that, as mortals, to remain in Su Yuan's favor and not be neglected, the best way was to bear him a child. Thus, they could secure his attention. After all, coming from prominent families, they were well aware that the fates of women married to immortals rarely ended favorably. It has been said that numerous young women spend their entire lives in solitude, confined to their empty chambers until they pass away. Although Su Yuan is somewhat distinct from other cultivators, refraining from indulgently taking concubines and currently treating them with care, who can predict what the future holds? Each individual harbors a degree of anxiety and a sense of impending crisis. Consequently, they strive even harder to win Su Yuan's affection. As Su Yuan's concubines, they inherently understand how to please him, which entails fulfilling his desires and introducing novel experiences. Initially, Su Yuan had grown somewhat numb to these matters, but upon witnessing Fong Lingqing's transformation, he was suddenly invigorated. After an intimate encounter, Fong Lingqing fell into a deep slumber. Leaning against the bed, Su Yuan was met with a new notification. Your dual cultivation with Fong Lingqing has resulted in an increase of 4 levels in cultivation. 2 hours had passed, and indeed, the gain was evident. Su Yuan was elated. Compared to before, this was an increase of 1 additional point per hour. Do not underestimate this increment. As the hours accumulate, the total becomes substantial. It effectively halved the time required for his breakthrough. For the past 10 months, he had dedicated 4 hours daily to enhancing his cultivation. Until now, he had amassed just over 1,000 points in cultivation. His progress had advanced from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet he still required half the experience to reach the 9th level. Upon attaining the 8th level, Su Yuan distinctly felt his rate of improvement slowing. As one ascends to higher realms, the requisite cultivation points for breakthroughs increase. Although this pace is extraordinarily rapid compared to other cultivators, Su Yuan remained somewhat discontented. With his spiritual roots slightly enhanced, this speed was further accelerated. He was certain that it would not be long before he could breach the 9th level of Qi refinement. This was merely the effect of a slight attribute boost. How many points could he potentially accumulate in an hour if this continued? Su Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. The prospect of having children could yield attribute points. It seemed to encourage him to expand his lineage. This system was rather unconventional. Alas, for cultivators to conceive offspring is not as simple as it appears. He would need to exert considerable effort. News of the birth of Su family's eldest son quickly spread, causing a stir in Futile City, soon reaching the secular world. During Su Fan's first month, many secular families and factions sent congratulatory gifts. Even some cultivators from the secular realm came to seek an acquaintance with Su Yuan, eager to establish connections and bolster their social standing. While Su Yuan had no intention of forming such relationships, he graciously accepted their goodwill, personally attending to their visits. To offend them carelessly might invite covert retribution. Yet fostering connections could prove beneficial, allowing for assistance in times of need. Lord Su, another immortal master, has come to visit. While receiving guests in the parlor, Su Yuan heard the maid's announcement. Since Su Fan's birth, the way the Su family addressed Su Yuan had shifted from young master to lord. Though somewhat rustic, he paid it no mind. Esteemed friends, I must excuse myself for a moment. Su Yuan addressed the cultivators in the parlor before making his exit. These cultivators, having returned from the immortal path, were mostly at the third or fourth levels of chi refinement, appearing somewhat aged, akin to elderly individuals nearing the end of their lifespans. It was not that Su Yuan was extraordinary. Rather, these individuals had long since abandoned their cultivation, indulging in worldly pleasures, which had led to the deterioration of their abilities. Once Su Yuan departed, the cultivators began to discuss amongst themselves. Su Daoyu's strength is not weak. Why would he return to the secular world? Indeed, even I find it perplexing. He should at least be at the fourth level. It seemed their visit was fortuitous, as they now had a trustworthy ally in the secular realm. Originally, they intended to impart some wisdom regarding the secular world to Su Yuan, hoping to gain some benefits. However, upon realizing Su Yuan's superior cultivation, their initial intentions transformed, and they became notably amiable, genuinely appearing to offer their congratulations. It appears that Su Daoyu has quite an extensive network. Besides us old fellows, there are other cultivators visiting. The individuals present were renowned cultivators in the secular realm of the Yu Kingdom, holding significant status, yet they had not anticipated the arrival of additional cultivators. They were certain that these newcomers were not from the secular world of the Yu Kingdom, but likely from the immortal realm, old acquaintances of Su Yuan, which instilled a sense of reverence within them. Fortunately, they had refrained from voicing their earlier thoughts, for otherwise they would have found themselves in an awkward position. In truth, even Su Yuan himself had not anticipated this. His connections in the immortal realm were few, and the news of his arrival in Futile City was scarcely known. While he could comprehend the visit from secular cultivators, he was surprised that more would come to celebrate. Could it be Ning Ku? Su Yuan instinctively thought of her. It had been nearly a year since he last parted ways with Ning Ku. He had promised to collaborate with her on alchemy, only to fail to keep in touch, leading her to possibly seek him out. If she were to hear that he had been preoccupied with fatherhood, would that not complicate matters? Deciding to take things as they came, Su Yuan shook his head and approached the grand entrance of his residence, where he encountered the visiting cultivators. There were 3 men, all cultivators of impressive stature, with striking appearances and distinguished bearing, eliciting admiration from many onlookers. It was a testament to Su Yuan's standing that such notable figures would seek him out, suggesting he held considerable renown even in the immortal realm. Upon recognizing one among them, Su Yuan was taken aback, joy illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Gui Daoyu, what brings you here? Please come in." The visitor was Guizhen, one of the few individuals Su Yuan could genuinely consider a friend in the immortal realm. When Su Yuan departed from the immortal world, it was Guizhen who had gifted him 5 spirit stones, providing him a foothold in Futile City. This act of kindness remained etched in Su Yuan's memory, and he had not anticipated their reunion in the secular world. Su Daoyu, it has been nearly 2 years since we last met. I never imagined you would become a father. Congratulations. I have come bearing a small gift, a token of my respect. Guizhen, with a beaming smile, presented Su Yuan with 2 ornate boxes from his robe. He had traveled to the secular realm for important matters, but upon hearing of the Su family's joyous occasion, he could not resist making the journey to offer his congratulations and reconnect with an old friend. Seeing his friend in good spirits brought Guizhen much joy. "Oh, Guizhen, you're being too formal. With our friendship, such gestures are unnecessary. Please come inside." Su Yuan graciously accepted the gifts, refraining from opening them immediately. and handed them to a nearby maid, directing his gaze towards the other two cultivators accompanying Guizhen. Esteemed friends, my apologies for not welcoming you properly. Please, join us for a celebratory drink. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality. Su Daoyu, allow me to make an introduction on your behalf. Guizhen promptly spoke, gesturing towards a young man clad in a brocade robe. This is Li Hong, Li Daoyu, a disciple of the Tai sect, one of the 5 major cultivation sects in the Yu Kingdom. At such a tender age, he has already reached the 4th level of qi refinement, holding immense promise for the future. This individual is Wang Sun, Wang Daoyu, who possesses the strength of the 3rd level. After this, he introduced Su Yuan to the two, stating that Su Yuan is an old friend of many years, currently at the 3rd level of qi refinement. It turns out that meeting Li Daoyu and Wang Daoyu in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. Su Yuan wore a smile, exuding words of praise. For speaking kindly to others bears no detriment to oneself. His ability to navigate the cultivation world without making enemies stems from his knack for avoiding annoyance. Li Hong, initially cold and aloof, managed to muster a semblance of smile and succinctly conveyed his congratulations on the arrival of a noble child. As a disciple of a cultivation sect, though merely an outer disciple, he regarded loose cultivators with disdain, and particularly those like Su Yuan, who had returned to the mundane world, were even less worthy of his regard. The fact that Su Yuan, at merely the 3rd level, could voice a disingenuous compliment was already commendable. Li Hong had no intention of employing divination techniques to probe into Su Yuan's affairs, deeming it unnecessary. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, he would not have deigned to visit this place. Thus, he exhibited a hint of impatience. Wang Sun echoed the congratulations, noting that he had arrived in haste and had not prepared a gift, asking Su Yuan not to take offense. While Wang Sun also looked down upon Su Yuan, he was more tactful than Li Hong, opting for a more courteous tone. Were it not for Li Hong's presence, he might have offered a token gift to maintain appearances. However, since Li Hong did not broach the topic, he dared not, for that would undermine Li Hong's dignity. Observing the attitudes of the two, Guizhen conveyed an apologetic glance to Su Yuan, who understood and maintained his smile, responding that it was no matter, inviting them to enter as he had already prepared a banquet awaiting their arrival. Li Shixiao, please go ahead, Guizhen urged. Only then did Li Hong nod and stride towards the inner residence, followed closely by Su Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, at the city gate of Futile City, Ning Ke, dressed in a white gown and riding a white horse, approached with a whip in hand. Her expression was cold, and her delicate features bore an air of aloofness, causing those around her who marveled at her beauty to instinctively retreat. How infuriating! That deceitful scoundrel! I must find you! A chilling glint flickered in Ning Ke's eyes, her mind consumed by this singular thought. Since parting with Su Yuan, she had felt an emptiness within her, finding everything she did somewhat unsatisfactory. Often reminiscing about the days spent with Su Yuan and the words he had uttered, which left her restless. Initially, this was bearable, as she managed to distract herself by selling elixirs. However, the elixirs were in high demand and sold out in less than half a month. Ning Ke had hoped that when Su Yuan saw how quickly she had sold out, he would be pleased. Yet, after several months of waiting, she had not seen Su Yuan return. This made her anxious, to the point where she struggled to concentrate on her cultivation. Now, nearly a year had passed, and she still had not caught sight of Su Yuan. Worry began to gnaw at her. Had he encountered some form of danger? After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to seek out Su Yuan. The mundane world of the Yu Kingdom was vast, and she had no knowledge of Su Yuan's whereabouts, so she could only inquire in each city one by one. Upon nearing Futile City, she caught wind of Su Yuan's recent exploits and learned of the joyous news regarding the arrival of his noble child, nearly shattering her composure. A year without seeking her, and it turned out he was preoccupied with fatherhood. This was a truth Ning Ke found nearly unbearable. The promises Su Yuan had made were mere fabrications. Words of cooperation and affection were all falsehoods. Initially, she had intended to depart and never see Su Yuan again, but her heart was unwilling, yearning to uncover the truth from him. With this thought in mind, she spurred her horse, racing towards Su Fu. At Su Fu, the courtyard was adorned with banquet tables, all seats filled. The attendees were esteemed figures in the mundane realm, yet at this moment, they found themselves relegated to the humble positions at the table. However, they bore no dissatisfaction, their faces reflecting a sense of honor, as if merely being present was the greatest validation of their status. Occasional glances were cast towards the banquet hall within, their eyes brimming with reverence. In that hall, a majority were cultivators. Su Yuan entered the courtyard, beginning to toast each guest. Su Xianshi, this old man raises a glass to you. An elderly gentleman, his hair white and garbed in splendid attire, stood and raised his cup in invitation. He nudged a beautiful young maiden beside him with his elbow. The young woman stood, her gaze towards Su Yuan tinged with shyness. The elderly man hastily introduced her. Xianshi, this is my only granddaughter, who has admired you for a long time. If it pleases you, may I introduce her to you? This is Zhao Zhenjin, who wishes to greet you. The young woman quickly bowed, appearing exceedingly nervous. Initially reluctant to be here, she had no desire to marry Su Yuan. In her preconceived notions, most cultivators were akin to the mundane practitioners, indulging in wine, lust, and wealth, lacking any semblance of celestial grace. Yet upon seeing Su Yuan, she realized how mistaken she had been. He was not only ethereal in presence, but also strikingly handsome, the most dashing man she had ever encountered, devoid of any signs of age, exuding a unique aura that she could not quite articulate. With but a glance, her heart raced, a sensation of unprecedented excitement. To marry such a man would be a lifetime without regrets. Is that not the Zhao Wang? Could the young woman beside him be the Zhao Wang's granddaughter? Does the Zhao Wang also wish to unite with Su Xianshi? Indeed, have you not noticed? Each person attending the banquet today is a significant figure in their own right. Surely, many are eager to establish connections with Su Xianshi. What a pity I have no daughters. Otherwise, I would have sent one. No daughters, no matter. There are still many young women here seeking to pay their respects. Pay respects? I would say it is a formidable challenge to gain entry to the Xianmen. I fear Su Xianshi may not accept them. How can we know without trying? Those present recognized the identity of the elderly gentleman in white and could not help but whisper amongst themselves. Su Yuan's reputation in the mundane realm had soared, and numerous individuals sought to curry favor with him. Many took this opportunity to bring their unmarried daughters or relatives, hoping for a chance to make an impression on Su Yuan. These young women were all of exceptional beauty and virtue, possessing looks that could rival the most revered among mortals. It was likely that an ordinary person would never attain such a wife in their lifetime. Yet now, they willingly presented themselves, eager to become Su Yuan's concubines. Should they catch Su Yuan's eye, they would gain the protection of a Xianshi, establishing a powerful backing in the mundane world. In the realm of mortals, having a cultivator as a supporter was an entirely different concept from other forces. Presently, even within the imperial court, many had cultivators behind them. Every cultivator was an object of fervent desire to befriend. Unlike other cultivators, Su Yuan appeared younger and more promising, capable of providing support for many years to come. Should he father a child with spiritual roots, the implications would be extraordinary. Once they entered the Xianmen, it would truly be a meteoric rise to greatness. Before their arrival, they had inquired about Su Yuan, who evidently had wives and concubines, indicating he was not averse to the fair sex. The women they brought along were meticulously selected, excelling in every aspect. The likelihood of this marriage coming to fruition was high. With the Zhao Wang taking the lead, others turned their gaze towards Su Yuan, eager to observe his response. His grip on the wine, cup betraying the sweat of his anxious palms. Su Yuan appraised the young woman before him, maintaining a composed demeanor. She was indeed beautiful, with exquisite features and a slender figure that would stir the hearts of any man. Had it been in the past, Su Yuan would have dismissed the proposition without a second thought. After all, he was no longer the same person. He could not settle for less. If he were to marry, it would be a celestial being. However, upon realizing that expanding his lineage could yield attribute points, his perspective began to shift. While celestial beings were splendid, the challenges of procreation between two cultivators were significantly heightened. Although there were difficulties with mortals, they were comparatively easier. With a sufficient number of attempts, success was bound to follow. Moreover, given Su Yuan's current status, marrying a celestial was not a trivial matter. Thus, his gaze momentarily rested on worldly women. These women possessed remarkable beauty, aligning with his standards for a partner. After all, he had already taken several wives and concubines. Why not add more? Other cultivators returning to the secular world numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Even emperors had harems of 3,000 beauties. What was this in comparison? 350 days in a year, each with a unique companion. This was a dream for many men. Su Yuan, being a man himself, could not escape societal norms nor feign high-mindedness. He also had to consider the well-being of his current wives and concubines. As his cultivation improved, his abilities grew stronger. Ordinary individuals could no longer withstand the rigors of his desires. He could not simply seize a single lamb and exhaust it, could he? The crux of the matter was that long-term interaction with a single individual could lead to monotony. A touch of novelty was essential. With this thought, Su Yuan smiled and raised his cup, responding, "I am honored by your highness's favor. How could I refuse? I raise my glass in your honor." The Zhao Wang, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and hurriedly urged Zhao Xinjin to express her gratitude to the esteemed master for his acceptance. Zhao Xinjin, taken aback by the unexpected favor, found herself momentarily speechless. The others who had accompanied the charming maidens displayed visible delight upon hearing Su Yuan's response and began introducing him to the women. Among them were notable officials, martial arts experts, and wealthy merchants, and the women they brought were far from ordinary. There were dozens of them. Su Yuan did not accept all offers, but selectively chose worldly women who caught his eye. Although he possessed a golden opportunity, he could not afford to be indiscriminate. He could not desire them all. Others bore no objections. They were well aware of the privileges of a celestial being. In a moment, some rejoiced while others felt disheartened. In addition to the marriage, many came seeking apprenticeship. However, Su Yuan did not even contemplate it, outright refusing. Taking concubines was acceptable, but accepting disciples was unnecessary. Setting aside the time it would consume, as a mere chi refining stage cultivator, he was but an insignificant ant in the vast world of cultivation. What qualifications did he have to teach others? After toasting, Su Yuan returned to the inner hall. The table was filled with cultivators. Li Hong sat at the head of the guest seat, flanked by Wang Sun and Guizhen. The cultivators from the Yu Kingdom had already learned of Li Hong's identity and were continuously toasting him, ingratiating themselves. Li Hong remained expressionless, silent, and indifferent to the toasts, displaying an arrogant demeanor on this joyous occasion, showing no intention of congratulating Su Yuan or even pretending to be gracious. Guizhen, sitting beside him, appeared increasingly awkward but dared not speak further. Li Hong indeed had the capital for such arrogance. He was not someone a loose cultivator could provoke. He was fully aware of this. Yet regrettably, Li Hong had pressing matters to attend to. He could not prevent him from disrupting Su Yuan's celebration. Upon Su Yuan's arrival, Guizhen cast an apologetic glance his way. Su Yuan understood. Though displeased, he smiled it off, lifting his wine cup and downing it in one go. "I apologize for the wait. Allow me to pour my own 3 cups." The other cultivators promptly rose to accompany him for a few rounds. Li Hong remained seated, unmoved. As cultivators, they possessed keen hearing and had overheard the previous discussions in the courtyard. His disdain for Su Yuan was palpable. Viewing him as lacking ambition and feeling somewhat embarrassed to be in his company, Su Yuan noticed this but chose not to expose it, maintaining a smile. In the eyes of others, Su Yuan's demeanor was quite normal. After all, Li Hong was a disciple of a celestial sect. Who would dare offend him? Su Yuan was well aware of their thoughts, yet he paid them no mind. In his eyes, Li Hong's strength was inconsequential. Even if he was a disciple of a celestial sect with numerous hidden strengths, Su Yuan had long surpassed his former self, now at the 8th level of chi refining. For levels above Li Hong, a mere flick of his hand could spell disaster for him. However, Su Yuan harbored no intent to confront him. Although the 8th level of chi refining was commendable, it was still insignificant before the 5 major cultivation sects of the Yu Kingdom. It was said that these sects housed golden core ancestors. Compared to them, Su Yuan remained too weak. Moreover, this situation was trivial. Having navigated the cultivation world for many years, Su Yuan had encountered all types of people. His tolerance was not small, nor did he harbor a heavy heart. It was natural for the young to possess a bit of arrogance. As long as they did not cross his bottom line, he was not inclined to fuss over it. There were countless individuals who had shown him no regard. Thus, anger was entirely unwarranted. Of course, had Li Hong lacked a background, the outcome would have been a different story. Su Yuan smiled and raised a cup of wine to Li Hong. He would not partake further, stating, "I have come not to celebrate, but to address pressing matters. Today is your joyous occasion, and it would be inappropriate to speak at length. Let us discuss this tomorrow." Li Hong did not accept the toast, casting a blank glance at the other secular cultivators before saying, "The banquet is not yet over. Do not rush to depart." The crowd, puzzled, saw that Li Hong did not intend to elaborate and dared not inquire further, nodding in agreement. "Yes, we shall follow your instructions, young Master Li." As Li Hong prepared to leave, Su Yuan instructed a nearby maid, "Take young Master Li downstairs and attend to him well. Do not neglect him." "Yes, my lord." The maid responded obediently, leading Li Hong to a guest room to rest. Once Li Hong had departed, Guozhen finally exchanged glances with Su Yuan. Su Yuan understood and addressed the other cultivators. "My friends, I must excuse myself for a moment. Please make yourselves at home." "Go on, Su Dao, you do not mind us." The cultivators replied courteously, not daring to display the same arrogance as Li Hong. Exiting the banquet hall, Su Yuan led Guozhen to a secluded pavilion in the garden. Guozhen glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before speaking. "Su Daoyu, I apologize for the trouble." Su Yuan waved his hand, fully aware of Guozhen's nature. This was not his decision, and he bore no resentment. Curiously, he inquired, "Guodaoyu, what brings you here?" Guozhen's expression grew serious as he replied in a low voice, "I encountered young Master Li in the Yunwu Marsh, and he invited me here to the secular world." Young Master Li initially sought assistance from other cultivators, but upon hearing they were all here to congratulate you, he joined as well. Clearly, he was reluctant to dwell on that topic and shifted the conversation. "How have you been in the secular world? Is everything to your satisfaction?" In contrast to the relentless struggles of the Xiaoxian realm, this place is indeed a rare sanctuary of tranquility, Su Yuan sighed. "Haha, that is certainly the case. You appear to be in much better spirits than when you were in the Xiaoxian realm," Guozhen chuckled, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The current Su Yuan displayed a markedly improved demeanor compared to the despondent state he exhibited during their last parting. Back then, Su Yuan seemed enveloped in despair, yet now, he radiated the calm, composure reminiscent of their initial encounter. It appears that Su Yuan's return to the mundane world has not been without its merits, which brought Guozhen a sense of relief. "By the way, you mentioned that Li Hong has come to the secular world to seek out other cultivators. Do you happen to know the reason?" Su Yuan inquired. Guozhen hesitated momentarily. "Su Daoyu, I cannot speak freely on this matter. I hope you will understand. However, this situation poses no detriment to us, and tomorrow, young Master Li will elucidate the details. If you still contemplate a return to the Xiaoxian realm or desire to gain some benefits, this is indeed a rare opportunity." Seeing Guozhen's reluctance to elaborate further, Su Yuan chose not to press the matter and deftly shifted the topic. Some things, when spoken of excessively, might invite misfortune. Knowing too much could bring no advantages to oneself. Guozhen cast a grateful glance at Su Yuan and continued the conversation, recounting some events that transpired after Su Yuan departed from the Xiaoxian realm. As they reminisced, a maid hurriedly approached. "Master, another visitor has arrived." "Oh, who is it?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, for the invitations had been sent out a month prior, and nearly all who were to come had already done so. Who could possibly be visiting now? Replying to the master, the visitor refused to disclose her name. She is a young woman, appearing somewhat irate and seemingly looking for trouble. We dared not make a decision and came to seek your guidance. The maid hesitated to mention that everyone assumed this was related to Su Yuan's romantic entanglements. Hence they were cautious not to offend. A young woman? Looking for trouble? Su Yuan felt a surge of curiosity and, after a moment's thought, said, "Let her in." Shortly thereafter, a woman in a white dress entered the rear courtyard of Su's residence, drawing the astonished gazes of the many guests present. Upon recognizing the woman, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Ning Ke, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Ning Ke, her gaze icy and her expression frosty as she fixated on Su Yuan. "What? Am I not allowed to come? You deceitful scoundrel. I told you that no matter where you hide, I will find you." Ning Jianzi. Guozhen, who stood by, was equally astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What deceit? What do you mean by hiding?" Their exchange seemed laden with meaning, suggesting a deep-seated grievance. What was the situation? He knew of Ning Ke's reputation among the scattered cultivators of Tianyuan Mountain. How had Su Yuan entangled himself with this woman, reputed to be eternally youthful? What unspeakable events had transpired? Clearing his throat, Su Yuan, feeling somewhat guilty, explained, "I apologize, it was not my intention to stand you up. Circumstances arose unexpectedly." "You see now, I did not deceive you, did I?" Humph. After all this time, you couldn't have informed me of anything directly? You made me wait for a whole year? Ninke retorted coldly. She was acutely aware that Su Yuan had not deceived her, which only fueled her anger further. It seemed he had forgotten all his promises while preoccupied with matters of parenthood. Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly divulge such a sensitive matter? Guozhen stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Ning Ke had waited for Su Yuan for an entire year? Was it possible that she had pursued him? Did Su Yuan possess such charm? How had he failed to notice this previously? Seeing Su Yuan silent, Ning Ke's frustration grew. Could he not even muster an excuse? Resisting the urge to turn away in anger, she finally spoke up. Su Yuan, I have but one question for you. Just answer me, yes or no. Without hesitation, Su Yuan interjected, love? Love. Ning Ke was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts thrown into disarray. What love? That was not what she intended to ask. What nonsense are you spouting? There are others present. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she found herself momentarily forgetting her original question. Yet, receiving that answer inexplicably filled her heart with joy, even as she questioned its authenticity. Looking into Su Yuan's earnest eyes, she sensed no deception. What are you talking about? In that instant, Ning Ke's heart raced, leaving her at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Su Yuan understood everything. Clearly, Ning Ke harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have traveled such a distance to confront him. If it were merely about alchemical cooperation, her demeanor would not reflect such intensity. This was a perfect opportunity to win the affection of the celestial maiden, one he could not afford to miss. Realizing this, Su Yuan gazed into the distant azure mountains, his expression tinged with melancholy as he spoke. I know that, in your eyes, I am a man who has willingly spiraled into decadence, and I concede that point. However, since encountering you, I have discovered that even in my previously dim world, there exists light. That light is you. You have shown me that there are still people in this world worth caring about. The days spent in your company have been the happiest of my life. I feared becoming entranced, worried that it was all but a fleeting dream, which compelled me to depart. Yet, I also recognize my status as a mere worldly rogue. Unworthy of you. I dare not harbor such hopes. The reason I have refrained from seeking you out is out of fear. I am cowardly. I fear that upon seeing you, I would be unable to restrain my feelings for you. I would rather remain silent than face your cruel rejection and endure the heart-wrenching pain it would bring. If you believe I have deceived you, then I accept that, and you may punish me as you wish, as long as it brings you happiness. In that moment, Su Yuan poured forth all he had learned throughout his life, complemented by a heartfelt tone, maximizing the emotional impact of his words. Although he felt somewhat awkward delivering such sentiments, Ning Ke had never heard anything like it before. She stood there, utterly stunned, gazing at Su Yuan with wide eyes, trembling slightly. So this is how he truly felt. I have misjudged him. In that instant, all her discontent dissipated, leaving only a sense of profound emotion. Su Yuan's genuine feelings struck a chord deep within her heart. From Su Yuan's perspective, such thoughts were entirely understandable. She now grasped the weight of his burden. It became clear that Su Yuan cared for her deeply. Not only Ning Ke, but even Guozhen was left astounded. This heartfelt confession was nothing short of extraordinary. Even as a man, he found himself moved, empathizing with the sentiment of unattainable love. He too had once harbored feelings for a celestial maiden from a cultivator family, yet that love remained buried within his heart, never spoken aloud. The only difference was that the maiden he adored had never cast him a glance. At this moment, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, he felt as though he could surreptitiously learn a thing or two, perhaps even move the other party's heart. Come, I admit to deceiving you. Do as you wish. Su Yuan closed his eyes and spread his arms in a gesture of vulnerability. Is that truly how you feel? Ning Ke inquired softly, without making any move. Su Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the graceful figure in a white dress by the water's edge. Yes. A flicker of emotion stirred within Ning Ke. Then I shall not hold it against you. Despite her years of cultivation and countless encounters in the realm of immortals, she remained unversed in matters of the heart, relying solely on her own feelings. You need not think so. I never regarded you as that kind of person. What does it matter whether one is worthy or unworthy? In the mortal realm or the realm of immortals, what difference does it make? Actually, Ning Ke stammered, feeling a certain difficulty in articulating her thoughts. With a determined bite of her lip, she raised her fair chin and met Su Yuan's gaze. The truth is, I did not come today for any other reason. I merely wished to inquire if what you said before was genuine. Which words? Su Yuan momentarily faltered, but then nodded affirmatively. Yes, of course it is true. Ning could gently bit her red lips. Very well. I have come to a decision. I shall agree to you. Over the past year, she had contemplated this countless times. On her way here, she had pondered this question more than once. Unfortunately, she had never found an answer. Only when she stood before the gates of Su's residence. Awaiting his arrival, did clarity dawn upon her. She understood that she could leave. And perhaps that was the best course, to cease inquiring about Su Yuan and to have no further connection with him. Yet, she also recognized that leaving would lead to regret. For her heart was no longer empty. It now contained another person. Even if Su Yuan's answer might disappoint her, she did not wish to live with regrets. Now, having received Su Yuan's response, her resolve was further solidified, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Su Yuan may not yet meet her criteria for a partner, regardless of whether he would in the future. But at this moment, that was of little consequence in Ning Ke's heart. Sometimes, personal happiness is paramount. For years, she had navigated the realm of immortals with caution, never making any bold decisions. This was the most audacious choice of her life. Upon uttering these words, she felt an unexpected joy, and her breathing became more relaxed. As she beamed, noticing Su Yuan's silence, she quirked her lips. What? Are you unwilling? Unwilling? How could I be? I simply did not expect this. It is quite a surprise. Su Yuan responded quickly, his smile genuine. But you won't mind if I... Ninke tuklet lichtli. What could I possibly mind? I am not unaware of your past. However, you must treat me well in the future. Do not let me down. Otherwise, humph. Understood. Su Yuan laughed heartily and promptly stepped forward to embrace Ning Ke. Instinctively, she wanted to push him away, but ultimately placed her hands behind her, clasped together. Yet, at the moment of Su Yuan's embrace, her body tensed. Congratulations, Su Daoyu and Ning Xinzi, a match made in heaven, truly a divine couple. Guozhen exclaimed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. To win over an enchanting fairy like Ning Ke was indeed a remarkable feat, especially considering Su Yuan was a cultivator returning to the mundane world, an even greater challenge. Hearing this, Ning Ke recalled Guozhen's presence. Her face flushed crimson, and her body grew more rigid as she buried her head into Su Yuan's chest. Su Yuan remarked, then let us take Guidao's well wishes to heart. You must come to our wedding feast. Naturally, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Guozhen, understanding the situation, took his leave. Su Yuan then turned to Ning Ke. All right, now that he is gone, there is no need to be shy. I am not shy, Ning Ke retorted weakly, tilting her head in defiance. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, when do you think we should hold the wedding banquet? Such matters are certainly for you to decide. As she spoke, Ning Ke suddenly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Su Juan in Guit Pudao. Your frequent banquets every so often. I fear the guests will soon have nothing left to offer, and just imagining their expressions upon hearing this news is quite a sight. Indeed, it seems so, he chuckled. However, we must not be careless with your wedding banquet. It deserves thorough preparation. The news of Ning Ke's arrival swiftly drew the attention of many keen observers. Upon learning that she was also a cultivator, the eyes of mortal practitioners nearly ignited with envy. Ning Ke's beauty and grace were beyond compare, truly deserving of the phrase, a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Seeing her father in such a state, I could no longer contain my emotions and threw myself onto him, crying. He gently stroked the back of my hand, saying nothing. Here, Li Fuma kept watch over Han Jinzi, while Lin Daoshang and Su Longzhong, along with Hong Chunzi, took several guard along with them. Meanwhile, those in the stands widened their eyes, intently observing everything on the field, desperate to spot He Yunlong's figure. Yet their gaze could not capture the lightning-fast movements of He Yunlong. Old Zhang waited on the sofa for Yan Wu to finish her makeup when a notification from Weibo suddenly popped up on his phone. Long Yichen lifted his head. It appears that the rankings of forces are not solely dictated by the choices of the 10 halls and the king of the underworld. 50% also derives from battle rankings. Ding! According to the absolute loyalty law of the host's subordinates, as long as the host remains alive, so too shall their subordinates. Perhaps thinking that Ning Fan was jesting, or perhaps due to Ning Fan's candid sincerity, Wu Yu found it amusing rather than angering. Boss, I will lead the Iron Guard and my personal guards to eliminate them one by one. The burly red-faced man declared resolutely. The deeper they delved, the more questions arose for the two. At this moment, they had descended at least several thousand meters, perhaps even over 10,000, as they did not descend perpendicularly but spiraled downwards like a staircase. As the wild girl burst out the door, she resembled a monkey running and bouncing about, completely disregarding the elders at home. Take me back, and I will grant you double the benefits. Moreover, I can help you conceal your identity, so they cannot find you. The two flirted with one another until they had sufficiently pleased Chang Xuanqing, after which Ling Bai resumed his meditative state. The old man was quite stubborn, and the couple found themselves powerless against her, ultimately agreeing to check in on her more often. Although he felt a touch of awkwardness being embraced by his ex-wife's close friend, the situation was not suitable for such thoughts, so he gently offered comfort. It is challenging. First, you must become an inner sect disciple, then undergo various assessments, and finally, someone must recommend you. The quota for recommendations is extremely limited. Chu Ming tossed peanuts in her mouth, saying, "That wretched woman has connections. If you complete a significant task, you might bring it up." Ling Bai stepped forward, seizing the moment before the encroaching flames consumed his mind, and swiftly decapitated the bandits one by one. She is the main wife. She is not even a concubine. If it comes to catching her in the act, I would have no complaints even if it meant my demise. Mom will help you keep watch. When you grow up and become stronger, then I shall return it to you. Bai Yueying said with an expression of goodwill. Shun Siyuan chuckled softly. The two fiery spirits perched on his shoulders suddenly took flight, one landing on Yin Xingyue's shoulder and the other atop Dodo's head. I pondered that the residence originally occupied by Yi, Mei Mei, and Ru Hui, Mei Mei had recently become vacant, with the abode neatly arranged. Moreover, the chrysanthemums flourishing beneath the looming Tai were in full bloom, far surpassing the scenery of several other locales. Hua Qingxie interjected with a cheerful demeanor. In reality, Helan Yao sighed, remarking that her mother was truly lacking in discernment. Wang Yu felt a lingering doubt. During the wedding ceremony the previous day, the two individuals seated among the parents did not bear a resemblance to Yixishuan's parents. This unforeseen discovery left Long Bing in a state of euphoric delight. Having searched tirelessly for this team, he never anticipated that an oversight by Gao Wei would lead him to this base. The task at hand was not particularly arduous. Under the jurisdiction of the Tai sect, there existed a rogue from the Cultivation realm, notorious for his malevolence and already showing signs of becoming a sinister cultivator, necessitating his eradication as a cautionary measure, Li Hong explained. This individual had recently caught wind of the situation and fled to the world of mortals. Although Lin Leoi had surpassed 60 years, his gaze remained piercing as he scrutinized the Jia for an extended period. Yet to this day, we remain oblivious to their true identities, and we lack even basic knowledge of their appearance and characteristics. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin shook her head. The deep black eyeshadow rendered her appearance markedly fatigued. Could he genuinely harbor such thoughts? After reaching a decision, the group discussed their departure plans, but Ling Ran mentioned a temporary delay, suggesting she might remain with Jiang Fan for an additional fortnight, if they wished to leave early or temporarily relocate to another place. They could wait for Ling Ran to join them later. Although the third young lady was not particularly amiable, she hailed from the Pingxi Bofu and was indeed the most suitable candidate to oversee domestic affairs. Subsequently, she retrieved 4 bags of rice from the adjacent room, each weighing 5 pounds, along with an additional large bag. The Empress Dowager, a devout practitioner of Taoism, was thoroughly charmed by Lin Yi's words, which resonated deeply with her. She smiled broadly and nearly reached out to hold Lin Yi's hand for an extensive conversation. I did not turn around, yet I could feel a pair of malevolent eyes fixated on me from behind. Players at a distance merely heard someone voicing outrageous opinions, mistakenly believing it had angered the NPC. Lin Feng's ensuing reaction seemed anticipated by Old Man Yun. He understood that Lin Feng could still resist, yet in his eyes, it was a futile struggle. Huang Yuan promptly approached the computer and indeed found that Xuan Yi's popularity was at the forefront, boasting a total of 377 million heat. In this realm, Zuo Qianqiu sensed that the thunder was categorized into 9 tiers, each level's destruction and vitality escalating with intensity compared to the previous. Qin Shui remained speechless. What sort of response was that? It was evident that you had activated your spiritual energy to control the spacecraft's convergence. Had it been an ordinary alchemist, they might not have discerned the mysteries of these ferns, but Luo Ming, possessing the soul-devouring jar, could perceive the soul energy directly. Zhuo Qinxiu disregarded Qiu Chuji's doubts, promptly securing his long spear and preparing for the descent. For this time he sought not only to eliminate Wang Daoqian, but also to journey south to meet the protagonist of this world. Currently, Li Yi's status was that of a wealthy individual, thus there was scarcely anything that could not be resolved with money. He could not afford to offend the Wei family. Should he harm them, his shop might be jeopardized. Now that confirmation had been achieved, Dyson felt unrestrained. He was a warrior, unconcerned with political matters. As long as there were issues within Sunlan real estate, his responsibility lay in combat. In that moment, he was already tormented by the sun's spirit, his gaze vacant, eyes sunken, skin pallid, clad in several layers even in the sweltering summer, yet still trembling from the cold. Approaching the man in a mask who lay vanquished on the ground, Yawu stepped forward slowly, intending to dismember him, wishing him a most dreadful demise. Yi Lixian gazed at the charming peony flower before him, unaware of the tumult of emotions stirring within. Having spent considerable time in the depths of the palace, he had seen much. He recognized that Yu had not mentioned this matter casually, yet he found it impossible to feign indifference. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. The allure of the demon lotus was overwhelmingly potent, and he had sacrificed his own son for it. As for Yi Fan, an outsider, he held no compassion or sympathy. In the following days, Su Yuan first notified the families within the floating water city, instructing them to dispatch personnel to keep an eye on the so-called rogue cultivator mentioned by Li Hong, while advising caution regarding this individual. He then remained home, refraining from venturing elsewhere. Although Su Yuan was reluctant to become embroiled in this matter, he felt compelled to act. Ding Tong recalled the words of Song Yunxian, reminiscent of the time when Yuan Shi was still alive, advising her against seeking vengeance. Control was unattainable unless the young master mastered the soul-capturing technique of the martial world, relying on hypnosis for dominance, the cute girl remarked. That was because he had yet to become dazzling in your eyes, when a boy no longer regards you as his entire world. It won't be long before you discern his madness, Dong Yiding commented. Such an obvious car. Jun thought she should have found it immediately upon descending with the keys. After such a long time, there were no other people visible in the surrounding parking lot. Where could she have gone? Gu Chengel grasped Xiao Tianzi's hand tightly, her eyes fixed on him, hoping he would swiftly snatch the phone from Yang Yang's grasp. Uncertain if he recognized my identity in this moment, he regarded me as a trusted individual, shedding his usual facade and leaning against me like a child. The onlookers' expressions shifted, all gazes converging on the Reverse Dan Academy and the Seven-Sect Alliance. Yet this time, he was genuinely mistaken. This choice was not made by Ying Hong on my behalf, but rather by my own volition. Fortunately, she possessed a certificate from the hospital confirming her illness, which led the transportation department to permit her participation in the examination. He, in his self-proclaimed cleverness, hastily instructed Jia 13 to assist in retrieving the plump, seemingly unremarkable rare white cat. Su Mubai gradually opened his eyes, akin to a revival after a long slumber, more like a rebirth after having faced death. The world appeared exceptionally vivid through his gaze, every detail, every scale, and feather reflected in his eyes with remarkable clarity. Initially, during the confrontation with Song Yunzi, he had not anticipated that Song Yunzi would employ such a formidable attack device. Had it not been for his invocation of the treasured 9-color Buddha lotus bestowed by his master at the last moment, he would have nearly perished. He bore a broad smile, concealing a hint of shyness. Su Rongrong could only offer an awkward smile in return, as a gesture of politeness. After all these years, it cannot be said that she still harbored feelings for Luo Palu, but the depth of that initial affection had left an indelible mark, making it challenging for her to escape the shadows of emotional entanglement. Su Mubai sat atop several steel pipes beside the factory, while Zhu Shi embraced his arm beside him, and at his feet lay the extraordinary beast, a large white cat, forbidden to stray beyond his side. One's life may forfeit countless valuable treasures, and few can claim to have no regrets. For Fanny Ba, the greatest loss of his life was undoubtedly Sun Yunyan. Had it not been for this, they might have shared an enviable tale of romance that would echo through the martial world. The aftershocks and pressure generated by the explosion forcefully compressed the sea level surrounding the Tianlang Island by several dozen meters, creating a veritable vacuum zone. The vegetation and terrain on the island were utterly ravaged by this overwhelming force. In truth, everyone is aware that Gongu's actions are intended to gather the leaders of the local militia here, causing their surviving teams to hesitate and refrain from targeting Li Yuan. Although Gongu claims to promote transparency, no one has dared to expose the underlying motives. The true horror of the elemental separation blade lies not merely in its ability to reduce flesh to elemental form, but also in its capacity to sever the soul's imprint, rendering resurrection impossible should such an imprint cease to exist. Ningke was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the figure collapsed beneath the distant wall, her brows furrowed in concern. What had happened to him? Just a few days prior, everything seemed fine. Su Yuan shared her confusion, realizing that his earlier apprehensions were not unfounded. While you feast in the entertainment industry, shouldn't you at least allow your brother sip a broth? Yang Zhao's expression instantly soured. Following the momentary explosion, a cataclysmic scene unfolded as tumultuous waves surged like a violent earthquake, churning the sea into towering tsunamis. As mere secondary traders, coupled with his own fabrications, not only Jia Mu and the others, but even Jia Tsong were left in stunned silence. A self-proclaimed Taoist named Shorin exhibited such formidable power. If the already transcended Yinzhong Jun were to intervene, the very fabric of heaven and earth would surely shift at his whim. I shall not consume your leftovers. No, it is merely remnants of noodles, Ji Mena retorted, turning her head aside, for a man's dignity cannot be appeased by a mere bowl of noodles. Chilo was bloodied and battered, in a state of utter disarray, his skull crushed beyond recognition. The 5 shadow-level, reincarnated ninjas appeared to be faltering under the onslaught, with one of them having lost an arm due to a combined attack from Fujiwara Zai and a cunning elder. The geomancer could not discern any direction to ground himself, floating amidst the remnants like the scattered remains of the deceased. At that moment, the coachman had already maneuvered the horse-drawn carriage into the courtyard, allowing the horse to rest on the straw, which served as a makeshift blanket, providing it a welcome respite. The ensuing moment saw conical crystals shoot forth, targeting a specific area with the ferocity of a tempest. The arrival of Tian Miao Miao marked a transformation. She had grown into a graceful young woman, radiating beauty, though a shadow of disappointment flickered in her eyes. To be candid, Wang Yu was not in need of money, as the various gifts in his streaming room amounted to at least 1,000,000 RMB. Lastly was Wu Sanshun, the eldest among them, yet possessing the least aptitude. Given that everyone had come to understand, shedding weight was simply a matter of confronting oneself, or more aptly, confronting the overweight version of oneself, making the endeavor seem rather straightforward. Utter nonsense. We scoured every corner of Ji Yao Terrace yesterday, nearly uprooting the floorboards, yet found nothing of you, Yi Yinji immediately countered. The young lady's hair cascaded loosely over her chest and back, cut short to shoulder length, its ends curling gently at her neck. Her neck bore a yellowish hue, contrasting with her fair complexion, lending her an unusual appearance. Within the formation, the cultivators began to speculate. Was it a misjudgment, or was this beast merely feigning existence to lower their guard? It was unexpected that someone who had joined the sect alongside him had now surpassed him by leaps and bounds, leading to an overwhelming sense of disparity within his heart. No need for that, boss. I brought the land deed and also the indenture. I am bound to her. Wang Li, a man of integrity, laid everything out before Tian Miao Miao without hesitation. A man in black with a hat? She repeated, echoing Xia Zhouwu's earlier words. During those days in the human realm, Ling Yefeng had spent all day bickering with the sword spirit. Yet upon reflection, he found the spirit was not so disagreeable after all. The thought of her beautiful eyes, sparkling with joy because of him, softened his heart, wishing to present her with the finest the world had to offer. Yet for Mu Jijun, the finest in the world was none other than her. Listening to Guozhen's account, Su Yuan finally grasped the full story. His initial suspicions proved correct. The demonic cultivator's manual explained much about the situation. The capability of this demonic cultivator to contend with the golden core true person of the celestial gate indicated their extraordinary prowess. A savage aura emanated from the object in his hand. Without a doubt, this jade-like entity belonged to a formidable beast. The gash in his palm raised questions. Didn't everyone possess chips? How then did they bear such marks on their faces? The composed Tang San was terrifying, and, in his rage, His calmness was even more frightening. Even the members of Shrek's Seven Devils could not fathom how Tang San would withstand the assault from two Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters. This matter should be reported to our leader before making any decisions, and Nuo suggested after a moment of contemplation. As sword energy approached, Xiupan unexpectedly sustained another wound. Yet it allowed him to regain his composure. With a casual gesture, Qing Di summoned a gentle breeze that swept through the realm. As for the heated encounters, although the Bobcats had suffered in the first two clashes, they retaliated in the latter two, ending in a tie at 2-2. Eventually, aside from minor external differences, the two sides were nearly indistinguishable. However, Tong Tu's manipulative rhetoric regarding nation-building and the distribution of plundered wealth to his subordinates ignited their greed. It turned out that Li Shimin still harbored intentions, yet the issue lay in the fact that modifying explosives and enhancing productivity was not something that could be accomplished casually. The fabric of this garment was indiscernible. Though it appeared thin, it surprisingly offered considerable warmth when worn. This time, Hulinger did not deter Yichan, but rather exclaimed, "I shall go too," and followed him into the woods. Hin Yen Yen remained terrified. Everything in her dream felt too real. The scent of blood, overwhelming as it splattered across her face. Jean Nen pondered that perhaps this incident had left her with lingering trauma, a normal reaction that required time to heal. She was a workaholic, a trait Liang Yu was well aware of. When she became engrossed in work, sleep was altogether forgotten. If this continued, would Qin Hu not be doomed? Should he offer his assistance? At this, Qin Hu's eyes brightened. Did this mean Wang Jinyu was amenable to allowing him to take risks? With this thought, he opened his arms and embraced Wang Jinyu, even planting a kiss on her cold, jade-like face. Ning Yuro, at the tender age of 24, was not particularly old, and thus her family had not pressured her into marriage and childbirth. Zhu Yuming and Ye Xingchuan exchanged astonished glances, instinctively glancing towards Lin Tian, not far away. Zhao Su, discerning the sarcasm in Zhang Xiu's words, assumed he was a hypocrite, inciting his immediate ire as he rose and shouted, "What kind of elixir is this? I have never seen anything like it." In an instant, Yin Xingyi, accompanied by the president of the Three Cities Alchemist Guild, rushed to Jiang Yuling, eager to experience the potency of the elixir up close. Nanyan, while savoring the dishes that Xiao and Gidge had served her, quietly contemplated whether her decision to assist her brother was indeed a wise one. Although Xiao, he had been diligently suppressing news of the 6 great wolves in recent days. Fearing turmoil and panic among the clan members, Su Yuan, despite being a lowly figure within the realm of immortal cultivation, had gleaned a modicum of historical knowledge over the years of his struggles. It was said that before the flourishing of the immortal path, there existed numerous other cultivation sections. The lookout personnel of Yang Jiazhuang observed the bandits advancing with several carts seemingly designed to deflect arrows, slowly approaching the village, and promptly sounded the alarm. It is prudent to make preparations. Time is of the essence. I, too, must take my rest, the general remarked as he turned to retreat to the resting quarters. From the judging panel, Long Xiao Tian stared blankly at Meng Chu Air, his eyes glinting with a hint of lust. A dazzling array of white light materialized before her, revealing a swirling void at her chest from which shattered fragments scattered in all directions. Even now, he possessed the strength to contend with Hua Yu, who stood merely a step away from the 4th-tier monarch. Just as his cousin clarified matters with her father and turned to pass her phone to her older cousin, she found him nowhere to be seen in the living room. Sun Wukong mimicked Xueling, crossing his arms and resting his body against Tu La Ji's shoulder. Intently watching He Guo, while occasionally glancing at Xueling, He Guo, slightly moved, nodded gently. When the Bei Yuan envoy heard the final military command, a flash of red light caught his eye, and he was suddenly confronted by a pair of enormous feet right before his nose, followed by a sudden darkness. Tian Yifan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his vision blurred. Simultaneously, the massive black spear in his hand halted mid-air, appearing as though he obeyed the shout that had just resonated. Yao Mu Chun, I shall not express gratitude for your assistance. I will seek an opportunity to duel you in the future. Tung Yi Jing declared coldly while swallowing a medicinal pill, his own body bearing significant injuries. For shadows approached the dark figure, extending their claws to strike at various points, while the shadow before the black eagle bore a mocking expression, its claws hovering ominously before its eyes. As Lin Ji Xian evaded the icy pillars, the ice shield conjured by Ho Dongling had silently dissipated, and her figure vanished. Relying on her senses, a vague silhouette appeared to her left. Lin Ji Xian resumed playing the zither, only to find the sound grating, devoid of the previous gentle flow and enchanting melody. We shall traverse the remaining distance slowly, allowing the Zijin Yishir Wang to rest, Lin had suggested. If given a chance for a fresh start, John would never dare to touch that jade pendant again, even if it meant facing poverty. Alas, he had no opportunity. It seemed he was there to see Ning Rong, and to avoid detection, Su Sun feigned ignorance as he approached. Upon arriving home in the afternoon, the weather was pleasant, and the villagers were busy preparing the soil for spring plowing. Even Guodami and the older children were summoned to lend a hand, with the entire production team bustling, oblivious to the quietly concealed figure. You are utterly ridiculous. If you continue this way, I shall report you to the clan leader. Cao Ai exclaimed Inanja. His name was Tang Ming, born into a family of medical practitioners, reputedly the son of a government official, a genuine second-generation affluent individual. Lo Yu wielded a huge broadsword, her petite frame making the weapon appear even larger. It nearly blinded Qin Shao. With more than half a year remaining until the Soul Master competition, departing for Haishun Dao seemed implausible. 3 individuals from Tai Yimen arrived, a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 30s, accompanied by 2 young people, 1 male and 1 female. The male was handsome, while the female was charming, though they were not as youthful as they appeared. As they faced the torment of the vanquished one steel mark, they also overheard the dialogue between De La Ku and the tyrant Emperor Zhou Hexen. To speak of Li Luo, he was exceptionally stringent about his diet, consuming only meticulously chosen, high-quality sustenance to replenish his spiritual energy, having even tasted heavenly delicacies. What say you, Lord Judge? Have you made your decision? Bai Wuchang sensed that Song Zi Yin was beginning to waver. However, once those 8 words were uttered, the spring and autumn cave emitted a thunderous roar, as if it were on the verge of collapse. This outcome greatly exceeded Long Xiao Tian's expectations. However, as Zhuo Bufan's strength continued to increase, one could only imagine the astonishment brewing within him. Yet, Jiang, who appeared to see the despicable version of himself, laid bare under the sunlight, the darkness within unable to hide. As it was evening, Niu Junmin took Niu De to the hospital, where he could only register for an emergency appointment. Yin Shuyu caught a glimpse of the strategy written by His Highness, with a few ink characters faintly visible. Hu Qian Sui eagerly shed layer after layer of clothing, until finally, even the last piece of modesty was discarded. Meng Ji's silhouette was among them, but compared to the leaders of other beast clans, he remained rather low-key. This time he had himself. Such occurrences would not transpire again, even for the sake of her brother of over a decade. Moreover, after her grandfather's sacrifice, her parents had provided considerable assistance due to their guilt. Thus, the head of the Shi family and the elders failed to notice this extraordinary event, not due to a lack of discernment, but rather because they had never encountered such phenomena. Turning to observe other hospitals, they found that the reception conditions were similar to those of the 33rd hospital, perhaps due to his rebirth, if he made choices different from his past life. A series of subsequent events would likewise alter. Early the next morning, Lu Meng arose early. She preferred to avoid staying in hotels whenever possible. After retrieving a hoodie from the wardrobe and pairing it with black jeans, she exited her room. Upon entering, she noticed something in the corner of the cabin, and then the 2 of you entered, startling me and Lao Hu. At this moment, the steel mill had been completed but was not yet operational due to the absence of energy supply. After hearing this, Qin Feng rubbed his nose. He merely wished to see, without any intention of claiming it as his own. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yi sensed something amiss. When had her voice become so melodious? I am Su Yi, a close friend of Shun Zui, she said, placing a hand on Shun Zui's shoulder, smiling as she introduced herself to Lin Yuyu. It appeared that many familiar faces had crossed her path today, and Lin Fan was somewhat astonished, clicking his tongue. The furnishings remained unchanged, with 4 cork statues facing the wall covered in cloth. Village chief Lien Shui Chang approached and pulled the fabric down one by one. Unbelievably, I had transformed into something akin to the Tua Xing people. This blood was no longer that of earthlings. If the blood were not red, did that mean I no longer counted as an earthling? The rebels immediately disbanded, some pledging allegiance to the governor of Jingzhou, Wang Rui, while others sought refuge with Yuan Su. Yet the majority opted for self-preservation, fleeing into the mountains and forests, continuing their plundering. The esteemed Su Daoyu, I never anticipated that you would genuinely win the affection of Ning Xianzi. It fills me with immense admiration. Ha ha, Su Daoyu, I heard you were blessed with a son. At that moment, Yuan was in seclusion and regrettably unable to attend. But this time, I have brought 2 gifts to celebrate. In the next moment, the group embraced one another tightly. There was no moment more blissful than this. It was akin to Kong Ming Yuan, who had been captured by Jiang Han. His storage bag was overflowing, yet when it was seized by Jiang Han, he felt no sorrow. What? Jifeng exclaimed in astonishment. He had never imagined that Changye Chui would master the wind escape technique. However, while everyone was engaged in amiable conversations reminiscing about the past few years, an uninvited guest arrived. As Chun Xiao spoke, he immediately soared into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Ling Xuanhu and the others did not hesitate to follow suit. Yi Yong had little knowledge of the forbidden areas in Beifengji and decided to explore the 4 extremes, beginning with the nearest, the endless sea in the extreme north. As a branch of the Qishan Trading Company, Yi Shenfeng was confident and certainly would not relinquish such a favorable territory easily. Li Yixing always returned from negotiations on the verge of fury. Brotersu, I am increasingly impressed by you all. To have made the acquaintance of the Ice Emperor. To receive guidance from the Ice Emperor is an endless benefit. Zhuge Luan exclaimed in delight. Yet in his heart, the Ice Emperor's status could never compare to Su Mu's. Although the 2 parties were not numerous, they consisted of indispensable figures within their respective factions, currently determining the future of the Tian Yao Kingdom and the Di Yao Kingdom. They engaged in fervent discussions, sometimes shaking their heads, sometimes nodding, yet more often than not, appearing indecisive, brows furrowed, the atmosphere in the hall somewhat oppressive. Thus instinctively retreating, one wished to express, I just remembered that there are still matters left undone. Let us gather when we have the chance. Following this incident, the future head of the Chun family was destined to be him. He had even begun to envision a day where, filled with vigor, he would transform the Chun family into the foremost prestigious clan in Jiangzhou. Lu Chun assessed the situation. The quantity of spiritual herbs in the spiritual herb garden was astonishing. There are thousands of spiritual herbs aged over 10,000 years and quite a few top-tier holy medicines over 500,000 years old, numbering in the dozens. Subsequently, without any disturbances, she smoothly nurtured her health and prepared to donate her bone marrow. Would you like some fruit? I have plenty. Li Yiqin turned and generously offered a platter of fruit. In this icy expanse, driving was no easy feat. It was almost life-threatening. Upon pressing the accelerator, the vehicle refused to move in a straight line, and he dared not turn the steering wheel too sharply, fearing it would veer into the adjacent snow. They proclaimed that the dignity of the White Bone Sacred Sect must not be trampled upon. Anyone daring to provoke them must face consequences. Li Wangting had brought Shun Jianshu here, undoubtedly intending to make things difficult for him. Su Yuan understood that if she could not accept the situation, she would be seen as a heartless traitor. Upon witnessing this scene, the coachman's expression hardened, ready to act, but in the next moment, he seemed to sense something, his eyelids twitching violently. Boss, that old fool will die sooner or later. What difference does it make? If it weren't for him, would our restaurant be suffering so? Old 3 spoke, seemingly harboring deep resentment towards Thomas. Indeed, Mu Zifei had never intended to take Franklin's life, although he held no fondness for him. Franklin was still a member of Mu Zifei's team, and he had to spare him. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drink. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I shall take my leave. Su Yuan arrived in the courtyard, raised his cup in invitation, and after a hearty drink, he headed straight to the bridal chamber amidst the congratulations of numerous guests. Upon reaching the door of the bridal chamber, Su Yuan first employed magic to dispel the scent of alcohol from his body. Indeed, as with those game settings, the more formidable the technique, the greater the price paid for its release, sighed Yi Yanqing. The last assassin's target had not been him. He did not expect that upon arriving in Yanjing, he would encounter their ambush. Guan Yu nodded. This idea must be implemented, though it was quite troublesome. There was no other choice. I remember that Meiji has a multitude of numerical codes, Qin Junyi murmured. They had previously found information on Meiji in the chic department. Upon arrival, he discovered that each floor had its own code, and each cell its own number. The three were anxious. If the journey were too long, and Bai Kuang took that paper crane beyond the sensing range, it would be awkward. However, they had no alternative but to follow the paper crane slowly. Upon seeing familiar faces appear on the video call screen, Zhao Zilong felt a tinge of excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Rongguang smirked before saying, "Humph. Do you think the sect provides you with such resources for free? Now is the time for you to repay the sect. If you refuse, just wait to meet your demise." Subsequently, Wang Rongguang had to spend considerable time persuading Yi Yanqing before finally convincing him. Thus, an individual unskilled in negotiation inexplicably led Liu Biao to order a withdrawal. The only consolation for Yi Yanqing was that this rookie was granted an independent room for his use. Today, he finally gained a deeper understanding of Tang Longlon. A family that could arrange a commercial marriage must possess wealth in the billions. Their background surely could not compare to that of the other party, and at that time, only a more assertive action could protect Tang Longlon. Uncertain of the meaning behind the words of the eighth princess, Iju suppressed her temper and calmly inquired. Most players and accompanying staff boarded the bus, with only Horacek and the god of basketball detained by reporters at the airport. Iju took a deep breath and cast a sidelong glance at the Empress, causing a wave of unease to rise within her. He could no longer escape. A gaping wound in his chest bled profusely, resembling a pool of mire. Zhang Ruiming, who could be considered Zhang Liang's mentor, had nearly single-handedly guided Zhang Liang. At this moment, upon receiving a tongue lashing from his master, Zhang Liang quickly shrank his neck, biting tightly on his drink straw, averting his gaze in submission, no longer daring to act rashly. Across the entire Su Tang Empire, the only individual whom Grandmaster Li Guoqiu revered as a teacher was the esteemed elder of the Qintian Bureau, Nan Huizi. He had once predicted the 300 warring states and the Jiazi spring and autumn, and was undoubtedly Grandmaster Li Guoqiu's mentor. This weathered figure, of course, was Bei Qingtsong, who had devoured the Nine Abyss Sword, a treasure of the underworld, and could also utilize the power of underworld artifacts to enhance his strength. However, directly consuming malevolent spirits would not yield results as rapid as absorbing the energy of the Nine Abyss Sword. The shepherd pointed towards Xinghua village, which was mentioned in Baixiaoxing's Bei Bingjian, and seemed to refer to the dance of Huang Changer in the carriage before the light silk. Zhang Hai was initially taken aback, then suddenly realized something, standing still, eyes devoid of spirit, consciousness fading from his body. As for the dowry, Yu and Ning could cultivate together, cultivation level 4. Fire spell experience 20, alchemy experience 20. After an hour, Su Yuan deliberately paused and glanced at the panel. The elevation of cultivation has transformed from 1 to 4, and the experience has increased from 10 to 20. There has been no manifestation of attributes. The instructor pointed to an oval-shaped object in the image, resembling a cantaloupe, soaring through the air while explaining to the soldiers. Jiang Chengsa, witnessing this, could not help but feel a sense of helplessness akin to a mute eating bitter herbs. Unable to articulate his discomfort, he was indeed taken aback that Han Yingying would resort to theatrics, feigning ambiguity to provoke Zhang Mingxi, which evidently placed Jiang Qingce in a precarious situation. Of ordinary appearance and modest stature, this seemingly average individual was none other than Qin Yuan Kai. "You actually came to Senying building today?" Jia Tingxi, rubbing his bald head, looked at Nuo Lunxiu in surprise. With a thunderous crash, the thick western outer city wall collapsed, reducing to dust and vanishing. Sitting on the platform, Xia Wan and Wang Qua continued to wait for the moon to join them. They envisioned a serene scene of gentle breezes and bright moons amidst deep mountains and dense forests, where a beautiful person in white attire played the qin, creating an exquisitely picturesque moment. "Now!" Feng Jin shouted, and before his words faded, Xiao Qianni shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. "Hey, Totoro! We have the entrance ticket in hand. What should we do next?" Yi Fan slowly came to a halt, raising his gaze toward the imposing and somewhat intimidating building with its unique emblem at the end of the street. After finishing, Deputy Commander John furrowed his brow as he contemplated the situation before him, delaying his response. Following Hao Tianquan's remarks, a full hour elapsed. Yet the number of departing disciples was less than 1/10 of previous years. Observing this outcome, Hao Tianxian felt immense satisfaction. As Yi Kong was about to turn away, he suddenly stumbled over a hula hoop dropped by two individuals. Having forgotten its presence, leading to an unexpected fall. Humph. Lan Mei, we concede. Let's go. Although Zhonghe was filled with rage, Lu Wudai's reasoning was compelling, and given their disadvantage against the black-clad adversaries, a safe retreat was deemed a favorable outcome. Upon hearing this, Lan Ling summoned her spiritual shuttle, and the two promptly escaped. Yikong glanced at the top of the black obsidian destroyer, which bore a peculiar name, Icarus. However, Wu Xiang's eyes ignited with fury, resembling two suns emitting twin columns of flame. The two forces clashed, enveloped in purple smoke that made it difficult to approach. Yuan Shouqing nodded, prompting the group to disperse throughout the hall, beginning their search for any hidden mechanisms. Consequently, the secret formula was orally transmitted directly to Lu Qi, who was silently recalling the memories of the night within him. Then, a force emanated from the Xian Palace, drawing all the disciples in the square into its embrace. Dean, I spoke correctly, did I not? Moronghua appeared beside the dean, smiling. The azure flames of fighting spirit instantly engulfed Wu Enki's entire being. With a roar, Wu Enki unleashed both fists, unleashing a wave of azure energy akin to a raging tide, surging toward the suspended demon spirit assassin. I find it curious why you were so adamant that your sister is dead. Could it be that you poisoned her juice yesterday? Mu Qindong stepped forward, intensely scrutinizing Fukuara Qingliu's eyes. His modest wealth did not hold significance in HB, yet the drivers under his command were all reckless individuals. When shipments went missing, they would drive at reckless speeds of 180 to 200, showing no regard for their lives. With such a robust workforce, Wei Kai naturally had the confidence to claim the title of HB's #1. Departing from the small courtyard, Su Yuan and his companion arrived at Tianyuan Square, welcomed by a throng of scattered cultivators lining the path. What is this? Ning Ku pondered, perplexed as to why this group of scattered cultivators, known for their self-serving nature, displayed such expressions. Could be they have discovered your identity as an alchemist? Xing Yi quickly seized a bow and arrows that had fallen to the ground, preparing to shoot, but was once again halted by Yun Fei. Amidst a barrage of comments declaring food blogger Lu Lijiang has arrived, Lu Li paused in front of shop at the street corner. The noodles, a spectrum of colors from clear to vibrant hues, captured the essence of Haishi province, and at a price of just over $1 per bowl, were beloved by local residents and students alike. In summary, this was a person resolute in their emotions. Once a decision was made, there was no turning back. Inside the carriage, Yiqian sat beside Zi Ling Tian, saying, I still do not know your name. Are you not planning to tell me unless I ask? Yiqian spoke with a hint of playful reproach. The rogue beauty mounted her motorcycle, while the hefty cat brother struggled to climb onto the back seat. Revving the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life, gradually making its way along Jiangbin Avenue. The old monk covered his waist with one hand while his mouth incessantly moved. Just as Chun Fan reached out to assist him, he snatched the half-chicken from Chun Fan's hand and spat on the drumstick. Those who had been in the company for a while knew how highly Shang Miao regarded Ling Hua, and one could say her entire youth was invested in Ling Hua. Although this was merely his speculation, based on the information gathered and the accounts of those Shang, Yin had already placed within Ling Hua, it was likely close to the truth. Because of this, Zhao Shuo could deeply empathize with the feelings that Feng Chan experienced when he personally executed Chu Mingxi. Cut out. Stop acting so high and mighty. The job Haiwan found is always such a hassle. Mei Tang grumbled, yet suddenly, her right hand extended, lifting a fool wearing a koala mask into the air. Observing the bustling players around, exchanging laughter as they passed, Su Yun, cloaked in a black robe and wielding the sun's scepter, emerged from the teleportation square, making his way toward the Silver Rose Tavern. Ji Mimi promptly assisted Yang Wei with a diagnosis, and right after the engagement banquet, she identified the cause of Yang Wei's ailment and even discovered a complete cure. Sun Jiai, being quite astute, recognized the importance of allowing Lin Zijian to converse with her mother about significant matters, thus leaving this space for them. Perhaps she understood that such matters were beyond their purview and should not be meddled with. Indeed, I too did not expect to find a river here, and the water is so clear, Future exclaimed in delight. Of course, it was understandable. If one had wealth, why not spend it rather than leave it for the afterlife? You cannot take it with you. One must enjoy life while they can, right? Ji Mimi abruptly pulled Su Hong over, forgiving it so easily to Tan, who would certainly lead to a lack of appreciation. Some players, unaware, had been influenced by Yunling, forgetting to match their crystal stones and instead following Yunling to witness his battles. The heart is the vital point for all. Even a warrior in dire straits would perish if their heart were compromised. Just as Sun Wukong stated, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, the opponent was an unrestrained specter who did not comprehend fear. Only death would halt their advance. Hong Xiang withdrew his thoughts, refocusing his attention on the sun's setting bow. Recalling the process of recognizing the owner of the Xianyuan sword, he could not help but bite his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the bow's surface. However, after waiting for an extended period, there was no sign of the blood dissolving, nor did any unusual occurrences transpire. Frustrated, he resorted to taking a damp cloth to meticulously wipe the sun's setting bow. "Do I protect you, my dear husband? Is it truly 5 attributes?" Ningka found herself genuinely puzzled. Previously, when she saw Su Yuan refining pills, it was evident that his magical power had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, with 5 elemental spiritual roots of similar age to her. And without her level of effort or resources, how had he achieved this? Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent as everyone observed the figure in the azure robe, Yu Hui, and then turned to the unadorned Chu Chu, sensing an oppressive atmosphere. Gazing upon the furniture crafted entirely from bamboo is truly an eye-opening experience. It appears that the elderly gentleman leads a rather leisurely and carefree life. On the octagonal tray, the cardinal directions, west, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, are in constant motion. As she observes them entering one by one, each falling into the net. He has existed for eons longer than the blink of an eye. And although both he and the others appear youthful, they are undeniably more seasoned than he. Wang Guiyuan relayed the intelligence he had gathered to the assembly, and upon learning that a multitude of merchants were hastening with livestock and transporting furs via horse-drawn carts, the expressions of the gathering turned gravely serious. Shadows of concern clouding their hearts. Suddenly, Master Ji interjected, "Jiangshan, allow me to decipher the material you possess." After stating this, he lifted the medium-sized fur and proceeded to another workstation, with the owner of the material hastily following suit. The officials from the barbarian royal city were deeply acquainted with Gu Yan, recounting the affairs of the Guan family in great detail, albeit lacking explicit clarity. Enough to leave the chieftain of the Yin Duo tribe astounded. Ingzi rarely smiled, for her smile often heralded misfortune for others. Feeling a sudden heaviness in her heart, she handed the medicine to the palace master. Having just endured the humiliation of being deemed merely a decorative servant, coupled with this fear and an unknown anger, Shuyan could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. He refrained from ascending to the upper chamber, for he and his brothers, Lu Huayan and Shidashi, were never deemed worthy of such indulgences. Thus, his past is rooted in the lower levels of this Yi Sheng Ju rather than the upper. As Asmathiers pondered, he recalled the singular aspect of his time-traveling experience that lay beyond his conscious control. These 9 individuals formed a peculiar formation, which began to fervently siphon the crimson light emanating from the old man. "You consider yourself a hero? Have you given thought to what shall become of your wife and your 4-year-old son?" Chai Jinshun glared fiercely at Xiao Shiping. Upon hearing, Xiang Jia immediately straightened his demeanor, striding over to Tang Yi's desk with a serious expression. As the first rays of sunlight burst forth from the horizon, it was evening on the other side of the globe in the United States. Presently, in Rongjia, in terms of conventional combat prowess, he stands on par with Sun Wukong, and his cultivation had recently ascended to the realm of Tai Zhenxian. The gaze of Shanlin shifted downward to the corpse, then briefly glancing at the self-motivated Scarlet King, who, in the past, had exerted considerable effort in controlling the doppelganger, chose to remain silent and redirected her attention to the opposing leader. 2 days prior, Deng Jinting had relayed the intelligence acquired by phone to Boss Dai, who, upon receiving it, treated it as a treasure, passing it on to Chiang Kai-shek. The Blue Army's commander was meticulously collecting bayonets, wary of the potential for a bloodbath should the two sides become embroiled in close combat. The soldiers, observing the lingering smoke in the mountains, felt an inexplicable dread, and as they sheathed their bayonets, their anxiety only intensified. Only the pained gaze of Madame Kai could confirm that the earlier awkwardness had indeed transpired. The night felt interminable, particularly in such serene stillness. Before Dawn's arrival, Shi Yao could no longer resist her drowsiness and dozed off beside her bed. Su Yuan appeared contemplative, offering no response. Judging by the movements of these demonic beasts, it indeed seemed as though a treasure had emerged. If they were terrified, they would likely scatter in all directions rather than converge toward a singular goal, as they currently did. They exited through the main door and approached the roadside, boarding the tour bus and settling into their original seats. The tour guide counted the participants, confirming everyone was present before the vehicle set off. Amid their discussions, the other factions employed their own methods to eliminate the remaining dragon beasts, resulting in a dazzling display of magical artifacts and a plethora of secret techniques. Here, the area was rife with living dead. Even among their own Ghostine sect, no one dared to act recklessly. While humans can discern one another, the living dead cannot easily identify who you are. I know you also believe that this heavenly tribulation is no trifling matter. How about this? If you possess any ancient materials exclusive to the great emperors or seeds of immortality, how about handing them over to me? In exchange, I will help you withstand this wave of calamity, and in return, I shall serve as your protector in the future. However, achieving immortality is not an easy feat. After countless years of accumulation, various techniques nearing immortality have emerged, termed as the elixirs of immortality. What Sun Fengzi did not anticipate was that his punch to the chest of Tongshan felt like striking iron, inflicting no harm while causing his own fingers to throb painfully. At that moment, had Feng Shui not forcefully activated his life soul to release a multitude of soul particles into the shadow, opening the shadow space of the exterminator, he would have likely evaporated into nothingness like the earth beneath him. Do you not know that during our time on the mountain, I was the one cooking for grandfather? Yuan, she casually remarked, yet memories of those days on the mountain flooded back. At this juncture, Bill Gates intentionally paused to build suspense, piquing the curiosity of the audience. Subsequently, Zhang Wei once more employed the gift of life, and 5 minutes later, Lu Yuanyuan's skull had returned to its original state, showing no signs of having undergone a craniotomy. Upon seeing Zhang Wei's return, Watanabe Sakura promptly ceased operating the vacuum cleaner, approached him, retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, knelt down, and gently helped him change shoes. Fortunately, Xiao Kong did not make that phone call, unaware that the Su family was currently bustling with activity. Feng Xiaolei and her son were in the living room, disheveled, kneeling and pleading tearfully. At this moment, Wu Xiaoyin finally began to waver, drawing a line between himself and the Judge Wang, as he had lost confidence in the latter. Knowing all too well that his subordinate's reputation was far from stellar, and he was capable of accepting bribes, thus he wished to avoid being implicated. While rubbing, the door creaked open, and though footsteps were not heard, a pair of hands enveloped my waist, gently beginning to massage it. The deeper she ventured inside, the more her legs trembled uncontrollably, each step feeling as though she were treading upon cotton, soft and feeble. Surely, the heavens, in their mercy, spared her youthful beauty at 20, allowing her to be reborn and even gain 5 additional years. With no time for further contemplation, her training from her previous life prompted her to bend down and evade, her agile form swiftly rolling until she landed behind a low wall, where she crouched and brushed the dust from her clothes. It occurred to her that the elderly lady had indeed suffered greatly. Jiang Yinxiu had cast her aside to her maternal home, and her grandmother had worked tirelessly for years to raise her. Just as she had managed to graduate from university and secure a job, she was faced with such circumstances, forcing the elderly woman, now over 70, to care for her child. Despite Ning Ke's youthful appearance, she harbored a heart akin to that of a young girl. Yet, in truth, her experiences were far from superficial. Many individuals harbor their own secrets. She understood that Su Yuan's reluctance to confide in her stemmed from his own burdens, a sentiment she was able to comprehend. Each day, apart from accompanying Princess Chu Yang and Jin Yao, she would sporadically send various refreshments and beverages to the Nanjiao Manor to alleviate the summer heat, even minimizing the use of ice within the estate, ensuring the generals were well provided for. Meanwhile, within one surveillance video, a room was revealed where Arthur lay soundly asleep on a grand bed, oblivious to the world. All the onlookers eagerly gazed at the blood-toothed beast trapped behind iron bars, yearning for the moment when the barriers would be lifted, allowing the beast to engage in ferocious combat. The students, who had originally gathered at the entrance of the academy to welcome Yi Qing Luo, fell into an immediate silence upon hearing those words. Eric was someone she had met during her time in America. This matter was known only to alumni from that era and should be unknown to anyone in the homeland. Perhaps this way, they would not underestimate the situation, allowing the new Rho dynasty to perform even better. Who knows, if the decision was correct, victory could be achieved. And such a mindset was indeed quite commendable. Huayue Tower is the most renowned brothel in Tanzhou City, with a proprietress, Huayue, values wealth over status. Anyone who manages to enter Huayue Tower, even if they are not of noble birth, must at least belong to a wealthy family with immense riches. However, she had hardly slept through the night and had no appetite for food at this moment. While she could barely manage a light meal of rice porridge, she found it truly difficult to consume the dry and hard flatbreads or the greasy meat soup. Shangwan Xiu, a person of such pride, was now being hunted. In order to avoid causing trouble for his family, he temporarily had no choice but to refrain from dealing with the bounty on his head, leaving him unable to return and protect his child. Surely, he felt an immense sorrow and guilt within. The Great Xia Dragon City had already acquired the capability to resist the beast tide and confront the monsters of the apocalypse. Yet the safety of other empires was not as fortunate. The arrangements appeared to strip away all superficial grandeur, returning to their original authenticity. Everywhere one looked was a perfectly crafted tableau, enveloping one in a sense of ease and relaxation, evoking a harmonious and warm feeling of home. When we grow strong, I will accompany you to the Night God clan to retrieve Ant. Pan Long patted Li Xiao on the back. He waved repeatedly at Lin En, and after Lin En approached and took his seat, he observed him closely, only continuing to speak after confirming that Lin En was indeed unharmed. If the disciples of Dong Huang were still present, their combined combat techniques would likely prove invincible. Even the Celestial Emperor would not dare to confront their brilliance head-on. Simultaneously, a mysterious force of devouring nature seemed to permeate the atmosphere, causing everyone present, regardless of their cultivation level, to feel as though their own spiritual power was slowly dissipating. Beneath the depths of the sea, a tumult arose, causing slight tremors on the surface. Standing not far from the cave, Zhu Yu and Shun Jingtian were pushed back several dozen paces by this wave of energy. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the golden fan fluttered with the wind, producing a rustling sound. If one were to close their eyes and take a deep breath, they could catch whiffs of a sweet fragrance. Suddenly, two loud slaps echoed as imprints appeared on the monster's face, and, at the same time, it was forcefully thrown to the ground by the invisible man. Channeling his cultivation, he melted the elixir within his dantian, attempting to cleanse the sword wounds on his body. Uncertain of how long he had been running or how many alleys he had traversed, Wu Xie felt fortunate that his pursuer had not caught up. After meandering for considerable time, the sky had completely darkened. Concerned for Mu Yiping's condition, Wu Xie stopped at a concealed corner. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan and his companion entered the volcano's mouth. Above the Tianyuan mountain range, several rays of rainbow light pierced through the clouds, resembling falling stars. As the rainbow light halted, several figures emerged, 3 in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The man on the left, a middle-aged figure of average stature, appeared to be a simple-hearted fellow, though the blood at the corner of his mouth rendered him somewhat sinister, even terrifying. Furthermore, the Ling Shu Zhenjing in Qin Yu's possession was merely a fragmented version of the 6th level, vastly inferior to the complete text of the 9th level. I truly apologize. Li Jin stood up, his hands moving with lightning speed, seizing He Chun in an instant. Yuan Li suddenly threw back his head and laughed wildly as a peculiar battle axe materialized in his hand. The crescent-shaped axe, glowing green, was firmly gripped by Yuan Li's arms. What is happening? The plainclothed man was unable to open his eyes due to the turbulence and brilliance, rendering the surroundings exceptionally blurry. At that moment, a sudden flash of white light blinded him, leaving him in a state of disorientation, drifting without anchor. It is not as you imagine. In mere seconds, Su Yun had tidied her clothing and regained her usual composure, though her face bore an unusual look of embarrassment and panic. It was early morning, and having passed by a Baozi shop, she succumbed to temptation and bought a donkey meat bun to eat. Lu Yong was troubled by a potted ginseng. Sitting in Yao Cici's office chair, wearing a frown and a perplexed expression as he gazed at the ginseng before him, feeling utterly at a loss. The man, in his 20s, was not tall and had a lean build. Dressed in fine clothes, his dark skin revealed him to be a typical Yunnan native. Shun Yitong, known for her decisiveness, conveyed to Zhou Yao that since Sun Chong had caused him trouble, he should reclaim his honor. Observing the villagers, who were now excited and animated, it was evident that their discussions were distracted and would not yield a favorable outcome. Qin Tai clenched his fists slightly, disappointed and angry as he gazed at Lin Shun on the mountain steps. Yet, she would forever remain an ordinary villager, a person of lowly status who could not even be deemed a commoner of the 15th level. Chao Xinya cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhao. He was not fond of this child with a roguish demeanor, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the scene, he noticed that the bodies had not been moved, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He gestured to his subordinates to handle the scene before hastening into the inner hall to greet Li Shaozi. What Xiao Yu required was this. He intended to teach these children that in order to survive, they must resort to any means necessary and abandon all moral boundaries. Silently placing the trigger back in his pocket, Li Shaozi observed the surveillance footage, quietly picking up the intercom. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian, undistracted by these matters, returned to his room after defeating Minter Chu Fan with a single punch. Zheng Ha was stunned. He had witnessed Zhong Yin send coordinates to Yin Sandao, believing he was headed to Baiyin City. It was quite fortunate that he could erase the place that had confined him for over a decade, obliterating his very existence. Upon witnessing this scene, the giant axe bared its teeth in fury, roaring with rage, its eyes blazing as it erupted with an overwhelming force, producing an endless cacophony of crackling sounds as it swung the divine axe. The cavern was no larger than a single room, with smooth, mirror-like stone walls, emitting a steamy heat. The fire attribute spiritual energy within was purer than that outside, truly making it an excellent location for alchemy. Within the cave, several volcanic stones radiated a faint glow due to the spiritual energy, illuminating the surroundings. All right, although I haven't been keeping a constant eye on the company, I do know a bit, Zhao Hao remarked with a smile. The crown prince had been monitoring Yinjun for several years, yet despite the prolonged scrutiny, no private information had been gleaned. Gradually, the crown prince began to feel somewhat reassured about Yinjun. My lord, this is the protective Yuan talisman. Please do not resist, Fong Tong urged in a critical moment. When Ling Feng and his companion returned to the front of the divine concealment hall, the golden doors had been completely blasted open, and the ground was strewn with the bodies of guards. Two formidable warriors, akin to chess players encountering worthy opponents, engaged in a fierce battle for 20 rounds, yet remained evenly matched. Elder AC, you may speak. These are our compatriots, I remarked, glancing at the individuals behind me. Have I truly become so devoid of charm? If you do not harbor feelings for me, is it merely my own folly? I reiterated. Their strength was commendable, indeed formidable, yet insufficient to pose a lethal threat to Long Fei, even if their energy possessed some peculiarities. Initially, I attempted to tug the blanket without success. Thus, since the blanket would not yield, Wanru approached and gradually nestled into Yinjun's bed, inadvertently startling him. Su Huang, witnessing Chun Su's bare chest and unshod feet, could easily imagine the urgency that filled Chun Su upon hearing of his return, observing the unconscious Yin Tu in his arms. A glimmer of determination crossed Yu Wuchen's serene and clear visage. Under the candlelight, Tsang Luochen perceived something peculiar in Zheng Zheng's demeanor, though he could not articulate what was amiss. With decades of experience navigating the Yellow River, the old ghost had encountered blood dishes as thick as wrists and round fish the size of basins. He had even witnessed the legendary Dragon King of the Yellow River and the river god capsize a troop transport vessel in the river center. Xiangu approached. Although the occupants of the room did not recognize her, her remarkable presence instinctively prompted them to clear a path. Xiangu reached out to take Mu Zigua's pulse, frowning as she realized his condition was indeed grave. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yi, I arrived in the Western Sea realm, where Chunfeng awaited me with impatience. Upon seeing me emerge, he rushed over like a gust of wind. I smiled, acknowledging that this fellow had indeed been thorough in his efforts, yet I remained silent, conveying my skepticism regarding his words. You need not utter a word. I, as your sovereign, will protect you. Let us see who dares to bully you. Chunfeng declared angrily. Yong Xiangqin, what are you doing? The sect master exclaimed. Return, Tian Shi, unsure of Yong Xiangqin's intentions and fearing treachery, hastily called back Zheng, who, filled with resentment, glared at Yong Xiangqin before retreating. Although Yu Feifei had previously stated there was no need for anyone to pick her up, her friend Xiao Lan still arrived at the airport. For after all, Yu Feifei would soon become her superior, joining the latter's jewelry group chain. Xiao Lan understood that the distance between employee and employer could not be entirely bridged by a friendship formed in high school. Consequently, Lu Wei hurried to the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, a voluptuous and charming chef appeared before Xinjiahao. Gu Miqing rose, approached the cabinet, retrieved a medicine box, and knelt beside Yin Jiuqing, gently lifting his foot. In a moment of reverie, Su Yuan dreamt of a woman clad in white, resembling a celestial being. He could never have anticipated that this seemingly pure and pristine woman harbored a hidden side capable of placing him at a disadvantage. Xiao Yi was unaware that at that moment, the entire otherworldly void was engulfed in darkness, an endless abyss threatening to consume all. "All right, this fellow has been dealt with," Qin Tian said, swaying as he appeared beside Lu Yi, steadying her. Observing her still fraught with fear, he quickly offered words of comfort. The divine king roared within. Seething with rage, yet feeling powerless. He wished to speak, but found himself unable. Lu Li possessed fire attributes, while Qin Cheng also had them. Similarly, Wei Yi and Lei Ao shared this trait. Sushi had always possessed only dark attributes, while Chao Yang had both ice and dark attributes. It was fair to say he did not suffer greatly. As the man adorned in a golden necklace finished speaking, a fierce-looking man with a rooster comb hairstyle approached Qin Tian menacingly. "Indeed, this is the place without a doubt," remarked another elder with graying hair, slightly older than a middle-aged man. His subordinates expressed their understanding and support, for they were truly grateful to Ivanka. Many among them had once been slaves, and it was Ivanka who had rescued them, providing them with firearms and teaching them to grow strong and resist evil forces. Li Fan chuckled as he turned to Li Yulong, and though his words seemed frivolous, they conveyed his current sentiment. "Make your move, and remember your words." The smile on the face of the evil tiger faded, replaced by seriousness as he addressed the Ba Tianhu. Indeed, it was evident that this first-rate sect possessed resources far beyond those of second- or third-rate evil cults. Despite facing immense pressure, Qi Hao, as the head, received guests from various factions and managed the affairs within the sect with calmness and composure, earning the respect and trust of the majority. Mao Yiqing sighed. "You must be under significant stress. Relax a bit. This child may have a case of what resembles deep-sea phobia." After a while, Su Shu and Zhuge Liang finally located the scattered Guifeng lanterns in a mountain forest. Within less than a month, the weight of these ginseng and the condition of their roots had already surpassed that of the previous century-old ginseng king. Had he not been accustomed to the noise of mental communication, He Chun might have started cursing at the other party. This older brother was indeed quite handsome. In his eyes, Chun Nan had defeated a tiger as if descended from the heavens. Earthquakes are ultimately phenomena of the earth, and Tu Bo, living underground, had a certain connection to them. It may not signify a true upheaval. It is possible that significant geological veins were destroyed, or there were other geographical phenomena unknown to him. Leaning against his back, with eyes smiling and gazing at his reddened ears, she leaned in and planted a kiss. Under the force of this brute strength, the sword successfully pierced through the scales and struck Xiang Lu's body. Daishiyan's first place ranking brought a modicum of solace to Teacher Wang, as it provided him with some standing when discussing the top student in front of other class advisors. Delicious. Even better than what she makes. Comparable to the delicacies Liang Yiting brought to Kong Xin Yuan. Get lost. Wang Taizhu wanted nothing more to say to such a debauched youth. He took Yue Guang's hand and turned to leave these scoundrels behind. The smile on Aodi's face faded within moments, transforming into a sullen expression. The room was impressively high, creating a spacious and unconfined atmosphere. The soundproofing was excellent, as both the room and hallway were covered in thick carpets, muffling any footsteps and blocking out the noise from outside and the corridor. Leave? Where to? Su Yuan questioned in confusion, wondering what this woman intended to do. Taking advantage of his vulnerability was one thing, but did she truly want to accompany him? Was she truly tempted by his body? Glancing at the still unconscious Ning Ke beside him, Su Yuan's eyes reflected a myriad of thoughts. A patrol team of 24 middle school students swiftly navigated through the bustling crowd, making their way out of the towering east gate of Anping City. After exiting the secret passage, they found themselves on a long mountain path, where a carriage awaited them. He took her hand, and they ventured into the countryside. Consequently, under Yi Qingji's inquiry, Manager Zhou relayed all the rumors to him, stating that these rumors had become increasingly absurd. Some claimed that Xia Haidong had connections to the underworld, enabling her to manage figures like Long Sansheng. Others speculated that her presence beside Yi Qingji served ulterior motives. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yin activated the rock technique, for the ground was composed of rocky soil, making it feasible to open. As for Feng Feiyang's earlier shout, it was merely to draw attention and grant Xiao Yin the time needed to break through the ground. Lei Long and the others had just escaped the encirclement of the Black Serpent. A few individuals rushed back to the vicinity of the armored vehicle, with Zhao Dashin panting heavily as if he were a bellows, and he and Lingyu took a seat on the ground, in pursuit of substantial rewards from the mercenary guild in the future. Oakley Man intentionally did not claim the share of the magical beast carcass allocated to the Xinghui mercenary corps, fearing that the guild might later use this against him. When the intentions of the inviter were articulated by those seeking assistance, it was likely that anyone would feel uncomfortable in the face of such revelations. Song Duanwu was no exception. Although he understood that his objectives would eventually need to be clarified, there was a distinct difference between voicing them himself and having Xiang Yu express them. Time passed without any news regarding the report submitted, and he was ultimately met with the dispatch order for military service at the frontier. Just as Xia Haidong was filled with pride, Yi Qingxuan's subsequent words made her once again experience what it meant to suffer humiliation of her own making. Curiously, Supervisor Liu seemed to have lost his nerve to bully them overnight. Aside from his still harsh words, everything else was relatively tolerable. The rental fees were no joke. Lin Ping had collected them for so many years that she had come to regard those shops as her own, forgetting that they were not hers to claim. Back in the day, the Western Shu had triumphed under Emperor Chu Tian, cutting through thorns and thistles, conquering south and north, and repeatedly emerging victorious, earning the title of the foremost master in the realm. No wonder Ye's parents did not oppose her choice to apply to medical school. They even assisted her with crucial materials, helping her review and focus on key points. Li Fan, while catching his breath, slowly recounted the events that had transpired over the past few days to Li Dakong and the others. Outside, Zhang Yuan grew increasingly anxious, a feeling that peaked when he saw the teacher returning from Ningjiang University with the examination papers of Qi Fian. Yu Danqing nodded, burrowing further into his embrace, peering at him with a narrow gaze, expressing her willingness, as she had stated before, to engage in intimate relations prior to marriage, especially given the peculiar circumstances at hand. Hua Feiyi, lost in confusion, wished to speak on behalf of Jun Yuemo Ku, but was at a loss for words. A glance at Lu Zhongyue revealed her indifference to the unfolding events since she had greeted Jun Yuemo Ku. Indeed, had it not been for the incident involving the Yuan Ho in the Council of State, Yu Danqing's culinary prowess would not have gained such widespread acclaim. On the mountain, it was evident that everyone had taken a wrong turn. Sun Xiezhen entered the glacier, heading towards the exit, while the others continued deeper into the wilderness. The Rapid Foundation establishment was astonishing. Sensing this aura, Gu Qingyue felt a twinge of surprise. Although she understood that this was related to her Feng Sui Huang Ti, the speed at which Su Yuan was breaking through was still rather astonishing. The difficulty of transcending to a higher realm should not be underestimated. It must be said that the taste of saltwater duck was indeed exquisite. The tender meat was not only flavorful but also not greasy, with a rich aroma lingering in Xue Fei's mouth, truly delectable. However, today was not merely for leisure, although it could be considered so, as it was not an urgent matter. After this battle, the long-standing bottleneck that had constrained him began to loosen. Xue Fei was acutely aware that this was the key to advancing to the 6th level of the supreme sword technique. As the laughter faded away, it was clear that Sang Mu Kong had already begun to depart. After finishing in the restroom, Lin Fan pressed the flush button, stepped back, and felt overwhelmed. He had now fully mastered the 6th level of the supreme sword technique, indicating that the qualification to open the door was indeed the pinnacle of the 6th level, suggesting that it had sensed his readiness. However, the stone door still retained its perceptive quality, leaving one to wonder what lay beyond. She was not a servant of the Yin family, and had no need for reprimand. He cast a glance at Enxuera, his face showing a hint of menace. Yang Yi, burdened with thoughts, found sleep elusive and ventured outside for fresh air. Passing by his grandmother's room, he noticed the lights still on, so he gently pushed open a crack in the door to peek inside. By the time the Braids reached his second brother's home, it was already well past noon. However, the couple, having been busy since before dawn, had only just sent off the last merchant delivering goods and could finally sit down for breakfast. Due to his cousin's striking talents, it was natural that many men had taken an interest in her. Breathing in the long-lost air, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping as if he were a crazed dog. Ouyang Lai was fervent, yet Tung Wan hesitated, feeling that something was off in the way he looked at her, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Chen Feng instantly comprehended. This was her true intention. He captured the battle records, clearly showing that Jing Yin Fenghua had struck first. Currently, it was night in the dreamland of the Jianghu game, with fireworks shooting up like arrows, dazzling the night sky. As Su Bai finished speaking, Zhou Bo's figure abruptly appeared in the room, quite unexpected. He was not surprised by Zhou Bo's appearance, as he was specifically tasked with protecting Su Bai and would typically remain by her side, unless there was a pressing matter. He had witnessed Zhou Bo appear like this several times before, without a Jianghu background, but possessing such formidable martial skills and capable subordinates. It was clear that he was not someone from the court. It was reasonable to think so. Laws should not be easily transmitted. With so many sects treating their cultivation techniques as treasures, even ordinary rogue cultivators would not easily divulge their practices. If the price of cultivation methods were cheap, it would indeed be strange. At that moment, a flash of green light suddenly appeared, abruptly halting about 10 meters away on a ship. Our vessel had capsized, and that was precisely why the portly individual found himself in the water alongside me. Noticing that June, she remained silent. Feng Shui narrowed her eyes and picked up her chopsticks, stating, "Let us eat." After speaking, she served herself a portion and began to eat. Secondly, this was a mythical beast that had never been discovered before, meaning someone had quietly concealed it under everyone's noses using some special method. If it were merely an isolated incident, it would be fine, but if this were not the case, it could pose a significant threat. Upon the utterance of these words, Su Yuan's smile vanished instantly as he shielded Ning Ke behind him, his magical energy already in motion, fixing a cold and piercing gaze upon Gu Qingwei. His bottom line was, after all, his family. Ning Ke, hearing Gu Qingyue's words, remained somewhat bewildered. Luna, with a delicate tone, was playfully charming him, showing no concern for the young king's opportunistic actions, instead straightening her posture to make him more comfortable. "Thank you, Master Uncle, for your support." Upon seeing him shift to serious matters, she ceased her antics and listened earnestly as Su Yun elaborated. However, after hearing it all, her brows furrowed deeply. Zhou Tiqing felt a wave of comfort in his heart. When he contentedly returned the handheld bag to Jian Luodi, he was momentarily stunned. Even if the general historical development could be recounted clearly, how many of the individuals involved could genuinely be explained? Thus, taking advantage of the unpreparedness of the demonic sect, Wu Ji's eyes turned crimson, unleashing the killing intent of the Shuro path as he charged forward without hesitation. The attention of the demonic sect was fully captivated by Wu Ji, creating an opportunity for Mo Tong and the others to escape. Observing the scene, Su Ruashi let out a sigh of relief. With such results, first place was undoubtedly secured, and a smile involuntarily blossomed on her lips, akin to 100 flowers in bloom. Han Yen, sensing something amiss, was naturally unwilling to comply so readily. One need not comprehend everything, yet one cannot feign ignorance entirely. Can one? Xin Yuan Shua gazed solemnly at Wu Ji. Regardless of the circumstances, the latter's extraordinary gambling skills had already earned Xin Yuan Shua's respect. "Sir, I am unaware of your true identity or your intentions, but I still admire your mastery of the gambling arts, even though I cannot fathom how you achieved it." Despite his advanced age, Zhuang Lao demonstrated a commendable ability to absorb new knowledge. Upon hearing the principle of triangles, he quickly made connections and, without uttering a word, advanced ahead of Tang Chun, heading towards the main entrance of Hongan Building. "This is my younger sister, Yin Bai," Yin Shiyang introduced, bringing Ji Bai to the forefront. "Don't worry," she scoffed. "You have forcibly brought me here and told me not to worry? Your audacity is astounding, and your failure to instill a sense of caution in me is truly a miscalculation." Han Tingmei was quite displeased. Having fallen into this trap, made her feel that her vigilance had waned significantly. The underground path led to a desolate stretch of wild grass. Zhou Zishuan crouched down, feeling the earth beneath him. This had once been a medicinal garden, now left in neglect. Should that not be an ordinary dream, but rather a portent of the future, she would be prudent in avoiding the scoundrel she was destined to encounter. Shen Run glanced at Si Qian, who remained as expressionless as ever. Yet he sensed a twinge of anxiety. A flicker of understanding crossed Shen Run's eyes, but he maintained his composure. When Liuli had once asked him whether he wished to become a healer or seek a higher path in medicine, he had not understood then. Now, he did. Yuerengu arranged for the masked individual to reside in a dilapidated house. Although much of it had collapsed, several rooms still provided shelter from the wind and rain. The Princess Chengwang's musical talent was unparalleled. Since she had earnestly requested it, why should she conceal her prowess? A slightly languorous voice drifted from outside Yeju residence, intoxicating like aged wine, and when it erupted in his ears, the allure of that voice made one's legs tremble slightly. The potency of strength was secondary. The crux lay in the fact that the traveler must attain immortality, for only through eternal life could one survive for millennia, orchestrating grand designs across the annals of history. Is this what you call a loose cultivator? Who exactly do you have enmity with? Su Yuan did not rush to depart. Previously, he had refrained from delving into these matters, wishing to avoid the murky waters. Now, having exhausted all avenues of evasion, he needed to ascertain these details for a more comprehensive plan. Due to the forthcoming scheme, she refrained from delivering him a slap. Otherwise, she would surely be compelled to knock out a few of his teeth for relief. Who had lent him the audacity to take advantage of her? After speaking, she draped the cloth used to wipe the table over her shoulder and hurriedly rushed over, stumbling straight into Zhao Qingyao, who was about to ascend the stairs. Zhang Xinlan. The post on the school forum merely describes the explosive incident involving Qin Liufu. Does anyone know the underlying cause of this matter? Did she not find someone to rely on? Then why endure such suffering? Inquired General Shun. Lu Yun's smile momentarily faltered, while Xiaoqing resumed normalcy. However, he was genuinely concerned about the implications of Zhao Yinjiao's words. Observing her fierce demeanor, it was clear she had no intention of allowing Chun Yi to leave easily. The others also appeared to relish the unfolding drama, knowing that as long as they remained, Chun Yi could not return. Although Dai Duo had issued a warning, it was somewhat sluggish compared to Feng De. Just as his words left his lips, Feng De's firearm discharged with a resounding bang. A burst of flame erupted from the barrel, and he witnessed the guardian of the threshold being propelled backward, his left side drenched in crimson. She understood that the silk screen made from silkworm silk was translucent. She could secretly observe the outside scene, while those outside could clearly see her figure. Having been mentally prepared, she felt no panic when suddenly called out. Zhao Yinjiao had just returned from greeting someone and, upon taking a seat, heard someone outside calling out about arrivals and gifts. Upon hearing the Wang family mentioned, Zhao Qingyao immediately lifted her head. His target was not Lu Xinyang or Bai Taiguan, but rather the foremost expert among his subordinates, Gun Dian Shengren. The sword control technique bestowed by Zhuge Wulong differed from others, while others required multiple swords to wield many at once. Zhuge Wulong's method did not necessitate such burdens. With no other choice, Lan Ruoxin swiftly rolled to the side, evading the enemy's attack. Half kneeling on the ground, she swiftly loosed 3 arrows. Moreover, due to his sharp tongue, he had offended numerous individuals. It seemed he had no one willing to lend him money in the entire Zeni district besides his second brother. Ahem. Luo Qinxi cleared his throat twice, signaling Tian Yanat to interrupt Luo Qinyang's actions. Meanwhile, those nearby had already begun to shout about infidelity, and the scarf-wearing girl seemed unable to remain, glaring at those who had shouted the loudest before retreating back to her class without uttering a word. Ku Ziki snatched her phone from her grasp and said to the other end, "Sorry, Karen has asked me, her cousin, to join her, so I'm afraid I won't be able to join you for dinner. That's all." As the conversation progressed, I recounted my earlier encounter of being beaten to octopus without withholding any detail. Afterward, Sister Ting had nearly finished bandaging me, confirming that my head was swollen and all the blood had been caught, requiring no stitches, just a few days of rest. Nikolai hesitated momentarily, but ultimately consented to Neos's request, leading him to the basement to retrieve the true cross. Ho Tian looked at the pile of entrails laid on the leaves by Lan Ruoxin, uncertain, and inquired again. I believe Grandma must have gone to see that tree, but I'm so drowsy at this moment that I lack the strength to get up and follow her, despite my reluctance. I simply fell asleep. Are you serious? Su Yuan put away the elixir, glancing at Gu Qingwei, just as their eyes met. Noticing her lingering behind, Su Yuan sighed. This person has such patience, astonishingly. They can endure. He wished for Gu Qingwei to be unable to bear it, and simply walk away. Shouldn't one inspect Moriarty's dispatched messages when purchasing newspapers? Guangyan remarked, observing the newspaper in Conan's hands, unable to restrain his sarcasm. It was only at this moment that the second acupoint was sealed, and Long Hun's tone became pressing, indicating that dealing with that chaotic divine consciousness within Su Shui was no simple task. In summary, Apple TV had plagiarized my song, and I took them to court, subsequently facing retaliation from organized crime. Han Dong's brief words piqued the interest of the legal hero. Perhaps it was the ambience that felt overly comfortable. Before long, everyone was unknowingly gathered in the garden before the palace. However, at that moment, terrifying thunderclaps suddenly echoed from the sky, reverberating through the heavens and earth, causing all present to widen their eyes in astonishment. Did you truly come seeking these items for salvation? Yin Kanghan remarked, taking a sip of wine. In the pool, Shangguan Baihe swam to the edge, ascending along the railing. Her tall figure, slender waist, and long legs emerged from the water, sunlight cascading over her, glistening with droplets, exuding an enchanting presence. The seven oddities gazed at the freshly served hot dishes, just as their cups were filled with wine, when suddenly someone called out to them. Turning around, they were momentarily taken aback. He had merely stirred slightly. It was utterly crushed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. This terrifying energy relentlessly extinguished his consciousness, aiming to shatter his very soul. It was sheer fortune that he encountered such a formidable force. Mr. Li, I presume? I'm a grave master. You may refer to me as Master Mu. Mu Hentian offered a subtle smile, graciously revealing his identity before they briefly shook hands, both displaying courtesy. Just moments ago, Yang Shangjing had been engaged in jovial conversation with Xian Xiao, a third-grade official of the judicial inspection. It was remarkable that, after witnessing Yang Shangjing's influential uncle, the son of Duke Wei, Yang Shangjing confidently assured he could recommend him for a position in the Zhujiang judicial office, and he believed it. A few elders furrowed their brows, remaining silent, lost in contemplation, their thoughts unknown. He then strode purposefully to the side of the venerable cold flame ancestor, forcefully opened the palace door, and exited without sparing him a glance. All present perceived a blinding crimson flash, only to witness a figure suddenly propelled outward. At that moment, Mu Jinyan mysteriously reappeared, glancing at the food box in the hands of the seventh princess. Surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and mist, Mu Jinyue exhibited no signs of discomfort, instead appearing remarkably serene. Dozens of lightning-infused sword lights shot forth, transforming slightly before unleashing a torrent of golden radiance and deafening thunder upon the azure-robed Han Li. Previously, workers would stagger in, yet today they formed an orderly queue to sign in, with Rao Xiaoyan diligently marking the attendance of each employee. In the ensuing hours, Han Li sampled several exquisite wines, each a rare delight. At this juncture, Zhao Yun was compelled to acknowledge his ineptitude in military training. Relying solely on assumptions was a poor strategy, as long as he could preserve Shun Lixia's life, even if she were to slay him afterward. Tu Ba would harbor no regrets. How absurd it would be to merely observe him devouring others and wreaking havoc. I cannot afford such complacency. If I do not act to eliminate that wretch, I fear I may succumb to inner demons. Luo Jinyu seethed with a bitter laugh. You already have a wife and children. Su Daoyu, what brings you here? The crowd recognized Su Yuan, their astonishment palpable. Su Yuan raised the herbs in his hand, stating, This place is abundant in geothermal energy, an excellent locale for alchemy. What brings you here? I see, they replied. We are here in search of someone. After One trembled with joy twice, Qin Yuan let out a low roar, pouring the searing essence deep into the heart of the flower. Before the school beauty of Dolphin Hai could respond, Qin Yuan's vibrant doppelganger leaped with exuberance. The spatial barrier of the Holy Realm is sealed, and my powers are consequently limited. I am currently but a holy king, no match for a holy sovereign, Qian Kuei elucidated before vanishing from sight. He then cast forth a Qian Kuending, channeling his spiritual consciousness into the miniature space within, and resumed his cultivation. However, the temporal array within his miniature space had been entirely destroyed. Time within this space was now synchronized with the outer array, necessitating urgent training. Meng Xinghui grew increasingly adept. As the combination of Tai, true energy, and Taiji boxing techniques yielded boundless power, a chemical reaction that left him thoroughly satisfied. Have I spoken incorrectly? The others have yet to arrive. Why must we depart? What if we miss our flight? Fu Ximing maintained an air of arrogance. At that moment, Lucky vigorously shook its head, emitting pitiful sounds while its large, expressive eyes fixed on Zika, a creature wholly obedient. An act of aggression against its master was inconceivable. Selecting a flower from among flowers, the more one chose, the more splendid it became. The scripts were all predetermined. Leaving Qin, Yuan momentarily at a loss for which to select. As he spoke, Yi Bihuang departed from Yi Tongtong, striding towards Zhang Dongdong, who donned a tuxedo, his hair gleaming with oil. The iron-blooded lion army appeared astonishingly formidable. Stalin, pinching 2 cigars, fell into deep thought, pondering how to confront the iron-blooded lion army and Li Yunlong. Brother Bin, let's film a kiss scene. Louis Fei, unable to suppress her excitement before her idol, blurted out. At that moment, Han Fei felt fortunate for the military presence. Otherwise, he might have leaped into a perilous pit. It was evident that Haiyan understood the characteristics of the Qilin clan. His black rock would not pose significant harm to Maruyama, and flames could hardly injure a Qilin. After all, a Qilin's very essence was fire. It was absurd to use fire against them. That wretched woman was the true architect of the situation. She was aware her strength paled in comparison to theirs, thus allowing them to battle, knowing she had already been poisoned and could not endure long after employing forbidden techniques. She merely needed to bide her time. Luo Yang found it amusing that the one who appeared the most enigmatic referred to himself as the mysterious one. If they cannot learn to fly, will you merely return them to a cage? To deprive an eagle of flight is the gravest harm. Chen que spoke earnestly. Resembling an enlightened elder, Han Fei approached, hesitated as he glanced at Lin Mamamo, then produced a flawless red crystal from a second evolution of the shadow being and handed it to her. Yang Push, do you possess evidence to support your assertions? Chen Che suddenly felt uneasy, realizing he had fallen into Yang Zhan's trap. I do not wish for this, yet I trust you will not kill me. I believe the value of a world is far more complex than it appears, Zhan Taiyu declared. Yining cast him a sidelong glance, coolly inquiring. Have you learned any other flaws from your mother, or merely indecisiveness? Having arranged everything, Su Yuan retrieved 2 pills, swallowing one himself and offering the other to Gu Qingwei. This is a Shuashin Dan. Upon consumption, it envelopes the body in a layer of frost, significantly mitigating the effects of high temperatures. While magma is mundane, it will not scorch the skin. Su Qingran sat on the edge of the bed, reflecting on her activities of the afternoon, sensing an ominous premonition. There are quite a few matters to attend to, and I worry about being away for too long. Thus, I strive to plan meticulously. As he spoke, Xiang Yang felt a tinge of guilt. Moreover, the most pressing concern was the considerable time already squandered on the journey, yet nothing had been accomplished. Sometimes, seeking someone one loves may be less advantageous than finding several who love you. Perhaps Howren should marry multiple wives to stir admiration. It is futile. Long's movements appear to be an invitation to death. Yin Yuan would undoubtedly raise suspicions over such an offer. Gu Qingyi shook his head, leading Liang Manxue to the company's rooftop, a place seemingly brimming with secrets, where discussions of all kinds must take place. He was exceedingly joyful, the curve of his lips rising, his smile radiant enough to stun time itself, leaving the world dim in comparison. Enough. It is not as you think. My relationship with your sister is impossible, so refrain from incessantly addressing me as brother-in-law. Xiang Yang interrupted Wu Xiaojun, who was lost in self-talk. Shen Yao busied herself gathering her belongings, distancing herself from the entire situation. She had no desire to admit that it was she who wished to invite Gu Chengbin for an outing, lest others believe she was overly eager to curry favor with him. During the past 2 weeks since her grandmother's passing, this was the first time she had earnestly scrutinized the matter, finally coming to terms with the reality of her departure. The garrison team, having received prior orders, welcomed all visitors without hesitation, resulting in a sudden doubling of patrols within the city. Gu Dong entered the room and swiftly fixed his gaze upon Su Xia. Noticing her seated calmly, the furrow in his brow relaxed instantly, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Ming Jiangnan, thoughtfully poking her rosy lips with her index finger, responded to Zhou Qi Changxia with an air of nonchalance. Whether you believe it or not, the message has been conveyed. Do as you see fit. Observing the disbelief of the three, Chun Fan took his leave without further ado. Senior, it is indeed true. If you delay, Ziyao would not dare to deceive you, Yang Li affirmed with unwavering certainty under Lu Chengji's probing gaze. Although his family was acquainted with these individuals, he often felt a sense of disconnection with them, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The memory of the prior assault lingered in Ian's mind. Although Bishop Clemani was the instigator, it did not imply that Ian would readily absolve the bloody blade. Remembering that Su Mo would come to escort me for lunch, I conveyed a few words to Tong Yu before hanging up the phone. I won't allow it. Lu Sudong interrupted me forcefully, tightening his grip on my arm to the point of discomfort. As a disbelieving voice echoed, strange sounds emanated from the bedroom. Let's go. Jiang Ling disregarded the head, walking alongside Su Wei towards the room on the second floor. An invisible shield enveloped the two, distorting the light and isolating them from the outside world, rendering their conversation inaudible to those beyond. Wei Xian, startled by the sudden arrival of Wu Xing's song, recognized immediately that the familiar yet foreign aura signified a fellow bound to Panhua. Upon hearing Su Yuan's call, Gu Qingyue quickened her pace, uncertain whether this place truly had an exit. However, upon reaching Su Yuan's side, she found nothing but a stone wall before her, bewildered. What are you looking at? Where's the exit? The unparalleled sword could effortlessly slay a legendary 8th-tier master, yet the Bloodfire Phoenix hardly glanced at it. With a mere flick of its crimson claw, it sent Wang Hui's mind sword flying. 3 suns revolved around him, indicating that this planet was nearly indestructible, belonging to the pinnacle of the universe. To be honest, she felt somewhat anxious. She had always relied on the support of Xue Fengyue and when marching to navigate her life. Suddenly being sent to the frontier with the army stirred her heart. They arrived at the summit of a slope where in the dim light, Tuo Batao's profile appeared strikingly handsome, with sharp features. Li Zhanfeng led Chun Mofin deeper into the venue, frequently exchanging greetings with passing classmates. Occasionally, when encountering familiar classmates, Li Zhanfeng would enthusiastically introduce Chun Mofin to them. The staircase's material was indiscernible, yet Huang Yu could sense its exceptional quality as he ascended without pause. When it was time for dinner, Qian Qian found her mother absent. After inquiring with Zhang Ma, she learned that her mother was tired and had returned to her room. Feeling puzzled, Qian Qian went upstairs to check on her mother. Upon entering the room, she found her mother lying on the bed, one hand pressed to her temple. Exactly. I also believe we shouldn't let a young girl run around aimlessly, Dulanka replied. Xiangzi, pulling me close, remarked, see, I told you. A dong is nothing but a coward. After just a few drinks, he can't even tell if there's beer left in the can. Just look at me. Saying this, Xiangzi waved a beer can in front of my eyes. The entire team was overwhelmed with fatigue and anxiety. Only the man-eating owl and Li Yuan retained their vitality amidst the group. Su Guizhe was taken aback by his audacity, his face burned, grimacing in pain. Yes, he is my esteemed junior. In both character and appearance, he is exceptional. Xiangbei questioned if Godan's statement was valid. Her nature was such that if he remained silent, she would not inquire further. However, if the child did not voice her concerns, how could he discern whether these matters held significance for her? In his eyes, she seemed to live without a care, but was that not what he had once desired? The items he found appealing were quoted by the vendor at exorbitant prices, prompting Su Qian to feel a pang of regret. I have messaged each person I misled into investing in Jean Duo Wang to apologize. I do not expect their forgiveness, but for now, this is all I can do. Tian Jiuzhou lamented. 5 days later, Ouyang Qi arranged matters in Shui Cheng and arrived at the main city. There was hardly time for a reunion. Upon reaching the city gate, Yima Xuan had already assembled his troops, waiting. There is no need for such despair. There's a passageway below the mountain that we can use to avoid climbing, he said with a calm smile. Once the mist had cleared sufficiently for visibility and Fan Wu's senses to return to normal, he saw the bridge on the other side. Although the divisions were not strictly enforced and lacked any unified regulations, The conventions formed over countless years had roughly categorized the underworld into 5 regions. Gu Qingwei contemplated Su Yuan's words, acknowledging their validity. Such a young foundation might easily draw comparisons to the Feng Shui Huang Ti. Very well. I shall consider this spell as payment for your spiritual herbs. This was merely an auxiliary concealment technique, yet at that moment, the elder gentleman approached with a plump cat to Tang Yuaner. The cat's nose twitched before it turned away, leaping from Su Mosen's embrace, who merely observed the scene with a detached gaze. Get up. Li Shan lay on the ground, feeling as though his limbs had been disassembled, unable to move. Yet, a thunderous reprimand echoed in his ears, jolting him awake. Indeed, Bearda's beauty was a result of her lineage from the Simus. In fact, Lei Zilwan and Yulio all noted that Bearda's appearance increasingly resembled that of Simus himself. At that moment, Cheng Tian called out to the two, Zhurong, come down. This person is difficult to defeat in a short time. Let Elder Cheng take over. Even a youth among the outer disciples chuckled, finding solace in the presence of someone less gifted than themselves. This time, there was no need for the Xianyi disciples to bring Qian Chuan to the outer disciples. He went on his own. It is worth noting that this abyssal prince's beauty ranks among the finest in the entire multiverse. Upon entering the formation, the members of the Shao family felt their consciousnous tethered, surrounded by a blinding white mist, with visibility reduced to mere meters. However, Xia Ji was different. Upon being exposed by Dou Yulu, he turned crimson with embarrassment and lowered his head. Besides the wooden bed, the room contained a simple cabinet against the wall. The onlookers were incredulous, stealing glances at the unfamiliar youth, Lin Yu, as they struggled to recall when the Xiantian sect had produced such a remarkable figure. Yet, disappointment awaited them, for aside from select few, Lin Yu's name had yet to gain prominence. Had it not been for some unseen force supporting Jiangji Ge, he might have considered surrendering to death to escape the searing sensation that pierced his very soul. At that moment, a yellow paper was affixed to her forehead, gradually darkening as if consumed by flames, turning to ash. Dugu Zhan released the skull staff, allowing it to float before him and unfurl a protective soul shield. His 10 fingers adorned with mystic bone rings of various hues suddenly erupted in a radiant glow, intertwining and ultimately coalescing into a beam of rainbow light. Without uttering a word, Dugu Zhan mentally commanded the 7 skeletal assassins to become invisible and disperse as much as possible, subsequently launching an assault on Tang San in an orderly manner, all while providing cover for the spell. Yi Gu and Yishu, their aged faces glistening with cold sweat, found themselves at a loss, having navigated life's currents without ever facing such a morally challenging dilemma. Shiji Zhan sighed deeply, aware of the urgency of time, and, unable to offer more counsel, prepared to leave with Nangong Ro in her arms. Hu Huing Jing Jun gazed at Sakura Ling Yin with a look of bewilderment, followed by sounds of ravenous consumption, his eyes wandering aimlessly. The audience's emotions soared to a peak the moment the 8 renowned generals took their positions at the starting line. Nangong Zhen, a long-established figure in the Wanxiang realm, initially held an advantage, but as he was about to slay Jiangji Ge, the latter unexpectedly used Nangong Ro as a shield, forcing Nangong Zhen to halt, leading to his untimely demise at Jiangji Ji's hands. I believe this may be one of the reasons, though it is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the main characters and pivotal supporting roles must be present. Su Yuan returned along the path he had come, no longer needing to search as he had before. His speed had significantly increased, and he soon found himself back in the underground cavern. With his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, his spiritual awareness had greatly intensified, expanding his perceptive range several-fold. He claimed he could not find the goose gallbladder, but had initially stated that such a rare item, sought for over a decade, was elusive and could only be attributed to fate, not his fault. Furthermore, each encounter with Yin Rong left him with a peculiar sensation, as if they had known each other for an eternity. However, Ji Jinglin, being the offspring of the former lady, could only inherit the Ji family based on the will of Ji Leoi and Ji Foreign. It was imperative that no one learn of his skeletal characteristics or his heart technique incantations. The sword aura entering the burning spirit treasure jar was visibly dissipating, being melted away within. Princess Ling Yu was filled with joy, nearly bursting to fly to the western region and stand before Princess Mingyu. However, they wished to distance themselves from such matters, according to Huang. The upheaval caused by the celestial star and the divine star was merely a means to leave a legacy for the loyal followers of the divine Lord, ensuring they could settle and thrive in their newfound home. The mere mention of Chu Qing Mo caused Su Ru Ji's expression to shift as the playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a profound nostalgia. Setting up formations? That poses no issue, as long as it does not contravene moral boundaries. Upon hearing that it was merely the arrangement of formations, Huang readily consented, reassured that even if the setup was flawed, he could dismantle it. Upon reflection, it made sense. Who could guarantee that every soldier and officer in the army was fully aware of their capabilities before enlistment? At that moment, Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a mountain before him, shrouded in darkness and engulfed in a dense gray mist, exuding an aura of death potent enough to overwhelm, as if the very essence of death emanated from that mountain. Lu Wanxing understood that the child was exceedingly introverted, lacking in eloquence, and appeared to possess a genuine and honest disposition. On the field, players would still rely on their mutual understanding to play the game. Recently, through Lu Li's teachings, they grasped the importance of tactical arrangements. Yet with Li Huitang's absence of instruction, they could only observe. It was during the initial encounter between Tang Fengqing and Yin Li Bin at a fashion show, after which she attempted to escape following her abduction. The previous battle remained unresolved, and today it would continue. Jilong Tong laughed arrogantly, the Shura's sacred sword gripped in his hand, unleashing a terrifying aura of slaughter that enveloped him, a torrent of soul energy swirling violently, with yellow sand flying through the air, stinging the eyes. Moreover, a prevailing sentiment of exclusion lingered within everyone's hearts, rooted in the belief that those who were not of their kind harbored ulterior motives, leading them to consider all demons as perilous and malevolent, necessitating their eradication. Upon returning to his courtyard, Jilong Tong discovered the mad wolf seated within, seemingly having awaited his arrival for an extended period. Following the sound, he noticed a young man leisurely emerging from a house with half its wall destroyed. It appeared the elder's words were accurate. The laws of heaven here were distinct from those of the outside world, and his cultivation had been suppressed to half a step of the heavenly king. Yin Yin frowned slightly and spoke. No one wished to belittle a diligent team. Mo Zhai High School had indeed put forth great effort, yet the reality was stark. They struggled offensively, which remained one of their weaknesses. Had they possessed a decent attack, perhaps they would have had a chance, but it seemed that everything was spiraling downward. The training ground was a concrete expanse, designated for students to practice fundamental skills. Although the floodwaters had receded, remnants of yellow mud still lingered. As for the changes, Yu and Ning's cultivation levels were recorded as 12 for cultivation and 8 for vitality, with experience in breath-holding and alchemy, both at 20, and a metal attribute spiritual root quality of 1. It appeared that the body refining technique enhanced vitality, suggesting a correlation with cultivation levels. Regrettably, the increase in vitality could not be obtained without effort. Every time Shanjin remarked that he resembled a contrarian, it was not entirely true. He merely enjoyed the sight of Shanjin puffing up during their conversations. Li Mingqiu had merely brushed against something lightly, though the light was green. She had sensed moments ago that the driver seemed unable to halt the vehicle and instinctively dodged. Yet, being older, her movements were not as agile. Otherwise, she would have been unharmed. Had Mu Wanrong harbored any feelings for her, perhaps Mu Chunxia would not have sought retribution. But alas, once a person had descended into depravity, there was no turning back. It seemed the old creditor of Bai Yunjai was aware of Yun Fei Yao's arrival. He struggled to prop himself up, attempting to sit upright. Goodbye Lao Wang stepped forward to assist the elder in sitting comfortably. The elder laboriously opened his eyes. Lin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment towards Wan Xiuqi, the lord of Baitian City. As the ruler of a city, he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities, preferring to watch his disciples face peril rather than intervene. Therefore, she employed her powers judiciously, refraining from indiscriminate use, only resorting to them when absolutely necessary. Does this imply that you might resign? Zhuo Wei's eyes widened, having never heard Rong Huai mention such matters before. Just as the three reached the stone tablet marking the entrance to the Night Watcher's lodge, a green light illuminated the stone tower. Was that the sound of carriage? Lin Yu turned back, straining his ears for clarity. Nonetheless, Su Min Min felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She genuinely cherished Zhuoba and Zhuoma, and naturally hoped Lien Jun would share her sentiments. However, witnessing Lien Jun's demeanor towards Zhuoba and Zhuoma, akin to how he addressed a significant client, left her feeling somewhat irked. The servant glanced at Tian Feng, initially reluctant to speak, but when Feng Ji swung a blade towards him, he was frightened into a state of sheer panic. Consequently, Jiang Cheng was unable to contact headquarters via satellite phone. He had no choice but to pass through this area and seek a safe location to request reinforcements. Jiang Cheng scrutinized the map of the Khartoum desert. His brow furrowed tightly, his lips pressed together in silence, his heart weighed down with gravity. There was no sign of that old fellow. Perhaps he was concerned about something and had not come. Wang Guodong's voice emanated from my pocket. All right, enough of this matter. I brought you out to sit and primarily to assess your situation. Since you are currently unencumbered, I can rest easy. The rear seat observer grasped a dripping handgun, a damp dagger, and a lighter of uncertain functionality, seeking counsel from her partner. However, just as she exhaled a sigh and prepared to calm her thoughts, focusing on the upcoming Haizu Grand Assembly, she suddenly gasped softly. The reason Yin Yang could not be resurrected was that his soul no longer accepted corporeal form, rendering revival impossible. Zhuo Lengxi intended to employ the dragon soul to refine both Yin Yang's spirit and body into a harmonious new entity, allowing for their reconnection. The Lei Huang bore the attributes of the Thunder Talisman, yet due to his limitations, he remained oblivious to the existence of the Thunder and Yin Talisman systems. Nevertheless, all that he sensed had provided Li Yu with ample information. Mayor Xiong was quite candid, confessing that he had indeed perused your dossier and retained its contents in memory. He admitted, without fear of mockery, that he had prematurely concluded Mayor Xiong to be a person worthy of acquaintance, as Zhang Lu disclosed. As idle chatter passed, time slipped away swiftly, leading to the onset of evening. Curiously, there had been a notable absence of customers purchasing elixirs of late. Ning Ku, seated by the roadside, surveyed the meager sales of the day with a dismal countenance. This stark contrast to earlier sales was perplexing, Johnny remarked, casting a glance at the Huagua embroiderers behind Wang Sheng, before his gaze shifted to Han Sun and Chu Xia. A resplendent, blinding light erupted from the valley, its origin a mystery, seemingly emerging from thin air. Yet, all his utterances were intercepted by Zhang Jingfan, not a whisper escaping into the ether. The telephone in her office typically rang for significant clients or friends, so even without her introduction, the other party would likely be aware of her identity. Yi Tianqing treaded cautiously, for beneath the great pit lay a myriad of caverns, interconnected in a labyrinthine manner. A moment's inattention could lead one astray, akin to wandering in a dense fog of spiritual essence, where common folk could only rely on their divine consciousness. Han Wujin's primary task within the Dian dynasty was to surveil Jun Lintian, and his displayed prowess had never been particularly formidable. What difficulty is there in killing you? Guizichin sneered, unfazed. As an adept who had long attained the initial stage of divine ability and wielded the power of lightning, he possessed his own pride. Indeed, to avert unforeseen mishaps, Zhao Hao suggested to Rong Shengli to procure 100 puppets of the initial stage of divine ability from him, priced at 50 million ordinary spirit stones, with a payment plan spanning 3 years. From the moment the first divine general descended, within 10 minutes, all 16 divine generals had fallen, leaving 16 breathless beings suspended in the sky. Both individuals had ignited their tempers. Despite the emperor's decree, they glared at each other, and the slightest spark could reignite conflict. The emperor summoned them to sit before him, offering a few words of praise and bestowing some rewards, thereby marking the formal conclusion of the first day of military exercises. Yulu followed behind Mingnan, shaking her head as she observed the lively duo of grandfather and grandson. At times, she found herself at a loss for words, as their actions, though stemming from genuine concern, often provoked irritation. The Yui will spun rapidly, gradually emanating a force that seemed to both tear and devour. As the ice soul phantom stab was slowly eroded, its frigid power being drawn outward, releasing a chilling aura. Who approaches? State your name. The earlier speaker, evidently a leader of the allied forces, inquired gravely. In response to Lin Jingfeng's teasing, Yin Yuning merely smiled, offering no comment. While Suning Shuang shot Lin Jingfeng a fierce glare, warning, repeat that, and I shall sever your tongue, which effectively silenced him. Upon reaching the service desk aboard the grand vessel, they explained the situation and compensated for the damages, as the staff hurriedly began to clean up and replace the decorations. Faced with an assault from 60 adversaries, he dared not activate his breakthrough or illusory eyes, for there was no opportunity to do so. Any sign of abnormality would result in immediate annihilation. The powerful individual responsible for crafting these scrolls was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of strength from millennia past, their capabilities rivaling those of his enigmatic master, and the soul imprint contained within was far beyond the current Mu Tian's capacity to endure. As for the means of contact, it was through certain intelligence channels of the CIA. If you wish to know more, I shall share the details privately later. Damien cast a wary glance at the other Chinese individuals, clearly aware that such matters were not suitable for the ears of the Zhuanghua family. Su Yuan sat within a carriage, gazing into the distance. The obsidian city walls loomed like a colossal dragon, coiled atop a vast plain. Beyond the city, an endless mountain range shimmered with ethereal energy, visible to the naked eye, marking the site of the Qianxin Palace, beneath which lay a spiritual vein. Ige stood barefoot on the floor, his torso bare, breathing in a unique and balanced rhythm. Searching for items is not our forte. Ensuring the proper burial of the deceased is my expertise. Had it not been for his status as a wealthy merchant and the unchanged ethos of society, which preoccupied everyone with thoughts of profit, no one would have welcomed this outsider. The adage of good reaping good and evil reaping evil holds true. One must pay for the consequences of their own misdeeds. Junhan stood tall, surveying the two leaders with a frown. These texts were quite suitable for specters. Yet for a cultivator like Zhao Yang, they were nearly useless. Before collecting the remains of the villagers, Garrus noted signs of human activity not far from the village. A plume of smoke ascended from the largest house, across the top, it indicating the village's spiritual allegiance. Previously, within the Yunwu Mountain, she had witnessed Zhao Yang effortlessly slay several beasts at the 7th layer of consciousness. Consequently, Jiang Chun informed old Zhang, requesting an advance on a month's salary, and rented a residence not far from the company in Yong'anli. He established a technology department, a marketing department, a gaming division, and other conventional departments. Now that they had arrived at this place, with spirit stones so plentiful and time not pressing, why not fully restore his true essence? Although Wang Zongjia was somewhat impatient, he understood the principle that before soldiers march, provisions must be made. Thus, he allocated an additional 2,000 stones of grain to be delivered directly to the military of Mian County for transportation. The one overseeing this area was a clan elder named Gao Shigong, approximately 50 years of age, with graying hair and beard, appearing somewhat aged for the Song dynasty. Upon hearing of the young master's arrival, he had risen early to welcome him with several supervisors. As the apparent hero who rescued Mu Qingyan, Chuning seemed to have adapted to such situations, showing no concern, and promptly chose to depart. When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth first touched the golden-armored Taoist, his body trembled, and the surrounding spiritual energy gradually vanished from his form, presumably absorbed within. The sudden mention of their affairs by Lao Lu took Chu Feng by surprise. And what astonished him further was the nature of the matter that prompted Lao Si to instruct Lao Lu not to disclose it to him. Wrong. Whose family is that? Li Yu inquired, somewhat astonished, as everyone in the mountain villa knew of his close relationship with Zhou Ronger, leaving him puzzled about who else might involve themselves. Ultimately, after countless reflections, these magical artifacts transformed into genuine pure entities. Han Jian and Han Qing found it difficult to engage in conversation, merely smiling. The three ascended the city tower, where soldiers brought over stools, allowing hosts and guests to settle down and engage in idle chatter about various topics. At that moment, before the five could ponder further, a fleeting glimmer of silver light passed overhead, appearing right before one of them. "Are you the guardian of Huasiyu?" The homeroom teacher inquired as Gu Mian arrived with Huasiyu, adjusting her glasses. Upon returning from Wang Diye's home, she promptly boiled a pot of hot water, filling a kettle and pouring a glass for Lin Hongrui to cool. The seemingly casual retort, delivered in an unassuming tone, bore a substantial underlying force. Kui Weiyu, located in Xiancheng, thrived with great prosperity, divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city housed only small cultivation families, primarily those of the elders from Qianxin Palace, or formidable cultivators of significant standing. Contemplating this, I found it unbearable to remain idle. I had no desire to languish on a sickbed awaiting death. I needed to seek out Li Chong, for he might be my only hope. Having grasped Gu Bing's right foot, I successfully defended against his kick. In the next moment, Lu Yingquan propelled himself upward, executing a swift attack akin to a hungry eagle swooping down, with his left hand striking toward Gu Bing's face. As I looked up, Nu Liang Lu Xiong caught a glimpse of Wu Chen's cheek and hurried after him. I couldn't help it, Su Qing Mo admitted, feeling a twinge of shame after hitting the pink-clad boy. While he felt relieved, Lin Ruo Chu found herself in a predicament. Everyone remarked on how they had never encountered such a well-behaved child, one so endearing that they wished to cherish him. Utilizing the beam of a flashlight, I continued my descent down the staircase. The air was humid, but not murky, affirming my earlier conjecture. It was only after what felt like hundreds of steps that I finally reached the ground. After dinner, darkness had enveloped the sky when, unexpectedly, Xiaonan rushed out to call after me as we departed from the Ma family. Within these boxes lay an array of biochemical weapons. Loki seemed intent on obliterating this island completely. When Su Qing Mo arrived with Lin Chao Yin and expert Zhao, they instantly captured everyone's attention, who regarded Su Qing Mo with the same curiosity as one would observe monkeys in a zoo, whispering amongst themselves. Is there anything that cannot be said over the phone? Must you summon me at such a late hour to this mysterious place, making it seem like a secretive rendezvous? Rao Pei Air surveyed her surroundings with disdain. Must one share the same surname to be considered uncle and nephew? Go ask your son if he visited our home last night, I suggested. Tang Yu, she was inquiring about Yi Kai's feelings for her, considering their past relationship and child, while Yi Kai now lingered by her side, embodying the model of a devoted partner. GNC's gift had already been delivered that morning, leading to a brief yet exquisite cake-cutting ceremony followed by singing the birthday song. After the celebration, guests began to dine. Uncle Wang, having fled his hometown due to famine, found that few relatives remained, and those who had escaped with him had scattered. He mused that after so many years, perhaps his hometown acquaintances had long since passed away. Oh no, do not consume such junk food in the dormitory. The smell is unbearable. All right, that troublesome girl is at it again. First, she forbids incense. Now she disallows instant noodles. Isn't she being a bit overbearing? Upon stepping outside, Sun Haiming cursed, initially intending to use Zhao Feng's incident to elevate Tian Kugui's status. However, things had taken a turn for the worse, creating a scandal that could lead to Tian Kugui's reassignment from the development zone. By the way, what is the status of your martial arts? When will you recover? Mo sure inquired while tending to his hair. Gao Ruobing would certainly not confess that she intended to use this opportunity to lure him into a trap and drug him, seeking to engage in an intimate encounter. Where are you going? Might as well ask the class monitor for advice, I suggested, not wishing for Wang Qianjun to misinterpret my intentions. And what about you? Didn't we agree that you would disguise yourself as my brother? Why then does this face belong to a perverted uncle? Mo sure questioned, though the appearance was beautiful. It still left a negative impression. Hearing Mo Qin's words, Su Yuan was taken aback. He had heard of the Qin family, which held considerable standing in Xiancheng, with ancestors who had once served as elders in Qianqing Palace, and many disciples currently studying there. Little did he expect that the Qin family would seek to recruit a first-grade alchemist. After a brief contemplation, Feng Pei, having circled back to the starting point, recognized a bizarrely shaped stone engraved with XX Road standing by the roadside through the camera lens. Wang Ying, utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally drained after these few days, lay on her bed, dozing off. In her dreams, the figure of Shi De Yong lingered. She sheltered Shenlin in a cave to escape the snowstorm. Shenlin suffered from severe chills. Chun Yunqing embraced him with her body to provide warmth. At that moment, Xiaobai did not dwell much on the potential consequences of his shout. He merely thought of the war god Lu Bu he had slain earlier, who had been foolishly wealthy. I merely wish to seize a task material from you. Please do not strike me anymore. If you continue, I will not hold back, Xiaobai declared. Sacrificing a level to successfully retaliate against 18 players, it remained uncertain whether this was a loss or a gain. Inside the vehicle, including the assistant, no one understood what had been said. They only observed Qin Han's expression growing increasingly grim until he finally uttered, understood, and ended the call. You haven't forgotten, have you? Han Jun scrutinized Song Yao Yao's expression, catching a glimpse of confusion in her eyes. If Mr. Hua were to enter the entertainment industry, other male actors would likely find it difficult to compete, Director Kong remarked. At that moment, Yun Qing entered his line of sight, a red supercar executing a perfect drift before halting beside him. Yun Qing then elegantly exited the vehicle, adjusting her sunglasses and tidying her disheveled hair. Zhang Liang suggested procuring a wooden stake for him, to which Tian Yun replied, "No need, this will suffice." The crowd gasped as half a wooden stake remained standing, the upper half having been kicked aside. The sheer power behind that kick left the students in awe. Reassigning them would facilitate Tang's governance over Goryeo. Otherwise, with officials from Tang continuously arriving, they would resist, fearing potential disputes. Sebastian glanced at the wrist captured by Hua Yuyi before refocusing on him. Under the pretense of allegiance to Dongjua, he smoothly navigated through Tian Shui City, harboring ambitions against it. Upon entering Ba Tu village, Fei and his companions were promptly welcomed into the administrative courtyard by the village players, showing no signs of negligence. Deep within the soul-severing valley, the high-ranking members of the demon clan, either indifferent or sorrowful, watched as the human coalition surged into the valley, capturing demons in a frenzy. Eager to learn, Sun De, without suspicion, rushed over, only to be pulled aside by Wei Qi to witness various modern medical devices, such as blood pressure monitors, stethoscopes, and thermometers. After observing the differences in blood types under a microscope, he nearly cried out, pleading to stay and study at the Western Medicine Clinic. If they could calmly accept this outcome, that would be remarkable, he thought. However, these matters belong to the future, for now. We must revel in our recent victory and return to address the aftermath of this battle. Yuan Fudong, instead of displaying any semblance of anger or concern, spoke with a smile. The two sides eventually made contact. The demons, under orders, could not act independently, yet the opposing force did not share this restraint. The black battle blade, seemingly wielded with casualness, swiftly cleaved the demons in two, and the severed has continued to disintegrate relentlessly. That is only natural, Su Yuan remarked with a smirk, finding amusement in the predicament. At this moment, Gu Qingyue appeared exceedingly frail. Even after disguise, her face bore a sickly pallor, her lips devoid of color. Teacher Ping Zhuang hovered beside Jimu, softly speaking, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. With the power of Westema having departed, Li Ji's gaze fell upon Nursend, realizing why the prince was so anxious. The realm of Westema was in disarray. What would become of its long-standing adversary, Saccharum? Compared to seizing land and populace from the demons, it seemed far easier to take from the current Westema. The old man gasped in admiration, quietly praising, "Your skill is indeed remarkable. However, you're no match for my speed." With that, he turned, his form flickering like lightning, a thunderous presence that appeared without warning. Truly fearsome. Observing the scene, the crowd was on the verge of breaching the confines of the forbidden realm. Suddenly, a massive serpent, as thick as a bowl, erupted from the grass below, exhaling a foul, black aura that coalesced into a swirling mist, obstructing the path of Wei Wuji and his companions. Yet, it soon realized that no matter how it stretched its neck, it could not reach that vexatious face. Li Haoran introduced these matters to Guijing, not to undermine his confidence, but rather to ensure he was well informed, preventing future regrets. The station cultivator was evidently proud of his Baiguei floating pagoda, firmly believing it could withstand this sudden calamity. However, when the crimson light struck the black shield of his Baiguei pagoda, the resulting sound sent a jolt of fear through his heart. Yet, the soldiers before him remained unaware, as they reveled in their newfound strength. They would be accompanied by slaughter throughout their lives. The war drums sounded, and earth-shaking instruments were raised. An elder among the 8 golden core practitioners wielded a sword in one hand and a seal in the other. The sword, the Samu exorcising sword, and the seal, the Yangping Zijigu seal, both treasures of Taoism, albeit replicas that had strayed into this sanctuary world. A colossal underground chamber, approximately 100 meters high, featured rugged, irregular walls and a broad ground that descended in 3-tiered steps. After all, the surroundings were either void passages of black and white or fleeting shadows of worlds. Nearby, the founders of Shantian Painting Academy and the elder of Dazhou exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Fang Sheng's words were impeccable, leaving no room for doubt, even causing the two to privately question whether Fang Sheng had orchestrated the expulsion of Hua Taixian from the mountain. Regrettably, he was intercepted by Xingtian Painting Academy. This alliance comprised only the three of them, maintaining a facade of mutual relations to avoid being schemed against. Some formidable beasts, despite their bloodline heritage, lack the experience and techniques to rival humans for various reasons. With restored electricity and communication signals, the villagers regained their vigor within a week, returning to their former selves. Yet now, Guling Tian had scoured the ancient realm without locating the elusive flame of Yin Jin, suggesting that Yin Jin was likely still alive. Captain Shimu sat behind his desk, quietly observing the vice captain reprimanding the team, a scene that likely transpired frequently in this operations room. Earlier, prompted by Zhang Yuan, Jiang Tong finally accessed the game friend system he had previously muted. They had not anticipated that the deity they had long revered was, in fact, a mere fabrication. And these three divine envoys toyed with them at will. I must say it was the man named Luo Cheng from Xian City who provided me with this information. That individual was greatly frightened. In the face of life and death, he could hardly consider anything else. Upon witnessing Su Yuan coldly slay three of his companions without a word, he realized that if he did not speak up, he would be next. Wang Zhen then understood that his summons had a different purpose. Before entering, he had thought Zhu Qizhen was still angry and sought to vent his frustration. But it seemed he had misjudged. Ming Shanyo nodded, graciously accepting the goodwill, though her eyes scrutinized Zhu Fu Jingguang's somewhat pallid complexion with contemplation. Hinata, Hinazuki, and Nara Shikahiza also bore expressions of discomfort, while Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming guilt. The revelation of the killer's identity would strike the Uchiha clan a heavy blow once more. After a meal at the printing factory's cafeteria, Yi Xiaoxin arrived at his office within the factory, assigning tasks to the acting factory director across from him. Zhou Qingwu tightly closed her eyes, feeling warm and weightless. As if floating on clouds, a most pleasant sensation. Consequently, the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, which had been merely an observer, found itself in a particularly awkward position. The onlookers returned to their seats, and He Xiaoxin also took a moment to rest. Nearby, Ada leaned over to whisper to He Xiaoxin. Gossiping about Tang ran across the room. The second purpose was to exploit the death of Uchiha Shisui to incite rebellion within the Uchiha clan. Danzo was acutely aware of this family's warlike nature. Once the news of Shisui's death spread, without the formidable restraint of Uchiha Itachi, a riot would surely ensue. Zhongling likely remained oblivious to Lu Muyun's true identity. Lu had lured her to Jiangnan only to attempt an assassination. The assassins were all from Hongzi Yuezhou, and there was a secret behind it all. In the faint mist, Haydn awaited the grilled meat being handed to him, listening to the stories while savoring the food. There were no guards here, for the Supreme Divine Temple was impervious to destruction, having weathered countless storms over millennia without a trace of damage. Hence, it was left unguarded. Lin Kongshue's words left Yi Giyu in contemplation. Indeed, she possessed not a single spirit stone, and she had significant matters to attend to. After a moment of silence, Yi Giyu ultimately decided to keep her concerns to herself. The video displayed Chen Minfeng and Wang Dian in the office, their conversation revealing plans concerning the clandestine extermination of the Cross Merchant Guild. At the periphery of the misty region, soldiers blocking the entrance to the Yellow Spring heard faint dragon roars. At this moment, Nan Boho remarked, "Yao Di, there's no need for such anger. Be cautious not to harm your health. Please listen to my counsel first. Since the incident, everyone assumed that Yushun would surely seek revenge against his stepmother or compel his father to expel her and his younger brother from the household. The spectacle of water and sky blending seamlessly astounded all present. Its magnificence was truly breathtaking. So engrossed were they in the scenery that they momentarily forgot to glance beneath their feet. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly flown atop a mountain. As they soared past the mountain peak, they were left with no choice but to land on a sunlit slope on the southern side of the mountain. The boy's Magatama was identical to the one on Li Ming's person, appearing the same, yet there were subtle differences. The mountain knocking technique is a power-centric maneuver. While not particularly sophisticated, it holds tremendous efficacy in evenly matched combat. Indeed, according to the intelligence relayed by Zhen Jian, this individual is also rumored to be a member of the legendary war clan. Fuya nodded slightly. He had previously maintained a connection with the Chan Jian and was familiar with certain reports from the Xuanhuang Digua. Thus he understood that Zhan Xue belonged to the Zhanzu. "Do you know me?" Upon hearing Xu Yuan's words, Gu Qingyue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Should she consider Xu Yuan foolish or something else? She was uncertain. It wasn't that she endorsed a lack of compassion. It was merely that in her ingrained beliefs, there was a distinct separation between immortals and mortals. When Hu Bai and Ingzi heard of the two ghostly figures appearing, chills ran down their spines. Children raised in the village feared ghosts and spirits above all. Hu Bai and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. Wang Pengzi's strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. Hu Bai was baffled by the situation, and Wang Pengzi was even more clueless. While Huamei remained merely an ornament for the time being. Clad in armor, holding a ghostly seal, Zhang Qiling walked among the ghostly soldiers, sensing something, despite the distance. He turned a glance in the direction of Wuxia and the others. Just as Wang Pengzi pondered how to modify the Jiu'er heavy machine gun in the future, Huamei's call interrupted him. A poor choice of action, a deformed stance, and in the subsequent moments, J.R. Shimisi launched 6 consecutive attacks, managing to score only 1 basket. The doctor had said that with a good pair of custom hearing aids, clarity would be restored, and I thought to have my grandfather fitted with a pair. However, this posed no challenge for him. As long as he had a thick skin, it mattered not whether he was acquainted with anyone. As others recognized him, that sufficed. Seeing that Su Jinyue was not joking, Xinyu had no choice but to agree to accept it, bringing joy to Su Jinyue's face. He appeared disheveled, covered in wounds. Walking barefoot, with a massive double-headed crescent shovel on his back, and his necklace was replaced by the eerie skull of a monster. At that moment, they suddenly realized that Su Fan emanated an overwhelming aura, as if embodying a certain will. Princess? Soning pondered for a moment, and finally recalled that Xie Linzhou's mother was indeed a princess. Lin Xingwan scoffed, folding her aunt's medical record into her bag, meticulously folding the umbrella and placing it back in its original position. In contrast, Li Juncai appeared as though he had been struck by a pie falling from the heavens. Bursting with excitement. It is worth noting that while these officers were not formidable experts, they were seasoned veterans of the battlefield and numerous in number. Are you going to take me to some spring? Then perform a ritual on me, after which I would willingly reside in the spring? Lin Xiaoxiao counted on her fingers, clearly outlining the process. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Su Yuan's back, finding it as alluring as a comfortable sedan chair. What title should she use? She felt that calling him general was quite fitting. Accustomed to it, it felt rather endearing. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, also the 3rd day of Lichuan, although the ground had thawed, the chill of the late spring was even more lethal than the harsh winter. His strides never faltered as he passed by the arriving members of the Jin family, without a glance back. As she stated, that Songlong Zhuzhing Xiu was one of the most classic divine melodies of the Nanin Fong. This piece, besides being resoundingly pleasant, held its greatest significance within its title. Aguan examined Piampian more closely before retrieving the ice crystal from his pocket, inspecting it several times, and gesturing towards Piampian while pointing at the ice crystal. Yao Yao was taken aback, realizing that Luolan had committed wrongdoing yet persistently refused to relent, feeling a sense of indignation. Matters on the other side of Oerka Dealu were still far from the present time. Forcing her to relinquish the benefits she had secured was utterly impossible. Several creatures seemed to have conspired, surrounding Aguan, preventing him from advancing to battle. Thus, Aguan had no choice but to summon the Guekue sword, hurling it into the ranks of the demon soldiers, skillfully manipulating it with his thoughts to pierce through the foes. Would I deceive you? Sell it to you? Gu Qingyue shot a peculiar glance at Xu Yuan and inquired, "How many spirit stones are you offering?" Xu Yuan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "Well, these spiritual herbs aren't particularly valuable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained unpicked for so long. The market price is merely a bit over 10. Huangjidu, as one of the largest cities on the Aolan's Dalu, experiences an immense flow of people daily, with bustling thoroughfares teeming with pedestrians, some departing the city, but a greater number hastening towards its center. It is akin to a colossal beast, absorbing the streams of humanity from all directions without causing a sense of congestion. Although the soul within consciousness does not experience physical exhaustion, it is nonetheless susceptible to mental fatigue. At this moment, his soul was already showing signs of listlessness. A bit of understanding, Bai Jie took her leave. Just as Jie was about to depart, Qing Jin stepped on her garment, causing Jie to lose her balance and stumble backward. Qing Jin caught the falling Jie, her gaze fixed on Jie's astonished face. Jin removed Jiero's hairpin, and her dark hair cascaded down. The monstrous beast charged fiercely. Luo Shui drew her accompanying dagger and began to engage in battle. She had no time to ponder the nature of the creature, only knowing that she could not pause, lest the sharp claws inflict a fatal blow. Xingyin observed in silence, merely gazing at the stone bed, lost in thought. Wu Lao Dijuan, the Holy One of the 3 islands of the Western Sea, possessed profound cultivation and was notorious for his protective tendencies. This reputation allowed disciples of the Wu Daimin to act with impunity within the Western Sea, accustomed to their dominance. Jin Yi's consecutive slaps were unprecedented, significantly dampening the arrogance of these esteemed disciples. To everyone's surprise, at that moment, Qingji unexpectedly echoed Qin Tian's words. In truth, he had not been particularly interested in Qin Tian joining their mercenary group. However, over the past few days, Qin Tian's performance had genuinely surpassed his expectations, leading him to unconsciously accept Qin Tian. The vitality of the Earth Bear among magical beasts was notably robust. Despite sustaining such injuries, it still possessed the strength to retaliate, its enraged paws crashing towards Nyoman like thunder. The blue and white porcelain bowl, filled with a broth that appeared rather light, exuded an irresistible aroma that tantalized the senses. The sky is as boundless as water, and the moon shines like silver. Deep within the Guanghan, a melody resonates. One morning, I soared to the moon on the winds, and countless years of longing have been expressed until now. Do not be surprised. Your name and that of your next generation clone, if any, have already been stored in your memory, all of which I have named. Wang Yang chuckled. Come, eat, taste these seafood. They're all homegrown. We would call organic food in your city, Ro Qiong's father called to Su Qi. Su Lingjiang claimed it was to loosen Su Qi's bones. But he tugged at his ears, dragging him before the old master, intending to have him apologize. But to his surprise, the old master did not give him a chance. Wang, at a distance from the port, Ruan Qingzhu was left behind, accompanied by a few attendants, feeling somewhat solitary as a few dry leaves fluttered past in the hot summer, making him feel a bit cold. Han Baoying picked up Shi Dakai and left. Although Shi Dakai was reluctant, in normal times, Han Baoying could persuade him, but now he wouldn't heed her words, and she carried him away down the mountain. Li Feiqiong was drumming, yet from her elevated position, her eyes followed Fan Kuai, and upon seeing him reach the edge of the moat, she immediately issued an order. With her call, 10 crossbows were pushed forward. Supreme storage ring. My dear, does that young lady not eat? At the dining table, Ninka glanced at the stairwell and then at Xu Yuan, who was enjoying his meal and couldn't help but speak. She's unlike us. Whether she eats or not is of no consequence. Pay her no mind. Your cooking has improved significantly and has become increasingly delicious. Yunxiang resides next to Wei Yu in a wooden embroidered building with poor sound insulation. Therefore, she could hear Wei Yu's quiet sobs. There is no need for concealment. Lan Qian has not even touched the incense burner, lying comfortably on the barren land to recuperate, filled with confidence. The last call from Gao Yu was made from a location at the intersection of Xiang, Yi, Qian, and Yu provinces. Do you know who this call was directed to? Zhou Shitao asked on the other end of the line, a mix of excitement and mystery in his tone. Bai Shichao lashed out in anger, a terrifyingly massive golden hand descending from above. Although the strike was not his strongest, it was far beyond what an ordinary fourth-tier martial emperor could withstand. Chong Shui had tried her best to suppress her emotions, yet her tone betrayed her, revealing a sense of pride as if she were offering a mere bowl of such fine delicacies that one could not partake. She remembered entering the Nian family 5 years ago, how Xiaoying was merely a singer, never involved in business matters. Yunxiang felt a tightening in her heart. Was this truly without issue? There are few princesses in this dynasty, and none with fiefs. Being elevated to such a high position by the emperor, would she not be seen as a thorn in the eye by others? Unfortunately, Hua Xining's invisibility technique was a flaw in this infrared sensing technology. The Wusun princess initially thought he would abandon her here, but upon seeing him come to her aid, her joy outweighed her surprise, and she silently turned to follow him. Is it you who professes love for me? Feng Yufei smiled, yet before the smile could reach her eyes, it froze. I want to know the true reason. The genuine reason that compels me to stay, even if it brings me heartache. Since it is a scholarship, at a certain point, some data can indeed be publicly accessed. At 1620, Su Yi remarked, Everyone, please cease the commotion. It was I who struck in Ya's face. My emotions were in turmoil, and just as I was about to calm down, she confidently obstructed me, promoting herself. Apologies, I was unaware of my impulsiveness at that moment. After Jingjun left in delight, she promptly had Ban Yi summon a doctor. When Uncle Guan had doted on her, he had permitted her to call for a doctor without consulting Zheng Shujun, allowing Guo Jingjun to live without the constraints of Zheng Shujun, even skipping her daily salutations. Hastily, she retrieved the firewood, selecting dry kindling to stoke the flames. What should be done next? Sushi observed the vegetables and flour on the stove, contemplating the meal ahead. This time, Xiaonan said nothing, for she knew that Xiao Dongliang would do what was necessary without being told. Is there anyone here? Although she saw no one, Xing knew they were nearby. Consequently, even though they held the true facts, Zhai Yaoi did not allow Xiaonan to clear her name immediately to prove her innocence. For revealing everything at that moment would only provide an opportunity for others to accuse her of being guilty. Otherwise, shouldn't Xiaonan have simply stated that the innocent would clear themselves? Yushu sat beside her, glancing outside then back at her, occasionally reaching out to check if the hand warmer was still warm. Even Fan Xing, in his extreme anger, dared only to wage a bloodbath against Lu Liyuan, but not against Zhen Shi. Before this revered figure, everyone present was obedient, harboring no intent to defy. Almost immediately, everyone stood in unison, bowing respectfully before gradually departing. Leaving their residence, Su Yuan took Ning Ku directly to the market. Now that they had settled in, the next concern was how to earn more spirit stones. Selling elixirs was currently Su Yuan's only option. The market was a designated trading area, bustling with activity. How splendid! Multiple avenues for breakthroughs could lead to unexpected changes. However, what should be done? You must understand better than I. Brother, let us first go rest at the hotel. Han Bing managed to laugh through her tears. Qian Ling sensed every pore on her ring finger, yet could not perceive the ring as presence. She straightened her finger until it began to tremble slightly. The final outcome was that the exuberant Jin Ling managed to drink Wang Yaji under the table. Then she and Wang Yi helped the weeping and wailing Wang Yaji back to the hotel. Passing through the resplendent glass wall, we arrived in the front hall. A middle-aged man with bronze skin leaped from his sofa to stand before us. She was the reigning champion of the 4th phase of the regular season, and this time joined the judging panel with Su Zijie as a returning guest, contributing to the lively atmosphere. After all, both she and Su Zijie had already revealed their identities, so there was no risk of exposure. This individual evidently failed to grasp the more astonishing aspects of the earlier statement, yet even the most straightforward information was sufficient to instill complete doubt in him. Koshi found it quite amusing to observe the mother and daughter exchanging words, neither willing to yield. After Lu Ying departed, many singers and musicians approached Lu Pian to greet her and build rapport. I shall take my leave. Gu Jukai opened the door but still glanced up the stairs with concern. The resurrected individuals from Zhongzhou City launched an assault on Jianyan and others at the first level of the mine. Unbeknownst to them, over 300 people found themselves surrounded by 100. However, this encirclement was temporary, appearing formidable yet ultimately fragile. Boss Peng Gaoyuan took the phone with some confusion, wondering what had transpired to unsettle his subordinates so. Bai Shi had sent a flute as a gift, yet her mood seemed exceptionally cheerful. Leading Bai Shu toward the Bai family direction without uttering a word, the three returned to a restaurant, having missed the meal time. They easily found a private room and ordered their preferred dishes and drinks. Li Hao drove to the school, ultimately bidding farewell to Zhou Ruodong in the car, watching her open the door and wave as she entered the dormitory. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Yin, controlling the dwindling spiritual energy with a spell, reached out toward the seed enveloped in willpower. Song Qi's tone was quite flat, yet this very monotony made Jianmu uneasy. Li Hui recognized that he could no longer continue fighting, promptly turning around. The ink energy surged, and with a flourish of his ink-silver hand, he blocked the sudden attack. The three sat in the car, arriving at a rather appealing establishment, where they settled in a corner and summoned a server. With an air of pride, the bearer of the long sword declared, and then struck down without affording the opponent a moment to react. Gripping his knife, his gaze seemed to conceal a lion. As the approaching enemies drew closer, he understood that the moment of duel was imminent. At the time of her departure, Grandma Yi had been quite worried about Yi Miao, who had vowed that upon her grandmother's return, she would sell off everything here. Yet, the grandmother had been gone for some time, and little had changed. Thus, the living room resembled her bedroom in size, illuminated by a dim yellow lamp. The lighting was not as bright as in the bedroom, casting the room into shadows, with a bowl of egg-fried rice peeking out from the table. Within the cultivation tower, numerous cultivators traversed back and forth. On the first floor, the majority were at the 7th level or higher of the Qi refining stage. Some were spirited from successful breakthroughs, while others were crestfallen from failures. This was Ning Ku's first visit, expanding her horizons. Wang Sheng nodded slowly, while Fei Lian inquired about the ancestral tales of the Sword Sect. The Blue Chung E possesses significant advantages. In the top lane, Knight's performance with the Dagger Maiden is commendable, while the bottom lane has swiftly taken the tower and secured the dragon. Kaisa has already claimed 2 kills. As for the mid lane, observing Chung E's substantial lead with a major item, one can comprehend the ferocity of his captain. Despite it being his inaugural use of the crossbow, his exceptional physique has allowed him to hit his targets after a few initial misses. However, the zombies struck by the bolts do not fall, but relentlessly pursue Yi Hao. The two disregard Lin Qianma entirely, perceiving him merely as prey, unable to stir any waves. Yi Hao lets the smoke swirl in his lungs before exhaling a cloud, releasing a long sigh and jesting. "I found this in the house. Feel free to smoke it." He casually tosses the partially open pack of cigarettes, which had only seen a few sticks removed, to Barnes. Anyone entrenched in the shadows and risen to a position of leadership is not to be underestimated. Those without a modicum of cunning have long since become mere bones scattered on the ground. Although you are the junior disciple, take care of your senior sister. Remember, do not allow her to be deceived by others. The two share a tacit understanding and remain silent, with only their noticeably heavier breaths echoing in the stillness of the room. In the living room of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhuai's rejection was entirely anticipated by Zhou Sheng, who gazed at him and spoke. Meanwhile, Cao Cao awaits the arrival of the Qin Emperor. For no achievement can rival the convincing power of the Qin Emperor personally annihilating the last remnants of the Yellow Turbans. Initially, no one believed it, but many, holding a mindset of experimentation, purchased a bottle. Eventually, everyone discovered that the efficacy of the beauty cream was indeed genuine. One might assume that the Lord is aware that Tian Yuan Zong is a second-rate force in the Void Celestial Realm, its power unquestionable, which is why we are here to discuss matters. Originally, we planned to stall for your return, but now that you have returned, it simplifies things. You prefer bathing in filth. You are the dung beetle. Ma Guotao could no longer contain his rage, pointing at Qin Yin and roaring loudly. The air buzzed with tension. Qin Yin glared at Ma Guotao, disdain evident in his expression, and retorted, "I loathe duplicitous hypocrites like you. Step aside. I refuse to get sullied." Though he demanded Ma Guotao to move aside, he pinched his nose and circumvented him, heading outside. Xiao Yu's kick was perfectly measured, ensuring it would not injure Zhou Jiamu, yet still knock her down. Xue Ming, feeling a stir in his heart, hurriedly instructed by Sheng to quietly follow the two monks, returning only after confirming their destination. This girl exhibits remarkable audacity, openly inviting Cao Cao at such a moment. Presently, Ji Xiaoyun is tremendously excited, for the poison that has tormented him for 9 years is on the verge of being lifted. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao was instantly alarmed, realizing that this strategy would not succeed. Thus, he resolved to conceive another plan. He then addressed his father. "Father, I understand," before departing. However, after 5 or 6 years of contention with Baguz, he remains at an impasse. There is no recourse. Baguz's cunning far surpasses any drug dealer he has previously encountered. This time, Su Yuan chose to depart alone, leaving Ning Ku and Gu Qinghua behind. During this period, Ning Ku had been thoroughly exhausted, and this moment provides her a much-needed respite. Gu Qinghua has been recuperating. Her injuries have improved since the initial incident, yet she lacks elixirs. All the students in attendance were captivated by the on-screen figures vanquishing monstrous foes, with Jia Lei seated at the back feeling the most exhilarated. However, the audience merely glanced a few times, as this ward housed those suffering from mental illnesses, making the screams rather commonplace, with even more erratic behaviors observed. Suddenly, a blizzard swept down. Those laden with money vanished in an instant, leaving behind tattered individuals who screamed and wailed, collapsing one by one. Speaking of it, Dark magic is indeed Voldemort's signature skill. If he could converse with Voldemort, Zhang Qian believes his mastery of dark magic would undoubtedly ascend. Furthermore, with Xian Yuan Muqing, now a senior student, she has matured considerably, no longer resembling the naive freshmen who have just shed their youthful innocence, thus attracting considerable attention. Is she not capable of tracking you? Can we not escape now? Phil perched on Lin's shoulder, still untouched by the splashes of seawater. The base salary is 12 million renminbi, post-tax, not including bonuses and other benefits. Immediate family members are eligible to become permanent residents. This nanoskin boasts excellent breathability and feels remarkably comfortable upon application. It fundamentally alters the skin, which is truly extraordinary. Reflecting on Su Xiang's impending fate and observing Wang Wei, one of his staunch supporters, Chun Xiaoshan could only lament the capriciousness of destiny. A thunderous roar erupted as a blue orb of power tore through the void, leaving a brilliant trail of light as it hurtled down. This silver-armored general is, in fact, one of the chief guards of the Princess's residence, tasked with escorting Her Highness to the Li Mountain Villa. Indeed, the initial quotations from the three major trading companies were flawed and lacked sincerity. However, Su Weio did not anticipate such a drastic reduction in the second round of quotes. Some matters cannot simply be clarified to avoid harm. They may backfire. We have already stated that we are here to support you from the 36 Mechanical Factory area. Lin AI sighed in relief. Once again, the past descends. Hovering over the ancient hall's flame zone, Han Dong transmitting information, despite having discerned that she is not merely a puppet fully obedient to her master, but rather a spirit from an unknown origin. Can one truly trust her? Tiange has returned. Hu Li and Wang Fei's eyes sparkled, and in the next moment, they sped away. This completely bewildered them, as this power was evidently distinct from the previous one, differing from the chaotic demon's strength. Can anyone spot the differences between these two paintings? Li Fangqing stepped back, inviting others to observe. The pressure stemmed not from their cultivation levels, but from within their hearts. At the very least, Dizong would never use cultivation to intimidate Shinshur. Haha, you can do it. Lu Feiyong laughed heartily, patting the Mad King's shoulder, affirming that this was entirely achievable. Ha, thank you. But now, shouldn't we prepare to welcome that fellow? The Mad King suddenly glimmered with a blue light. Gazing at a distant speck of light, Li Haonan engaged with others in conversation, while Gu Xiaobei noticed Jin Shuang's absence and chose not to join them. Instead, she sat down with several magazines on a nearby sofa. Each time she flipped through an entertainment magazine, her emotions became conflicted. She wished to know about He Zijuan's situation, yet instinctively avoided him. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yuan could not help but shake his head and chuckle. Just a moment ago, they had fought side by side, and in the next second, they turned on each other with hostility. The world of cultivation truly harbors duplicitous hearts, where individuals resort to any means for profit. Nevertheless, he had no intention of engaging in further dialogue, having long since prepared in secret. Li Wagzi exhibita a maternal damiano. Intimidating Shui Yun, who had no choice but to admit fault. You are awake. Mo Beihai squatted by the bedside. He had scarcely ventured out in the past 10 days, leaving everyone helpless. Subsequently, after Batua's challenge, she heard an improbable voice, which she initially thought to be a mere figment of her imagination, until that voice resonated again. Jiao Huang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It was indeed him, Nanming. He had not forgotten Song Kaishuan's last wishes, spending his own money to purchase 2 exquisite ceramic urns, solemnly interring the ashes of Song Kaishuan and his mother, and fulfilling Song Kaishuan's request to bury them together on the mountainside of Qianshan, thereby granting his final wish. I'm sorry, your inquiry cannot be clarified at this moment. Please await a return call, the young lady concluded before hanging up on the 3 calls. Just as she intended to lean back in her chair and stretch, the phone rang once more. We are at war with Japan. There are mortal enemies. Mei Guangdi's indifferent demeanor only heightened Lu Xuehua's agitation. The onlookers, including the long-faced individuals, directed their gazes towards the object in Li Nan's hands, which was square and a shade of gray tinged with black. Its true nature remained indiscernible. But it was evident that Li Nan held it in high regard. The portly man inwardly lamented. He abruptly raised his gun towards the sky, when suddenly a shadow flitted into view, fluttering a pair of wings and lunging directly at him. Upon hearing Jiao Huang's earlier words, Bailey experienced a fleeting moment of shock and reluctance. However, after listening to Jiu Huang's subsequent statement, his heart began to waver. Jiu Huang gazed at the fallen general and the scattered corpses, which triggered memories of a past she was unwilling to recall, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, this excitement did not linger for long, as the group discerned a foreboding shadow from Li Yan's slightly furrowed brow. Just as she intended to leave on her electric scooter, she noticed a man, dressed in a striking uniform and wheeling a suitcase, approaching her home. Xiao Ran and Ling Er had set out for a leisurely outing, but were unexpectedly disrupted by Hu Qingyi's interference, naturally diminishing their desire to continue their excursion. Nevertheless, this incident inadvertently strengthened their bond. Gazing into each other's tender eyes, they felt warmth and ease, and their spirits were not entirely dampened as they strolled and returned home before dinner. Thereafter, Qingyu could only watch as Su Xia raised her head, beaming, and exchanged a smile with Luo Feng. "Third place," murmured Luo Han, his gaze blankly fixed on the horizon. As for the void crystal, it was a natural crystal formed within the eternal void, coalescing from the flowing essence. "It is you. What brings you here? You have witnessed my plight very well. You have seen it. Now, please do not trouble me further." Yin Zhengxi declined to engage in a deeper conversation, pushing him away and exiting the bar. Regardless, Feng Cheng felt compelled to test the waters. Perhaps he could decipher the origins and structure of the attribute abilities. Liu Mo remained speechless, smiling as he took Yi Xiaomei's hand and led her to a nearby resting area, pouring her a cup of tea. "What are you doing?" Yi Xiaomei furuit herbrot, pushing the man away in confusion. In the year 1800, the Song family of Qingcheng had a sole son, who had just turned 17, residing in a splendid mansion by the moat. As the elderly Yu pondered during the wait for a response, he looked at Su Yuan, his expression turning serious. "Su Zhuang, I am over 100 years old. There is little chance for me to break through in this lifetime, and I fear my time is short," feeling increasingly helpless. "How could that be, elder Yu?" "You." The loyal servant Hatamoto Hanzo was genuinely alarmed, knocking his head repeatedly, his voice trembling. He had always prided himself on his loyalty, yet his subordinate had caused such a debacle, rendering him unable to face his lord, contemplating seppuku. "What are you all talking about? What do you mean by standing tall?" Qiu Shuang furrowed her brows, her face flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, Pan Sun had already restored his dominance online. His support for the bottom lane had consumed too much time, nearly allowing the Sword Princess to dismantle the top lane's turret. "Damn it, what makes her so special? There is nothing about me that is lacking. I am the Emperor of the 8 Desolations, and yet I am merely pretending." Lilingxian afad in displezure. "We should also leave. Our leader possesses supreme peak combat power, although the 6 forbidden grounds are fraught with peril. If the leader wishes to depart, it should be effortless," Lu Tian remarked with a furrowed brow. In response, everyone held a consensus of agreement. Yet, they were somewhat aware of Wang Kai's nature. Could he truly be honest? Zhang Nai urged his horse forward, charging out, while Hu Che-er leapt over the barricade on his black steed, vaulting over the edge of the camp, and the horses behind surged forward, crashing through the camp's defenses. In the tranquil night, while many were resting, a shadow stealthily entered Lang Fei's room, beginning to search around him. Wandering with the film crew was undoubtedly the best way to unwind. Moreover, with Su Qin accompanying him in the evening, boredom was hardly an issue. Lung Yi was blissfully unaware of the trouble he had unwittingly brought upon himself by administering the beast spirit pill to the twin butterflies. "This is impossible. It must be an illusion." Zhang Ning rubbed his eyes, clutching his sword as he pressed onward. Upon hearing A's remark, Hua Chong felt elated, realizing that they had not given up on him. After some time, he would once again be the influential figure in Xiaoxin County. Cursing, he thought, "Damn it. What Huang Wei and Yi Feng? I will make sure to deal with them thoroughly." As he spoke, Ling Feng began to summon the immense power of the star core within him, a formidable wave emanating from his being. At this moment, Luo Jing was concerned about the Dragon Pool Mountain defenses held by the 26th Division, as the 76th Brigade faced 2 regiments and might also endure bombardment from warships and aircraft on the river. While she was lost in thought, a polite knock echoed at the door. Shimen Jin Lian lazily called out, "The door is unlocked. Come in." Even if it were locked, he could not be stopped from entering. However, to be cautious, I had prepared numerous talismans and some traditional Chinese medicine, along with direct-use magical artifacts. Lin Jun lay in bed while I observed the data alongside Bujiev from behind screen. I was not well versed in these instruments, so I simply pulled up a chair to sit nearby. All right, I have matters to attend to with Muon. Cousin, please return home. Long Su-yun issued a dismissal. After sitting vacantly for a while, Ling Feng tidied the room and hung by Fei-Fei's clothes on the balcony to dry. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. The Qianlong Club had yet to open its doors, so Ma Long led Yifeng through a side entrance into the hall, where dinner awaited Yifeng. He did not hesitate, enjoying a hearty meal before joining everyone for training. A celestial being is actually by my side. Is this not the fortune of fate? Su Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. He dared not delve deeper nor ask further questions, merely responding with a wry smile. Senior, you jest. I simply value my life, and, lacking strength, must act thus. After speaking, Li Tianyi turned to exit, slamming the door behind him. For him, the distance to Half-Step Saint was still a stretch. If he could not successfully break through, the entire Earth would ultimately fall under the control of malevolent forces. Although he had surmised Ning's father's intentions and understood that his visit would not yield anything favorable, out of politeness and respect for him as Ning Mingyue's father, Pei Shirin still inquired courteously. However, what truly troubled Dong Zhilin was why Li Tianyi had chosen to disclose such matters to him. What could his intentions be? At this moment, the seven-colored sword in Yifeng's hand underwent a transformation, with one edge crackling with lightning and the other ablaze with fire. Intricate patterns of mystery swirling amidst the storm of thunder and flame. Indeed, if Yao Zhan were to confess that he was sent by the National Master to assassinate Lady Zhua, such an admission would carry more weight than any evidence. There are countless acts of cruelty. It is not uncommon for sons of the Han to slay their fathers for the throne. Do not deceive yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. Zhu Bao wished to call him back, yet the motivation had left her heart. Shui Yu passed the sword in her hand to Pang Tong, who accepted it without hesitation. She then unfastened the scabbard from her waist, returning it to its rightful owner. Even with such a minuscule chance, they would not yield in the slightest, for Xiao Long shared the same determination. He had been trapped in this realm for far too long. Under the night sky, Pang Tong, accompanied by Cheng Yi, proceeded to the arranged residence, with Dian Wei trailing behind and 100 soldiers providing protection. As they approached a fork in the road, a tremendous crash reverberated through the ground. Pang Tong was momentarily stunned, believing he had misheard. The voice of the colossal beast he had once encountered struck his eardrums with undeniable ferocity. The Blood Butcher let out a fearsome howl, his meat cleaver whirling and sweeping across the area, the ferocious power of a monarch instantly obliterating the ghostly claws within hundreds of feet. This was the essential route from Shinjur village to Aleppo. Once this stronghold was eliminated, the gates of Aleppo would swing wide open. In the vast expanse of the desert, wheeled armored vehicles could navigate within a width exceeding 10 kilometers in search of an entry into the city. Where have those three gone off to now? Yunshi muttered, placing the groceries into the refrigerator. Just as she was about to head upstairs, she spotted an envelope resting on the coffee table in the living room. If you keep talking like that, I might be unable to restrain myself from killing you. Bang by Ai Ta grinned, her excitement rendering her unable to control her actions. She murmured the name that was once so familiar, which had seemed utterly mundane in her eyes. Lord John, please do not harm anyone, all right? The kind-hearted princess Bai Xing gently urged from the side. Utilizing his golden-level authority, Yi Fan activated the Xian Shun bracelet, instantly teleporting to his private chamber in the Xianxin realm. Upon arrival, he was met with a throng of bustling figures. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his own feelings of sorrow. The unfolding events indicated that they were not facing a reckless murderer, but rather a ferocious beast wreaking havoc right before their eyes. With this thought in mind, John disregarded all else and promptly retrieved his communication device. Perhaps he could do nothing else, but confirming the situation at the earliest opportunity would bring him peace of mind. The scene resembled an expansive starry sky, with countless stars dotting the surroundings, akin to an infinite void. Su Yuan's spiritual perception at this moment mirrored a divine perspective, surveying the entirety of the celestial expanse. Within this vast, starry realm, the scope was immense. At a cursory glance, it appeared to encompass an overwhelming number of celestial bodies. You all may return now. I wish to stroll with my husband, Qing Ling remarked, glancing at the time and deciding to go out with Lin Zhao. One also pondered how to narrate such a tale. The unfaithful man, Yin Te pondered seriously, and, upon reflecting that his recent conduct had not been lacking, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. I chuckled softly, removing my glasses to reveal my pupilless eyes. He once believed her to be an orphan, which led him to harbor doubts when Song took her back to the hidden clan to prove Lu Ji Yao's lineage. Yukui Xian flew before him once more, and Xiao Yixian unleashed a spell to impede her speed. Mu Ting, Dong Fong Quang, and Lin Zhao fell into silence upon hearing Mu Tong's declarations. Each too weary to speak, for conversing with a blunt man was indeed exhausting. Am I to blame? You have inherently dry skin that itches easily. Do not fault others. Lu Hua retorted. Shang Lu approached Chu Jingyang step by step, his amber eyes holding a calm smile. How formidable must the other 10 realms? Stronger than the Wind God realm. B. Where does Dao Qing realm rank among them? The tall man advanced towards Xiao Yixian, his voice imbued with an unusual charm that disarmed defenses and stirred thoughts, each step intensifying the pressure he exerted, akin to crashing waves seeking to shatter Xiao Yixian. Wu Li recognized that there was no opportunity left, having navigated this sphere for years and grown accustomed to gains and losses. Naturally, he remained unfazed. Perhaps Chun Nan had been provoked today, or perhaps he had long planned this. Nonetheless, Chun Nan's judgment must be correct. It is not difficult to draw a reasonable conclusion. For instance, when newlyweds marry, they must purchase at least a dozen comforters, while 4-piece sets suffice with only 4 or 5. The price of comforters exceeds that of the sets, making them at least not inexpensive. My breath brushed against Lei Ming Xian's ear, successfully causing it to flush with crimson. Observing this, I chuckled softly. General Lin, very well, I shall arrange for the vehicles and wait for you inside. The middle-aged soldier, General Lin Biao of the Northeast Field Army, nodded in acknowledgement as Han Chun turned to leave. Lin Yu, could you please remove your hand? Xian Yu gasped. Her heart filled with resentment as 2 crystalline tears rolled down her cheeks. I had never felt such a yearning for funds as I did now. Nor had I ever been so filled with ambition. Indeed, pressure can drive one to strive. In the afternoon, I returned Ling Ling to Shanghai. Lei was preoccupied with custom gifts and shuttling by Shui, leaving me to make the trip alone. The officers looked around, silent, all hurrying to queue, aside from weapons. Who could carry anything else? Mu Meng adjusted her attire, donned a jacket, and hurried to open the door, only to find a tall boy standing there. Tenderly, Lei Ming Xian savored the 2 words, finding the term ill-suited for himself. Upon reflection, he realized that despite spending most of his years in the military or on missions, he still knew quite a bit about Guanyin Fei, at least enough to be aware of certain matters. You just confessed. Were you pretending not to know earlier? Chao Gu remarked, his expression calm. Su Xian has taken another concubine. Su Yuan returned to Fu Shui City without drawing attention. The wives and concubines, upon hearing the news, were elated and hurried to the main hall to pay their respects. Father, little Su Fan wobbled towards Su Yuan, his big eyes blinking, muttering to himself. It was not that she understood. She could not fathom the occurrence of such events. If they truly manifested, would the beings within resemble the undead, as described in the doctrines of the Taoists in Huaxia? After all, escape was not an option. Even disregarding the terrifying transformation of the man before her, she could not possibly leave this place alone, even with a golden-winged rock. Previously, Chunze had exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones. Thus he was quite affluent. He directly reserved a private room, ordered numerous signature dishes, and also requested a jar of century-old Immortal brew. Truth be told, I can hardly imagine that our family could live so well. It's not that your uncle is stingy, it's just that he truly lacks funds, or else life would be unbearable. With this, the uncle's words elicited laughter from everyone, including mother, aunt, and several sisters-in-law. As for Xiao Yifeng, he sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to organize the memories of the ancestor of the southern wilderness, recollecting experiences from his travels. Xiao Yifeng, feeling aggrieved, seized the milk tea before Xiao Ruolin and began drinking eagerly. The Cheng Huangmiao casts an immense shadow, enveloping a vast area, and those places shrouded in darkness have succumbed to a gloomy haze. As the Cheng Huangmiao shifts, so too does this shadowy expanse. However, upon hearing the truth of his lineage, a tempest of unprecedented emotions surged within him. This was due to Ning Dao's current physical strength being insufficient to bear such formidable power. Once his body was remade, a transformation would occur, allowing him to fully harness this newfound might. Although Chi-Chi's mind was preoccupied, she meticulously recorded every word they uttered. "Shopkeeper, name your price. I shall purchase your entire establishment along with all the artisans," Li Bin declared loudly to the shopkeeper. Bai Shengtian of a Shueshan sect had encountered Li Zhongmin before. Is it wise to put a disciple of a Shueshan sect in such a predicament, given your esteemed status? Such news would not bode well. Bai Shengtian said with a disingenuous smile, his gaze fixated on Li Bin with a hint of malice. Under Lin Tao's guidance, Shanshu rushed into the basement, eliminating Dr. Bolivar and disabling the sentinel. Bai Ruozhu pondered deeply, having not seen the pastries that poisoned the child nor the almonds from the merchant, leaving her in the dark regarding the specifics of the situation. "You have a high fever. Do not move," Lu Ming said, removing the towel from her forehead, omitting the fact that it was Xiao Jinlin who had sent him to keep watch over her. Li Bin's words left the ambitious Lung Aoyin feeling utterly dejected. It was not that he was unwilling to seek assistance. Rather, when Bai Lingfeng took the stage, he had intended to collaborate, but Bai Lingfeng's arrogance rendered any alliance impossible. After listening absent-mindedly for a while, Sun Yi stated he needed to discuss matters with Yu Chan, suggesting she reserve her words for their next meeting before hastily departing. Thus, this mission would see Didera and Kisame temporarily joining forces to venture into the land of water to capture the tailed beast. The quarantine zone resembled a great prison, filled with desolate cries, agonizing screams, and despairing moans, intertwining to create a living hell. Blindness was not his trait. Lin Dong was characterized by a blend of steadiness and cunning, never acting without certainty. The charm level increased. The brides, upon their arrival, initially perceived Su Yuan as an unattainable immortal, difficult to approach. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Su Yuan proved to be more approachable than they had imagined, possessing a vigor that surpassed their expectations. That night, their relationship deepened significantly. Hua Guang stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. How could he be unaware of the tale of Yi Yin's exile of Taijia? Hearing it from others only solidified his resolve. Why is it so lively? Luo Zhen rubbed his forehead, lamenting the loss of his tranquility. Su Chan squinted, realizing that if there existed a way to align with the heavens, then surely a way to defy them must also exist. He merely shook his head slightly and pointed at a mid-level inheritor, causing the latter's blood to erupt explosively, transforming into a crimson longsword in the hands of the blood spirit corpse. Lu Sun deemed the current situation insufficiently stable, appointing Zhang Engshi as the commander of the two military forces in Chang'an. The vacant positions were filled by disciples from the Su and Shi families. Behind them, a multitude of strong individuals, filled with mixed emotions, gazed at the imposing figure of the Zhan Zone, reflecting on their feelings. Yu Wushu chuckled. "How could I possibly allow you to become a concubine? Chier, if this is your concern, you need not fret. Whether other men would invest such effort for a concubine is beyond my knowledge, but what I ardently pursue is a wife to accompany me for life." He picked up several window decorations, gently dipping them into a paste, affixing one to the hollowed pear blossom wooden window and smoothing down the lifted edges. In truth, he preferred someone to accompany her. Being alone carried the risk of being monitored. What pleasant days can one expect? Upon entering the restaurant and arriving at the private room where they had previously shared a bed, Zhao Exiner smiled and asked, "Do you remember?" I nodded silently, refraining from words. The touch of his hand was warm and delicate, akin to jade, the warmth seeping into her heart, causing a tear to fall from her cheek. Nagato fully activated his eyes and unleashed a Shinra Tensei upon the towering wooden figure. The projection weapons from the weapon storm required overcoming magical resistance. Thus Lin Yun was well prepared from the outset. A myriad of sword shadows intertwined in the air, forming a brilliant blossom of pear flowers. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought you could defeat even the fearsome champion of the divine selection? Truly, you live up to your reputation, exclaimed Cal Franz, riding the death claw, as he flew over to witness Lin Yun soaring in midair. Despite Zheng Tuo's formidable strength, he found himself somewhat strained against such a powerful manifestation of inner demons. The grave soldier mountain harbored at least several hundred magical artifacts, yet the sheer scale of the nurturing left him feeling no strain whatsoever. Liang Fanxin gathered all the wriggling flesh worms, though some larvae crawled into bodies, which could only be extracted by the observer. Lin Rumei would not choose this path herself. Yet if Ban Ruolan did, she would offer her support and assistance. However, this time, the Green Dragon seemed to have taken things seriously, extending its other claw to block the incoming attack from the cowgirl, whose intentions were evidently hostile. The rebellious Lelouch was encapsulated in 50 episodes. Yet Xu Yu only provided Huang Ming with the content from the first season, leaving Huang Ming only aware of the initial season's narrative, reporting accordingly based on the first 25 episodes. After setting up the positional restrictor, Murong Chun and Zheng Jia found a spot to sit and awaited the explosion of the mushroom bomb placed earlier by Murong Chun, after which they would be rewarded by the Master God and could return. A solitary soul attaining enlightenment would elevate all around. My lord, if we all go to the Immortal City, what shall become of the shops here? These shops were hard-earned, just beginning to flourish. Su Yuan pondered briefly before replying, let the servants manage them. Rivers believed Chun Mo was overestimating his abilities and courting trouble. Furthermore, Chun Mo's turmoil heightened the Celtics' focus on the game to unprecedented levels, unnecessarily exhausting their stamina. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, Lin exclaimed, witnessing Su Zixiong actually conjuring a transformation pill and a millennium ginseng. As if bewitched, he roared in disbelief. Xiao Sei smiled with immense satisfaction. However, this time, he rode his motorcycle with steady speed, refraining from showcasing stunts, avoiding a repeat of the breathtaking scene. The rare 9 Nether Inferno, forged from the purest fire elemental energy, nurtured the miraculous seedling that is Wu Lai Hua, thriving in the realm of cultivation. Finding another such seed in the material world would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Upon entering the dormitory, Xiao Sei attentively poured water for me and handed me the medicine. After taking the medication, I returned my suit jacket to him and donned a coat. Today, a new polar ocean world was constructed in the suburbs of Haiyuan City, near Beha County. The 10th acupoint can be opened at any time. However, to ascend to the Xianfan realm, one must unlock the acupoints from the 10th to the 16th, which requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy to facilitate the breakthrough. Kobe gained an advantage by being the first to shoot, and he diligently aimed to score with each attempt. He remarked, offer me $1 million, and I'll consider whether I can overpower you before doing away with you. Xiang Tian scrutinized Lu Ning, pausing particularly at her ample bosom, his eyes brimming with mockery. 20 breaths of time, which now seemed arduous, passed as he observed the others fleeing and disappearing ahead. A bitter smile creeping onto his face as he realized he was the last one remaining. On the other side, Bayan furrowed his brow, yet he remained silent, fixating his gaze on the leaves of the mandala flower, lost in his own thoughts. Subsequently, the onlookers beheld a stranger with a stoic expression, dressed ordinarily, who was one of the covert guards of the Yang family assigned to his third brother, known as Njio. Zhou Zikai naturally noticed Hu Tingxian from his class. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, albeit with a slight natural curl, and her face bore a smoky makeup that many might find slightly intimidating. Nevertheless, for Zhou Zikai, who shared a psychological connection with her, Hu Tingxian appeared undeniably charming. The website was genuinely thrilled. Occasions like Valentine's Day hold unique significance, especially coinciding with the new year when everyone is at leisure. Thus, the live broadcast organized by the site drew immense popularity. Gu Anren, after thoroughly searching her mind and confirming the absence of that surname, turned to the man and inquired with a smile. I understand you may doubt my words, yet this is an undeniable fact. Once I step out of this room, I shall act as if I never spoke of it. Luo Ming stated matter-of-factly. Understood, Aunt. The two young individuals sipped their tea, and without needing to be prompted by Shi Hui, they directly began to explain the reason. Yin Changlan, though perplexed, observed Yi Shu's earnest demeanor and recognized he spoke sincerely, thus refraining from further persuasion, though a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Bai Suzhen remained silent, initially intending to repay a kindness, but also finding herself enamored with Su Xian, which made her reluctant to relinquish a promising union. Master, shall we pause here for a while? Su Yuan inquired as they passed through the Tianyuan mountain range. Elder Yu chuckled. Let us first settle your wife and concubines before discussing further. I am not in a hurry within these 10 days or so. Thank you, Master, Su Yuan expressed gratefully. Still investigating? The evidence is right before us, Jiang Yuqing remarked, somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Wu Lar raised an eyebrow. his gaze falling upon the empty chair that Qiao Zheng was observing, his mind speculating whether that vacant seat was reserved for Zhao Junmin. If so, it appeared trouble might ensue. In ancient times, particularly on the territory of Prince Chun, Wang Yu, though not particularly fearful, wished to avoid needless enmity and complications. He resolved to exit the valley and personally greet the guests. Indeed, the guard stationed at the entrance had reported similarly. Just as the black minibus was about to turn into the main gate, it vanished into thin air. As the name suggests, the 4 prestigious academies were established to cultivate the offspring of noble families attending the institution. The men exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the amusement in the other's eyes. With Elinron's presence here, they dared not indulge too extravagantly, tempering their enthusiasm. Qi Mu seized the opportunity, placing one leg upon a tree before leaping to land behind the creature, sprinting towards Long Yan's position. However, just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred as a black feathered arrow suddenly shot forth from the right side of Zhang Wushuang. But you haven't even had a drink. Su Minglin began to speak, only to be interrupted as Su Chaoshi blocked her words, finally releasing her after a lengthy pause. If it were merely their quarrels, it would be bearable, Wu Qi remarked languidly, recalling Bao Xingyang, his heart still uncertain. Mei Shuling understood that Mei Yulian was probably too distraught to absorb anything further and refrained from saying more, instructing Jean Eyre and the 2 guards to take good care of and protect her before departing. Mother, let us speak properly about this. Second sister is only looking out for our best interests, Liang Shuangxi said, glancing at Liang Wolfzu before hastily pursuing her. Speaking of which, the estate was destroyed in the last mudslide, burying many medicinal herbs and tomes beneath the earth, a loss she lamented for quite some time. The Empress immediately declared, "No need for formalities. Raise your head. Let me see." Upon hearing this, Su Jinxie slowly lifted her gaze, meeting the Empress's eyes with a calm demeanor, revealing no trace of emotion. Some parents, unable to endure the endless grievances and disputes, ended their marriages, while others, unable to withstand such tormenting days, succumbed to madness or even took their own lives. One day, the child returned to find a shattered family, perhaps even a solitary grave. Such occurrences had seen Lao Chong and Yuan Yi successfully reunite 5 families, mending broken bonds. The moment Jiang Xie regained consciousness, she instinctively called out for Lin Xiao, but quickly corrected herself upon seeing her grandfather. Father, a boy of 13 or 14 stepped forward from among the youth, bowing respectfully to Zertai. Let us not behave this way. Discussing these pertinent matters sooner will benefit us all. Su Jinxie appeared somewhat anxious, a rare display of urgency for her. However, had others known of her past experiences, they would not question her reaction. Yu Xia, feeling defeated, found it hard to bear such a disjointed situation. Calmly, she extended her serpentine tail and, without reservation, struck him senseless. Let us proceed, she urged. As the air grew increasingly fresh, it seemed the territory of the Wu clan was not far from here. Mo ran, appearing unfazed, encouraged everyone to move forward, continuing their original goal. Yu Xia, fuming, inhaled deeply, her right hand gesturing as she formed a spell. However, when she completed the incantation, nothing happened. She widened her eyes and repeated the chant, yet still there was no response. How could one provoke such a figure? It was merely an ordinary token. When my master first arrived here, an unwise individual sought trouble. My master casually released a hint of his aura, and, subsequently, the city lord presented this token and a villa as an apology. Over the years, my master had not uttered a single word of mother. Jiang Yihan's heart raced. Upon steadying herself, she saw her son, Shan Tianxiao, smiling and calling out to her at the door. Jiang Yihan's heart melted, recalling how the child had crossed the narrow bridge alone, prompting her to rush toward him, shaking off the grip of the Ghost King. The lingering soul floated in the air, a silver glow illuminating her distorted features. To the people of the pure Yang Empire, she was already deemed exceedingly unattractive, and now she had transformed into a complete monstrosity. It was you who spoke carelessly. Today, you shall remain. Last hour you also took action against Hong Duan, unable to tolerate her earlier remarks. It was indeed the voice of Guafian. For reasons unknown, today, her voice resonated with an unprecedented sweetness in Jun Chen's ears. Without hesitation, he seized the white ribbon, pulling it back with her strength, significantly increasing his speed. The momentum surged within Chun Yin, igniting a fervor within him. This was the essence of a swordsmanship master. The aura was like a rainbow, vast and all-embracing. The ninth stance of the Qinglian sword technique, known as the Lotus of Annihilation, wielded power comparable to advanced heavenly martial arts, capable of shaking the heavens and splitting yin and yang. Are they suggesting that the Bai family is currently at Tonghu Mountain? Liu Yiping's keen ears detected the critical information. Fu Lanhua graduated from junior high and ascended to high school. That winter, just after turning 18, Ying Xiang enlisted in the army at the age of 20. At the moment of parting, Ying Xiang felt an undeniable reluctance towards his adversarial sister, who had endured so much hardship for her sake. Meanwhile, Lanhua experienced a sense of restlessness within her heart. Yishi Hua felt her heart flutter. She longed to lift the delicate veil and gaze upon the person within the palanquin, yet she refrained from doing so, as fear held her back. Just as he thought he might perish, a cascade of bones suddenly tumbled down from the cave's ceiling, followed by a heavy object that thudded against Bai Luo Shang's chest. However, we currently lack both armor and weaponry, rendering us incapable of assisting the admiral in any meaningful way. Lei Zhan, seeing that Chu Jianshan was entirely dismissive of his suggestions, reluctantly lowered his head and followed behind, pouting in discontent. The sight of Victoria, who had thought she could only nibble on the scant ammunition and sip from the half-full tank of fuel, was startling. She almost believed that Chu Jianshun had just raided a shop in the commercial street before entering. Thus, even those possessing the ice prison body, upon arriving in this world, rarely reach adulthood, often succumbing to an early demise. A Pink did not secure a single award, yet by year's end, they swept the rookie awards at the ceremony and even received 2 popularity trophies, much to Han Taijun's satisfaction, though it did not imply his agreement with Yang Xianshua's words. While it is indeed difficult for the average person to hit their target, Chen Taiyuan, with his keen eyesight and swift hands, effortlessly dispatched several large fish. The branch in his hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking true with every blow. Although numerous admirals with high forum ranks claim to have witnessed this ship girl soaring through the air while carrying her admiral, it is hard to believe that amidst so many simultaneous witnesses, not a single credible photograph exists, revealing glaring inconsistencies. The feud between Zheng Tengyun and Liu Shimei had reached his ears long ago. Now, as the master of the floating island, he certainly did not wish for their animosity to persist. Luo Cheng sat slumped on the ground, his expression bitter to the extreme, embodying a sense of despair. After the initial fear subsided, he steadied his mind, taking a deep breath. I cannot apologize, for if he were to discover this matter, even if he did not strike me down, the city lord, eager to please him, would not overlook my flaws. He murmured softly, deepening the kiss, enveloping her lips with a strong minty flavor, their breaths mingling in a sweet, lingering embrace, both domineering and passionate. It is no simple task for demons and devils to enter the main realm. Otherwise, it may have been entirely conquered by them by now. Shortly thereafter, several staff members entered, carrying tables and benches. Zhou Mengshan's workstation was directly opposite Zhang Jin, and her primary task was to assist him in rapidly improving his English, which kept her work quite leisurely. Upon seeing Liu Tian Hao's situation, Taisher Ci did not feign formality. He promptly cut a large piece of wild boar meat into 3 pieces with a dagger drawn from his waist. The 2 women then approached, each taking a piece of blue stone to sit down, and Taisher Ci distributed the meat accordingly. Zhou sought to attain sainthood in the real world, transcending fate, rather than existing as a supreme deity in a virtual realm. One of the items, resembling the signal transmitter taken from the spout by Lan Deng, further confirmed its purpose of sending and receiving signals. Although the cycle of life, death, and illness is a natural law, it remains difficult to accept when it transpires among one's own kin. Even Zhang Jin, who had been observing the drama, was left speechless, initially believing that these individuals harbored envy and malice towards him, only to realize that the situation was intertwined with a convoluted plot of betrayal in the marketplace. As this statement echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. At this moment, if the candidates failed to grasp the significance of the Iron Ball's transformation, they would indeed be foolish. Subsequently, the Lord, free of drowsiness, made his way directly to the central hall. eager to meticulously examine the newly activated functions resulting from the territory's upgrade. From where did you obtain the medicine? The emperor inquired, propping himself up slightly with his hands on the ground, gazing at Mao Luyan. Among the most representative figures, the great tree undoubtedly stood out. This hero appeared mystical, seemingly devoid of any output or damage from various perspectives, yet the reality was starkly contrary. High school seniors, especially, yearn for a bit of fun before graduation. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Ming intended to rush forward, but his current lack of strength rendered him incapable of resisting the overwhelming flames, leaving him helpless as burning beams fell around him. Immediately, under Lu Qingfeng's lead, the three leapt into the large well. In a forest of strange stones shrouded in black mist, 5 three-star upper gods journeyed together in search of divine crystal ores. Possessing such strength, they were well aware of the challenges presented by the Realm Master ranking competition, and it was evident that if Chui House spoke of joining after 1,000,000 years, it implied that one would need to attain Realm Master level power within that time frame. The Empress Mother suggested that, since the minister's wife had grown accustomed to residing in Luming Tai, why not allow her to endure a few more days there until the Shuxiang court was fully renovated? Queen Zhou stated. Shen Chunqiu regarded Lei Zhang, his tone carrying an authoritative air, as if declaring sovereignty. This string of lies, well-founded and grandiose, explained why her appearance remained akin to that of the previous Mao Shuilian. Accompanying Zhang Peng, Shen Lang was easy to understand. However, bringing Wei Chen along was due to Wei Chen's proactive search for Jia Song, presenting a token of trustworthiness. Did you betray me? Guidance? Su Yuan was taken aback, bewildered. Oh, it's nothing. My external injuries have healed, and I no longer require cultivation. With nothing else to do, I simply offered her some guidance and conveyed a technique from my Shui Yu sect to her. Her spiritual root aptitude is passable, and her comprehension is not lacking. Regardless of who orchestrated this affair, the intent was to sow discord between the master and the lady. The Princess of Jin returned to the Duke's residence, which was undoubtedly a serious matter. She first delivered a message to the Duke's residence, then rose early to prepare with an exceptionally esteemed carriage waiting outside, accompanied by numerous maidservants and guards clearing the way. The procession moved grandly towards the Duke's residence. Presently, the carriage came to a complete stop, with servants from the Zhu residence stepping forward to assist Qin Yun and the others as they descended. Before them stood a grand entrance adorned with a beast's head, flanked by elegantly dressed individuals, while 2 fair maidens approached to guide them. Jiang Yu sat in silence, her eyes devoid of sleep, remaining in a state of quietude. She felt utterly foolish for taking on such a burden alone. The words spoken by Sun Yu were like a curse. Upon hearing them, Xiaolan's pupils contracted, and her once dark eyes suddenly ignited with a crimson hue. This middle-aged man was, in fact, a martial artist and possessed peak innate strength. Among the buyers shopping at Luman's online store, 70% were drawn from her Weibo following of 10 million, providing a sense of assurance upon viewing this video. Shun Jiafu noted his weary appearance and felt a pang of sympathy, deciding to refrain from further discussion and promptly sent him off to rest in the side room. After she departed, Xianqing revealed a hint of a smile as diligent efforts bore fruit, leading to a slight easing of the relationship between the two. He attempted to signal Changchu Si, only to find that although the prince remained deep in thought, his gaze was directed towards him. Responding affirmatively, Inzmo rose and approached the wardrobe, opening it to reveal bath towels and neatly folded robes. He promptly took one and proceeded to the bathroom. The sword at this moment rendered the heavens and earth devoid of color, its majestic aura exuding an oppressive presence that caused all present to change countenance, especially the elderly with silver hair. To Gao Sherman, this was a blatant threat. Yet, such displays intrigued the onlookers, and there was little she could do but observe whether Li Ling would succumb to this display. Stealing a glance at Li Ling, she noted his increasingly somber expression, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Indeed, the coffin bore the unmistakable imprints of 2 hands, and the disturbed earth beneath it lay in disarray. Shun Wanyu sat aside her comb, gazing quizzically at Chu Mohan on the bed, pondering how this prodigy could still seek his assistance. What could they use to persuade Qin Shui? And could Qin Shui indeed secure victory over Shiri? After a moment of silence, Wei Xiong voiced the question lingering in everyone's mind. Qing Shui continuously infused his pure righteous energy into the innate essence of Songhai Mingwei, each surge striking at a singular point. She truly needed to calm herself. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qian mused. Another 10 days had passed. Both great saints were now battered and worn, their vitality reduced to its lowest ebb. Yet despite this, their mere presence still deterred the Tianqin warriors from making a move. Mu Ling remained silent, awaiting the elder's next words, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart at the sound of his voice. The myriad powerful beings of the demon tribe bowed in reverence, paying their respects to the heavenly emperor, the three sovereigns, the demon master, and the grand elder. As Zhuan Ti and DXIN appeared to be locked in a stalemate, the environment around them gradually transformed, with twinkling starlight spreading until it resembled a celestial expanse. Do you wish to vent your frustrations? A brief reunion after over a month saw Su Yuan's spirits soar as he embraced Ning Ku, eager to retreat to a private chamber. Ning Ge, aware of Su Yuan's intentions, felt a tinge of shyness before Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes, understanding that those in love, especially those newly entwined, are often preoccupied with their image in each other's eyes, longing to present their best selves. Yi Zhixing felt unfazed, yet the members of the Zhan family, particularly Aunt Fong, sensed an unusual undertone. Meanwhile, Jin Fu and Jin Mu observed quietly, their demeanor contrasting sharply with that of Wen Fu and Wen Mu, who exuded warmth and friendliness, akin to the gentle sunlight of autumn. Mother! Xiao Mingxin cried out, yet no sound emerged. His primordial spirit was bound by restrictions, rendering him unable to act. Yi Zishi felt utterly disheveled, grappling with the irony of needing comfort from his sister despite being the elder. If only that were the case. Perhaps he would not encounter so many sorrowful events. Cheng Lai gazed at Lan Li, his eyes aflame with anticipation for her response, though he himself could not discern the source of his expectation. Perhaps it was merely an obsession, a remnant of the feelings left by Duanmu Shi. No. I merely need to ponder. Upon uttering this, he finally placed a dumpling into his mouth. It doesn't taste bad, he mused, savoring the fragrant essence of mushrooms that burst forth with each chew. Qian Xingyue helped herself to another, unable to restrain herself from giving Lu Qianmo a thumbs up. They lingered suspended in mid-air, while Tao Guxian, seated in meditation, remained blissfully unaware, for his troubles resided within, particularly in the sea of consciousness, which was presumably engaged in a fierce struggle. The forms of these beings persisted for merely a quarter of an hour before abruptly vanishing, leaving T&I and the others engrossed in their own insights. Should the mayor's wife become the spokesperson for the Yi family's image, it would be an unprecedented occurrence. Yet it was evident to all that the Yi family had a close relationship with the mayor, naturally garnering his favor. Understood. Peng Runan nodded, her eyes reflecting disdain. That person is no good. Once, he visited my home and made inappropriate advances, and my family did nothing to stop him. Thankfully, a messenger from the Jinyuan Earl's estate arrived and took him away. He is now a lord of a realm, too busy for us old souls to contend with. Yu Fei nodded with immense satisfaction. Mo Zi Fei realized there was no escape, feeling the tempest of thunder and fire raging within his chest, relentlessly dismantling his very essence. Upon the spirit's emergence from the tower, it was evidently caught off guard by the Dustlight Sovereign, and before it could react, it faced the imminent threat of suppression, which invoked a desperate struggle, a terrifying consciousness that surged forth, enveloping everyone in a tumultuous sea where capsizing seemed inevitable. She had continually distanced herself from him, exhausting all her efforts to earn his love, solely to depart from his world. Seeing her in such a state, Faz felt a pang of sympathy. Yet noticing that Nongyu made no indication of her feelings, he refrained from voicing anything further and proceeded into the villa. Literacy? With your oral instruction, do I still need to learn? Zhang Zhixue remarked to the old Taoist Yinshan. I think we should go see a doctor. I feel something is wrong. The injured party regained their composure and trembled as they responded. When others show you kindness, you should reciprocate with goodwill, without doubt or unease, and certainly without speaking harshly or maintaining a cold demeanor towards others. Only then will your relationships remain unblemished. In a hurried and simplistic wedding contract ceremony, he had not realized how panicked he felt within until it was nearly complete. The city gate, bustling with the throngs of wandering cultivators, remained a scene of lively commotion. The city guards maintained their haughty demeanor, issuing stern warnings to the scattered cultivators, many of whom dared not voice their displeasure, donning forced smiles. Zhuge Liang exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Feng, aware that Liu Bei was most amenable to this individual. As long as Zheng Feng intervened, Liu Bei would likely acquiesce. He then mentioned another matter. The day after tomorrow marks the 70th birthday of Duke Tongwa. You shall accompany me. Duke Tong referred to Tongwa Wei, the uncle of Kangxi, who was also the father of the late Empress Xiaoyi and the current Tong Guifei of the harem. Understood. You may return to rest now. After sending the messenger away, Lin Yu reviewed the letter several times, ensuring no details were overlooked before incinerating it. As they spoke, the two had entered the chamber. Su Chongqing's expression, unlike the previous pallor, now bore a furrowed brow, yet the corners of his mouth hinted at a trace of joy, creating a rather peculiar countenance that oscillated between tears and laughter. Typically, upon the entrance of guests, the host would perform such gestures as a sign of respect. The two, without suspicion, were assisted by others to provide Jean Bixin with a stool. Jean Bixin was indeed a character, firmly wedging the stool between Patrick and Alexander, settling down with a rather prickly demeanor. After he finished speaking, no one took up the conversation. The room fell into a chilling silence, reminiscent of the spectral shadows of the deceased gently swaying on a winter's night. Dabai stared blankly at the back of Xiao Yuner, gesturing for her to look behind. Had the ambulance's windows not been reflective, he was certain that at that moment, Lin Shun would have kissed him. The battlefield situation was less than optimistic. Over 200 individuals were encircling a red-maned wild boar, an endeavor that should have been easily manageable. Yet, for reasons unknown, after the deaths of over 30 individuals, the boar still retained its mobility. Passengers in first class disembarked first, with young Master Li assisting Cheng Yajing with their luggage as they exited the aircraft. The provincial magnates awaiting them were already familiar with Cheng Yajing, exchanging a few brief pleasantries before each departed for their respective vehicles. Despite knowing the futility of persuasion, Lei Mo felt compelled to speak, aware that silence would render any opportunity non-existent. Although his understanding of the soul spirits was limited upon contemplation, he grasped that devouring soul spirits was not even a matter of life and death. Survival hinged solely on the possibility of a miracle. The psychological pressure exerted by Niet Ting had been overwhelming, leaving even these high-society individuals gasping for breath. In truth, Imo sure had learned much from the Duya. During his departure, he discovered that the child conceived by Jilooda was a boy who succumbed to illness less than a month after birth. The premature death of an infant was commonplace in this era, yet the sorrow of Dino was palpable without the need for words. She had thought she had suppressed her grief, only to find that it resurfaced, more painful than before. Having come for glory, Lei Shan could not tolerate the North Sea Army's self-aggrandizement and directly challenged the chaotic demon Yenishi. Naturally, the North Sea Army, renowned for their valor, could not shy away from conflict. The clash of words, fueled by fervor and competitiveness, resulted in the current situation. Suddenly, Avril turned, and the vanguard demon set down his axe, softly acknowledging her before stepping in front of her. When Long Ao Tian next regarded the elderly figure in black, the space was already devoid of presence. The once vibrant tea trees, imbued with ethereal essence, were now reduced to a desolate pit. The jade table and chairs in a state of disrepair, as if weathered by millennia. Witnessing such a spectacle left everyone astonished. Their gazes towards Su Yuan transformed from suspicion to awe. It turned out that Su Yuan was indeed formidable. Even the denizens of the celestial city had capitulated to him. What was his true identity? Su Yuan's presence here was not for the sake of any paid chi. Had that been the case, he would not have obliterated him upon arrival. His primary objective was to unveil a secret technique he had meticulously perfected over countless years. The Imperial Lord's regal cloak exuded charisma, entirely golden with ornate red patterns and adorned with golden ribbons that danced in the wind. Following his return from Sun Ji's tomb, Emperor Ing Fei of Qin summoned the first court session after the unification of the realm. Meanwhile, the fashionista did not hesitate, swiftly entering the fitting room, fully aware of the garment's price from her recent online viewing. After receiving praise from Wang Fan, Old Zhang subtly expressed that he had devised numerous methods to evade payment, each capable of swindling hundreds of thousands, adaptable to various complex scenarios, ensuring a carefree and elegant deception. However, The fleeting look of surprise in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by shimmering white patterns flickering around him as his body swelled dramatically in an instant, transforming into a massive sphere. The water column had vanished into nothingness, revealing a bottomless pit below where the spiritual pool nurturing the nine-transformation grass had been entirely evaporated. The significance of locating the divine artifact, the ice shadow swan mirror, was paramount. It might lead to the recovery of the family's lost treasures. Moreover, it was imperative to replenish its divine power within 4 minutes for utilization. Ling Ao nodded, gazing up at the formidable black aura of the mountain demon. For minutes was a fleeting moment. Action was essential as time was of the essence. Regrettably, the seasoned chefs were far too jaded. Having heard their fair share of grandiose claims, they prioritized their own financial gain over aspiring to culinary greatness. Lu Chun suddenly felt a surge of crisis. He had overlooked a crucial detail. The most potent attack of a Yuanying stage cultivator resided within their core. With a grave expression, his eyes gleamed as he fixated on Shang Wanyu. From below came the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air as black-tinged projectiles rained toward Lu Chen's position. 6 burly men clad in black surrounded him from all directions, forming an eerie formation. You handle the treatment, but why involve me? I don't want any part of this. I certainly don't wish to receive any credit. However, shortly after he had taken down Shang Wanwaner, the 4th floor issued a hero exchange notification. The phone in Su Yu's pocket beeped twice, prompting him to instinctively retrieve it and discover a message awaiting him. Sun Zhongyang remained silent. He had lost track of how many days had passed without sustenance, inching closer to the brink of exhaustion, even for a stargazing master. On the screen were meticulously outlined plans from various academies, including collaborations with the Chung and Du families for branch establishment. As the swift wind re-entered the control room, Mo Ran sensed something was amiss about him. As for a counterattack, such a notion had never crossed Lin Lu's mind. Their vision had already detected the opposing barrel in the lower river, while the mid-lane's timekeeper was similarly unable to extricate himself. In this situation, devoid of support, the kill was as good as assured. Wow, so this is what the inner city looks like. Ning Ke followed Su Yuan into the inner city, immediately captivated by its splendor, her naivete betraying her delight. This marked her first visit to the inner city. Previously, her most significant achievement in life and death battles, excluding military honors and evaluation results, was that the better her performance, the greater the rewards received. Step aside, I am fine, Ling Yufan exclaimed in frustration, and the crowd instinctively parted, recognizing the authority of the vice leader. Excuse me, may I inquire if your ancestors had any ties to the Shaolin Temple? I asked the blind old woman. Huang Jun could no longer contain his impatience, demanding to know what had transpired. You should be aware that we have little time to squander. After some deliberation, He Zhenzhong decided to bring Situ, Ling Feng, and the hermit along, but upon arrival, the sight of the densely packed patrolling guards furrowed his brow. They were not there to kill, and he wished to avoid detection, presenting a significant challenge. Tian Yi abruptly turned, his face pale with fear. In the night, his comrades lying in the trenches were continuously falling, and those still alive lay amidst pools of blood, wailing in agony. The wandering souls we were assisting have vanished, a series of mass disappearances, and Danning is also missing. The only possibility I can conceive is that peculiar place and that malevolent occurrence have resumed. I must go rescue them. Upon mentioning this, I became uncontrollably agitated, my words tumbling over one another. I am uncertain, but I suspect it is the master of this place. Just moments ago, a voice guided me to this passage and insisted I must enter. Lei Jun remarked, a look of trepidation on his face. The old man shook his head, calmly addressing Yu Shao. No, such intense emotional agitation is futile. When you truly need it, when you genuinely desire to seize it, it will naturally yield. I am leaving. Do not follow me, and go in the direction you wish. He then strode confidently toward the town. This fortress possesses formidable defenses against aerial bombardments and artillery shells, with its spherical structure designed to minimize explosive impact. Regardless, with powerful reinforcements at hand, Ma Jun prepared to assist at the large teleportation array in the center. To be honest, it was impressive that the array could still endure at this juncture. Ma Jun held a deep admiration for Tian Quan's resilience. In addition to the numerous reports of ninjas falling victim to ambushes and the capture of Jinchuriki, There was another announcement indicating that a significant number of adversaries had rapidly headed westward. The people of Dongying were filled with dread, realizing that the Dongying shrines could scarcely withstand such turmoil. Presently, the internet was abuzz with images of renowned onmyoji coming and going from airports. Even the onmyoji of the great shrines began to flee. What hope remained for the ordinary citizens? Chen Nuo retained a steadfast belief in himself, given the opportunity. He felt he could still prevail. Among the 8 prominent figures that emerged this time, some were familiar from prior encounters, such as Jabbar, Zhang Bolin, and Duncan, while others were new entrants to the scene. It was rather amusing. Initially, he had hoped for a more vibrant gathering, but as Orochimaru chuckled at this turn of events, he issued a command, prompting Might Guy to immediately adopt a serious demeanor and sprint towards a distant tower, followed closely by the ninjas of Konoha. If one lives a false existence, then the true essence must perish. Were those who sought to end his life in the past, not truly the formidable Dao Xianbei Gonglai. After Ning, Ku departed to practice alone. Su Yuan awakened the group of women, beginning to instruct them in the divine art of the blood silkworm scripture. Upon hearing the news, the women dared not delay, each adopting a posture of eagerness to learn. Opportunities for direct guidance from Su Yuan were rare, and they were determined to cherish this chance. After glancing at her mother for a moment, Jing Ihan turned her head, instinctively wiping away her tears, revealing her unhidden emotions. Moreover, the most unsettling aspect was his peculiar affinity for collecting specimens, often embracing them as he slept each night. He donned light blue jeans and a simple yet elegant brown leather jacket, layered over a navy cashmere sweater. This seemingly casual attire exuded an air of solemnity, leaving no impression of superficiality. In the painting of the 8 steeds, the divine steeds surged forth, overwhelmingly Han, as if a stampede had turned him into mere flesh and blood, rendering him utterly defenseless. Zhang Tian, having entered the second realm of swordsmanship, pressed onward, acutely aware that only a handful of days remained until the deadline for the assessment. Anxious and flustered, she glanced at Gu Tingyuan, noting that the white undershirt she had used to staunch his bleeding was now thoroughly soaked in crimson. Yet, the dream oddities were unaware of his whereabouts. Their inability to locate him stirred a sense of urgency within them, fearing the king of Tsang Luo might discover him, which would spell disaster. Xia Shui gasped in fright. Tumbling twice into shallow water before, disregarding everything, she scrambled upright, collapsing on her seat and gasping for air. With a staff in hand, Long Guan commanded the space around him like the legendary Qi Tian de Sheng, making him untouchable. Neither Ma Chuang nor Bai Mu had ever encountered Long Guan as formidable prowess. By the time they did, it would be too late for regret. Li Yang returned to the encampment, his expression one of disappointment. Shortly after his arrival, a visitor came to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She abruptly turned and strode towards the door, leaving Zhenbu Tu and Duan Exant momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend her sudden shift in focus. Perhaps half a year prior, Bladder could never have imagined bestowing such a prestigious award upon an individual of Asian descent. In his eyes, football was a game for the Caucasian and African races, and he believed that Asians inherently faced disadvantages, making it challenging to reach the pinnacle of success. On the table by the window, an extinguished oil lamp stood beside a wooden fish. A chair was placed next to the table, and behind the door lay a bamboo tube along with scraps of paper and with shavings, remnants of yesterday's untidiness. Slamming the table merely for show seemed insufficient. One could only imagine the pain and numbness now afflicting his palm from such forceful action. Hence, when they observed Qin Lu tossing a pill into his mouth, they regarded him with disdain, believing he was at his wits' end, resorting to desperate measures. Plan B, in essence, constituted a blend of energy and kinetic attacks combined into a singular offensive strategy. Hello, my name is Zhou Wutong. Zhou, as in the summer, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. Wutong, as in the phoenix tree. May I inquire as to your name? After a brief pause, Zhou Wutong redirected her gaze back to Qin Lu, posing a question. Moreover, it was not merely qi, but an extraordinarily high concentration of it, according to the specifications of the Huaxia detector. Even during the most tumultuous days of the apocalypse, the concentration had never reached such elevated levels. It had long been known that Doflamingo was untrustworthy. Yet his rigid demeanor was unexpected. Evidently, the Sun Pirates were not held in high regard by the public, and it was time to enlighten them. This discovery prompted their eagerness to have Madame Zhao escort Miss Yi back without delay. The two disciples departed the Immortal City, heading directly towards Tian Yuan Mountain. Along the way, they encountered no further rogue cultivators, but rather heard rumors indicating that the Immortal City was preparing to take decisive action against rogue cultivators, declaring war. Su Yuan was not surprised by this news. He had anticipated it. Wang de Biao nodded in agreement. Despite the appearance of the naval admiral, there was no trace of anxiety in his eyes, only a fervor for battle. Tuan Er, unfazed, merrily returned to her meal, cheerfully making promises as she ate. She lay sprawled on the grass, her dark eyes fixed on the sky without blinking. As the sunlight filtered down upon Xia Qi, she murmured softly, furrowing her brow before gradually opening her drowsy eyes. With a fierce expression, Li Nanhuang glared at Chun Su Jin, making every effort to shake off the grasp of Su Fanyan. Thus, while the leaders of the bases remained perplexed about the purpose of Li Yunlong's envoy, they welcomed him and his companions bearing gifts, for no one ever turned away the prospect of additional wealth. At that moment, the tent behind them opened, revealing Chung Tu wrapped in a wool blanket, peering at the two men. Lacking a permanent resting place, Shen Nan Yuan preferred to explore various landscapes. Hence, the initial arrangement was made with the flexibility to adjust plans as circumstances evolved. The bustling underground market was a stark contrast to the sparse crowds above, teeming with life and noise. Before them knelt a line of ministers clad in crimson robes, their noble heads bowed deeply to the ground, not daring to utter a sound, a testament to their status as the pillars of the nation. He had previously received hints from a good friend of his master that matters there were coming to a close, and those who had been stationed there for years were returning, which had greatly uplifted his spirits. Now, with the receipt of accurate news, his joy was palpable and impossible to suppress. He had always been of a quiet disposition, easily overlooked unless one paid particular attention. While Gao Sheng and Du Zhou were preoccupied with their own results, he was the first to extend his congratulations. "Show me your arm." Without hesitation, she dashed to Ning Shijing's side, lifting his arm in an attempt to roll up his sleeve. Wang Weimin had dined at the Zheng family home, while the 10 soldiers he had sent back to their unit did so with great reluctance. Once the armies of Yi and the right guard began to clash, Zhao Junsheng seized the opportunity, slipping away unnoticed while all eyes were diverted. Wang Li recognized him at a glance. This was the financial department manager, Zihu, who had recently appeared alongside the chairman. From here, a boat could be taken eastward, not far to Lingnan. The environment there would undoubtedly be more stable, not to mention the superior medical resources available. In the very heart of the maze lay the enemy camp at the new location. The maze, with a diameter of 10 miles, had a radius of 5 miles towards Shunfengcheng, and upon exiting the maze, one would still have to traverse another 15 miles to reach Shunfengcheng. Thereafter, Agamemnon began devising a plan until Wang Duoyin secretly contacted him, proclaiming that he could assist in eliminating the war demon. However, there was a stipulation: 1/3 of the territory of Songlongdala must belong to Wang Duoyin, and the Changduan army must not invade, necessitating a blood oath. Stusher exhibited no change in her expression, yet unease stirred within her as she recalled the sudden appearance of Bubuang. Wang Dinghua remained silent, but he gently nodded, indicating his agreement with Wang Onbong's words. As Yao Qi gazed at the woman before her, Su Yuan was also assessing the lady. The woman appeared youthful, her features exquisite and her figure slender. While she may not have been a stunning beauty, she was certainly pleasing to the eye. What stood out most were her captivating eyes, reminiscent of flowing water. Su Xiang responded affirmatively and, from his long sleeves, produced a verdant pill, flicking it towards Li Shan, where it hovered midair. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the wails of tormented spirits as malevolent ghosts poured forth from the demonic banner, consuming Chun Chuang's corpse entirely, leaving not a shred of bone behind. Ning Baichao was equally elated, relieved that Li Shan had acquiesced, and with a triumphant smile, he departed. Yet, as she pondered, Li Hao, seated in the driver's position, solemnly placed a necklace gift box into Zhou Ruodong's bag. Initially intending to exact revenge on Guiyuan, the ghost soldiers outside the hall moved to strike, only to be restrained by the two Wu Cheng hovering behind Guiyuan. Behind them, Hui Ming held a string of prayer beads in one hand while forming a seal with the other, emitting a beam of golden light directed towards the sky, targeting Chun Xuani, the blood soul, in midair. Chun Xuani's hand, gripping a peachwood sword, shattered into fragments under the vengeful energy of the blood soul, rendering his sword hand immobile. After being chilled by ice, the grapes were exceptionally refreshing and sweet. While consuming the grapes, Bai Shu, at the behest of the paper kite, continued narrating the tale of the white snake. Ouyang felt a wave of disappointment as the one she fancied had a boyfriend. She gazed through the window, unable to discern the identity of Yun Feier's partner, and wondered what kind of person he might be. Dong Sei, unable to contain her emotions, embraced Bai Shu, resting her cheek against his neck, gently rubbing against a crescent-shaped scar on his skin. However, given the distance from the entrance of the underground city, returning via Shadow Flash would require considerable time. Yet, those individuals had proactively sought to provoke her, attempting to thwart her progress, leaving her no choice but to confront them. Zhao Zilong shrugged, expressing his helplessness. With the same opening line, she glanced at her number, still the 8th juror, and upon surveying the jurors' lounge, she confirmed that the NPC configuration was identical to that of the previous 12 angry men. You are mistaken. At that moment, Feng Manting's voice suddenly rang out, halting Zhuo Feng's laughter, which turned into a cold glare directed at her. What? Bing Tian, he also sensed something amiss, his usual demeanor shifting. After accepting the red envelope, she assured Zhao Zilong that she would advocate for him in front of her man. With her expectation and the envelope, the chances had significantly increased. Thank you, Minlan. She expressed heartfelt gratitude, for with this scroll, he could finally showcase his prowess. Of course, this time not everyone believed that Sun Kuei would emerge victorious. While nearly 90% favored Sun Kuei, a small fraction still placed their bets on Xia Zheng, albeit with some trepidation. Let's go shopping then. We can postpone the meal for another day. Yili contemplated, considering her lengthy afternoon class, realizing she had no other friends, and thus accompanying Li Li for a stroll seemed perfectly acceptable. Consequently, that afternoon, the two strolled through several streets. Unfortunately, Lan Exen, though brimming with excitement and gazing around, tightly clutched her purse, unwilling to make any purchases. Ah, selling pills? Could it be that you are a pill master? Yao Qi's eyes sparkled with surprise. Among scattered cultivators, those who could become alchemists were exceedingly rare, primarily due to the difficulty in inheriting alchemical techniques and the absence of renowned mentors. Are you ready? Do you require any assistance? The voice of Priestess Sophia was gentle. As one of the 4 third-tier priests, just below the high priest, it was rare to see her exhibit such an approachable demeanor. Dressed in a black gown, Feng Ruiying held Mu Yunfeng's hand with tenderness, her joyful smile illuminating the entire church. Clad in a white wedding dress, Mu Yunfeng allowed Feng Ruiying to guide her hand as they walked towards the altar. Initially, the audience held high expectations for him, as he had indeed risen to fame over the past 2 years, frequently appearing on television and in advertisements. She lightly tugged at the tightly bound hemp ropes, which had embedded in her skin, and with renewed effort, the ropes creaked before shattering. Jay Cho grew up in a single-parent household, with his mother and grandmother being the most revered figures in his life. Dear General Xiao, what brings you so hastily into my chamber? Isa teased, elongating the word chamber. This fellow was excessively audacious. It was time to teach him a lesson. Lu Xiaohua, with her golden locks, rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Lu Qing, followed closely by Brushhead, who clenched his fists. Xiao Chun discerned the dual meaning in the other's words, reflecting on his own shortcomings. His mother had largely been at the hospital with his father, leaving this apartment unoccupied for most of the time, which naturally led Li Wei to move in. The next moment, Yuan Kuan appeared directly behind Huang San, restraining the heavily furred Xiaohua. Su Dong traversed through the grand hall to the outer dark chamber, directing a burst of energy at a concealed wall, which emitted a soft explosion followed by a series of creaks as the heavy stone door slowly creaked open. The speeds of both parties carried an element of terrifying sonic boom, pushing the limits of their endurance. Nevertheless, neither complained, for it was a mutual agreement. As for the bandits' formidable background or powerful allies, that was a matter for the capable police to handle. Wang Chung preferred not to get embroiled in that turmoil. Wu Zi perceived an odd sound and assumed a zombie attack was imminent, only to be confronted with an unimaginable entity. In truth, She was entirely unaware of her own emotions. Perhaps she should feel more joy? Both sides held their respective justifications. However, everything has its limits. Once crossed, even if Qin Han and Sheng Yuhai agreed to return to the city, it would be too late. Meanwhile, Li Xinmin, indifferent, plucked a heart from the refrigerator, as if admiring a piece of art, displaying an expression of appreciation. The central star serves as a transportation hub among various star domains. Thus, in the black market of the central star, one can encounter individuals from numerous star systems. While over 90% of humans resembled those from the solar system, there also existed uniquely featured races. Lin Yang's total expenditure on medicinal herbs amounted to 11 million taels of silver. After deducting the expenses, Old Lu bestowed upon him an additional 9 million taels in banknotes. Once the amount was verified, he took his leave and ventured out with Qian Shui to enjoy some leisure time. Jing Yi, residing within the borders of Jiaolingua, was well aware of his prowess, as it was known among the various military factions of the nation. Yu Xian did not decline the offer of 3,000 spirit stones, which, for an outer sect disciple, were not easily acquired. After accepting the spirit stones, she contemplated for a moment before speaking. Meanwhile, Dou Jiyan and Jin occupied the last vacant spot in the 3-donkey cart, thus filling all 6 vehicles. A sudden, thunderous sound reverberated in Qing Lin's mind, causing a profound disturbance to his spirit. The interior was not only brilliantly illuminated, but also imbued with an enchanting ambience, making it feel as though one were truly within a room, a particularly miraculous sensation. In truth, this was a prosthetic, and once its deceptive exterior was removed, they ultimately obtained a colorful diamond. Observing the surging energy akin to a devastating tide, the monkey ceased to evade, firmly planted his Rui Jingu Bang into the void before him, transforming it into a golden, triangular shield with a resounding thud, then extended his left hand to brace against the shield, standing proudly at its center. It was akin to a trusted companion aiming a loaded gun at you. Though you knew he would not pull the trigger, a sense of tension still enveloped you. Unexpectedly, Lin Yumai adeptly countered the torrent's force with a gentle approach. Kong Hu, rendered speechless by astonishment, struggled to articulate his thoughts. As consciousness returned, he felt a persistent throbbing in his head, his vision clouded, and even thought became arduous. Her age was comparable to the other two, with her murky eyes fixed upon Qing Lin, yet devoid of any expressions of anger or hostility. However, after vigilantly scanning his surroundings for an extended period, even activating his indestructible body, disappointment still lingered. The deepest animosity between men often stems from the slaying of one's father or the usurpation of one's wife. The murder of a father is an unforgivable vendetta, as is the theft of a wife. In foreign lands, such an affront could lead to a duel with firearms. With a crack, the overwhelming force emitted by the two individuals shattered the beams, causing the entire roof to collapse. Everyone present understood that his current official rank could be considered one of the 3 giants of Hushan. Those in high positions are often compelled to cherish their reputation and influence, necessitating a degree of restraint in their lifestyle, making casual attendance at social events rather inconvenient. Yun Mengshui set down her goblet, raising a hand to interrupt Luo Hao Chen's concerned remarks. Luo Hao Chen nodded slightly, and silence once again enveloped the space. The 4th master remained taciturn, seemingly disinterested in the matter, as he perused the newspaper while sipping his coffee. However, moments later, Wu Hao managed to calm his restless emotions, shaking his head to cast aside his chaotic thoughts, and moved to stand before Wu Qian. Dong Baichuan also recognized the gravity of the situation. If Chang Yu Wu Qian were to escape from the Tianzi cell without the presence of anyone at the spirit voyage stage, no one could contend with him. The corpse monster charged swiftly toward Xiaolong, with Zhang Yicheng delivering powerful punches aimed directly at Xiaolong's face. The mysterious man, with his snow-white pupils, gazed deeply in the direction of Wu Hao's disappearance, chuckling, "Interesting. I did not expect such a perfect concealment of breath, so close to me that even I failed to notice. Judging by the silhouette, he must still be a youth." With his thought, he erupted into laughter. "Yes, I have seen him a few times. He truly resembles him." As he spoke, Lu Tianxiang pulled up the sleeve of Yu Li's left arm, revealing a pink lip print birthmark just above the elbow. "Isn't that Lord Su Yuan? Where? Wow. Lord Su Yuan is indeed quite handsome. Truly, only slightly more so than I. You should take a look in the mirror. Upon Su Yuan's arrival, the first to be unsettled was the nation of Sang Sang, which, after enduring an invasion, shamefully chose to withdraw its troops from Qing Yogua without firing a single shot, returning home in disgrace. He had anticipated that she would be astonished and unable to contain her tears upon learning the truth. However, her reaction was surprisingly calm. Dong Zhuo observed Yi Shi, noticing her flushed cheeks, with tears glistening on her face, illuminated beautifully by the flames. I will go. I am merely waiting at the airport to depart for Yanjing, Wang Sudong remarked, waving his boarding pass. This place is exceedingly remote, with only one bus route servicing this area, and at this hour, it was likely already out of service. Taxis would not venture to such a location. Surely, anyone coming here would possess a private vehicle. Just then, the six-star battle king wielding the artifact to eliminate demons directly positioned himself in front of Long Fei and cleaved the second-level demonic ant in two. I fear that if I do not refine it soon, Qixi Na may have her preparations completed as the matters concerning the ruins take precedence. Early in the morning, a caravan from the Xing Kong Merchant Association, hauling over 20 large carts, accompanied by hundreds of merchant guards, stood at the front of the line, awaiting passage. Long Fei was equally surprised, as he had not anticipated that Elder Shi would be aware of the Mei Hua Dan. Boom! 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 Countless phantom dragons surged from all directions, akin to a pilgrimage, creating a magnificent spectacle that overshadowed the skies. Since the political department of the military committee had withdrawn, reducing its status to a political security group, they still achieved certain results. However, as the provincial and municipal governments faced bombardment, citizens fled in panic, resulting in widespread unease across the ancient star. Xie paused, grateful for Man Shengsheng's reminder, as he had nearly forgotten the other reason for summoning Man Shengsheng. Among the 7 core members of the Gale Thief Guild, the leader Montgomery held the highest position of loyalty to Prince William, followed closely by the one who had just spoken, Ojin Lai Ku. He was appointed by Prince William as the Gale Affairs Officer, overseeing all matters outside military affairs. As for alerting Long Ling to the individuals who harmed it, that was another matter entirely. Though the dragon vein possessed spirit, it did not possess the capacity for discernment akin to that of humans. Even if the perpetrators were presented before it, while it might retaliate, it would never spare the students of Jingda. Other matters were inconsequential. However, Feng Kang's words utterly devastated old Madame Feng. Blog China, which had originally partnered with the Jianwu City Cyber Police, saw its leaders ascend to the city bureau's top ranks, while the head of the public relations office became the head of the cyber police force. In the night sky, a distinct fireball streaked across the distant heavens. As it drew nearer to the village, the sound of explosions echoed from afar, followed by successive flashes of light illuminating the sky. Su Ming gazed at Bai Su Zhan with a slight smile, then discreetly glanced at her abdomen. To the audience, it instantly became a pitiful sight of fleeing in disarray. Nevertheless, the spectators were understanding, forgiving the Colin Mercenary Corps for their hasty retreat, considering the presence of a sorcerer, should a powerful spell be unleashed. The consequences could be catastrophic. All received, and Lin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words. He quickly laughed, stating that the esteemed adult was jesting. Little did he know, our apothecary's herbs have secured fixed buyers, and the Dan Fong collaborating with our shop is also established. The herbs currently available for sale are merely a matter of age, as everyone indulges in fruits. Su Miao immediately beckoned others in the guest hall to enjoy the delicacies. Nevertheless, due to her shop's overwhelming demand for chili peppers, prices have surged, not just in Linfeng Town, but even in Guixian. Regardless, his objective had already been achieved. On the day of the competition, securing a mere first place would suffice. Xiaowan abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, the voice from her dream merging with the reality around her. Qin Ming gracefully entered the room, approached Su Ruxue, and extended his hand, which she naturally took, the two exchanging a smile. As night fell, the entirety of Donglin appeared shrouded in endless darkness, with a shadow standing still within the woods outside the city, calm and composed, seemingly waiting for something. For the first time, the esteemed general under the Demon King was called adorable. In their demon realm, such a designation was deemed an insult. Infuriated, he pinched the person's cheek, realizing the skin was remarkably delicate. Bali Jeans's brow furrowed even deeper, his heart filled with growing frustration. Since the incident regarding the clandestine weapon forging at the Mulan Beeswang came to light, his influence within the palace had been drastically diminished, leaving only a few marginalized remnants untouched. Consequently, he found himself in a state of ignorance about many matters. Very well, you should return and rest. See you at work tomorrow. Zhao Dahai urged Tang Si to go home and sleep, showing no inclination to keep him. Luo Shui bit her lip and declared, I will not do it. Her words carried an immense determination. The concubines were dismissed back to their respective palaces, yet upon returning, they dared not touch anything, fearing contamination by some poison. Yi Ning waved his hand, and the Tongtian Tower vanished into his sleeve. Following that, a drenched figure fell with a thud in the center of the Great Hall. Although not imposing in stature, its agility was remarkable, akin to wind and lightning, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with. We drove together to the underground parking, due to the narrow parking space. Bai He instructed me to wait at the exit while she maneuvered the vehicle out. The moment she left, I found a corner to hide, anxious about being seen by others. Just moments ago, the Emperor issued a decree assigning Li Guifei to oversee the arrangements for the upcoming marriage alliance. The third prince was also liberated. I felt a discomfort in my heart. Bai Li Qingtsong was his emperor, a figure he once revered and aspired to emulate. Yet now that admiration had almost entirely dissipated. Within the physical body, the heart held paramount importance. Harboring nearly 90% of a cultivator's energy and encapsulating all their insights into the Tao. Help him? I was uncertain, yet I lacked the rationale and courage to retreat. For now, I could only follow his path to discern his true intentions. In the boundless cosmos, the deities of the void quietly observed all that transpired at the Yin residence of Yangzhou during the Qianlong era of the Great Qing on the parallel Earth. As the spears swept halfway, the connecting light beam vanished, and at the moment of shattering, the spear's tip shot forward, pursuing Huizin. At this moment, Lin Ran faced the 9 elders and the presently Hui, stating in a composed manner. Upon hearing such a perspective, Li Hui couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, revealing a glimmer of brightness in his eyes. His initial strike was a full-force attack. He reminded himself that he was evenly matched with the martial emperor. Should the opponent possess even slightly greater strength, he would need to flee. Thus, if he could exploit the opponent's underestimation and inflict a heavy injury in one blow, it would ease his burden significantly. Upon returning to the inner-city villa, Su Yuan encountered his wives engrossed in studying the divine reflection blood silkworm scripture. My husband, you have returned, the women exclaimed in unison, rising to greet him. How have you fared? Su Yuan embraced the 2 sisters of the Feng family. If the demon clan recklessly activated the entire city's demonic transformation array, based on current circumstances, they might not have enough time to intervene. Tomorrow, once the auctioneer is fully prepared, the auction will commence the following night. By then, some players should reach level 15, while top players may be around level 18. All in need of quality level 15 equipment to enhance their capabilities. This is not akin to the Great Tree from later generations, where the E-skill could explode thrice in the brush, enabling seamless performance in a support role. On this cart, Lin Yi did not encounter Wuan, rendering the journey somewhat dull. Su Mingwell lowered the curtain, retracting the fleeting glimmer in her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The ancient divine demon technique, Qin Ming proclaimed, presenting the upper half of the technique to Feng Junyuan. Def skateboard shoes were similarly ahead of their time, with a 2-piece set in hand. They were at the pinnacle of their form. Among the 4, the card player appeared most perilous with only a third of their health remaining. Yet IG's jungler's output had significantly dwindled, leaving Kakao unable to contribute any damage. Having just experienced the calamity of their fallen nation, the 2 brothers, though not of the same father and frequently at odds, now found themselves reliant on one another for support. Presently, the cash flow in the Tata company was limited. Requesting more would be beyond their means. Your Majesty, Qing Yuan could no longer endure the sight. He abruptly stood, intending to speak, when he noticed Huanqi suddenly approaching the king, effectively blocking him. Xian Yuan laughed, clutching his chest as he was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of black blood in an arc. His body's fusion technique becoming vague and weakened. With a clang, the metal gate at the exit was firmly shut, 2 brawny bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Kong Yi, hearing a familiar voice, A Biao and Li Miao inexplicably became excited, their expressions filled with reverence. This basement housed treasures dating back to the Tang dynasty, such as the exquisite Tang Sankai pottery, Yuan blue and white porcelain, and Ming and Qing dynasty Jingtalin, all meticulously arranged. "Curse you!" Fa Hua exclaimed, pulling Qing Yuan over. "Sit tight. I will use my energy to heal your injuries." Last time, he had merely adjusted Qing Yuan's blood energy hastily and without much care. Now, he could not allow his disciple to bear the burden of ailments any longer. "Where should I send you?" Yigu gazed wistfully at the reddening eastern sky, knowing that even if he could capture her heart, he could never possess her presence. Having reached a realization, Elder Zifeng took action as the ice blade emerged. The final move of the Qi Tianju unfolded, launching the Qi Tian Wanli, with the ice blade serving as a vessel, enveloping the surrounding sky in a swirling mass of ice clouds. "Do not wear it. Consider yourself a rogue," Li Changqi seethed with anger, nearly collapsing into the Nanjiang River. He had long discerned something was amiss with her. He merely wished to see how long she could endure. To his surprise, she would rather collapse than bow to him. This time, she leisurely observed Bao Yifan performing shadow puppetry on the balcony, nearly boiling with fury. There was no need for any scheming, given Bao Tai's usual conduct. He likely insisted that his son secretly investigate and salvage their relationship if no anomalies were found. "Gift? What is this? Such a beautiful ring!" Su Liwei exclaimed upon seeing the ring in Su Yuan's hand, a hint of joy illuminating her face. This ring was crafted from an exceptionally rare mineral, radiating an ethereal purple and exuding a rich aura. Even if this is not a storage ring, merely an ordinary one, those who look down upon Ningchun, from the first heaven to the eighth heaven, have all been trampled underfoot by him. Guemo Huai, preoccupied with concerns for Gu Zijin, failed to notice the subtle changes in Ling Zhao's expression, instinctively choosing to follow in his footsteps. Indeed, she had harbored such intentions. Gazing at Ling Shi's youthful and beautiful visage, she found herself unable to resist the urge to destroy, to obliterate, thus eliminating any competition for the endorsement. However, upon uttering his words, Shang Zung exhibited no delight. Rather, his demeanor darkened further, his gaze grew colder, as if he felt mocked by the very utterance. Guemo Huai prepared the medicine and set it down in the side room to concoct the necessary elixir before returning it to Ling Xiao for consumption. How could it possibly vanish? The poison of the Zhijio had manifested within the palace. Furthermore, I encountered a man in Ci Ning Palace, possessing formidable martial prowess, not clad in the garb of a guard, seemingly not serving within the palace. Gu Zijin remarked. Puti attempted to lead Yang Junyu away, and he did not resist. However, just as they took a few steps, Pu Ti's arm tightened, and Yang Junyu pulled her back again. In an effort to minimize awareness of her secret male companion, the Empress Dowager had scarcely assigned anyone to guard, and upon witnessing such a multitude intrude, she was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond, still trying to comprehend the situation. The remaining wills likely belonged to the divine will, perhaps singularly intent on annihilating her and seizing control, while simultaneously communicating with the celestial realm. The two had not yet finished their meal when the eldest lady's maid, Deng Fong, arrived, stating that she was to fetch Xian heir to the new residence for new garments. Sister He lacked the contact for Li Yiqing, so she could only provide Lu Yuyu with Assistant Qin's phone number. The inner space referred to itself as a realm. In a certain sense, he could be deemed a deity, and if one were to insist, calling him a demon god would indeed be quite fitting. She pushed aside the intimidating figure of Li Yiqing, leisurely removing the diamond earrings from her earlobes. "Fourth brother, such a significant matter. Why did you conceal it from us?" Ren Yuer could not help but inquire. Suddenly, Lin Yao recalled a scene from earlier, within the burial chamber above. Xiao Xinggu had once engaged in a game with Jiang Chun, yet Jiang Chen's blood had been marked upon Xiao Xingji's forehead. Could this drop of blood be the cause of Xiao Xingji's body becoming stiff? The elder of Shui Zhanmen felt a chill throughout his body, fearing to act rashly, glancing resentfully at Wang Bao before retreating, utterly frustrated, alongside the others from Shui Zhanmen, carrying Jiang Tianhao's corpse away in silence. Even though she was not exceptionally astute or meticulous, and despite her lingering fear, she had mustered the courage to take the first step, to nurture a bond of everlasting affection with him. However, Many celestial lords, after attempting to purchase Pu Du Yi Hao, received information from the void. Last night, a rain had fallen, permeating the air with a refreshing moisture. The azure sky was as clear as fine glass, and the Shuangjing Bridge was not far from her palace. Thus Su Yuan had not opted for a sedan chair. The palace maids carried a set of necessities, following behind as they strolled leisurely through the flowers and willows. "Hey, were your eyes pinched by the door crack? How dare you glance at me like that? Hee hee. Today I shall show you what fear truly is." Lang was somewhat angered, casting the plastic bags from the family onto the ground before delivering a punch. The fist struck directly against the man's abdomen. The following morning, Feng Qinyu clamored for Su Yuan to fulfill the reward promised yesterday, fearing he might forget. As Ningku was still in seclusion, his wives and concubines were preoccupied with practicing the divine reflection blood silkworm scripture, rendering them somewhat lethargic. Su Yuan had the rare fortune of not being burned last night, enjoying a sound sleep. He surmised correctly. The power of the peculiar demon tree was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily dealt with. Seizing the opportunity, while Shun Qin and the others had not yet returned, Director Zhang unhesitatingly summoned the high-ranking officials of the Security Bureau, solemnly announcing the matter, and grave expressions appeared on everyone's faces. He calmly assessed his own state. The surging bizarre energy was exponentially stronger than before, and the essence of this power seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation, though its specifics eluded him. Of course, he felt she was unprepared. Being rejected was inconsequential. Even if she never wished to marry in the future, it mattered not, as long as they remained together. He merely wished for Qi Yin to understand his sentiments. His resolve had never wavered. Due to the distortion of the void, his visage appeared hazy, rendering it impossible for the average person to discern his expression, let alone his gaze. Moreover, Hong Qing's movements were ghostly, entirely unlike his brother's boldness. Unfortunately, he encountered He Yin Xiao, who had experienced the cultivation of the Bone Wraith observation, a master of the Tungguang realm. The vicinity of Yindu City had been thoroughly traversed by Hong Lian Shuo and his companions, making the search for the desired location quite simple. Breakfast consisted of a simple bowl of sorghum porridge made from ground sorghum, accompanied by 2 sorghum dumplings. Mu Hong Yuan opened a void, and a shimmering portal appeared. Wang Mu felt an immense force drawing him in, which instantly engulfed him. However, just as he descended from the bed, a wave of dizziness washed over him. It felt as though all his strength had been extracted. After taking only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. The Special Operations Team fled in disarray into the city where the base was located, the heavy metal gates of the valley crashing down, the dull echo resonating throughout. Thus, Long Hai was fully aware of all that Hao Wei-Chi had encountered aboard another spacecraft, and he had long memorized the fabricated tales spun by Long Sun. Now reiterating them to Hao Wei-Chi. It is said that before death, one reflects on their life. He may have merely begun to savor the essence of his childhood. Yet ultimately, he was halted here, departing with a trace of childlike nostalgia. However, knowing it would be futile to advise him, she silently tidied her belongings. By the time she settled her bill at the counter, night had already fallen. Raikoba's goal struck a blow to Arsenal's morale. They were not a team of strong resolve. And under this setback, their offensive power waned, ultimately failing to score again, left to accept the humiliating defeat of 5-3 on their home turf. What is the matter? Is it not merely a standard intelligence test for children of appropriate age? What is there to fear? As Mo.U departed, Mo.U retracted all the resentment surrounding him, and the wound upon his abdomen, which had been an eyesore, began to heal gradually. Qi Yuan then approached slowly. Previously, in her attempts to persuade Hudahai, she had exerted considerable effort, ultimately resorting to coaxing and deception to succeed. Qi Yuan believed that the name Ming Yin was not as renowned as her father's. Describing it as his guest would be more accurate than declaring it his own. If one were to invoke fear, the title of Ming Huizhenjun would be far more effective. It would be best to intimidate him. Otherwise, should word of Qi Yuan entering the men's bathhouse spread, her standing in the celestial realm would be irreparably damaged. Big brother, I've already drunk. If you don't drink too, what will Xia Qianrui think of you? Xiaoyu smiled mischievously. Under the gaze of so many eyes, the 2 sisters, Feng Qingyu and her sibling, felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, this was not their first experience, so they did not display excessive awkwardness, tightly clutching Su Yuan's arm, lowering their heads deeply. Su Yuan disregarded these gazes, striding directly past the long line into the shop. Yet, in Tang Wan's heart resided the weighty matters of the world. In her view, Gu Xianwu's military attire held equal importance to her life. Just as the village of Wangdu lay below, she noticed a figure ahead, which did not seem to depart. In summary, Chu Su, shaken by a bold maneuver from Washington, remained somewhat distracted even as he took his seat at the dining table. Seeing this, Xue Er decided to play along, remarking that the warlord actually referred to them as confidants, and that he would not understand his own surname unless he received a lesson. 3 days later, Yu Ji finally appeared before her, yet she brought no drops of water, instead delivering bad news. After unbinding Mou from the golden pillar, he still bound her hands tightly and escorted her to the 10 passages. Tens of thousands of soldiers were swiftly cut down by their own comrades, sending everyone into a frenzied flight as if pursued by malevolent spirits. Li Yuan would never admit to his lack of skill. He had only managed to create a gliding kite before running out of sheepskin. Lu Ku donned her outer garment, standing on the terrace to gaze into the distance, the night breeze caressing her face. She sat upon a chair draped in animal skin, the base formed from the sculpture of a reclining cheetah, its elongated body providing a perfect seat. Suddenly, his hand fell naturally, his body stiffened, and his voice became intermittent, choked with emotion. Although it was an anticipated event he had prepared for, Yuan Jinshun could not contain his heart. This was the work of the Ho-Tu banner. The Ho-Tu banner had long set-up mechanisms resembling the broken dragon cliff at the entrance. Once Fang Sheng and others exited the secret passage, the machines activated, sealing off their escape route. The shadow fell silent upon hearing this, an oppressive quietude engulfing Qiu Fang, as the young man sighed and sat down. The storm-like blue chakra began to roar, transforming Nick Fury's surroundings with arms and ribs materializing, as the blue chakra continued to surge, reshaping itself into a skeletal form. It was due to his past allegiance to the Emperor of Darkness that the Emperor cast his gaze upon the ancient dragon clan, descending the Emperor's crystal. The 2 elders and Director Deng, along with Deputy Mayor Chiu, had met several times, and thus upon their first encounter, they felt an unusual sense of familiarity. Lin Feng stood behind the wooden cabin, at the cliff's edge, where the expansive view lifted his spirits, dispelling any previous feelings of oppression. Whether the tale of the Xian Shao 9 Thunder I was true or not mattered little, yet this place was indeed within the MO zone, and the mention of the secret treasure noticeably heightened Feng Zheng's anticipation. For ordinary individuals, it might seem rare, but for an old fox like Feng Zheng, it clearly indicated his great expectations. The bamboo fence and thatched cottage might shield from wind and rain, yet they could not resist the encroachment of light. The gentle morning sun, accompanied by a slight chill, filtered through the thatched roof, casting a soft glow upon the youth's newly donned silk black robe, accentuating his refined features. Yi Huang rarely displayed a teasing demeanor, which to Zhu Ji and the others was truly astonishing. Many had experienced his playful banter. Compared to the other 3 Shadow Guardians, Yi Jin appeared somewhat more vigilant, merely directing a dozen extraordinary beasts in the distance to wreak havoc without choosing to intervene personally. 100 female cultivators, my lord. Their price is 100 spirit stones per month. The steward beamed, yet could not help but reiterate, 100 per month is no small sum. Over the course of a year, that would amount to over 3,000 spirit stones. Stop. Are you done? Don't you fear I will turn you into a fool at once? The old monster interrupted Li Hai's words, shifting to a threatening tone. After all, the New Year's Eve broadcast in Times Square had at least 1 billion viewers. Junshio's opportunity was not merely to promote himself, but to elevate Korean music, which they had no objections to. Initially, Liang Yi's mood was not particularly high, as could be gleaned from his cheerful expression and tone. However, upon mentioning the monsters in the pond, his mood plummeted, prompting him to leave immediately. The arrival of the ominous wind signified that the Ghost King's sinister grasp would soon emerge. By closely observing the possessed, one could slay this invisible ghostly hand. I am uncertain, and you have seen, she always behaves this way upon changing her phone number. If she is ill, it seems as if her old ailment resurfaces with each new number. Helan Shui furrowed her delicate brows, her fair face displaying confusion. Xiong Ti was taken aback. He had anticipated Hu Jiomei's remarkable agility, but did not expect her weapon to be so enigmatic and unpredictable. Cut the nonsense, If you don't hand it over, we will take action." The leader of the ruffians scowled, spitting words with fervor that nearly splattered on Lehigh. "He saw that thing in my car yesterday." That is how he knew. Shinyalan worried that Lan Shui might misunderstand, hastily explaining. "Perhaps everyone is just busy." The second group merely sent a message to clarify. The second group believed that the primary purpose of successfully hosting this gathering was to fulfill desires and move forward. Chu Tianxing displayed a hint of surprise, yet his movements were unhurried. He sidestepped while swiftly retrieving the white jade fan. With a swift sound, the fan unfolded and spun rapidly in his grasp, aiming directly at the left eye of the wolf eater. However, how could Li Feng, now donned in his uniform, return empty-handed? If New City was not an option, was there not still Star City? With a twist of his watch's knob, a dazzling blue current flashed, and Li Feng was already clad in a professional flight suit, modified to suit his current physique. Bismarck furrowed his brow upon hearing this, but remained silent. He and Wales had never quite aligned in opinion, and both ship girls had grown accustomed to such matters. He was now entirely focused on this issue, having regarded Lin Wanyu as a sister-in-law, assuring Lin Zhaoyang that he would protect her well, just like those reckless paparazzi on Earth. This noble tradition continued to thrive. To create a sensational story, these reporters indeed risked everything. Indeed, as the saying goes, a scholar dies for a true friend. Teacher Yang is someone worthy of our devotion. Lu Chengwang's face bore a look of bewilderment, his heart overwhelmed with shock. In the instant, the holy water was exhausted. The ring's spirit counterattacked, a visible torrent of black energy erupting from beneath the ring spirit's dark robe. Even Li Kuzhou did not notice the elbow's gathering motion before the iron fist struck with thunderous speed. No wild guesses. Their relationship is purely that of siblings. Zhang Cheng cleared his throat, recalling his promise to Hua Long not to disclose this matter, and thus upheld his integrity. "Young master, I am willing," he exclaimed, astonished by the number of female cultivators listed in the album. Is arranged matchmaking this prevalent in the cultivation world? Not to mention, these female cultivators are indeed impressive, at least in terms of talent. However, various signs indicated that the disappearance of Wang Diyu and others was undoubtedly related to that scoundrel named Yi Bei-chun. Initially, after leaving the bar, the youth felt no discomfort, provided they did not overthink it. They hardly remembered what the main cultivator looked like at the same table. Now, as he regained his composure, his memories seemed to have returned significantly. From him, perhaps he could still uncover some unknown secrets. At present, Changmin is indeed grappling with how to accomplish certain tasks during this time, which reveals the extent to which he must consider what can genuinely be achieved in this moment. The riders ceased their chatter, turned their horses, and with a flick of the whip, the sound of hooves quickened as a cloud of dust arose, marking their departure. In a corner, Nan Gongming and Shi Shichen found a table to settle down, his hand never straying from her shoulder. When Hatano Reiko was touched, her gaze flickered momentarily, stirring an odd sensation within her. "There is no need for such trouble. Simply reserve a restaurant and send me the address, and that will be settled. Goodbye." Shun Zawuxian noted that this man was rather verbose, compelling her to act decisively. Thus, regardless of Changmin's strength, something must be done. Otherwise, everything would be untenable. Moreover, since he had arrived, he had already devised a plan. Even if it meant exhausting all his strength, he was unafraid. However, given that such a significant sum was to be donated, individuals like Zheng Rui, as public figures, could not afford to go back on their word unless they wished to tarnish their reputation. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Rui had become a trendsetter, as the earlier gesture spurred a wave of imitation. Yet, while Yu Heng reveled in his self-satisfaction, someone who had long played the role of an iceberg stirred slightly. Liyuet chose not to comment on the man's thoughts. At this moment, the Lianxiao fairy on stage began to dance gracefully. "Ah, I forgot to tell Yeshuan something important. We must return." Sikong, he suddenly interjected. "In this world, it is not only Zhou Yuren who has an elder brother, nor is it only her Chun heir whose brother. The Death King is besieged." If her thoughts were truly accurate, countless individuals would desire to annihilate humanity. After all, the world could hardly withstand the vengeance of others. The most delighted was Feng Xiao, who found joy in her job, enjoying not only a relaxed atmosphere, but also generous benefits and treatment. Although Zhuo was not particularly talkative, Su Changel was quite the chatterbox, already launching into an analysis without Bai Yujing needing to ask. However, in that brief moment of distraction, A subtle black mist enveloped by Chiron, without granting her the chance to react, consuming her entirely. Particularly among ancient races like the elves, there's a pronounced emphasis on the purity of bloodlines. Only those of elven descent are deemed worthy of the legacy of their kin. Excellent. Let us deploy our naval forces for practical training. Let them experience the torment of continuous harassment. The 19th princess wholeheartedly endorsed the suggestion, as the prospect of revenge brought her immense joy, especially given that leaving Shiyuan City had been particularly distressing for her. I sat outside the Grand Hall of the Li Dynasty's Imperial Palace, embodying the male lead in this performance. Wally Xin served as the overall director of the play. Do you also have admirers? Young master, I am willing. I am willing. With one voice rising, the others who had been contemplating no longer hesitated, nodding in agreement. Initially, her only discontent with Su Yuan stemmed from the fact that he had summoned all 5 of them simultaneously, amid the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Mingled with the cracking of bones and the anguished cries of Patriarch George, Brock, and Bailey Edon, 3 figures were sent flying, splattering blood mid-air before crashing heavily onto the Spirit Stone mine. Oof. Of course, in a one-on-one duel, Guan Yu has never submitted to anyone, including this masked man beside him. The corners of Situ Hao Yu's lips lifted further as he felt satisfaction upon hearing her mention that the person she relied upon during her moments of duress was him. Not anyone else. Mo Langyue promptly divided the Jiu Huandan in half, offering one half to Ding Wei Huan and the other to Xiao Kaiyang. As the cacophony grew nearer, Mo Langyue spotted Min Yanshan and his son Min Qingyun, accompanied by a host of subordinates, rushing into the courtyard. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately told us this was poison, he said, his anger boiling over, only to suddenly calm down, realizing it was a trap. As Thunderstorm extended his left hand, Jinja's delicate form was instantly drawn into Lei Yu's grasp, the silky skin at her neck eliciting a playful smile from Lei Yu. Furthermore, Song Minyan had been quite helpful to her family, and she should indeed express her gratitude to him. Yang Ruoli finally regarded the person before her earnestly and nodded slightly. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Dong Zhuo was not merely a warmonger. He surprisingly had such insightful and resolute young men under his command. The 2 arrived at the training grounds to inspect the troops of the capital. Indeed, each soldier bore the physique of iron and steel, emanating a palpable aura of lethality. She lowered her gaze to inspect her attire for the day, smoothing out the minor creases in her clothing before entering alongside Lin Mingxiu. After all, battles among martial artists are not easily witnessed. Chongqing Town is somewhat remote. Although it cannot be classified as lawless, it is nearly so. Were it not for recent years of reform and opening up, this place would likely be far more perilous. Throughout the journey, he escorted Su Zuiyin back to her apartment, reminding her to remember the password before entering to redress her injuries and keeping her company for a while before Yi Kaicheng departed to resume his work. Indeed, if he were to wait until Su entered the southern yamen to provide assistance, given his temperament, he would surely refuse. Qing Yi nodded in agreement. Thus, Du Chun worried that Sun Wukong had fallen victim to a plot by the Buddhist sect, prompting him to retrieve an unused, shape-shifting mask from a system space, transforming into the guise of the Yangmei Daxian. The 2, aware of his slip, stuck out his tongue and fell silent. Although Qin Ro was filled with curiosity, she refrained from probing further, observing the mysterious demeanor of the players at the Longmen Inn. At that time, Nie Ying felt the murderous intent within him peak, rendering him uncontrollable, perpetually on the verge of anger. In a moment of clarity, fearing for his beloved, he departed under the cover of night to seek assistance from his close friend, the master of Baijian Villa, Ao Ri, who was also the ancestor of Ao Tian, and recounted his plight. A peculiar aura emanated from the 4th Prince Yi Kai, entering the mouth of the Western Roan Wolf Lord. At that moment, Luo Xing waved his hand, retracting Yi Kai into the Chita Long space. Is there something you need? Yi Kaiching inquired, puzzled by Su Zuiyin's unexpected arrival. Noticing Su Zuiyin curiously observing Lu Hong behind him, he gestured for Lu Hong to pause. As the inner chamber door swung open, a delicate hand resembling a lotus root emerged from behind it, slender wrists and fair hands glimmering. Go to my home? Lin Yu felt a tad embarrassed. There's no need. My home has little value. I can retrieve things myself when I have the time. No need to trouble you, young master. It's nothing. Su Yuan was indifferent. Who are you? Do you have the final say in everything? Li Changkong remained unfazed, calmly responding. Simultaneously, his face flushed as a powerful aura began to coalesce in Lao Qian's hand. Lin Yu felt a surge of alarm. This individual was anything but simple. Standing beside Fang Yameng was a man in white, who remained silent. Despite his handsome and ethereal appearance, his expression was grim. He was none other than Murong Xianxin, the current head of the Murong family. The state of Ziluo, observed by that individual, elicited a sneer, as if he found amusement in the idea that Ziluo, excited by the presence of a strong opponent, lacked the capability to contend with Yang Chong. As for Guo Jiming's attitude, he held it in contempt. The soldiers, fearing the repercussions of their negligence, glanced at Avi, noting that aside from the 4 prisoners confined in iron cages, there was no one else present. Let us begin anew in the kingdom of Salins, Avi exclaimed as he turned to Fan. Approaching the youth, Yifeng observed with some exasperation that this fellow had not noticed his arrival at all. However, Bai Zai's strength had significantly diminished. The prior battle had nearly drained Bai Zai's soul power, and he had also suffered greatly from the backlash of the Annihilation reincarnation gun, leaving him far from recovery. A mysterious smile graced Mei Ling's face as she said, "My lord, you shall handle matters on your own today, for I have a gift for you." Currently, Lin Yu had become adept at deploying some first-level formations. Upon inquiring, he discovered that formations could also be utilized within a virtual stone, thereby bolstering Lin Yu's confidence in achieving victory. Each day, he eloquently extolled Li Xiaolu, while also observing her preferences, subtly seeking to endear himself to her. Lu Ji was taken aback. "Am I included as well?" Dibu Lun coughed heavily, hinting that his choice of words was inappropriate. Images of she began to surface in Lu Ji's mind as he schemed on how to evade the border and escape this calamity. Since obtaining the precious blood of Zilian, the Moon Palace's sovereign, Gong Mo Li had experienced significant enhancements in both her hearing and vision. Even without ever practicing martial arts, equipping her with the inner strength of an average person who had trained for 2 decades. Sao Ya felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that in the presence of outsiders, this troublesome girl had brought shame upon the entire family. Xianhua, though somewhat incoherent, continued to curse vehemently, her words flowing like a relentless river. He rummaged through an old cardboard box with chopsticks, discovering a pile of damp wood shavings in the corner. He picked up a few pieces with the chopsticks and placed them beside the mother hamster in the new cardboard box. Feng Qian's son, fully dressed, stepped outside, the sunlight blinding. Regaining her composure, she recognized that she could not go. Her elder brother was now most wary of her presence. If she ventured forth, her life would become increasingly difficult. Recently, Li Fei had mentioned that there was nothing to worry about. She was likely already awake, and such matters could not be arranged carelessly. They were unaware of the impending disintegration of the studio without Zheng Liao Yuan's management. Yet they sensed a foreboding feeling of collapse within their hearts. "I visited you last Saturday for a consultation. You may have forgotten," the kind aunt remarked with a smile. Yishui Han's subsequent actions were meticulous. He turned his face away, ignoring her with a hint of arrogance. Yet the gesture appeared remarkably natural. Li Miao could tug at Li Hao's sleeve, signaling him to follow her, knowing well that he was incapable of defending himself and would be in trouble if harmed. "He is Su Yuan from the Medicine Guild, is he not?" "Excellent. I recall 32 years ago when I harvested a dragon blood vine, only for it to be seized by your guild under the pretext of celebrating the birth of the guild leader's son. 30 years ago, I fortuitously acquired a vermilion fruit, which was also taken from me. This dinner was expected to conclude in a harmonious atmosphere. However, Ella's mood soured upon catching sight of Nku Air and Davis nearby. In the adjacent room on the 2nd floor, Mu Yuchen knocked on Qin Zimu's door, but no one responded. He tested the door, found it unlocked, and entered, discovering Qin Zimu in the shower, the sound of rushing water emanating from the bathroom. Mu Yuchen reclined on the bed, his mind wandering. "What are we discussing?" he mused as he wrapped his arms around Qin Zimu's slender waist. Throughout the evening, he had engaged in business discussions with others and had scarcely exchanged words with his beloved Mu. Resolute in his decision, he abandoned the demon sect leader and Shanghai Air, soaring out of the grand hall, shedding his red garments, transforming into a cloud of crimson that repelled the figures in the air, seizing the opportunity to escape. Tears flowed silently down his face, engulfing him in sorrow akin to a heavy cloud that could not be dispelled. If the ritualistic prayers could genuinely alleviate the suffering of the departed souls, granting them happiness in another realm. How could I remain indifferent, merely a bystander? What is there to investigate about diamonds? Qinzi Mu found Mu Yuchen's obsession somewhat irrational. Diamonds are merely carbon, devoid of research value. According to the intelligence acquired by Wang Dong, there exists a secret missile base of the 2nd Artillery in Yinchang's Yin Factory Township, concealed deep within the mountains. This base had existed even before the calamity. Though it was sealed away, following the outbreak of disaster, the 2nd Artillery received orders to dispatch a team of 500 to unseal it. Images of gold annihilating everyone flashed through my mind, rendering me motionless. I touched the crossbow beside me, knocked an arrow, and trembled as I aimed it at the gold. However, preparing the seabed underneath was not as straightforward as it seemed. After all, Jinzi's actions were unpredictable, and further discussion would yield no results. I could only muster all my focus, and if I needed to relieve myself at night, I would have to endure it. Just as I was on the brink of self-destruction, a mouth suddenly appeared, pecking heavily at my brow. One by one, they attempted to see the scene beyond the water curtain, yet after a brief observation, they found nothing. The portly figure across, accompanied by his subordinates, expressed their respect once the elder brother arrived. If I'm not working, what am I to do? Are you not putting me at a disadvantage? Chiao na silently cursed, harboring even more disdain for Zhang Xinu. The disciples of Tian Yin's sect found themselves besieged here, and for 7 or 8 days, their numbers continued to dwindle. As they retreated further, they finally discovered a canyon that could barely sustain them. With a chilling scrape, the massive form of the 2nd general was effortlessly cleaved apart by the whale's maw, his 4 eyes rolling down as he muttered and retreated to the side. If the red hue were a tad lighter, it would be acceptable. However, the attire resembled the vividly colored toxic mushrooms from the back mountains. Might it be that the Chilean air favored these mountain mushrooms, hence the peculiar choice upon learning of his arrival? One cannot help but think of the 2 words that flash in her mind. Sycophant. Should the door behind the flickering light open, and a warm voice call out to her, Xiao Imoli might indeed throw herself willingly into that embrace of light. No matter how vivid the dream, it remains but a dream. In Xiao Imoli's view, it may well be a sign of her own mental disarray. Amidst the discussions of scattered cultivators, everyone recognized Su Yuan. Many felt a sense of relief at his actions. The number of scattered cultivators in the Immortal City was considerable, and being oppressed by organizations like the Medicine Guild was a common occurrence, particularly with Lu Neng from the Medicine Guild, who, as a general under Cao Cao, was renowned for his valor, wielding the moon-slashing blade with unparalleled prowess, cutting down soldiers of Jingzhou without opposition. Although this regulation faced considerable dissent from many martial generals, Liu Yong enforced it nonetheless. Thousands of flying ships at the port were gradually prepared, and soon, a colossal starship emerged in the starlit sky outside the harbor. However, due to the tacit agreements formed among the 4 great sea regions, no one dared to make the first move. With the opening of the heavenly path, no slaughter was permitted before entering. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among other factions. Upon returning to his formation, he discovered that Zhu Tianpeng had vanished, leaving only the ropes used for binding behind. Fortunately, Xiaofeng had concealed the giant python well. Had anyone witnessed a massive serpent pursuing a yacht, Xiaofeng would surely dominate the headlines the following day. The scorching heat of the ground caused cracks to spread across the earth, surrounded by desiccated grass and withered trees, presenting an exceedingly desolate scene. Some could barely withstand at first, but the incessant lightning, infused with the essence of thunder, proved overwhelming. As they journeyed in silence, Zhang Fei hesitated several times to speak, but ultimately refrained. The only sight before them was the back of their elder brother Liu Bei, who was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting thoughts. The stage was abuzz with discussions, each voice laced with disdain for Fu Shi's audacity to challenge Jin Xiao in such a reckless manner. Unapologetically brash, her words were not a boast nor a provocation aimed at Qiu Xian. Rather, they served to convey an undeniable truth. When it is time to let go, one must indeed do so. He knelt, inserting the key into the stone hole, which miraculously fit perfectly. Pang Tong's soldiers gathered around, each expressing disbelief at the presence of a key here. However, if indeed her phone had fallen into the wine barrel, even with Ning's emotional turmoil from the previous night, she would not neglect to contact him on such a significant day. Without the presence of the imposing figure, all that remained was the original space, empty and devoid of everything, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Wu Ming, upon recognizing Xiao Chengrong, unexpectedly sighed in relief, only for his expression to swiftly turn menacing as he seized Xiao Chengrong's sleeve and pushed him back. Li Pingyu's indecision caused Wang Bujue to furrow his brow slightly. Snapping his fingers, a surge of black qi descended, and before Li Pingyu could react, his right arm was severed. The black qi invaded his wound, causing it to rot. Among the burly men present, one adorned with a dragon tattoo could no longer contain himself, letting out a fierce shout as he swung his fist at Wu Ming. Rong Zheng was unaware of her method for saving others, but was certain she was on the brink of exhaustion. Without intervention, her situation was perilous. The dual cultivation technique was not non-existent. Even in refining a cauldron, it would at least ensure its safety. Yet, Xian Yuan Peisie's actions could only be deemed ruthless, and despite his formidable strength, he could not prevent Bai Sha from looking down upon him. I found the villa eerily quiet, assuming you had returned to the company, busy with affairs, as Jianemo felt a sense of grievance from being reprimanded. The construction of Zi Xiao Xiancheng has spanned over a millennium, encompassing a vast area filled with a kaleidoscope of power factions. From the scattered cultivators of the Yao Bang and Mi Bang to many others who have fought for centuries to establish their own. Early the next morning, Gan Mao sought out Xiang Shou, instructing him to return to Qin and inform the Qin Wang of the envoy's mission. Though it was not the right time to attack Han, Xiang Shou, though puzzled, departed as requested. Only Yi Nin furrowed his brow, feeling as if he had heard that name before. In this regard, the characteristics of this silkworm bore a striking resemblance to the devouring traits of the Tun Tian Can. Even if it were not a Tun Tian Can, it might very well be a descendant with a mutated bloodline. I initially felt quite apologetic, as if it were not for Song Hao's predicament, they would not have encountered such trouble. However, Dodo and his partner gestured that they were fine. Didactoli Scufa, pointing out that he, a professional PhD, had taken years to develop such a beauty-enhancing oral liquid. What happened to your bravado just now? The chubby man looked disdainfully at the fleeing ice ant ball. In the brief moment that passed, Qin Yin felt as if he had lived for centuries. He did not faint, but nearly lost his sanity. He bit his lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood, his back drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Additionally, there remained a multitude of untransformed humans and mutated creatures. Even 3 years later, the leaderless populace had yet to recover from the upheaval. At this moment, the man could no longer maintain his facade, rising to his feet. Gazing at Yi Chun Feng with a puzzled expression, Qin Yin listened intently for a moment, sensing an indistinct breath, and turned to see Xian Xian sitting up, looking at him with clarity, free from any lingering drowsiness. Pan Jinlian felt a wave of warmth as she turned her head, mere inches away from Wu Song's resolute face. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Wu Song kept his eyes closed. 500 yuan, fixed price. This is a matter of heavenly secrets. Do you think it could be discussed casually like gossip? Lu Yi rolled his eyes and fell silent. Various lewd words intensely stimulated Wan Na, causing her to tremble with rage, unable to hold her phone, which fell with a loud thud onto the table. What is this? Fanny looked up to see a wall of flesh, towering high and writhing rhythmically, her brow furrowing in disgust. Although Zhu Sha's eyes were closed, he was far from unresponsive. Every half hour, he would swiftly extend his hand to grasp the pills and herbs, violently kneading them into a mass before ravenously swallowing them whole. I had always been cherished as a treasure, but now, all their attention was on that wretched girl. While my assistance may seem to bolster him, it simultaneously accelerates his downfall. Thus, I need not worry about that wicked master. How could that girl even think of such a thing? Yin Feng seemed to inquire of them while questioning himself. This was the third mass grave discovered by Qi Gu, having drained over 100,000 souls. He was now restored to the pinnacle of his magical prowess from 500 years ago. A massive wave of darkness jolted Jia Jinjin, Connie, Cho Cho, Song Yin, Liv, Marian, and Naila He, causing them to stagger back. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly vanished, preparing to capture Liz and prevent her from sealing the gate to the demon realm any further. Are you going to take in concubines again? This time 5? Su Li Wei confirmed once more, as she was responsible for arranging the upcoming matters of concubine selection. Su Yuan nodded, uncertainly asking, "You won't be jealous, will you?" Su Liwei rolled her eyes, exuding charm. "I'm just asking a few questions." He only heard snippets and was now both anxious and perplexed. "Who is ill? Is it you, my dear?" He hurriedly focused on her, alarmed by the notion that she might be unwell, and instead of confiding in him, she informed Lan Qingxia. The word death was one she could not utter. She bit her lip, her watery eyes filled with unspoken pleas, yearning for him to deny it, hoping he would say it was merely an excuse to dishearten her. Yet, Qin Fangbai did not perceive her silent entreaty. Jiang Yinming felt restless after eating. Stepping outside to gauge the time, he thought for a moment before following Li Danru to the neighboring courtyard, where he barely exchanged a few words with old Lady Cheng before being sent back, fearing he might miss the good news. Cheng Hongjun had been wrapping his hand in an old newspaper, the glowing white light resembling a flashlight stuffed within. He eventually halted, gazing across the street at a raucous bar, with a flickering sign boldly proclaimed, "Golden Splendor." I know. Do not speak. I will first help you detoxify." I silenced Luo Ho Dao, making a cut on my finger to feed him my blood. I was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The man, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, effortlessly waved his blade, summoning 7 enormous fireballs that hovered in midair, only to extinguish in an instant. As he spoke, Yi Tian placed his hands before his chest, adopting a pose reminiscent of a night at rest, which was remarkably vivid. Behind the Jiang family villa, a streak of crimson light soared into the sky, instantaneously forming a blood-drenched barrier that enveloped the entire Jiang estate. The scene before me transformed. Reminiscent of the moment I had slain the Yi family father and son in Changsha upon entering the blood barrier. "It is we who are investigating you, not the other way around. We have yet to acquire any valuable information, yet you seek to pry into our affairs." Mo Kuei received the storage bag, briefly probing its contents with his spiritual sense, and after a swift inventory, nodded in satisfaction, tucking the bag away. He then clasped his hands and expressed his apologies for the disturbance before taking his leave. Enough already, at this advanced age. What is there to be handsome about? At that moment, the national matriarch Zhan Tai Shui entered, casting a glance at the somewhat foolish-looking Su Changsheng with a wry smile. Presuming that with nearly 20,000 regular troops and over 10,000 militia at their disposal, even if the Myanmar forces posed no threat to the naval forces of the Hongtang army, they could at least ensure that the coastal city of Gongcheng was not overtaken by the mere thousands of troops of the Hongtang fleet. Gao Jingzong accepted this appointment, effectively becoming a 4th-rank official within the imperial structure, akin to a departmental head in later eras. Dubai I Sulaner immediately cast a nervous glance at Dubai, my eyes glimmering with a plea for help. However, in this timeline, with the defeats of Murong Chue and Murong Da, and the loss of over 200,000 troops in Yen, coupled with the treachery of Tuoba Xianbei in the north against Murong Ko, the situation in Yen was perilously close to spiraling out of control. Thus, Kuzhuan and Murong Ping had not poisoned Murong Jun at all. Gao Jingzong's hopes were consequently dashed. Observing Dubai's stern silhouette, Miao Qing's expression darkened, her fingers clenched tightly for a moment before ultimately relinquishing their grip in despair. "What is the essence of this?" Su Yuan took the item, glanced briefly, and inquired. "When you married a coup, I was unaware of the gifts bestowed by the cultivators. Yet gifts from cultivators should not be of inferior quality, right?" So Li Wei explained. But Yin Su was unwilling to concede. He yearned for another attempt. After a brief respite, he returned to the mountain gate, continuing to challenge those who had pursued him, ignoring them as he dashed away. The steward of the Guo residence, the same elder Lu who had accompanied Guo Furong to protect her during her visit to Qixia town, was present. A beautiful city possesses beautiful tales, enchanting songs, and numerous picturesque sights, yet Tang Yi granted the 3 little time, for the reason was simple: we are not here for leisure. To Liu Yibin's surprise, one of the items was a scorpion bracelet worn by the Scorpion King, while the other was an amorphous shadow resembling a scorpion. Even after extracting the 2 gas canisters, in a mere flash, it darted into the scorpion bracelet. Following the conclusion of the Tiananmen Defense War, a report from Major General Luo Yu lay upon the table among the Republic's upper echelons, prompting discussions on several points he had raised. The price of a single roll had become inconsequential to Jiang Ming, Thus he might as well give it away for free. I still have a box of those. I will bring it back for you later, Sun Zhengfu said with warmth. There was no affection between Wu Dehai and the First Lady. Yet witnessing his original wife perish before his eyes instilled within him a profound sense of dread and sorrow. Oh, are you not feeling dizzy? Chun Xinjin noted everyone appeared to be in good spirits, which struck him as somewhat odd. On the distant moon, a rover known as the Pathfinder was slowly traversing the lunar surface, marking NASA's 20th exploration of the moon's far side. Yet, aside from the gray dust and monotonous craters, nothing else could be found. Furthermore, with the presence of those waving flags and shouting, it seemed that the rivalry between these two financial titans had ensnared over 20 corporate groups, indirectly affecting hundreds of companies. The rotund individual did not respond immediately, leaning back on the sofa and rubbing his chubby face. After a moment, he relayed the orders from Supervisor Hulong, as conveyed by Henrik. It was as if under the vast expanse of the heavens, amidst the interplay of earth and sky, only that unparalleled sword light remained, akin to a divine sword capable of vanquishing the heavens and earth, radiating an immense force as it cleaved toward Shangguan Tianbao's blade. Upon encountering the earthly venerable, who once again assaulted his consciousness with a roar, Chu Yin could not help but narrow his eyes, sneering coldly. So what if it is the Chue Tian realm? Would I fear him? In Ruhan, like a bolt of lightning, suddenly charged at Shangguan Long and his companions, unable to restrain her desire to annihilate them and then slay Song Ming. In an instant, two purple-robed mercenaries spewed blood, their bodies propelled like bullets by Tang Yi, crashing to the ground below. This place is reputed to be the strongest lair of demonic beasts within the Fengyue forest, where it is said that there exist revered-level demonic beasts. Such claims are utterly ludicrous. Moreover, this mainframe possesses a formidable function, as it can directly provide a system program for terminals. Alan gritted his teeth and nodded, directly contacting the project manager, placing orders for 5 skyscrapers. In response to Chun Ren's inquiry about whether territory 100 miles away belonged to North Korea, it seemed that the only way to ascertain this was to sail there. After a prolonged absence from the battlefield, despite being in an exceedingly perilous situation, Hu Hailong felt an inexplicable thrill. Sun Yumin loaded 5 rounds into the chamber, then pulled back the bolt, the melodious metallic clink echoing in his ears. He raised the gun, striking a pose to aim, before swiftly lowering it again. He was reacquainting himself with the weapon, having not personally engaged in combat for quite some time. Yet he was relieved that he had not lost his battlefield instincts. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuan. Your presence here is already a considerable honor for the old man. There is no need for gifts. Let us not stand on ceremony. Zhou Likun chuckled upon seeing the gift box, showing no intention of opening it, solemnly accepting it and having a servant take it away. The individual seated beside him bore a countenance of despair, not due to his natural disposition, but rather from hastily exiting the stilted building and rushing toward the bamboo grove. Lowering his head to check his phone signal, he raised his head at a crucial moment, only to be met with the sight of a celestial being, which transformed his expression. Yi Yongchun remarked, then turned away from Yi Shanghan. Yet for some unknown reason, the words "I do not like you" echoed persistently in her mind, growing more disheartening with each thought. Frustrated, she donned her sunglasses and leaned back against her seat to sleep. The audience, who had been intently watching Luando, indeed obeyed, quieting down as if commanded by a conductor. Speak now. Your story. Jean Xinyang, noting the group's dwindling enthusiasm, found a spacious lawn, inviting us to sit down. She pointed to a prominent stone slab and indicated for a Shui to take a seat, then began to interrogate him. Behind Lanfeng, Luando was aware that Inin Heo would likely pass the ball to Lanfeng. Thus he played a trick, deliberately delaying his timing. Everyone was caught in a whirlwind of applause. This was the only thought in Wang Ling's mind. It was the first time he had sensed with the power of fate that everything he was doing was being observed and controlled by someone, or rather, being guided by the forces of destiny. Now, Lu Feiyang, filled with mirth, witnesses Wang Lin, who had once mocked him from a position of superiority, kneeling before him, her forehead bruised from repeated blows, and Tao, who once scorned the roughness of Lu's hands, also kneels in front of him, weeping and paying homage. Yin did not intervene to ease the tension, and you remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts of butterflies, while Yin had already succumbed to slumber. Throughout the morning, Sikong Jun exchanged not a word with Lan Duo, nor did Lan Duo make an effort to engage him. Feng Huanqiu was taken aback, her mouth agape as she struggled to find a suitable response. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she fainted, collapsing into Lin Ju's arms. It seemed there was no other choice. Lu Ran turned the car around, while Yang Ji remained undeterred, knocking on the door several more times before finally entering the vehicle. Among them, even Ma Fu, the most formidable in martial prowess, was no match for Professor Tang, who had honed his skills for decades in the realm of visceral strength. He was merely a prince. As long as he did not conspire against the throne, the one seated upon it would be obliged to accommodate him. Once you step into this line, you shall earn the right to know my true name, Lin Shuangji remarked with an air of indifference. Thank you, boss. It was only after he Yinro collected the special materials that Zhang Qiuhan finally stowed the game cartridge into his possession. An apocalyptic scene unfolded, threatening to engulf the two instruments of annihilation. Yet those swords seemed impervious to the devastation of the end times. Even Yiling would not relish being brutally tormented by another, especially given the opponent's lackluster abilities. Just wait. If I, Yifeng, do not meet my demise, I shall undoubtedly return within a year to exact my vengeance upon you, armed with the experience accumulated over a millennium by the Alliance. It was a foregone conclusion that a significant wave of savage beasts would assail during the initial phase of exploration. In just a few exchanges, the newcomers regained their morale. One must commend Mo Yunduo for her adept understanding of human sentiment. When Yang Fan finally saw someone approaching, he eagerly stepped forward, offering a bottle of water with a smile. Congratulations, my young friend Su Yuan, on your new joy, and may you soon be blessed with children. The patriarch of the Qin family was a stout elderly man, his complexion rosy and devoid of any signs of aging, his smile inviting warmth. Uncertain of the young friend's preferences, he nevertheless remarked on the importance of taking care of oneself during the early days of marriage. Regardless, the peaches on the pantao were quite delectable. When Wu Ran discovered it, the peaches were perfectly ripe, and without hesitation, she indulged, uprooting the tree to transplant it back to Kunlun Mountain. When Su Yin arrived at her door last night, she suspected their relationship was more than ordinary, and now, hearing Su Yan's words confirmed her suspicions. Eager to share the news with Ning Bugui, she hurried to his door, only to pause and feign indifference to compose herself. Ning Bugui could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, only to be interrupted by an unexpected object colliding with his face. In the center of the grass lay a modest bonsai, while on either side of the courtyard stood 4 Japanese stone lanterns, illuminating the landscape. Dr. Qin, equipped with his toolbox, opened it beside the patient's bed, carefully examining the patient's eyelids. Meanwhile, Su Yum and Hiemo Tenshu glanced over. They were aware of Bai Chuan's formidable skills, but had not fully grasped his capabilities, sharing the same uncertainty as the president of the Amayoji. Unlike the warmth and comfort outside the barrier, entering it was met with a whirlwind of snow and wind, leaving Lin Xianfeng astonished as he gazed at the vast, wide expanse. It was a fanciful notion to expect a new deity-level powerhouse to emerge from the great wilderness domain within just 2 or 3 years. In truth, we could manifest miracles using formations or the splendid spells of cultivators beyond the Yuanying level. The choice of who to select was inconsequential, as we could conjure any form without fear of recognition. Is that so good? What's so good about it? Is it better that Chu Yi departed early, or that we remain safe and sound? Lin Changyuan observed that occasionally, Sieko's words bore an enigmatic depth. Where's Bo Hai gone? I inquired, only to realize I had not seen that fellow in a while. However, the 10 martial saints expended far less energy than Xue Ba and the others. So after consuming 2 bottles of the leisurely wine, their energy levels reached around 80 to 90%, comparable to those of Headmaster Shunfeng and his peers. If one disregarded her face, it would be easy to feel a sense of pity. Ashan gritted her teeth and shook her head, and Sieko could almost hear her teeth chattering. Sieko looked puzzled, although it was cold on the mountain. It shouldn't be cold enough to reduce anyone to a trembling mass. Moreover, just a moment ago, Ashan appeared fine. How had she suddenly changed? I looked around, and everything was in place. Li Pan surveyed the dishes, casually glancing over Huang Shi, and nodded in agreement. At that moment, an opportunity arose for him to not only associate with the powerful in the capital, but also to marry a beautiful concubine, filling his heart with delight. Sumi nodded, having realized that Shi Hao was not the leisurely and affluent prince he appeared to be, She understood he must possess his own power. The night, as starlight, felt unusually frigid, stirring a chill within Ni Tingxian's heart. Meanwhile, after Yu Wuming stepped outside, Wei Wei interrupted into silent laughter, feeling jovial as she returned to her bed, clutching the blanket to her chest, reflecting on how her flesh-colored bodysuit appeared almost as if she were unclothed in the faint morning light filtering through the curtains. Initially believing it to be a conventional narrative of devouring and recovery, she was surprised to find it involved a plot of contact and assimilation. Who sent this? Su Yuan asked curiously, closing the illustrated booklet. Su Liwei produced a small volume, flipping through it as she replied, I've kept a record. Let me see. This was a gift from the Qin family in the inner city. Ah, so this was the esteemed gift he mentioned. Everything unfolded as He Er had anticipated, as they had not foreseen the enemy's return. Under the command of the spear in He Er's hands, 62 savage beasts perished in mere seconds. A potent and corrupt aura emanated from him, startling Lu Shisan. Mrs. Huan's reluctance and sorrow regarding Chao was not solely rooted in love. It was likely her accustomed dependence on him. Her obedience to Mu may not have stemmed from love either. She might have simply found another person to rely upon. Li's nose twitched in a grin. Among those in the courtyard, he likely was the only one aware of Lu Shisan's prowess. His suggestion for Lao Kai to investigate was also intended to confirm Lu Shisan's background through Lao Kai's connections. Feng Lu glanced at Lu Wuqing. Although the Forgetting Worry Pavilion was not a den of vice, it was still a place of leisure for these mercenaries. He extended his hand, and suddenly, a carapace appeared on his arm, gleaming red like a crabbed shell. Very well, let us return directly, Qi Pian observed as Su Ming completed the excavation and backfilling, concluding his exploration of the delectable fruit tree, which yielded no unexpected findings, just as he had anticipated. Shortly after, a jailer drew a gleaming long knife from his waist, while another seized Li Qing by the hair at the back of his neck, exposing his throat. Meanwhile, Ling was more of a seasoned fighter. As his body spun mid-air, the surrounding soul energy began to surge, and Wu Tian halted his steps, gazing at the gaping void in the sky, his brow furrowing as two beams of dark radiance emanated from his eyes. Despite possessing only the pinnacle of immortality, slaying opponents of the same caliber was but child's play. Thank you for your grace, CSE. Ji Wanrong, seated within the carriage, found it inconvenient to pay her respects and could only express her gratitude verbally. Zhang Xiao looked into the distance and beheld a golden coastline, its crystal-clear waters untainted by pollution. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he found himself lost in thought, realizing that such musings would not resolve the pressing issue at hand. It was imperative to continue the search. Otherwise, as the sun dipped below the horizon, visibility would wane, and the ferocious beast would emerge more frequently, posing great danger. For this matter, Lin Han had endured considerable reprimand, being lectured on how, at his age, he should have found a partner, while observing peers who had already entered into relationships. This left Lin Han quite distressed. It was said that class reunions either rekindled old flames or became competitions of comparison. Zhang Xiao, however, had no past affections to rekindle nor anything worthy of comparison. In fact, throughout his high school years, he had spoken little with his classmates. Thus, he initially intended to abstain from attending. He was heading to the southwest to conduct an investigation into the prevalence of gallstones, as during his last journey to Shijiang, he noted that certain regions had a high incidence of gallstones among the populace, attributed to the hardness of their drinking water. Consequently, Professor Sun wished to visit more areas with poor water quality to validate his earlier hypothesis. Essentially, anyone he encountered in the Korean server, whether allies or adversaries, who requested to become friends, would be obliged. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Zhou Yi had become quite affluent and was entirely indifferent to these trivialities. You should experience the agony of being flayed alive. I refuse to be resigned. Return my skin. Several times, she had slipped away like liquid when Hua Xiao Ran approached, nearly colliding with Lu Mei, but Hua Xiao Ran promptly dispersed the crimson mass,